This young man was none other than Ike's second son of Viscount Lauren, a reincarnated person who carried Ike memories of his previous life. In his past life, he had even served as a soldier in Leaky army. Then one day, he opened his eyes and found himself far from distant South Korea, led in Leaky kingdom of Reinhardt. Could Ike named Kim Minji now turned into Adrian Lauren. From a common, middle-class guy, he suddenly transformed into Ike's second son of a wealthy Viscountate family Kwita Ren mansion. While other children of his age were still engrossed in carefree Phi Lai, he was absorbed in his books, his academic performance far superior to everyone else. He owned admiration from many around him and simultaneously fulfilled long-held wishes of his father. However, life inherently fun of obstacles. Rich are envious, poor are contemptuous, and talented are targeted by those seeking to harm them. Someone had even plotted to poison him. Actual culprit was quite clear in Na Lauren, first wife of Lauren family. Fact that he possessed commoner blood and was not her biological son, yet received attention from his father, made her see him as a thorn in her side. From then on, Adrian decided to completely hide his talents. Time passed as quickly as a breeze, 10 years in blink of an eye, and Adrian was now 20 years old, handsome, glossy, slicked back hair, his presence at convenience store causing a stir among staff. He had come here to get himself some gem cards faux chronicle on Just as he stepped a wide door, his subordinates reported that young Master Cedric was visiting, causing Adrian's expression to darken slightly. Upon returning, Adrian was immediately met with a torrent of words from Cedric, water being splashed in his face. Hey Adrian, why are you running around Leaky Mansion without any means of transportation? Are you or of your mind? Do you must know your status as a member of a noble house? Adrian's ears felt itchy listening to family honor whatever. Cedric did nothing but fool around many girls all day, if not relying on a noble family. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone talk nonsense. Adrian thought to himself that arguing back would only cause more trouble, so he decided to simply endure him. Cedric sneered mockingly, gently reminding him that it seemed their father was intending to hand Vigui business to him, his joy clearly evident on his face. Now I understand why this guy suddenly came here. He clearly greedy but incompetent. Adrian thought as he shrugged his shoulders. Fie, whatever do want, I will renounce my inheritance rights just as he desires. Having achieved his goal, Cedric laughed so wide he couldn't see his mouth, and then seeing Adrian bring him a pile of gum cards made him extremely satisfied. His brother uselessness. That ain't right, that ain't exactly what you should be doing. Cedric smirked and flatly left. After he failed poisoning attempt, Adrian had given up on Bui and his image as a genius. He tried to isolate himself by minimizing communication with relatives. Perhaps because his father had little interest in an illegitimate child who was no longer a genius, he became increasingly cold toward him. Than to that, Adrian no longer faced same dangers as before, and thus he had lived 10 years in a low-profile existence. As soon as he graduated from Academy, he left Palace together with his mother. Most of servants here belonged to first wife and Nat 8 faction, so Adrian did not dare to speak carelessly. But truth was that he wasn't actually focusing on him just to escape from reality. In this virtual world, Adrian had long since completed prologue chapter of his fated quate. All skills you acquire will gradually accumulate and reflect in Leaky real world. December 29, 1999, according to Lemma a calendar moment just before dawn of new century. Leak recently announced will of a great archmage has sent humanity into turmoil overturning Leak world order. Leaky Mage who discovered Lihi Gin non-age of Ma Diichi and was Eki Ren Duke who revived Eki Manuel Lusat Empire was Eki owner of that shocking message. Thus those who yearned to reach Archmage Lutate destiny simultaneously embarked on journey. AX Rai of rumors spread everywhere, such as Lukatsitum being deep in a barren land guarded by dragons. Others whispered that his treasure was carefully hidden in the Union of Ulisha, a famous tax haven. Some believed his floating castle was located in middle of Keek's Eye of Storms, epicenter of world. Regardless of differences in background or race, crowd still flocked to hunt Foug destiny of this famous Ren Duke. But in rumors were just rumors, and no one has truly found any trace of that destiny yet. Although countless explorers have engaged in a tireless ST, no one has gathered even a single small clue. In that way, 20 years passed by in vain. An Enli, our male protagonist, was the lucky one to possess Manuel Lusate destiny. 10 years ago, while studying at Light Royal Academy and researching this archmage, Adrian accidentally encountered an unbelievable truth. No matter wiki angle, Lusat family crest, Enli displayed unfamiliar English characters, which was illogical in each world. Adrian was forced to accept that Lusat was also a soul who had traveled from Earth based on Leaky last words he left behind. He fully utilized his past life knowledge to decode key layers of destiny that EP Man had arranged. After ceaseless efforts, results were finally in his hands when he successfully collected Manuel Lucat legacy. Thinking his life would take Pi from here, he did not expect that YP true X-Rai of tragic days had an end lie just begun. Li famous archmage at destiny was hidden in a place no one bothered to look on key in Fi Na T. Or more accurately, Eat was hidden within a virtual world simulated so elaborately that Eat was identical to reality. He was so involved in a life-o-death battle that if he spoke of Eat, people might say he was crazy. After a sword swing to finish Tipi his opponent, Adrian officially leveled up to Ard in G10. Passing Lee first gate, he was teleported by leak aerial spell to a secret space to begin character creation. Tim asked whether IP Master wanted to conquer EP next LV key of Manuel Lucatite Medich Tower. Of course, Adrian nodded repeatedly and immediately a beam of blinding light enveloped him. A room full of books gradually appeared behind hazy space. Unlike EP empty first floor, this place was filled with bookshelves stacked to ceiling. Looking at an Ardinge treasure chest, Adrian fixed his eyes on Lee glittering Gin 1 and chest before him. Indeed, a worthy reward had appeared for him. Lee's Medich circle quickly circulated energy and took shape inside his body, leading Adrian to think that he had previously assumed MP and Lie displayed Mana, never imagining he would feel its existence in reality. When Medich circle was completed, a flow of mana began to surge in his chest. Lee feeling was certainly not simple at all. Adrian made fun use of instructions from Lopixit Tam and books. Inheriting assets from Mage Manuel Lusat was truly a bargain. Eat easier said than done. Lee Prigaxteed of inputting data into his brain made Adrian a headache, as if someone were hitting Eat repeatedly with a hammer. Fortunately, Lee's last book on how to conceal Medici circles had also been thoroughly studied. This was exactly what he desired most. It seemed everyone understood his situation quite well, and Adrian gleefully collected 8 immediately. After many hours of exhausting struggle, he lay on Iki ground panting. He dream of a peaceful life for his mother. He accepted sacrificing everything. At league start of Leaky New Day, his figure could already be seen at Leaky training ground within Leaky Mansionate grounds. Adrian was working hard practicing swordsmanship with his bodyguard Vice until he was soaked in sweat, hoping that real-life training would help his in-game skills skyrocket. Putting fatigue aside, he clearly felt that his mana ring and physical condition had significantly improved. Fortunately, he had skillfully hidden Medici circle from those sharp-eyed knights. Adrian chuckled inwardly with pride. Lee people around saw him working hard yet acting dazed, so they whispered that he was truly a gem addict. Adrian was secretly grateful to Vice foe defending him, but in reality, he was playing dumb to survive day by day. He had to feel the role of a pishable person to deceive Anna and Cedric. Right now, being a useless loser whom no one cared about was Likey's best strategy. Returning to World of Chronicle on Lie, where he poured money in to acquire some overpowered skills for himself. To compensate for his physical weakness, he needed an aggressive teammate to carry Tim and LV up rapidly. Leveling up required experience points, but playing in a party took far less effort. Adrian spent money lavishly to recruit top-tier warriors, and after browsing for a while, he finally found someone he liked. Finally, he settled on Erica, a genius who possessed the highest Elevike in a unique class. Quit her as Lee mainstay, he easily reached LVF 20 in Today 8 battle. After 15 hours of grinding until he was weary, he decided to log on to seek some precious sleep. Life wasn't lie a dream. EKM had just been shut PP, yet Erica was suddenly standing right at Leaky head of his bed, making him jump and nearly shout aloud. Adrian's face went pale. He stammered, asking who this girl was. "I am your assistant." Erica replied coolly, but he already knew exactly who she was. He wondered how on earth a virtual character could step into Luby real world lie this. "I am an artificial human, a machine could a human form, so don't need to be too astonished by my presence. Manuel Lusad ID my creator, from my appearance to my combat stats everything was set according to my Erica prototype," she explained calmly. Roughly speaking, she was his legacy. Damn neat. If I've known, I would have chosen a multi-purpose Titananji rather than a C-pet, Adrian muttered while scratching his head. However, upon hearing that her stats were exactly as they were in Likyum, Adrian immediately perked up. This girl was on par quote 8 Circle Mages, a formidable LVE that few in E-continent achieved, even E-strongest Reinhardt Kingnunli reached IK 7th EVE. He hadn't expected Lusat to CP rut such a terrifying Munix TT, but thinking about Eat having an obedient, top-tier bodyguard lie her was a massive bargain. Lee problem ID how I'm going to hide her. Fortunately, Erika has a mana concealing item just lie Andrian 8, so wiki engineers haven't notice. There was no other way. So Andrian had no choice but to go quit her. From then on, EP news of Ki young master Andrian openly inviting a girl back to Iki mansion spread like wildfire. Quit both of them surrounded by countless rumors. Doing this was a bit troublesome, but in return, Andrian ALLVE could soar rapidly. Hey Erika, what happens to your real body when do enter Waikigem? He asked softly. My body will automatically switch to power saving mode, so do can think of it as me resting. However, my monitoring functions remain active to protect do master, she replied calmly. Hearing that, it means if anything happens in outside world, do can notify me immediately, right? No sooner had he spoken than, as if cursed, orcan monsters swarmed in. Phase 2 of Lee Destiny Quate had officially begun. Lexi Tem did not allow Andrian to use consumable attack items like bombs or talismans. He and Erika charged straight ahead to attack that fierce, bloated Men XT tree. She handled leaky defense, while he focused on Iki attack. Before long, quit just a few Madich arrows, Iki Mem and XT Chate nose began to bleed. Thanta wearing top-tier gear, his mana was strong enough to pierce through its first Ichi circle. If that men an XTID also at this LVE, I'll handle it in no time, Andrian smirked. Quite a loud crash. Fortunately, Erika blocked a strike for him, otherwise he would have been torn apart under Waiki Menix T8 blade. Even though Yeet was injured, its health pool was still ridiculously huge. Yeet was surreal. Fo if Eight hit him just once, he'd be dead, so Yeet was truly lucky that Erika was quit him. Although Yeet would be a lie to say I wasn't worried. Quote, such a powerful enemy targeting me. But I have already experienced death once before. Quit that thaw, Andrian swung his hand and unleashed a ground-digging strike, causing Kimen XT tree to lose its balance and sprawl onto Iki floor. At this LVE, there was no way he would let fear interfere. Quit his judgment. Erika, while I attack Eat, don't give Eat a chance to get back up, he shouted, telling her to maintain E defense. As Fohim, he unleashed a X-ray of consecutive strikes without any mercy. To his surprise, even at last moment, this Men in XT remained stubbornly resilient in a legendary way, refusing to yield. Quite a cold expression, Andrian fired a Madich arrow at its finger, and Enlai then did Eat finally perish, helping him successfully unlock Lee third floor of the manual Lukat Madich tower. At key same time, in Viscount Lauren 8 study, Andrian 8 father, Rayford, was deep in thou by E-key window. An order to summon local forces had been issued. His stepmother Anna, fearing that her own son Cedric would be sent instead, uttered bitter words toward Andrian. Rayford quickly realized innate malicious schemes and calculations against Andrian, as she said, this time I will send Andrian to YP battlefield. However, when he returns, I will make him stand on his own. I hope that YP future of Andrian and Sylvia will no longer face danger or any secret surveillance. Stytop now on return Andrian 8 freedom. Curandrian ID practicing swordsmanship Kut Vice. Lake reason he could progress so quickly was that he had reached LV Key 20 and successfully cleared Lice 2nd XD Gi of a Key Destiny Quate. Rewards from Fate helped him pocket a fortune and unlock Lipe's 2nd mod each room while creating a hidden space to store important items. Than to hard training, he eyed now a mage could a physical foundation comparable to a knight. If he absorbs all key stats from Fate, he might even become more powerful than Likey Great Mage Lusat. On a key balcony of Lauren family mansion, Adrian quietly observed Cedric screaming, wondering if this guy had enough courage to represent Lee clan in battle. Du are Waiki Soul Hair, I will never let Du venture into such a dangerous place of war, Lee Viscount reminded him sternly. He even emphasized that Adrianate value was entirely different from that heir, which made Adrian feel his blood pressure was rising due to such ridiculous favoritism. However, he felt that this situation was not too bad, because as long as one possessed a head-mounted device, anyone could Jin Mi Ki Gem. Since he was acting as a substitute faux heir, no one would bother to monitor his movements. Lee highlight IDB that once he steps out of this place, he will officially escape EEC Olu scrutiny of an eye. I understand your intentions, father, and will successfully complete the task of representing Key family, Adrian replied calmly. I have no objection since E8 father 8 order, but don't you dare bring shame to this family. Cedric snapped back, making Adrian fed up boy 8 childish temperament. Lee Viscount signaled Fulham to follow into a private room to discuss matters confidentially. He revealed that if everything went well, he would take him and Sylvia to Kint land as a reward for going in Cedric 8 place. He would be free to do whatever he liked without anyone getting in his way. These words sounded confusing because Anna had always hated him being all of her sight, yet this time she easily agreed. I and Lai hope to keep my life after Whitey War before thinking about future plans, he said cautiously. Lei Viscount reached into his pocket and took a treasure capable of activating a LVK 5 automatic shield and a LVK 7 great shield. This item would serve as a protective charm for him on a key battlefield where teleportation mod each was completely disabled. While he was talking to his father, outside Alki window, Cedric 8 mother glared at him murderous eyes. Memories of being poisoned at ages 5 and 7 came rushing back, a time when his father's reaction had left him feeling utterly lost and profoundly disappointed. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, ironically, the only person he could rely on at this moment was his father. That night, Leaky Viscount was tormented by a persistent headache while thinking about Leaky young boy Jinzei. He knew that after Leaky past assassination attempt, Lee Boy had always had to struggle through an act of resignation to stay alive. He reproached himself quote remorse, while Adrianate mother felt a heart-wrenching pain upon hearing that her son was being pushed into Wyke theater of war. He reassured his mother that he would definitely return safely and that everything would turn all fine. 2 days later, during Likey military departure, a Lauren family, Likey fact that Adrian brought Erica along caused courtiers to gossip busily. I cannot abandon her because she key always ready to sacrifice herself to protect me. Moreover, her power has recently approached that of an official knight. He thou. To survive, one must know how to upgrade oneself. He had burned 200 million in Gemma ve Likey past 2 days to reach LV 3 luck. Wak reward Fool VK 3 was worth as much as 100 billion, and now he was eagerly awaiting the key upcoming LV4. In late middle of a tense meeting, Adrian shamelessly asked Faux permission to Fajim, leaving Lee soldiers speechless at such extreme arbitrariness. Lake Vanguard soldier looked at him quote an inexplicably disdainful gaze, mocking Likey fact that he brought a girl to battle while still wanting to fight Jim in such a cry-to-cease situation. This guy was just about to ramble a few words when Vice Commander Billiam mercilessly cut him AP. Andrea was so fed up quit the scene that he no longer felt any emotion. He turned on his heels and walked straight into Lee P. room. After struggling to take down the Kukumbot, Andrea looted a high-quality item called Tears of Luck Remarkable. Once IP character reached LVT-80, Loke Ariel immediately brought him to Ike's secret chamber to grind through Ike 4th advancement quate. To reach Ike West Square, he had to take down this LEVP-4 semi-demon Men XT first. This type of semi-demon IDP known to be tough, but this one seemed a bit dazed and slow. It swung its staff and cast a petrification spell that froze both of them like statues. Just then, an attack surged toward them. Fearing Erika wouldn't dodge in time, Andrea quickly lunged forward to shield her from leapy blow. Demon laughed delightedly and mocked him incessantly. By bone-piercing pain mixed with its irritatingly punchable laughter made him lose focus, and that laugh kept reminding him of that obnoxious Cedric. Suddenly, Andrea struggled up and stood firmly on his own 2 feet. Lee NXTV delivered another fireball, filling a area with thick smoke and dust. He and Erika coordinated their efforts, launching a recovery beam for a fierce counterattack. To deal quit demons without a priest, using Aos and Lee option IDE to keep striking them quit a staff until they learn their lesson. That'll teach Heat Fu trying to use firewalls and spells. Andrea exerted all his strength to deliver the finishing blow, vanquishing Iki Demon and officially completing EV 4 promotion me sent. As soon as Gi battle ended, a throbbing pain struck, causing Andrea to collapse instantly. Luckily, Erika was quick enough to hand him some painkillers just in time. Leaky gate of Iki Manuel Lusat Tower slightly opened before him, and he excitedly approached the treasure chest. Leaky gift inside was a pair of glasses capable of inspecting, evaluating, and immensely enhancing VXN. These glasses help distinguish allies from enemies, truly a treasure perfectly suited for a genius lay me, he thought to himself. West Divide headquarters officials were whispering rumors that Ike military commander was Adrian not Cedric. Just as rumored, EP child known as Leaky Hidden One was indeed him. Van and Miller from Lee headquarters office both confirmed this. Lee Vanguard consisted entirely of Hevi warriors that in Lia 7 Circle Mage could handle. Leaky subordinates were merely cannon fodder, and all criticisms of Key Vanguard were spot on. Lee Laurel Army will become an independent combat unit under Unit 3. Sylvain urged him to quickly report to Earl Otis. Adrian hoped that this Earl Otis in Likey East was an easy-going and kind person. After counting Ike troops and getting everything in order, he and his soldiers immediately set out. As expected, Earl Otis was extremely lenient, so much so that even quote war imminent he was nowhere to be found. Although a bit irresponsible, this was quite convenient for him to act as he pleased. While deeply immersed in Leakigem East Trend, footsteps interrupted his and Ericate private space. As Danton tried to make an unwanted move, she delivered a kick to his leg that he would never forget. A stranger broke into residence of Light Brigade Commander and Loke without permission, causing Adrian to roar in fury, suspecting an assassination plot. Keyman stubbornly continued to argue back, making Adrian lose his cun and deliver a kick he'd never forget. Erica stared wide-eyed at Lee, 2 men who were plotting to separate her from him. Having his sore spot poked, Danton flew into a rage and caused a scene in Nikki room. Faux human patience has its limits. Adrian hadn't been submissive before all of kindness, he simply wanted a peaceful life. Now that Anna no longer had any way to feign and tren him, Adrian had no reason to cess restraint. He smirked and pointed the tip of his sword directly at Dantonate abdomen, to Iki Sisi of EP entire and Tureg. News that Adrian was about to send Danton to his grave quickly reached William 8 ears, but he remained calm as if nothing was happening. A firm hand caught key blood-stained blade that Adrian had just thrown. Danton was kneeling on E-floor clutching his bleeding stomach, looking pathetic, prompting Lee Command to ask Adrian what on earth was going on. After learning that Danton had tried to harass Erica, he turned pale and apologized profusely, vowing to dismiss him and throw his entire gang into Weed Dungeon. Adrian coldly walked Oaki room, ignoring the bloody mess left behind. William realized that this young man was not someone to be easily bullied, so he let out a subtle, meaningful smile. Quite that settled, Adrian and Erica threw themselves back into battles to LV up quickly. Leaky LV5 encounter Quate had just opened, requiring them to defeat Corrupted Knight Zenith, a Menix TT covered in Locky energy that was extremely difficult to handle. But no matter how strong he was merely fodder for him and Erica to accumulate experience. After finishing him, the PE6 floor of Manuel Lucat Tower was officially unlocked. This time, Leaky chest contained Istro equipment and a cloak for Adrian, while the key rest were for Erica. He thought it was get since Lucat never gave a mediocre items anyway. Just then, someone burst into Wadi room, making his heart jump all of his chest in surprise. Returning to Leaky Tim, just as Adrian predicted, this Istro sword was Wuki's signature weapon of Leaky Pioneers. Anyone could borrow our Pioneer 8 power if they accumulated enough hurrah into Wow Key sword as Kupin had done. It was an effective ton foe amplifying a Knight 8 power. Unlike Mana, hurrah does not occur naturally. Adrian now understood why everyone craved inheritance from Adab Sa. It had been 2 weeks since he was appointed representative of Lai Lauren family and Levate troops to lie front lines to Saktepla Croizan Empire. Key tension of impending war seemed to have passed. Strangely, Vice Chapteen Billiam attitude toward him had become extremely approachable. As foe Erica, she remained cheerful and happy, which he couldn't quite understand. He told himself that he still didn't fully understand her, especially her somewhat weak side that was never revealed. Upon returning, he caught Lopez hesitantly asking if he wanted a refreshing drink. He could tell instantly that he was acting on Kupinate instructions, so he flatly refused without a second thought. Before leaving, he wanted to know why Iki boy pursued Iki path of a knight, as it was Iki first time he had seen someone quote 2 high LVE talents yield to a midget. It was hard to understand how someone possessing such exceptional mana talent and rare traits could be content quote being a laughingstock. He thought so, but he didn't really care. If Unlily Key Boy had chosen to be a mage, he might have become famous long ago. Adrian 8 words had just finished, giving Lopez quite a SC, and sweat poured a stream. Returning to his room, Adrian kept deliberating on Lopez's 8 neglected talent. If he knew how to channel Ma Di Che through leaky equipment of Key Vanguard, he would surely become a formidable Ma Di Che knight. Oh, having him in my hands would be incomparable. Therefore, he needed to get his consent to manage things and bring Lopez, Haviv, to his side. I'm not sure how much that high, and very high, talent can help, but now I deep eagy time to bu my Tim to prepare for any situation that might arise. It was time to act, since he had escaped light family keen Tran. Adrian smiled to himself, seemingly clear on his next steps. Meanwhile, Lopez was also preoccupied, quit thinking about leaky things Adrian had said not long ago. At first, I thought he was just an arrogant noble, but who would have expected him to think I should pursue Ma Di Che instead of becoming a knight? That was quite surprising, Lopez thought quit a sigh. While walking absent-mindedly, it didn't take long for Lopez to arrive at Lai door following Commander Orta's 8 summons. Inside ED room, sipping tea quit him was none other than Adrian. Lopez appeared confused as to why he had been called. Commander Ortiz saw a key dazed look on his face clearly and, without saying much, ordered Lopez to serve under Adrian from now on. This left Lopez frozen like a statue, thinking he had surely misheard something. Previously, there was a time when China lost to South Korea in an intense match, and a fan raised a question that made everyone reflect. That question was, could a population of 1.4 billion people, why can't China find 11 quality players? Leaky witty answer was that perhaps Chinese Messi or Chinese Ronaldo ID busy plowing Lee field somewhere. No matter how much potential a person has, if no one recognizes and nurtures it, that talent becomes meaningless. This was Adrian 8 philosophy in life. He hadn't expected so many people to take a wrong career path as Lopez had. They all possessed outstanding talents but chose a wrong road and faded into obscurity. Feeling a bit sympathetic, he thought to himself that he had proactively recruited a core Tim Koot extremely high raw stats. He would help them escape misguided paths they had chosen, such as Linda Lee Maid, Barbara who specialized in farming, and countless others before his eyes. Adrian quickly led them to a high and royal fashion boutique to choose splendid outfits. These abilities might even be more useful and rarer than Ma Di Che swordsmanship, he pondered. No matter how talented they were, without proper training, they couldn't realize their fun potential. They would begin their training at leaky outskirts of military base and receive specialized education. Key outfits they wore had to be suitable for new environment, not just clothes but personal items as well. Having just left a shop be rent new outfits, Leaky Group nearly fainted again upon learning they would reside in a magnificent, sky-high mansion where butlers and servants were ready, and from now on, thing they needed to focus on was their studies. Besides tuition fees I will pay you all in advance right now, Iki monthly salary ID 200 million LUTs and Miki annual salary ID 240 million LUTs, everyone 8 contract will be Ki same, Adrian affirmed. Being trusted and favored by him in such a way, they unanimously promised to do their absolute best. Adrian was extremely satisfied with that enthusiasm. From now on, this place would be lively with people he had recruited. His mise-en was to turn this place into a spot where talents could shine. It seemed he was burning money, but in reality, it was an investment to secure high-quality human resources. A few days ago, it was unclear if someone had spread rumors about him recruiting these talents, but Cedric personally called him and advised that he needed to associate people of his own kind. This made Adrian a bit worried about his and his mother 8 safety, and sure enough, on this very day, Arika had apprehended the Major General who was secretly tailing her. He must have just vanished from the royal palace without anyone noticing. Now he was trembling uncontrollably and confessing everything under Rika's overwhelming power. He turns a do crawled all way here by using Cedric 8 spies at teleportation station, Adrian growled, pressing a freezing blade against a neck of poor soul who was paralyzed fear. He decided to wage psychological warfare by emphasizing that man was merely a pawn for Cedric and had no personal grudge against him. Why not switch to our side? It isn't difficult at all, just provide me daily updates, and that will be key in of eat. Just report to him that I am working as usual, while informing me whenever something happens. Why heavily threatening offer left him no choice but to nod in agreement through his tears. At Laurel Mansion that evening, Cedric was so furious he nearly coughed up blood upon hearing that Tim Metz had been imprisoned for being an amateur spy. Light matter came to lie because he had ignored his father's orders and refused to investigate Adrian, resulting in him receiving a severe scolding from Leak Old Man. Despite his bitterness, he was already too deep into Bacao. He had to order Bertolt to replace Metz and continue monitoring Adrian closely. Cedric had no idea that Bertolt was currently a double agent and that every report was being remotely manipulated by Adrian. Regarding talent recruitment plan, Adrian had gathered 20 potential candidates and assigned for each and Elisa to manage B Academy without any obstacles. Seeing his comrades working so hard, he felt he couldn't just sit idly by. While he was training intensely, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. News that Roy Sen Imperial Army had crossed Baoboi left Adrian restless. Espacey. Light conference room was packed people before EP emergency meeting began. Commander Otis demanded firmly that once Leaky local troops were ready, Leaky Tim should be moved onto airships for mobile combat operations, all living and resting done on board. If commander were absent, Adrian's side would be forced to plan for themselves. Fortunately, Leaky Roy Sen Army had already been attacking for 3 days. I officially forbid direct communication between units except for those at RNG of Kulil and above. Everyone must use radios to communicate. Even Adrian was among those who received a blunt warning from Otis. Lee meeting ended in an extremely tense atmosphere. War had finally and officially broken out. After a period of fierce sparring Arika, Adrian unlocked Likey's 6th Medici Circle N was granted a supersonic B like Sea Eagle by Ebixisi Tem. Lee's sudden appearance of Lee Bird of Prey left Adrian completely astonished. Lee's surrounding scenery instantly shifted back to real world. He suddenly thought that if a massive B-Elo Sea Eagle were to appear like Arika had before, it would certainly cause a major commotion. He stepped outside and looked around in all directions, waiting for his new pet to appear. Everything indeed happened exactly as he had anticipated. A giant bird rushed in from leaky distance, its wings tearing through wind and leaving everyone staring in amazement. Adrian stared wide-eyed without blinking at Leaky Bird, which possessed only a single XQ. Just as Arika had accompanied and progressed him, he needed to find Y's secret to helping it learn new techniques. Perhaps Y key lay in properly resolving Lai Mycedon related to Yate, he told himself while patting P young Guardian 8 head. His eyes were fixed completely on Lee Sea Eagle. He almost completely forgot about Lee T curious crowd that was gathering and whispering about leak appearance of this trend-flying creature. Adrian gently and cautiously reached his hand, coaxing Yate to run away him. This cheesy, sentimental scene between man and bird gave key surrounding crowd goosebumps. As soon as Yi shots were fired, Likey battle was no longer a small-scale matter. ET immediately spread across entire Quateen Boa tree. Then to that opportunity, Adrian 8 Brigade had a truly brilliant debut. A group of Imperial soldiers from Groizen was looming closer, causing Lee P young soldier to rush back to report urgent news to Adrian. Stay calm, don't panic, fall back and form up now. Tell Leaky men to lure those arrogant guys into an ambush first. Key young man calmly gave orders. Quidakun demeanor, his relaxed, effortless posture was somewhat irritating. Then, through Ike lens that could see all things, Adrian was horrified to discover Ike enemy vanguards were preparing to check a sea. 2nd Battalion activate energy shields immediately. Adrian screamed at the top of his lungs. A defensive wall was quickly erected, but Eat was still struck quite a painfully large, gaping hole. This situation didn't seem to be as simple as Klee promotion exam he had imagined. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his heart pounded. Ike's 2nd Battalion outline was in ruins, but there was no reason to panic of those vanguards. If he reached Ike maximum Leviku in this game, he would unlock key 9th Medii Chi Circle, and besides, Arikade was right there to back him up, he reassured himself. Fortunately for his comrades, he took command just in time, otherwise, everyone from Ike leader to Ike troops would have met their end today. Looking closely through White's surveillance screen, Adrian realized that Ike enemy forces approaching were roughly equal in NMB to his own. The most troublesome part was their long-range artillery, although Lee enemy and Lai had 2 mini flying gunships compared to our massive ones. It was their first time deploying these toys in actual combat. Leaky battlefield was divided between Leaky vanguards on E ground and neat reinforced flying fortresses in Leaky sky. Our forces held the advantage on Leaky ground, so any unexpected threat definitely came from above. Adrian observed a battle as it became increasingly fierce. Right in Leaky middle of an intense fight, enemy 8 weaponry suddenly broke into pieces and rained down upon Leaky ground. Like soldiers around him burst a laughing, thinking their opponent was experiencing a technical malfunction. Adrian 8 face turned pale as he realized they were preparing for a world-shaking self-destruct move. A deafening explosion rang out accompanied by a fierce marauding flare. News of Lai flying fortress being bombarded immediately spread throughout Lake Kintron room. Driven into a corner, Lee group could only resort to firing their pistols frantically, desperately clinging to a sliver of hope. At Lee very moment Eat was about to detonate, Adrian swung his arm and shouted for maximum defensive preparations. An earth-shattering explosion once again roared in their ears. Such an intense shockwave made young man 8 head feel like 8 was about to burst. Fortunately, EP fleet of flying fortresses retreated in time and avoided collision. He thought to himself that if their artillery platforms were damaged, Lee enemy remnants would easily be able to finish them. Adrian 8 efforts today have made Commander Otis feel extremely satisfied. Bombs self-detonated on 3 fronts simultaneously, but unlike his group detected leak anomaly early enough to protect Life Fortress, so he laughed heartily and promised to reward him handsomely. People often say that bosses tend to take credit from their subordinates, but unexpectedly Earl Otis turned out to be surprisingly fair, he thought to himself. Through Otis, Adrian realized he was caught up in some sec-trend rumors regarding his sec-Q in taming giant birds. He could unlie laughed Eta P and pretend to be knave to let Eat pass, saying that he was not fluent in foreign languages, but this creature was quite intelligent and understood orders. He enli cared fo heat because Eat seemed in TP rate 10. Fortunately, Archmage Lutot created Eat from a real specimen. If he had provided one that looked too flashy, people would have constantly questioned him, and by then, his secret would surely have been exposed. Since the enemy had retreated, Otis allowed Adrian to use his private vehicle again, making him feel overjoyed. Finally, he was able to return to grinding in Chronicle on Lai. 2 weeks after that battle, Brilliam led a group of soldiers down Gay Mountain to engage in combat. Then to Adrian prior warnings about key traps, the entire team remained completely safe, steadily retreating while launching rhythmic counterattacks. Although they avoided casualties, White's situation was quite difficult as they had to wait for reinforcements. He calculated Eat would take at least 5 more minutes for relief troops to arrive. At that very crisis-salda moment, 10 vanguards appeared as quick as a Fia lot under Adrian 8 orders. Brilliam was utterly astonished to see that he had anticipated Light's situation and called foe reinforcements right on time. Thus, under Adrian 8 coordination, 5 enemy vanguard squads were completely wiped out, not a single piece of armor remaining. Not in lie did he foresee key ambush, but he also made a spectacular comeback. While other units were struggling, Adrian 8 Tim was continuously scoring achievements. At first, it seemed like a coincidence, but things went too smoothly. Had an Iki genius of Lai Viscount Lauren family turned into a fool after a poisoning incident. He wondered if he was a sleeping Iki Reagian who had been hiding his true power all this time. It seemed perfectly reasonable to use this occasion to act as a matchmaker between him and his hat-tempered daughter Myson. Adrian was preparing faux battle Kudarica when Brilliam suddenly appeared behind them, saying he had important matters to discuss. Why are you hiding your skills like that? Perhaps you don't know, but Light vassals are worried sick about Light future of this territory. If Cedric ID allowed to take power, there will be chaos. If you want to contest your brother, I am willing to serve as your loyal subordinate, he expressed frankly. Adrian 8 expression did not change at all, which led him to pour o'er his heart. He wondered if this was an order from above, if Iki man truly felt indebted to him. Then do you foo your kindness, but let it act as if I never heard anything about this matter. Adrian replied with a calm gaze that left Brilliam extremely confused. He gave a slight, cold smile at leaky old General 8 naivety and lack of vigilance. Even though he had blocked Cedric 8 spies, he understood he could not act impulsively when there were still countless other surveillance systems around. His priority goal now ID to completely uproot those two thorns in Nye and Cedric. Than to a X-ray of illustrious achievements, Adrian was honored to receive Lee's second class order of Legion Lion. He was truly surprised that his actions were so highly regarded. Cheers resounded everywhere. Adrian thought to himself that Cedric must be boiling coot rage right now upon witnessing this scene. And just as predicted, that guy was going crazy quad envy of his distinguished merits. And Na poured sweet words into Cedric 8 ear, saying that Adrian would surely cut ties quit his family as soon as he returned from Lyke front. He secretly hoped that scenario would come true, his heart swelling as he thought of IC influence of his maternal grandfather who was backing him. Lee more he pondered Adrian inherent cleverness since childhood. More Cedric gnashed his teeth, muttering curses in his rage. Adrian had secretly given his soldiers diluted Mage potion to quickly regain their fighting form. Although he felt a bit pained by key expense, he understood that doing so was an enly way to enly war quickly. Right at that moment, Commander, and Chief sent someone to summon Adrian for a meeting. Count Otis has been calling my name quite often lately, Adrian grumbled while riding back in Lee carriage. Though annoyed by being constantly targeted by a high nobleman, he could not refuse. As soon as he set foot there, he saw that Ike top leadership of Lyke division had already gathered in fun force. There must be some important confidential news they want to disseminate but do not want to announce publicly, he guessed to himself. Otis 8 voice suddenly rang all, greeting everyone as sweethearts, making Adrian nearly jump of his skin. You guys can just relax, from now on you won't have to hear deafening sow of gunfire anymore, as ceasefire order will be issued soon. Diplomats from both sides are sitting down together. It turns all those Groysan guys didn't intend to go all way from league beginning anyway. This war ID large in scale, but in reality, it ain't just a civil war, no different from any other year. He excitedly declared amidst whispering crowd. This matter was exactly like his previous life whenever aid involved neighbors country would face misfortune, and soldiers would have to sacrifice themselves because of Ike decisions of their superiors. He quietly thought to himself that this cycle of back and forth fighting seemed likely to continue for a long time. Adrian gradually relaxed his body as he thought about Ike medal he had just been awarded. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, he decided to focus on his own future first. I must return once algae weapons are silent, I need to advance even further, he told himself. As for Brillium, he saw this as get news because if their country and Croyson kept racing to acquire weapons, there ain't no telling what would happen. He feared that a horrific tragedy beyond imagination would break out. In response to Brillium glowing praise, Adrian happily gifted him trays of prime pastries. Of course I have to be different from ordinary nobles, since I was a commoner in my past life and I am lie here to grind like gum. He thought to himself. Brillium praised him so much that Adrian immediately realized he was deliberately reminding him of his help in making him Lake's successor. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees at Adrian 8 feet. His serious expression made Adrian feel a bit awkward. From now on your servant Jinber Brillium pledged to serve Master Adrian Lauren second son of a Lauren family, he solemnly vowed. Since it had come to that, Adrian agreed instantly, but on EP condition that he treat him as he usually did. Leaky force following him and Brillium consisted of about 30 elite soldiers, which seemed a fairly decent MB. Brillium secretly whispered in his ear that Pecious was on his way, suggesting that he was a top-tier asset who should be recruited. Pecious was originally Leak deputy cavalry commander of House Lauren, quick Teple V skills. He had almost no rivals among Hure experts except Fui Knight Commander. The reason he retired was due to his involvement in political infighting between noble families revolving around Lady and Na. Pecious IDK just a mediocre fighter quite average skills, so there IDK still plenty of room to upgrade his power. Adrian smirked, thinking this guy was more than capable of matching a Nay and Cedric 8 troops. Quality find from Lee Key outside that he should quickly secure foe himself. Following Adrian instructions, Brillium promised to arrange a discreet meeting between him and Pecious. Adrian 8 biggest concern right now isn't being influence but completing encountering fate, me seeing that lies ahead. Life isn't always a dream because he isn't an invincible Sen. Sometimes he still gets taken all by certain lock forces quite easily. From Lee's start of his journey to conquer encountering fate, until reaching LV-200, Adrian has maintained his form without dying once. In GM, death ID a common occurrence, but losing your life in reality carries a price that truly stings. This Death Knight named Pascal ID's certainly no pushover. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged into a fierce brawl Kudarika and he divine bird. He ID not an alien Raw Master but also possesses a sturdy physique along with some incredibly overpowered enhancement effects. In Est, this guy caliber ID key more than enough to send Adrian to meet his ancestors earlier than expected. After a clean sword thrust through Wakey heart, Adrian woke up on return to Wii real world. Lead damn sensory synchronization 6tem caused him bone, deep pain, but he didn't dare scream aloud since he was in a crowded place. Sweat poured down like rain, but Erika still managed to brace herself and endure Ike pain. I recruited her to 1B Tim without hesitation because those stats clearly showed she was top-tier material foe at teetoning position. But Leaky more we fight side by side. Leaky more ashamed I feel foe always having to hide behind that small figure. I have to change my fighting style because letting her endure Lee P pain in my place isn't right. Adrian Thao, considering himself like he most exemplary young man in Lee Key world. Lee Battle Kui Death Knight exposed every weakness in his current fighting style, while Erika blocked the enemy and Croway obscured their VXN. He and Lai had to stand back and unleash Mei Di Che. This strategy was Fythe and to tap tier gear, but Eat felt quite restrictive against opponents' Lakey Death Knight because leaky intervals between attacks were too long and Lee Ting time significantly lowered his beach output. Adrian racked his brain and came up with 3 options first, using low LV Medich to shorten KXB ting times and increase attack frequency. Y's second way was to force Ibelasi Eagle to transition into a true fighter, instead of constantly relying on sneak attacks from behind. Third was to let Erika wield an additional sword instead of just stubbornly using an Enli as shield as before. Lee's first solution seemed to handicap himself too much, so he decided to try applying Lely P others to Erika Lai Ebec Eagle, although he didn't know if Eat would amount to anything. Fortune favors E bold. Eat sounded great in theory, but like result was that they all still ended up dead during their second encounter. Quote Pascal. Get grief, Adrian was so angry he could have coughed up blood, left completely speechless. This time he had clearly tried to coordinate Erika and be like C Eagle more flexibly during E fight, but like outcome was still a total failure. C Eagle had barely been off foe a minute before falling prey to Ike enemy, and Adrian managed to limp on foe a few more minutes before following Erika to Ike afterlife. He realized IP problem lay quit C Eagle because Eat died far too early. Although its IMFH wasn't high, its ability to draw attention was essential to maintaining Leapy strategy. Adrian took a deep breath to regain his composure, hoping that everything would eventually fall into place or just fall apart completely once and for all. As predicted, like E third battle wasn't much better than E previous 2 attempts. Even so, their survival time was slightly longer this time, enough for him to figure all leaky patterns of Lee Guy moves. By round 5, Fighter Pascal looked at Adrian 8 face and was likely at a loss for words. After being obliterated multiple times by Annie Nolan, Adrian had gradually become exceptionally resilient. He smirked and waved his hand, unleashing a X-Fury of blinding flashes of lie. But life isn't always a dream. Right when he was in E-key zone, Crowley acted up and disconnected. That Eat, there ain't bound to be blood splattered all of VYE screen. By E9th match, Adrian was as limp as spoiled noodles, while his opponent Itle Ebish kept soaring dizzyingly like current gold prices. Having to cast spells while dodging was pure torture, but holding off foe 25 minutes was worth Lee T effort. Next time I'll switch to reflex boosting gear. I'll become a wizard who dodges so much my opponents will get frustrated, Adrian told himself. After many moments of breathlessness, even though he kept dying regularly, Adrian had learned Geek opponent patterns. His maneuvering skills were now a masterpiece. I am determined to be a mage specializing in evasion, even if Eat reduces my attack power slightly. In exchange, high survivability allows my teammates to unleash fun and damage freely. YP battle, which lasted an hour, concluded Clute 84% of Ike total Liemish dealt to Ike Death Knight. Fun of energy, Adrian told himself he would surely accomplish something significant. Playing Gem for more than 3 hours left Adrian 8 head spinning lie a tangled mess. Eat was truly E-price foo grinding without N. In contrast to him, Erika felt as though she had just been significantly upgraded in power. Adrian suddenly realized that if he let her keep grinding for more time, she would soon be no different from an ordinary person. Eat was all then to I treasure trove of experience drawn from previous downfalls. Finally, Adrian defeated I Death Knight Kut complete EMVHELV7 Mysan was successfully finished. Yuao, ET 8th floor of Manhwa Lusa Tate Medici Tower looks so vast Tate visually overwhelming. An old sage, more specifically, G. Ren Duke Lusouting Flesh, appeared, scaring Adrian or of his wits. I am Woki, administrator of this destiny, and also a clone of Lok Lu Kot, my name, ID Chester. To put it simply, I am an artificial intelligence modeled after Manuel Luke's state memories. His deep, resonant voice rang all, leaving Adrian utterly confused to be facing a clone identical to Wiki real person. Breaking into a cold sweat, he wondered if Lee Man intended to reclaim what he had given him. He spoke as naturally as a living human despite having no soul. Manuel Lu Sate database was truly infinite. Adrian had once suspected whether Manuel Luke's hot plotted to seize his body, but luckily, that was not like case. This time, Chester met Adrian to grant him Lee administrative rights to Hollywood seat team. Manuel Luke's entire destiny was now in his hands. He said that Lee accompanying power was immense, but since destiny was incomplete, he would still face some limitations in controlling Lee virtual reality XE10. Hearing this, Adrian was so astonished that even quit his own eyes and ears, he dared not believe i.e. truth. This Hollywood seat Tam ID lie a colossal Nate network, meaning he can manipulate all online news as he pleases. If do want to use high-quality goods, do must listen. Chester laid out several taboos, because his tricks for bypassing laws or laundering money are as smooth as taking a stroll. Andreen already planned in his head that he would conveniently get Erika a respectable reputation. Wyke young man was extremely grateful for Chester ate heart of gold as Eki old man exerted such enthusiastic spite. Quote Manuel Luke's permission, Leaky old man dared to sue P. Lie that, satisfying his nostalgia for his homeland, while hoping Andriant life would be less difficult than before. Moved to tears, he hurriedly knelt before Chester to offer his deepest gratitude. Somehow at that moment Chester ate mouth suddenly curled into a scheming arc. In Lee luxurious land of Nicheng, old man Pecious immediately waved his hand when he heard Brilliam wanted to make Andrian a loke. In his eyes, Eek boy was still just a green youth. Brilliam advised Key stubborn old man to examine Key Genius 8's strength and also hoped he would rally neutral factions to Adrian 8's side. Can someone nursing a grudge for a decade have any talent? Let it see if Brilliam 8 praise Eek truly worth me humbling myself to obey. Pecious waited forever, but Adrian never appeared at Lee Rendezvous point, making Brilliam worry since there was no sign of him. Suddenly, a massive amount of energy flooded Key space, causing two old men to immediately go on high alert. In an instant, Adrian and Erika materialized amidst a B-Lumina mist, leaving Brilliam and Pecious frozen for several seconds. Erika acted quick as a fee lot, sweeping away E5 assassins who had been stealthily lurking in E-room unnoticed. Key two elders turned pale quit shame, being known as Key strongest in the region yet failing to notice nearby assassins was truly embarrassing. Nurturing a dream of revenge for 13 years since being poisoned, do think I would sir myself without any preparation? He smirked disdainfully. Pecious turned pale, forget about testing his strength. This young man was not someone Eki old man could mess quat. Logreal CED still ahead, Andrian smirked slightly and casually hurled a powerful surge of mana. Scattered corpses suddenly vanished completely without a trace of blood, causing everyone to stare in astonishment. Realizing this place was far from safe, he immediately cast a teleportation spell to move both Brilliam and Pecious to a safer location. Leet Kingdom of Luas was known as Lee Premier Training Ground for Mage's Second and Light Eti Empire. Everyone knows names of Lipe illustrious mages there. Eat was none other than Duke Riverdale, a great master who had successfully trained 6 mages of peak power. Leaky World praised Lukat as Lu's strongest in history, but when Eat came to Lee best master, Riverdale was truly Iki top name. Pecious was so surprised his jaw dropped. Eat was hard to believe Adrian teacher was Riverdale, as that old man and Lai played GM all day long. Adrian and Enlai smirked at Leaky old man 8 knave thoughts indeed. Key place where I can go all without fear of scrutiny IDK virtual world. He imparted knowledge to me through a blend of real and virtual environments. Of course, every quipsy he said was a CC repeat he had devised himself. A young man barely 20 reaching LVE7 would definitely be suspected, so using title of Riverdale 8 disciple was wife perfect co-V. To make Lee Lai more credible, Andreen had prepared a VPCPC and a sharp VC2 of Lee 3 of them. Eat was all fake, but then to Chester 8 craftsmanship. Eat looked as prime as Y real thing. More than enough to serve as convincing evidence. He still held countless mementos of Riverdale plus a journal of a secret disciple, so no one could possibly doubt him. Thus, Andreen was very confident in this act. He wished he were Wyke's successor of Lukat, but doing that would mean these people would never leave him in peace. Andreen reassured her that Erika was perfectly capable of handling Anae and Cedric, so trying to expand their prestige was unnecessary. Weak reason Andreen sought out Peaches today was that he wanted him to assemble an army ready to obey orders to gather information. This army work would likely not be very clean, but he told himself it was necessary if he wanted to reach higher goals. Peaches was suddenly flustered, not knowing how to speak. Ultimately, Andrian 8 imposing presence made him submit. Everyone together prepared Fopi plan to overthrow Cedric, thereby inheriting Lai clan and seizing a country destiny. On a Nate 8 side, hearing that her assassin was now drawing his last breaths made her furious. She muttered that those two were plotting something, surely targeting her. She should have controlled a key situation better. She gritted her teeth thinking of Brilliam and Peaches. And Na realized she should perhaps step monitoring Andrian and Sylvia before things went too far. However, if Brilliam and Peaches cooperated, she would have no way out. In despair, Anna recklessly decided to aim her blade at Andrian. Key courtier who had served her for 30 years was perhaps the most suitable person to shoulder everything for her. He tremblingly bowed his head in obedience, feeling a bit of pity in his heart Fu Andreen ate impending fate. At this moment Andreen was celebrating a victory quit B 23rd Division. Everyone constantly praised his leadership skills. If Leak War prolonged, EV1 who would benefit even more would be Lee Person, who had already become a Loke. However, quit what he had, key reward would be solely for him. Otis whispered in Andreen 8 ear quit a mischievous look. He suddenly realized a great difference between inheriting a title and winning it himself. No matter how high LVE's Andrian reached, he would not be knighted nor could he inherit this title. Otis expressed regret, because he didn't dare reveal his fun power to Siwa P. He expressed his wish to welcome him into his clan by marrying a P his daughter to him. Hearing this, Andrian was startled and broke into a sweat, thinking why 8 was so sudden. Marry his daughter to me. That ain't a bit much, isn't Otis a daughter famously weird? Oh well, anyway, he was about to go Samem now, and Nye and Cedric were waiting for him. Right after Y battle between Ryharth and Groyson ended, Y local army was immediately disbanded. Ever since saying goodbye to Lee P other party, whenever he had free time, Andrian would Lee I into EPM to LV up frantically. Lee LV requirement to challenge P Destiny Quate was LV key 280, yet Andrian hadn't Lie reached LV 202. It had been 10 days since I re-elged VH 200, yet there was no feeling of superiority of each before I thought my combat ability would improve significantly after Waft battle quit like a Death Knight. He wondered if Lie stronger he got, I tougher Lippy monsters became, and Lee P experience limit also increased, so it was no longer possible to LV key up as quickly as before. This snail-paced progress sometimes made Andrian think about finding more teammates. But no, I can't do that, I am holding destiny, so avoiding attention I deep best. He told himself that slow and XTVI I would eventually reach maximum Lee VE, treating it as a lesson and an NTP rate 10 experience. Suddenly Iki Divine Bird and Erika who were looking outside blinked for a moment, making Andrian jump in panic. Sure enough, just after logging all of Leaky Gem, Erika was thrashing about and attacking all of EE room. It was another group of lurking assassins, just like ones she had dealt quit before. There were 3 of them in total, all wearing armor and holding swords. Outside, an entire army had already begun a heavy assault on Brillium and Peaches. This battle looks like it unn't be simple at all. EE roof collapsed could a thunderous crash, revealing a rugged armored mechanical bear. Madam must have switched her to gate from me to Billiam and Peaches. I found that favorable. He smirked and said we couldn't just stand by quit folded arms while these people acted recklessly. Andrian pulled a powerful scepter from space and unleashed a hellfire strike, causing our underlings to evaporate in an instant. Well, the entire spaceship was engulfed in a massive sigh of flames, quit explosions shaking very fabric of space. Lig leader stood dazed, unable to believe his eyes at a situation that was completely unforeseen. Of course, crossing Andrian meant certain misfortune. He appeared amidst a halo of Lili, a deity. Like enemy troops were cornered quit no way all because Erika was pushing them to their limits. Who would have expected to be unlucky enough to encounter both a G-Ren mage and an Ura master at Lee P same time? Having run into serious trouble, Lee P entire group of core members turned pale and fled for their lives like a flock of ducks. But Andrian would never let them retreat so easily. Quit a simple snap of his fingers, he sent Glybe whole crowd to their maker. Just as Erika swung her sword to finish Api fine but Andrian quickly stopped her. He intended to keep him alive to extract information, but it was too late. Key villain gambled and swallowed poison, dying on the key spot. His soldiers froze for 5 seconds upon witnessing his peak performance. They had always thought he was a loser who only knew how to fake AGAGM all day. Then to William 8 masterful psychological manipulation, everyone quickly fell fool's story that Andrian was E favorite disciple of Duke Riverdale. As soon as he set foot in Lee Key Mansion, his mother rushed to key door to greet him enthusiastically. Unusually quiet atmosphere made Andrian guess immediately that it was a trick by Anai and Cedric. Those people wouldn't bother to care or organize a parade for a man who was as dead lie him. However, to make up for it, his father had secretly prepared a lavish banquet inside to celebrate. While Andrian was sipping wine, Anai and Cedric approached quite pale faces to pretend to offer greetings. Her face was deathly white, as if she had just seen a living gat. He caught a glimpse of Maurice, key servant who had been quit a Naifu 30 years, who still seemed to have some goodwill toward him. It would be great if he could win him, VE. Even Commander Kron standing nearby possessed impressive stats. Anai and Cedric weren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Aizki one shouldering key honor of Key whole family, do you've done a decent job. Even though it ain't not a glorious achievement, I'll generously give due a compliment, Cedric uttered hypocritically. Andrian was furious and wanted nothing more than to chop their heads to satisfy his rage, but he still needed more concrete evidence. These bastards had made him suffer so much bitterness? There was no way he would let them lie in peace. But Andrian was not Lee type to endure humiliation. He thought contemptuously, "They must expect me to be happy hearing those lies." Lee way he spoke as if he were Lee P center of universe made him laugh dismissively. Cedric was incensed by Andrian 8's sharp rebuttal. He fell right into Wyke trap, revealing his true face in front of everyone. Driven into a corner by Andrian 8 biting sarcasm, Cedric turned red in Lee face quit rage and began screaming lie a madman. Amidst countless looks of horror, he drew a sharp sword from his coat and pointed it threateningly at Brillium. "Hey, have do got ye wrong person? Aren't you ye one who instigated Andrian to bring disaster upon this family?" Cedric roared lithe and Aki, "Arrest this madman immediately, do hear me?" He shouted loudly, but none of Sukhanadate's subordinates seemed to bother paying any attention. "Oh Hakam River, how I miss thee homeland." Feeling humiliated, his face flushed red, Cedric recklessly charged straight at Andrian, Lia mouthed to a flame. Instantly, Arika tightened her grip on his wrist, quit a force as hard as a boulder. Seeing her opponent struggle quite strongly, she had no choice but to use E-half, eaten chicken leg to smash it straight into his face until Cedric tumbled, EVE. Lee crowd around Sook gathered Lia some of bees, except foe Andrian, who remained as indifferent as if nothing had happened. "There, let that be a lesson for your arrogance." Overbearing was thoroughly served by Arika quit a delicious turkey leg. Butler could not stand sight and drew his sword, pointing it at Andrian threateningly, looking exactly like a loyal royal soldier protecting his ken. Andrian thought to himself that he knew all too well how many wrongs IP man had committed, Seraviki time, yet he still had like nerve to act hypocritically and offer guidance. Lowly minions dare to attack me, a young noble. Your crime ID worthy of death? Cedric roared in fury. Surprisingly, Key Butler made a 180-degree turn to defend Andrian. Naturally, others would also have to pay for their crimes. However, as a vassal, I cannot harm Lee's second young master, a member of noble family, but that woman ID'd a different story, and I see no reason to SC mercy to a commoner who dares to defy EP nobility. Therefore, I will personally punish her without any court verdict. Wait, why are you moving back and forth so much? Someone get Andrian a helmet. Pile! Arika, her face as calm as ever, leisurely chewed her meat, ignoring Lie Butler, who was preparing to strike her down, quit his sword. Brillium hurried forward, quit a group of soldiers, intercepting Lee Butler 8's sword blade, and felt a bit puzzled that within this army there were deceitful men who placed profit above loyalty, voluntarily siding quit Andrian. Something ain't not right, he muttered. Anai and Cedric 8 reinforcements arrived, quit a thunderous commotion. Now Andrian understood why Anna, who was always overly sensitive when mentioning Cedric, could remain so calmly silent. She must have gathered Leet Knights by sending messages. Both sides charged at each other, ready for a horrifying clan battle that was about to break out. In terms of quantity, their regular force seemed larger but lacked proper weapons, while Cedric's side had other V10 better equipped soldiers. Andrian thought to himself that if this were a real battle, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Leek Butler spoke sorely, continuously insulting him and his family. Cedric stood behind, laughing quit great delight. All of this created a chaotic and disorderly scene that Andrian found unbearable. It was truly a case of, Key tree craves peace but like key wind will not stop. He waved his arm and ordered his troops into combat formation. After finishing Lee Chicken Leg, Arika immediately transformed to coordinate and see Andrian. After a violent surge of mana swept through, Anai and Cedric 8 troops were swiftly decapitated. Taking advantage of Cronate's CC, Andrian stepped forward and delivered a thunderous punch that made him spit blood. Tate truly unbelievable. Could I really be defeated so easily by a guy who does nothing but keep his face buried in GM all day? He screamed like a madman, hurriedly ordering his few remaining soldiers to check forward and deal quit Arika at any cost. Truly overconfident, Adrian sneered and promised to teach him a lifelong lesson on how to behave properly. Mage masters are fully capable of KXing spells 2 levels lower than their own Iran without light need fu chanting. This means that as a 7th circle mage, Adrian IDP more than capable of unleashing 5th LV key spells without spending any effort muttering equip size. XQ proving his archmage status, IDY shockwave that IDE burning and exploding powerfully right now. A decisive blow caused Crone to collapse, as he was unable to re-key in time. Anai and Cedric stood frozen for 5 seconds, their faces turning deathly pale from utter SC. Crone, quit a body as blackened as a piece of burnt meat, rushed forward once more, but his fate was already sealed. He and Lai needed to lightly swing his sword, quit one more basic strike to send his opponent to meet his ancestors early. Upon hearing that Adrian was a true archmage, and Nai and Cedric were as thunderstruck, as if they had been hit by a bolt from Lai BB Lu. In Key private study, and a Ravenate father Mog was seething quit rage, gnashing his teeth of his intense hatred for Adrian. Phenol or seer clips of Adrian spreading across social media sites made Raven so furious he felt as if he were about to explode. Public opinion began to whisper suspicion that Cedric and Na had committed treason his assistance. No matter how powerful an archmage or Rai knight they possess, in this era, no one wins a war solely through a few exceptional individuals. Furthermore, supporting those two ID no different from provoking Mage Raven, who wields a terrifying military force equivalent to that of a Duke o' Marquis. ET would be very troublesome if a Duke o' Marquis were backing Adrian, though this possibility ID low since no one wants to seek rut more rivals for themselves. We'll just frame Adrian and Quaquir as frauds. As long as no one believes they are real masters, everything will be fine. In this Ligita age, how can anyone be sure that those videos aren't products of artificial intelligence? They are using this C-LEP to suggest I'm pulling YD strings behind Anai and Cedric. Those commoners are just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Raven smirked, mockingly stating that it seemed they were looking to start a real war. Quit 3 flying fortresses and a V-150 vanguard troops in his hands. Raven didn't mind obliging if Adrian wanted to fly big. Adrian Idiki currently in the waiting room. His Trump CPUC has just begun to deal Mage Raven, but things are far from ARV. Regardless, in order to consolidate his status, he still has many important things to accomplish first. That Idiki also reason for today 8 meeting between Adrian and Olivia Riverdale, Iki daughter of Ken Riverdale. She ID known as person closest to reaching Li P8th Ma De circle among mages in Iki Luchat kingdom, possessing influence as vast as we head of Riverdale family. Quite a rare natural talent, she sat comfortably at Ki 7th Ma De circle when she was unlike 22 years old, a true genius indeed. Leaky Platinum CPC that Adrian presented was a fake. It seems Olivia has either realized this or has developed some suspicion toward him. At this very moment, surges of Madicha power are clashing, making the surrounding space feel stifling and intensely tense. It turns out Olivia was using this method to subtly probe Adrian's 8 true abilities. She didn't care about leaky reality of his abilities, acting as if she were welcoming a newly appeared archmage. Tate a perfect line of thinking indeed. Andrea thought to himself. Being inexplicably trusted and recognized by her, he let out a sigh and gently revealed his own heart-ate desire. The next day, Raven received a CD-LEP sent from Olivia. In Vawisevero, she officially announced that Andrea had been promoted to a 7th-tier archmage while barely in his early 20s. This move of staying one step ahead caught Raven completely guard, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds. If anyone dared to touch him, Leek Riverdale House would surely blacklist that person and treat it as a declaration of war against I family. Hearing Olivia voice through Sivri Lepi, Raven furiously smashed tables and chairs. He vowed to continue battle regardless of IP consequences, all of which was recorded by Key Divine Bird and sent straight to Andrea. Andrea recalled when he asked Olivia to go public key footage, he and Lai requested her to introduce him as Lee Key disciple of Key former Duke of Riverdale Key title of Archmage. It was as simple as that, without needing her further intervention, because when it came to revenge, Andrea liked to handle it himself for satisfaction. Everything had to follow his CP rep remain under his own scene and trend. They were why he pray, and he would never share IP thrill of IP hunt could anyone else. That night, Lee P prisoners in a Nate dungeon took a P chance to escape along Quid Andrea. She was furious, dragging Cedric and IT soldiers along to ST every nook and cranny to find their whereabouts. Scrambling all log way to YB top of Lyki Tower. She pressed Y activation button to gain access inside Lypi Flying Fortress. Her mind was filled with schemes to use this fortress to rid Andrea and Brillium from Lee face of Lee Key Earth. Just as she successfully completed EVOI verification to seize administrative control of P Fortress. At that cridy seed moment, Lyki Fire Cannon was preparing to fire directly at Andrea 8 Bu Lien. He suddenly appeared from behind, catching her and mockingly remarking that she had done exactly as he predicted. Then to her unlocking Lai's security of Lai P Fortress, he now had Waiki opportunity to take Air VE this luxury toy. Your crimes are stacking up Lai Mountains, aren't they? Andrea sneered coldly, looking at a Nate face, which was white coot fear. She struggled frantically, her hands trying to pull Bapi arm tightening around her neck, but it was completely in vain. Raven McRaven Army Idiki about to arrive. You and my brother will have to use your bodies as shields to protect this land. Do you think you could act so arrogant as a criminal? Andrea scoffed and threw her aside with great force. Finding themselves cornered, Anai and Cedric spoke in a honeyed tone, saying they were family. What family? Andrea didn't bother listening and immediately threw both mother and son into Lee's great shield. As faux OP to courtiers, he did not hesitate to give them a few missiles as a return gift for Raven. Andrea then asked Erika to edit Lee Fleeter and PT on social media. Lee Public proceeded to expose Lee McRaven clan, making Raven explode quote rage. Aerial Fortress and the 200 Vanguard soldiers finally arrived in combat positions. A light flashed, and under Wiki power of Kimadich circle, Key whole crowd disappeared and teleported straight to Andrea 8 location. He had long since set a deadly trap there, waiting fo wiki clueless fools to walk right into ET. Leak time was ripe. Adrian began pumping magical power into Leaky shield sphere, protecting Anae and her child. Both Wee person and Iki balloon shot straight into Wiki air and then exploded into a blinding halo of Lai. He and Arika were sitting on the rooftop, enjoying a bit of wine while admiring the beautiful scenery. On August 15, 2019, 90 pages of magical history recorded Adrian wiping Oana so that Cedric could have his freedom. Raven waited at and fo ages quit no sign of Lai's soldiers. His heartfelt Lay was sitting on a bed of het coals. To make matters worse, he received bad news that leaky spies he had planted were very likely all captured. Raven veins bulged coot anger from Lipe feeling of being toyed quit by that kid Adrian. All communication had gone silent. Suddenly, a subordinate scrolling through news about the Lauren family lands discovered a breaking article. According to EP content in the EP attached the evacuation order had been issued an hour ago, and all residents had safely retreated. Raven turned B Luke with rage, lashing O and smashing Y poor table and chairs to pieces. Leak reject troops in his hands now and Lai numbered a measly 70, 25 people quit a single flying fortress. If his power had been equivalent to 5 flying fortresses before, it was now only a small fraction, not to mention no one knew if Adrian would risk blowing up Lee Fortress. No matter how old Lauren Fortress was, our forces would not survive intact if hit quit a point-blank ma each bomb. This proves Adrian ID tracking our every move, he growled through gritted teeth. Urgent news from IB royal family ordering a halt to all attacks on Viscount Lauren at land made Raven furious, as if he had let his mind. His coffers were also empty. He no longer had P strength to carry any further counterattacks. Guard. Surely transmission to Lauren estate has been restored by now. Connect me to Adrian immediately, Raven shouted, commanding his courtier. Bila Sea Eagle was also a powerful helper like Arika, but key way this asset was used was worlds apart. While Arika was a versatile human form entity, Bikili Sea Eagle was a pure long-range dispute weapon. And right when Adrian had to listen to Raven 8 bitter, resentful tirades, Beat Sea Eagle was stealthily approaching 80th floor of a locate tower to offer a greeting of 10 Viki 7 magical explosions. A thunderous explosion suddenly rang all on a other side of Leaky line and then went silent. It looked like in of McRave family. Reporters had packed wide Lauren council room. Adrian walked confidently past Lai guards who were shaking Lai leaves. Those people had originally always looked down on him. Now facing them, their expressions were truly beyond ridiculous. E.T. was time to throw away E-Key past a feely part of a nobody. E-Key's second chapter of his glorious life officially opened, as Adrian walked forward with an arrogant smile. Adrian 8 name covered all elite newspapers along Quote X Rai of positive comments. Overnight, he reached 1 million followers, preparing to become an AWOL Bao. Raven McRave 8 incident caused controversy everywhere, although some newspapers defended solid Raven family, public opinion tilted completely toward. This push caused neutral parties to switch to supporting him, because commoners were treated like slaves by aristocrats, whereas he was not like that. Do can completely take advantage of their trust, prove yourself different from like rest by diligently sharing benefits. At Lee height of Lipe crisis, a summons for both him and Erica to Ike investigation hearing was sent. Through this invitation PC, Andrian quickly saw through 3 main issues, Ike first being Lippy clumsy flea by Raven McRave. Next, the nobles and Loki Royal Advisory Council are trying to pull him onto their team. They must have joined forces to dare act like that, Andrian thought to himself. He intended to use his money to pull strings, bribing everyone from nobility to VP high-ranking palace officials. His investment income has been quite get lately. If he uses a portion of it to pay taxes, they will surely change their tune. Andrian excitedly discussed Lee plan with his father, but his father 8 expression at Lee time seemed quite pensive. He simply showed his account balance with a string of zeros so long that it made everyone 8 heads spin. Quit total assets of 60 trillion in hand, he decided to deduct 1/5 food taxes and use IP rest to buy airships and recruit soldiers. Quit money anything ID possible. Adrian quickly completed e-tax procedures for WP massive assets from his investments. Seeing his son appear on TV, Otis was so proud his chest puffed out. Ms. Otis, her father 8 precious daughter, grandly declared that she would find Lucatate destiny on her own to avoid being outdone by Adrian. A complete pipe dream. Just then, news reported that Leaky Prius Republic had discovered Manuel Lusate destiny, causing great sexy among Leaky public. Meanwhile, at T. Manuel Lusat Tower, Adrian was taking advantage of his time by lounging around reading research books. Quite barely less than 1% left, he will have fully absorbed Leaky military knowledge treasure trove from thousands of books here. He realized that Lusite's most dedicated work was teleportation. Perhaps he left clues about being an Earthling because he longed to find a fellow countryman. Unfortunately, that person appeared too late since he had long since passed away, but this legacy ID a beacon of hope for Adrian. Of course, he also wanted to go SM but was in no rush. Perhaps Lucate's intention was to have a successor for his research, and maybe that person IDP him. Adrian using money to silence Ike Raven McCrave est Kendaba was a smart move, but he inadvertently placed himself in live crosshairs as a LVK7G Renmage and Ra Master Erica. If Leaky World knew he was Iki one who found Manuel Lu State Destiny, he feared he would lose more than he gained, so Adrian decided to XT a fake act. What a relief, long lay a Prayas Republic, long lay national hero Luai. A sigh of people cheered wildly to welcome Luai Famandate victory, Leaky man playing Eek role of Leaky fake master of destiny. He ID 29 years old this year, an intelligence agent faux Prius as well as Lee beloved son of President Castro. Key title of second-generation tycoon didn't make him any less immature. He always uses his father-ate name to pick fights everywhere. Adrian decided to set him up as a figurehead faux wiki title of Master of Destiny to distract public opinion. Than to the systematic campaign, he cleared all suspicions and had some quiet time to reach ETH 9th LV Medici circle. Although he felt no pang of conscience about dumping this burden on him, letting that person inherit Jiki Ren Mage Lusatit reputation was a bit bothersome. Adrian clicked his tongue, thinking that Lee Prius Republic was considered one of the four most powerful empires and Ronald N was almost East Nenla country quit democratic elections. In fact, politics and business circles still take bribes regularly. Prosecutors and media are nothing more than henchmen for a dictatorship that has been in power for 14 years. Aside from Luai and Castro, Adrian hoped this wouldn't involve anyone else. While he doesn't mind rooting his enemies, he doesn't want innocent people to suffer collateral che. Adrian wondered if upon reaching LVK9, he would have Lu ability to CP ret creatures lia Rika o Chester, similar to Archmage Lu Kot, even though he still tightly held on to his Fian. Administrator rights. He IDE currently at LVK 2 and 8 in it seems Eddie path to reach LVK 250 to unlock Alive 8th Destiny Quate, ID still very arduous. Rumors that Adrian was about to acquire 5 flying fortresses along Quote massive equipment Fuwai Vanguard forces spread throughout Lipe Mansion a delight to hear. Everyone was in awe, thinking that he was not only a filthily rich high noble, but also held actual military power in his hands. In other words, a B-Ren new power has officially made its debut in Eek Reinhard Kingdom. Leek servants in Li P Castle used to be a Nate CLU disciples. Now, in her absence, they are on edge every day, as if sitting on a hat-frying pan. Although like Lawrence family members found Adrian an eyesore because they had offended him so many times, they still couldn't bear to lose such a lucrative job with a bright future. So they began tearing into each other, trying to snag a position serving Erika, to enjoy a life of leisure. However, contrary to her chilling title of Ura Master, Erika was actually an incredibly gentle lady and her sunny smile was truly a killer smile. But it seemed that was unlike a rumor, because when a daring maid asked if Adrian would fire Likey Butler, everything changed. Erika immediately shot a gaze as sharp as a razor, as if trying to determine if Lee Key other person was an enemy of her beloved. Terrified all of her wits, Ike maid said nothing and bolted from well key room as fast as her legs could carry her. From then on, rumors about Adrian ate clear. Cut preferences and Erika readiness to lash awe at anyone who looked down on her lover began to spread lia vi rot. Amid Key War Kutmi Groisand Empire, which was heating up more than ever, besides grinding levels, Adrian was also swamped with another task. That was Wli Hunt Fu talents compatible Kut Kima each glasses he had painstakingly crafted. Currently accompanied by 4 vanguards, along Quidid Duo Lopez and Fury each from Light Talent Training Academy, Eep Group Energy Royal Castle to learn as well as Coordinate E Audit. Stepping through White Teleportation Gate White capital city of Lionel and E Reinhard Kingdom appeared magnificently before Adrian's eyes. As soon as they arrived, E couple Adrian and Erika were warmly welcomed at E Royal Administrative Bu Elia list celebrities. He was already famous among key non-inheriting nobility faux Bue in his own empire from scratch. Adrian glanced at Lai Key man in front of him and was stunned to see 4 high LV key talents along Quote peak leadership stats. Fu someone as exceptionally talented as Baron Harris to appear here was truly a perfect alignment of time, place and people. Not wanting to miss Ioki opportunity, Adrian quickly pulled all a business Casey and handed 8 to him with great agility. He gave a bright smile, made a Korean-style finger heart, and told him to get in touch soon for we most attractive exclusive offers. After leading Lai P group to Lai waiting room, Baron announced that Enlai Adrian and Erika were permitted to enter Fo Wai meeting. Baron leaned in and whispered a warning for him to be careful, as Wiki Chief Inspector didn't have a very favorable opinion of him. As for that Chief Inspector, Adrian had been well aware of his personality for a long time. As the door opened, he saw a group of influential figures sitting prominently inside. Among them were not only Chief Inspector Douglas Hamilton but also Ike's second prince, who held Ike's second, in command position of Ike Royal Army. Adrian thought to himself that he could understand Lakey Chief Inspector 8's presence. But he didn't see why E second prince in line Fu Iki throne was sitting there, and lie adding to key trouble. After an extremely cordial greeting, Adrian noticed that Luke seemed to have been trained by an Ura master and was consuming a massive amount of expensive tonics like plain water. Although his stats were high, his reputation far exceeded them. Suddenly, Adrian caught Luke's gaze fixed on him, fun of scrutiny and not at all comfortable. Adrian, knowing his place, immediately bowed his head and apologized. Luke's official examination began in an atmosphere so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Since no special discoveries were made, Luke, despite Lipe dissuasion from Lee superiors around him, decided to grant Lipe prestigious title of Viscount to Adrian immediately. Adrian thought to himself that he had been worried sick, thinking their relationship would be that of mortal enemies. But it turned out he was quite fair and not so bad after all. From Likey buzzing whispers around him, Adrian realized that most IP inspectors, including famous Hamilton, were serving under Prince Luke, and there were even some moles from Leaky Raven McCrave faction. It seemed loopy hostility between Prince Luke and Adrian was merely fabricated by Iki advisors around him rather than from his own thoughts. Adrian's terrible initial impression of Luke had now improved slightly. After a battle of wits, Luke suddenly proposed that Adrian get his side instead of following his brother. Adrian suddenly realized so that was it, this was his true underlying purpose for participating in this examination. Lee First Prince should have already secured his right of succession. But life ID not a dream, everything has shifted because Likey Second Prince has now become an Hura Master. Both of them are now evenly matched. However, Fowok Second Prince to have come this far and exert such great influence, Scene Tren must already be firmly in his hands. Adrian thought to himself that key main issue was he and Erika, individuals who had seemingly fallen from late sky. They were not unlike individuals quit profound inner power, but also brought quit them a mountain of massive sponsorship inst. They were key factors that could change key situation and break all existing balances. That IDP, exactly why their ID no way on earth he would agree to participate in such a pointless political war. If do agree to gin me, I will hold your great mage in high regard, and in recognition of your merits in EP previous war, I will help do attain key prestigious Ardingi of Marquise, Luke proposed. It was unbelievable. If that were why case, Adrian would be hitting the jackpot. He was an incredibly sweet deal. Adrian had originally intended to remain neutral, but this lucrative offer was intensely appealing. Adrian caught a fleeting glimpse of Luke's longing gaze toward Erika. Feeling uncomfortable, Adrian immediately requested some time to think. Key discussion concluded Kuta 1 week deadline that Luke gave to Adrian. He shook hands quit both Adrian and Erika to onchi xpp rate his appreciation, but Adrian had a premonition that Luke had some shady intentions regarding his Erika. There was a strong scent of jealousy lingering in leaky air, just as both of them were hungry and preparing to devour their meal. Suddenly, a man shimmering blonde hair approached, appearing to want to make their acquaintance. As it turned out, this was Lee First Prince, monstrous stats in every aspect, making Adrian feel as though he was a domineering ex-Ener stepped straight all of a story. Strangely, T First Prince was standing right there, yet no one around noticed him. Could he be a face-swapping spell? Adrian wondered curiously. Key Prince smirked arrogantly. Do two really are EP perfect couple? A great mage and a sword master? You can certainly see through me. I suppose this spell unlie works on fools like my younger brother. This unbearable attitude made Adrian think to himself that this man was nothing like a standard First Prince. Immediately, a fake lot of thought crossed Adrian's mind. He absolutely could not let this man become an enemy. His stats were so high that they exceeded Lee limits for an ordinary person. First Prince 8 talents leaned primarily toward politics and superhuman leadership skills, yet Adrian had never met anyone with 3 such heavenly talents except Foe Erika. This figure ID key even more impressive than hers. Although Prince Michael 8 mana ID not abundant, his extraordinary intellect makes him fully capable of reaching ILV key of a high-ranking mage. How could such a mysterious figure not attract attention? Michael led Andrian and Erika into a room equipped with teleportation devices. I thought we couldn't use teleportation Madich inside like castle. Do know there ate a magical barrier covering Lipe entire citadel. Andrian exclaimed in surprise, to which Michael replied, Chait, because I installed an underground earth element stone, sometimes it interferes quit by barrier magical power, creating temporary gaps for us. As he spoke, Michael operated leaking trend panel, and his shield instantly vanished, revealing a magnificent view of Laki City outside. From the very beginning, Andrian clearly sensed that this person was far from ordinary. Following in Michael's 8 footsteps, I too entered a Jikren, luxurious hall. Perhaps Gi's second prince never knew that EP First Prince was Gi one who actually controlled Palisade entire TAP secret security exit tem. Andrian thought to himself quit a radiant smile as he shook hands quit Michael, sealing EP agreement. This place was Wa First Prince at Mansion, a gathering spot for elite officials and most talented individuals. I follow Du on social media. I am Neem Gi one behind EIE invincible squinty eyes. People often look down on a key virtual world, but I don't. I find it truly fascinating, Michael said with a beaming smile. Andrian felt that Michael, despite being the first prince, treated him as familiarly as a friend, a TC contrast to that second prince. Li two chatted happily and intimately for a long while. At this point, Andrian asked why Michael had invited him here. A prince smiled, his handsome face showing clear admiration for the young man. Michael stated frankly that he did not dare to promise to grant Andrian the title of Viscount, as he knew he lacked the authority to make empty promises. Even if I choose a side, I won't be able to obtain that title if we key opposing side remains firmly opposed to Yeet. He says he untsitsi tap me from obtaining key title, which means he will beat me in achieving Yeet, even while I am still on Ike's second Prince 8 side. Andrian pondered. Lok Lauren Day will still receive key title even if he remains part of second Prince 8 faction. My side will not oppose Yeet, so everything will go smoothly. Once you have received ET, you can just come a voot to my side, Michael said cheerfully. At this moment, Andrian was Trump Kisi, whichever side he stood would have a massive advantage. If he accepted this offer, he would gain both title and an alliance IP first prince. If he refused, key title would vanish, and he would be forced to ally Ike's second prince. Very well, so what are you waiting for, Andrian? Why don't you and Lok Day choose to Jin first prince Michael 8 side? Waiki two were Happai and intimate Lai brothers, shaking hands to begin a new partnership. Michael even cared about Aurika's opinion. This attitude, so completely different from that second prince, made Andrian feel extremely at ease. She always follows Andrian 8 wishes anyway. I still have one question. I'm perfectly fine joining Lai's second Prince 8 faction and receiving title, but unn't second prince be suspicious if he sees me not making any moves? Andrian asked. Yeah, he certainly will, so I will pretend to object and then withdraw later, Michael replied. Andrian found this plan quite sow, but not yet convincing enough. Instead of ending everything so simply, Andrian suggested that Michael should also receive something appropriate for everything he had done. A mysterious smile curled on his lips. Andrian suggested that Michael reclaim Raven 8 title of Marquis. This was indeed a beneficial exchange, as it would deal a fatal blow to Prince Luke 8 faction, simply by lowering Raven 8 prestige. I really enjoy the feeling of making an enemy suffer. This idea gain on opportunity to tie him down. How could I miss it? Andrian thought to himself joy. He yearned to become an Ora master and was ready to see Put Michael. If he agreed and everything went smoothly, he would maximize benefits from this espionage plan. However, contrary to expectations, IXM displayed that Michael was showing suspicion toward Andrian. Andrian, before coming to see me, you had an exchange with someone from League's second Prince 8 side, didn't you? Michael narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I met Baron Walker, Prince Luke, and Viscount Hamilton. I met someone elite. Along with 6 interrogation supervisors, there were 9 people in total. Did I do something wrong? Andrian was confused to point of panic. Wait, turns G Ren Prince Michael had same idea as me. I realized this through my glasses. Michael was suddenly flustered. He worried his plan might have been exposed because Li P other person knew everything in such detail. He was secretly startled, realizing that Andrian 8 deductive reasoning was truly extraordinary. Before seeing Andrina P, Michael gave him a specialized device to prevent eavesdropping. He too politely said their goodbyes and quickly disappeared. Andrina and Arika vanished in an instant using teleportation Medici. When I opened my eyes, I was surprised to find myself standing in a store belonging to IGP Ren Prince 8 network. I even caught Eric and Lopez sneakily bringing back a bunch of dolls, featuring me and Arika. Now that we both had become famous, souvenir shops weren't missing this lucrative business opportunity. News that key opportunity involving GE Ren Archduke Lukat had fallen into a rival 8 hands made Ken Swada Bregum go mad. League 7th Mystery Mage, facing his doubts, also felt that what White Priest said was potentially 50-50 correct. I have checked their progress. Their method I did no different from ours. Perhaps they were just lucky, but if it could truly be found that way, it would have happened 12 to 20 years ago. It wouldn't be their turn now. They even found leaky opportunity without decoding Ito searching for its heart. This proves 8 possible someone truly found leaky opportunity and Idik using the priests to spread misinformation, she speculated. Iswad felt his head throb pain key more he thought about it. After organizing sequence of potentially involved nations in his mind. Iswad thou again of Ike talented Adrian, who had been quite popular recently. He ordered everyone to increase surveillance on those kingdoms and send threatening messages. Anyone who dared to compete him Fu Yi Ren Archduke Lukatard opportunity would be made to disappear. Furthermore, he asked Ike 7th Mystery Mage to recruit Adrian as a citizen of his country. Isabella Cascaven, the eldest daughter of Marquis Cascaven from the southeast, was gossiping about Adrian her friends. Hearing of his illustrious deeds turned her friends' faces pale fear. However, Isabella was not lie that she believed that he and a few low-tier landowners could never take revenge on her. Unlike he battlefield, a flying fortress was sturdier than a Jiki Ren mage and could be LPC mod che attacks. As Foura masters, they could easily be eliminated by Iki vanguards of Leaky East. Besides, Feta has a Marquis clan, an Earl, and 4 Viscounts joining forces. Do all are underestimating yourselves way too much. These fools, are they so scared of Adian that they've forgotten they are high-ranking nobles? She spoke in a condescending tone, her arrogance clearly visible in her demeanor. As soon as she finished speaking, Isabella rushed to Wapi study as instructed by her father. On an Key way there, Iki image of Key old Adian kept flickering in her mind. Back then, he stood all among Lai students quite as silver, white hair and Kib blue eyes. Even when she bullied him relentlessly, he remained submissive and didn't dare utter a single quoopsie of resistance. Recalling those scenes, Isabella couldn't help but giggle, thinking that a lowly count quit no reputation Lai him couldn't possibly achieve anything, especially when facing the prestigious Geen Branch and Jade Leaf of Leaky 6 Marquis 8 House. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into her father 8 place, she would be stunned to hear that I Prince intended to confer key title of Marquis upon Lauren. Her father told her to find a way to get Siki Lu to him, even better, to seduce him at all costs. Adian officially becoming Life's 6th Marquis of Reinhardt was like a stinging slap to Isabella 8 face. She was truly hoisted by her own petard. Her face turned pale as she returned to her room to seek all her friends and complain. But life wasn't as she had imagined. Her low circle of friends had long since vanished without a trace. As Fu Adian, after expressing his gratitude at Like Royal Palace, he rushed ham and logged into Wycombe Chronicle. He immediately sought Alpecius and his son, GP Ren Nocturne, to discuss 3 high LV skills that were exceptionally powerful. Adian planned to combine various materials for a long-term investment in Lee future, starting by equipping E Vanguard forces to Ike Teeth. Currently, production of weapons for Vanguard IDE held firmly by 3 great families in Lee Kingdom of Reinhardt. In other words, if he could just break into Vanguard weapon manufacturing sector, he could stand on equal footing with most powerful forces in Kingdom. Crafting Vanguard equipment ID no simple matter, as even seasoned mages are stumped. In fact, besides Adian, there are only 4 great mages left in Leaky entire Kingdom of Reinhardt. However, only 2 of them are skilled enough to craft weapons, and Adian intends to use up tactic of equipping an entire flying fortress to dazzle everyone. Upon hearing his bold plan, both Pecius and his son were visibly excited. As Fo Adiant father, he froze for 5 seconds upon learning that his son had accepted like second Prince 8 proposal. He thought to himself that he couldn't breathe a quipsy to his father about Crown Prince 8 invitation, lest he be branded a traitor. His mother was still not used to her son being a noble, and Adian even accidentally let slip that he wanted to recruit a harem. Consequently, his parents were absolutely fuming. Absorbed in his schemes, he completely forgot that Erica was still playing Oppie role of his fiancée. As for those who had once harmed his family, Adian could lie sneer and vow to soon wipe all that scum. Like second prince and Aki first prince were bickering incessantly what title should be bestowed upon Adian. Like second prince kept insisting on granting him the key title of Viscount Oberon, but Lighty first prince would never agree to et. It must be noted that last 200 years, no commoner has ever ascended to Ardingi of Marquis in a single step. So Lee's second Prince 8 proposal was essentially handing RDVE power to him. First Prince Michael firmly asserted that he would never let his younger brother have a hold RVE him. Your suggestion to strip Count Raven of his title made him flinch as hit a nerve. That would certainly never happen. I never betray my people for personal gain, which I deke why they are loyal. Walk's second prince shouted, making Raven breathe a sigh of relief. At this rate, he might die of a heart attack one day. As expected, he refused flatly, and given Lee's second Prince 8 personality, such a refusal was perfectly normal. Michael smiled and bypassed rules by requesting a promotion for Count Otis to Ardungi of Marquis. If you agree, I will approve that absurd reward request and overlook all of old Raven 8 mistakes. Hearing these words from him, even his younger brother couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Suffocating atmosphere vanished instantly when Ike finalized his agreement quiddy proposal from Lee 2 princes. A few days passed, and day of victory celebration finally arrived. Adrian 8 family arrived at Leaky Palace early to prepare for important ceremony. There he ran into his old friends. Seeing him dressed so handsomely, they were speechless, their faces turning pale as ghosts. As soon as Adrian was out of sight, rowdy youngsters frantically searched Fu Isabella as if she were their last lifeline. Erica stood nearby quietly listening to everything without missing a single quist. Adrian didn't want to deal with them yet because he had already promised to spare their lives. The moment they stepped into Liu Gi Ren Hall, Adrian and family was surrounded by dozens of flattering and sycophantic comments. These high-ranking nobles must have caught wind of news that he was about to be appointed as a marquis. Amidst Li's crowded sea of people, Adrian caught a glimpse of Raven 8 gaze flickering toward him. When he saw Adrian, he recoiled in fear and avoided him, Leaky blatant cowardice was written all over his face. Ren victory celebration finally officially began. Count Otis was honored with a promotion to Wacker Ard Unir of Marquis to Guard Y Bo Fi. Amidst thunderous applause, Adrian saw Count Vincent Ike Kingdom 8 most renowned swordmasters standing beside a second prince. Those people kept staring at beautiful Erica, making Adrian feel a bit uneasy. When their names were called, Adrian and Erica stepped forward and knelt before King. He was granted a title of Marquis along with the privilege of managing Lipe Harbor District. Erica, meanwhile, was bestowed the title of Countess and given Leaky authority to govern Lipe land of Glendale. Both were also gifted a magnificent fortress. Below XTG, Iki crowd whispered about how Adrian had risen from nothing to become a Marquis so quickly. Adrian smiled and expressed his gratitude to everyone on this joyful day. Not stopping there, he also boldly went public with his audacious ambition. He declared war on P4 great families, Doherty, Bagma, Kama and Reiner, in a territorial dispute. Leaky words he had just spoken threw Leaky entire hall into a frenzy, as if 8 were about to explode. King Callus van Reinhard I, venerable monarch of our kingdom of Reinhard, has recently been restless and anxious about choosing a successor. Things took a turn for Leaky worse when his son Andrian brazenly declared war on 4 major noble families right in middle of his ceremony, giving the old king a massive headache. Lake's second prince tried his best to intervene, but it was all in vain. Andrian simply didn't care. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode toward Leaky main hall, where Aurica was waiting for him. But after that sensational declaration of war, everyone instinctively maintained social distancing, keeping at least 3 meters away from him. Andrian seemed to have been labeled as an extremely dangerous individual. Even Luki Emperor could not sway his firm plans by even an inch. In Kien, he had to resign himself to placing all his trust in his brave, reckless son. After Andrian's shocking announcement, his former classmates were so terrified they felt life fainting on Lee's spot. Everyone, stay calm and listen to me. Even though we are nothing compared to Isabella, don't forget that we are still nobles holding legitimate Viscount territories. If we combine the key fund's strength of our 4 families, surely we can defeat a newly appointed Marquis, can't we? A sycophant in Lee group came up with an idea that sounded crazy but, strangely enough, was extremely convincing. While Lee P group was deep in heated discussion, Andrian suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone to jump in fright and nearly stop breathing. Lipe's stubborn, annoying pack kept acting arrogant and trying to pick a fight as usual. In Enlai, when Andrian slapped him with a glove, did he finally shut up? Just as Andrian was about to duel him, their parents arrived just in time. Andrian just sneered, saying he was Enlai carrying a small act of revenge. As for Wiki nature of leaky grudge, he told them to go ask their children, and then sarcastically added that their child ID indeed a geek kid. At Shem, but unfortunately, he ID rarely seen staying at HEM. In 1 week a letter of challenge will be sent to DU. Andrian said coldly. Unless do you want your entire family to collapse because of that blockheaded son of yours, bring him to me. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Behind him Lipe nobles still stood frozen lie statues, mouths agape and XC at his fearless attitude. At that very moment, Isabella was also standing in the crowd, witnessing everything. Her face was deathly pale, drained of all color. News of newly appointed Marquis Andrian declaring territorial war on 4 viscounties spread everywhere faster than trending news on Lie. Surprisingly, his backstory of being bullied in school earned him deep sympathy from masses, making Andrian want to scream emotion. Currently, he and Aurica are carefully examining weapons and fortresses, preparing for the upcoming war. After sepping around, Andrian decided not to be picky and bought everything. He currently holds 48 billion in cash. If key assets confiscated from vassals of Raven Marquisate are included, he total reaches 70 billion. Even after spending money to buy 8 floating fortresses, he still had 20 billion left of This was truly an incredibly massive transaction far beyond imagination. Just as he stepped a door, Andrian ran into Otis, who happened to be walking in. Lee too were overjoyed and hugged each other tightly. Just as Otis had suspected, Andrian had swept up all Lee floating fortresses the moment he arrived. So Waiki uncle regretfully had to bite Likey bullet and make a reservation in advance. Accompanying Otis today was my Sen, his daughter who ID notorious for being quirky and fickle. People rumored that this girl was quite eccentric, but she looked so gentle and unlike Libby rumors, he wondered to himself. Through Wike 6 Team M8 lens, Adrian was startled to see that she possessed a translation XQ fo y very language he held. Otis revealed that my Sen has recently been engrossed in searching Fuyi Ren Duke Lu Sot 8 fated treasure. A fortune hunter who even knows foreign languages. If I weren't a transmigrator from Earth, she probably would have snatched my opportunity away, Adrian told himself. She said that 2 fated gifts exist, but they are hidden deep in a secluded place that EP nobility never bothers to look at. Just as Adrian predicted, Lee Elite often view Hollywood virtual reality platform as a place for commoners' entertainment, so it ain't no wonder those nobles are completely clueless about it. He thought she was just exaggerating faux fun, but unexpectedly she possessed such incredible and extraordinary abilities. After agreeing to fast lie on lie diary together next time, my sen grinned widely and said goodbye to him before leaving Quodotus. This girl ID truly an NTP rate tin enigma. It seems Andrian should spend some time monitoring her foe a while longer to see. P clans that Andrian declared war on are currently restless, losing sleep in their appetite due to fear. Their nightmare multiplied when they personally witnessed Lee's list of high-end purchases and Lee's staggering amount of money Andrian had spent. Even Niki national budget on Lie goes so far we force and power Andrian currently holds ID truly a massive immeasurable figure. Seeing that Leaky command staff consists of archmages and Iki, Fianske ID and Aura Master, those old men can Enlai clutch their hearts in utter spice. Since even Wobi royal family cannot touch a single hair on his head, they are certainly doomed this time. It was unbearably frustrating. One of them screamed orders Fuile soldiers to bring Andrian back here by any means necessary. Meanwhile, he was leisurely enjoying Iwu at Marquis' Lorelate territory, looking down at cityscape as if he were a true, great Loke. Andrainid elite army had now fully gathered, leaving Countess Helena in awe of his meticulous preparation of every single detail. Being stared at and showered coot praise by a crowd Lie this made Andrian blush to why key tips of his ears from embarrassment. I and Lie did some rough calculations. I probably don't need to explain that everything I deke so coincidentally it even startled me. Andrian thou shyly. Before his eyes now were X-ray of fortresses of all shapes and sizes, featuring extremely powerful capabilities. Andrian ordered entire army to immediately set off OP battlefield. To hell quit wiki royal orders. Whether they existed or not no longer mattered to him at this moment. This time I will no longer sit back and enjoy fruits of others' labor, but will personally stand alongside Erika to showcase our military might, Fu being on a key front lines IDE best way to win and VE hearts of troops. Andrian told himself quote great charisma. Those treacherous friends are currently hiding it at shivering uncontrollably under their blankets. Andrain 8 promising moment to deploy his forces has officially begun. Lee female assistant to Count Alfred of Ebringham Empire was deeply regretful upon seeing Andrian receive his title quit such dizzying speed. His Majesty recruitment requirements have essentially gone down the drain, let it see whether he ID a madman or a true genius. She smirked and laughed at herself. At that moment, Duchess Olivia Riverdale suddenly appeared right in front of her. ETID truly a small world, they just stared at each other, speechless. For some reason, even without orders from above, Andrian had already brought his troops to surround Ike Viscount 8 estate, terrifying Ike host and making him break awe in a cold sweat. You've misunderstood my intentions, we're just doing a little drill. As a Mimwan citizen, I won't take any rash action until I receive orders. Andrian replied with a hearty laugh. From likey way dear talking, it sounds as if do, LVE, this place IP moment do got a nod of approval. Don't be unreasonable. This idea immoral, no one would ever authorize a territorial battle like this. Are you planning to start a war just because of some old school grudge? Lie Viscount shrieked. No sooner had he spoken than Andrian at request to declare war was instantly approved. Leaky Viscount 8 heart sank when he heard Leaky royal family had turned their backs on him. This time, his territory was as good as gone. Without missing a beat, Andrian ordered Pecius to cast a spell to teleport Lee floating castle down. Lie's formidable army marched in quite a thunderous roar, as if Lie sky itself were about to collapse. Both infuriated and trembling Lie a leaf, Key Viscount scrambled back to urge his soldiers on. Andrian gently took Erika's 8 hand, and they decided to step all onto Like front lines together. He confidently entrusted Like command of Like army to Pecius. ETIDE often said that once revenge ID complete, in Lee a sense of emptiness remains in 1-8 heart. In Lee key and hatred and Lee gives rise to more cycles of vengeance. However, Andrian held a different view. Nothing makes a person more steadfast than IP goal of revenge. From Anai and Cedric to those little pests at Leek Academy, their disappearance was Lee foundation of his future. Furthermore, watching them writhe in agony was his greatest pleasure. When Andrian 8 old friend heard that the Lipe territory was under attack, he could in Lie take his anger all on Like's soldiers under his command. In reality, he now had no way all but to suffer defeat at Andrian's hands. Unable to bear his whining cowardice, Lee's soldiers replied, if Du would just let him vent his anger on Du, Alp territory wouldn't be so devastated. Du were EP one who sparked this, so why should we shed our blood for Du? If Lie's people die, they will end like curse Du, no one ID's going to bother blaming Andrian. More than a dozen innocent lives have already perished by your hand, this ID nothing but instant karma. He screamed in a frenzy, still believing he was merely teaching those low lives a lesson, never imagining his downfall would come so soon. At that very moment, Lee Key, commander walked in and threw a pile of equipment and a sword on Lee Key ground in front of him. He had to put them on and face Marquise Lorny in a duel as requested. Those are Lee Viscount 8 orders. Every quest hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him completely frozen. Quite resentment surging in his heart. He dragged his heavy footsteps toward he door in his bulky iron armor. A few minutes earlier, AP commander had encouraged him, saying that even if Marquise Loris were an archmage, he was still just a Mage user, and a vanguard heavy weaponry would be fully capable of crushing him. If they made leaky most of their vanguard equipment to launch a surprise attack while he was 2p guard, how high leaked chance of victory would be. Since Diki Marquise had no hair, if he fell, Yeepy war would end, victory would belong to us, and he would naturally become a hero Fui entire Viscount clan. Damn it. Having come to this, he was already in too deep and had to see it through. Either way, I'm risking my life once. I will survive to send that bastard Adrian to his grave and make all of Dio pay. He roared court intensity. His insides were churning fear, and as he walked, he kept reassuring himself that Adrian was merely a weak mage. Indeed, what was there to worry about a simple mage? Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped a bloody scene of many fallen soldiers appeared before his eyes. Adrian was sweeping across battlefield destructive power. Why courage he had just bolstered immediately vanished into thin air. No matter how many soldiers swarmed in, Adrian Enlai needed to snap his fingers lightly to dispatch them as easily as pie. Amidst the hazy, dust-filled atmosphere as the flying fortress began to activate, Adrian smirked when he saw his old classmate cowering in a corner, trembling like a leaf. Like cowardly soldiers hurriedly pushed him forward to serve as a human shield. It was a disaster. This Mage Viscount wanted nothing more than to wet his pants, but still had to force himself to issue a challenge, while Adrian, finding Ikemenate ignorance of his own limits laughable, nodded in agreement. Adrian leisurely waved his arm. Leapy Man-at-Arm became covered in blood, and he screamed piteously like a stuck pig in Leapy middle of EP yard. This battle targeted his family to both settle an old debt and seize their assets, truly killing two birds with one stone. 2 broken ribs, 1 broken humerus, 1 broken wrist, and even a broken ankle. Those are YP same bones of mine do once broke, not to mention all Leapy other agony. Do you have tormented me mentally to the point that I find your presence utterly intolerable? I unt let do die easily. Adrian said with a bright smile, then used recovery Medici to heal him. Rest up and get well. Because I want to keep playing du foe a long time. Leaky duel between Mage Viscount family and Adrian lasted a mere 30 minutes. Like female commander of like Imperial Intelligence Bureau Leaky blonde lady from Leaky Riverdale family had also arrived at Leak scene early on. In their hearts, each of them was plotting their own distinct schemes. Whether we aim was to verify Adrian relationship Riverdale to entice him into leaving Leaky Empire. Those conspiracies were temporarily set aside when two women witnessed this massacre with their own eyes. Seeing a prestigious mage like Adrian engage in melee combat left both of them botch-mouthed in SC. Blink was originally just a set-range teleportation spell meant to increase mobility for slow-moving mages. Teleportation blockade spells have gradually become a trend, causing Blink abilities to disappear from Lee battlefield. Leak inevitable consequence ID that EK Mages Guild has been ruthlessly kicked out of every battle. Like fact that Adrian IDE still sweeping through in a melee style ID truly a master LV6Q, et as if he's saying that if he can't teleport, he'll just dodge attacks himself thrill of ET. I wonder if Lee Princess of Riverdale family finds this match very feasible. Lee's secret agent replied skeptically that even C Pete charms, it wouldn't be easy at all. This requires extensive combat experience, a rugged physique, and lightning-fast reflexes. Et not lie, just anyone can do et. While blonde girl exclaimed while watching Adrian figure dancing and spinning around great excitement. Looking at those eyes, it clear Iki intelligence agent has a secret crush on Iki handsome priest. After gazing at him to her heart content, Lee Spy decided to withdraw early because the outcome of this territorial war was already as clear as day. Her original purpose was merely to come here and see Leaky extent of his strength. Yet, the young man displayed all sorts of combat skills combined with unexpectedly skillful Mage. There ain't no point in doubting, then to that, I got to enjoy such a spectacular performance. Blonde girl stretched to relax and then quietly left rooftop after satisfying her curiosity. Adrian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw two troublesome girls had disappeared. Now it was time for him to teach Mage Viscount a lesson he'd never forget. After aftershocks of horrific explosion, Viscount watched Adrian approach and was so terrified he nearly wet his pants. His face was as pale as a get, and he scrambled and crawled on leaky ground in total humiliation. Why haven't you put pen to paper and signed key surrender document yet? I and Lai intend to hunt down and eliminate those who have truly committed crimes. In return, your family will be stripped of all assets and noble titles, becoming dirt poor. All would do prefer death. Adrian flashed a bright smile while slowly walking toward Viscount to intimidate him. He was so scared he cried awe, his face contorting as he begged pitifully, marking moment Mage dynasty officially collapsed at Adrian's hands. Everyone understood that Lion of Laika War had arrived. Leaky Doherty Viscountate Mansion was in complete chaos upon hearing leak news that Leakma Deech house had been leveled. Upon hearing Lipe news that Adrian was about to lead his troops there, Locke remaining Viscounts could lie tremble in fear and hurriedly notify each other to seek refuge. Every single one of them was as pale as a sheet, holding their heads and wailing pitifully like stuck pigs. Oh, should I just pretend I don't know anything yet? As long as he could subdue young master of Leakma of Viscount family, he would have effectively secured 1 foot in their high society. To be honest, Ike talk of revenge was nothing more than a pretext for him to ignite this war. He plans to empty his family treasury to build his own private army and even conspires to reorganize Iki military for a surprise attack on us, Viscount Ranier Kinghai said, terrifying surrounding nobles. Realizing they could never win fair and square, Ranier suggested that EP Group adopt a new tactic. Each of he old Viscounts mobilized their strongest vanguard forces to merge into a super of DN. Their goal was to time it perfectly to teleport to Bovi region. They intended to seize the infrastructure and capture all these civilians to use as collateral. If this plan went smoothly, then Waikiki tide of Lipe war would turn completely in their favor. After a countdown of a mere 15 seconds, all of them simultaneously teleported to Bovi area. Who could have guessed that Adrian had already set a trap and was waiting there all along? He was just waiting for these fat fish to walk into Yaiki trap so he could haul them all in at once. Their faces turned deathly pale when they saw Adrian's massive airship standing guard right there. Quite just Ike push of a button, he could send Waiki entire group to their G-Rai. Once B-plot was exposed, Ite nobles panicked and tried to flee quickly using teleportation Mediche. Unfortunately for them, their landing site was located right in the middle of Adrian Army 8 encirclement. Being surrounded on all sides this was truly height of misfortune. It turned out that Adrian had calculated everything brilliantly in advance, allowing him to intercept them at those exact coordinates. His ability to see into nighty future left his courtiers in absolute awe and disbelief. Quirky formidable power emanating from his Mage staff, Adrian had already cast a giant net and was waiting. He waited way foolish fish to into trap themselves. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as Adrian had foreseen. Those people fell one after another into Iki's sophisticated trap that Adrian had set long ago. Returning to present moment, Adrian's soldiers surrounded them, pointing spears from all sides. Every single one of them was scared to death, their faces pale and their spirits completely broken. Drop all your weapons and surrender and I will consider showing leniency, Adrian declared resoundingly. However, these people not only refused to listen but also recklessly attempted a desperate gamble. They screamed frantically, demanding to Shakis forward and capture Adrian alive to end Laiki war once and for all. Adrian could not have imagined they would come up, quote, such a ridiculous trick. Meanwhile, Andrianate Silu advisors were filled with anxiety. Arika quickly swung her sword and rushed forward to shield her master. Peace Guard men, thinking they had Leak upper hand, simultaneously drew their weapons and charged at him like a storm to gang up on him. Bloodlust surrounded him from all directions along with a delusional demand for Andrian to surrender. It likely wasn't bedtime yet, but they were already starting to yee rim. Andrian could only offer a smirk of blatant contempt. He didn't bother to care as he was afraid of wasting his precious time, leisurely drawing a few lines of Ma Di Chi in leaky air. Lee fireballs exploded deafeningly, causing lucky enemy troops to suffer significantly. How dare they touch him? Now Andrian no longer had any reason to hold back. A torrent of anger erupted, causing them to fall from their horses before they could even see. Lee's entire group was submerged in a vast sea of fire. They desperately swung their swords, trying to tear through Leaky wall of fire in bitter despair. By the time the last flickers of fire went off, Leaky others were completely exhausted. Taking this opportunity, Andrian unleashed a lethal magical strike directly at the ringleader. Leaky immense power shattered Key Vanguard 8 protective Ra after only 5 chance steps. Your mouth must be tired from talking so much nonsense. Andrian forcefully swung his hand, delivering a decisive clean strike while Lock other man was still dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. After that fierce battle, Andrian leisurely sipped on a drink and enjoyed reading articles about his achievements. Key territorial war between Andrian and E4 Viscounts concluded in just half a day. This SLA campaign left a opponent with no hope of winning, helping Andrian quickly seize luck remaining castles. All his soldiers and subjects expressed deep respect and admiration for Andrian. As for Catherine, she seemed to have integrated very well into his castle. Recalling a time before just as territorial war had ended, Andrian forced Likey Quartet, who used to bully him and Catherine in Likey Pass, to kneel and offer a sincere apology. Back then, she had been so severely injured that she had to stop school just for daring to speak quote beakly shunnen boy Andrian. Perhaps do you still don't fully understand. But do you our lovely benefactor who saved my life? From now on, Lee keeps smiling happily. Andrian smiled gently and held Catherine's hand tightly, moving her to tears. Fuiki past few days, Catherine has chosen to stay at Andrian Castle as her refuge. She takes dedicated care of Auriga every day and feels that her current life idiki truly lovely. Seeing her happy, a warm feeling of shared joy also rises within Andrian. It ID certainly no lie that winning Air VE talented individuals to 1/8 side IDP an extremely clever move. Lee fact that Lee P3 noble families who were EP pillars of League's second prince have all been wiped simultaneously ID a wonderful gift, Lee P first prince noted while sipping his tea, endlessly praising Andrian's tactical brilliance. Conversely, EP other prince appeared visibly annoyed, questioning whether it was necessary for Andrian to take such harsh measures against nobles of Likey same faction just to satisfy a personal grudge. He argued that Count Brooke, Cascabe and McRave, and that bunch were all cut from Lapis same cloth, and that even his sworn enemy Raven McRave deserved to be disposed of, but he felt he should have shown some restraint, awe of consideration for weak second prince. After a few seconds of contemplation, he declared that he would let it slide this time, which made EOP first prince laugh heartily. However, he still craved a total victory rather than just a few minor wins that unenli narrowed Lipi gap quit key opposing faction. Wouldn't civil war put Iki nation in danger? If our military strength ID eroded, Lipi Roysen Empire will seize opportunity to attack, that IDEP true plan for my overthrow. Even though politics ID a battlefield where dogs tear each other apart, a well-orchestrated betrayal ID is sure to cause an earthquake. That must be a concern for ordinary people, Andrian pondered to himself. Suddenly remembering an important detail, Andrian offered a subtle smile. Like second prince keeps clinging to my Auriga. If this continues, I will surely lose my mind, though in reality, Andrian felt no remorse at all. Hearing this, E.T. first prince was startled to E point of being taken aback. Lie excuse him on my behalf. Lee boy has been acting a bit entitled since reaching Walk Iura Master Il V. He always imagines that he just needs to wave his hand and women will fall at his feet. Truly, he idiki an incomparable narcissist. Andrian smiled awkwardly. Arirathi may have a habit of killing as often as eating, but after all, he idiki still a foolish child. If he continues to meddle, I might be key one to send him on his way before EB key real battle begins. P first prince was silent for a moment before suggesting that Andrian consider marrying Auriga once and for all. This sudden proposal left Andrian in a state of indescribable escape and anxiety. In needy grounds of Count 8 Castle. While walking, Andrian was deep in thought about marriage, as it appeared to be optimal solution in Lee's current chaotic situation. But this was not an easy decision for him to make. His relationship with Auriga ID, in fact, merely a performance, she ID legacy left by Jiki Ren Duke Lukaden will certainly obey all his wishes without any resistance. But just because she was created to serve me, do I have Dalaki right to exploit her, or even force her into marriage? While engrossed in these agonizing thoughts, Andrian happened to see Auriga standing nearby. Today she appeared unusually beautiful, making Andrian's face turn red with shyness. Looking at Lakey pile of people lying unconscious in leaky bushes, it was clear that Auriga had just taught them a lesson they would never forget. Andrian suddenly felt so refo those unfortunate guys. Just then, Catherine rushed Erviki in a panic to report that Like's second prince had sent someone to find him. They wanted to meet Auriga. Adrian was thunderstruck, thinking IP man must have a state circuit in his brain to be reckless enough to break through white fence like this. Auriga also adopted a cold attitude, as she did not want to have anything to do with him, not even Lee P's slightest bit. While key situation was chaotically, second Prince 8 henchmen had approached them without anyone realizing it. He excitedly asked after Auriga. He jumped in surprise when he saw Adrian standing tall right beside her. Why so surprised? I deet so shocking to see me side by side with my fiancé. Why did you go trouble of coming here? Speak quickly, Adrian retorted in a cold tone without needing her to say a quip C. IP henchman gathered all his courage, pulled a fresh flower from his pocket, and held it right in front of Auriga. He solemnly relayed an invitation to dine from League's second prince to her. Auriga took flower quit an indifferent expression and then casually passed TV to Adrian. Quite lightning speed, Adrian tossed Likey bouquet into a spatial pocket, leaving other party frozen in SSS. Even though Adrian was so angry he was about to explode, IP henchman was still stubborn enough to demand an answer. Which family do you belong to, I wonder? I heard that to become a royal knight, do you need to have a powerful family backing you? I really enjoy using flying fortresses to flatten other families, surely you've ready click news, right? However, I can't blow your head Dai P, because you're just an errand boy Fu, second prince. But I am debating whether or not I should send your mother away in your place. Andrew hate threat made Ike henchman 8 face turn as pale as a sheet. I feel insulted, but there ID no way I would ever put myself in Lai P shoes of someone like you. From now on, I will not let anyone slide if they dare to make absurd requests of Arika. Go back and tell your highness that I hope both sides can maintain like harmonious relationship we have now. However, if he continues to provoke me, I will go crazy. Let him know clearly that this IDP my fiancé, Andrew said, grabbing IP henchman by EP collar and threatening him in a low, harsh voice. Like henchman reported the entire incident to like second prince, which made him furious enough to lose his mind. Like courtiers broke into a cold sweat advising the second prince to exercise restraint because provoking Andrew would bring him no benefit. If do you truly desire that woman, wouldn't it be safer to wait until after do you ascend Li throne to act? One man offered a suggestion that made each second prince nod, feeling it was very reasonable. Good idea, I will certainly teach that insolent Andrew a lesson. But now ID not Li time, I have another reason to seize this throne, Lee's second prince said, smirking deviously. Andrew was currently extremely satisfied looking at his bank balance which had reached RV for 2 billion yuan. Everything had settled nicely and he had also finished calculating everything Fui civil war. He did not just tap at leaky money collected from leaky defeated nations. Beak Ren new and spotless. Both Medici stones, jewelry and gemstones were present. All EC valuables had been swiped clean without a trace. Andrew really enjoyed looting and then sitting back to enjoy ET high life. Li Qi best loot this time was a divine sword hilt from prehistoric times, an extremely sturdy item that emits powerful energy when charged Kut mana and holy power. It looks quite similar to those upgraded lightsabers, so 8ID definitely not some cheap knockoff. That rare mineral can in Li be mined at Iki Ever Heal Sanctuary at a rate of about half a kilogram per year. That much alone ID enough to trade Fu an entire massive flying fortress. But IP most important thing right now ID to LPC and fight alongside Arika. Li pair coordinated perfectly and cleaned up this garlic reeking Menix tea. Things have been so busy lately that Andrian can only get into Li Pigum Fu 3 hours each day. Because of this, his current IVE has Enli reached 205, he needs to focus on ranking up faster. Any task that doesn't absolutely require his own hands should be delegated to his assistants so he can be free of Li burden. As faux hunting faux talent in Li Qi real world. I gave Arika a special pair of glasses so she could handle everything while I played. At this rate I will soon reach a 8th tier Medici circle, Andrian happily calculated to himself. One day, Arika reported that she had found a high LLV key talent. Wise person possessed divine power along Quutki distinct dura of a saintess. Upon hearing Galquok saintess, Andrian shouted all in utter surprise. Arika brought 2 menacing B-law-clad bodyguards her to IP shop where we young saintess worked, scaring IP girl until she was sweating buckets. That was 15-year-old Everin Barnett, a commoner quit extremely high saintess abilities. In Rondale, there IDTN lie one religion that worships T Supreme Creator, also known as E1 True God. This sect ID called CPM and ID headquartered in Everhill, a powerhouse that even lie bringing empire respects. The 3 leaders of Li Sanctuary are a Holy Kin E Holy Pope in La Saintess. Like Holy Kin manages Gaik Temple, while Likey Holy Pope commands Wike Order of Holy Knights. And Li Saintess oversees all magical clerics around world. After being escorted by Eric to E Talent Gathering Hall, Andrian rushed Ear V Eat in a hurry to meet E Girl immediately. As soon as leaky introductions were RV, Andrian realized that she truly possessed E qualities of a genuine saintess. One has to admit that Arika has a very keen eye to have found and brought Everin here. Are you planning to apply Faux Key Administrator position? Unfortunately, your abilities are not really related to that field. Do you possess innate holy power and very promising potential? Choosing to be a saintess ID, certainly a much wiser move. Of course, potential alone ID not enough to turn you into a saintess. Li Xin King ID of royal blood, blessed by Yi Ki God CPM to rule Li Kingdom. However, saintesses are chosen through a rigorous examination held every year. She must shine to catch Daiki deity attention. Adrian thought that since i.e. God favored him quite such talent, he couldn't let it go to waste. I know that an upcoming saintess selection, and I want to do my best to help Everin get elected to this position. Adrian 8 proposal turned Everin pale quit fear. She immediately refused because she was afraid she couldn't handle it. Don't worry too much, look at Li facts, 7/0 of 10 saintesses come from commoner backgrounds. Success doesn't happen overnight. Do you need to be determined and put in your best effort? From now until league exam, do you have to learn everything from etiquette and theology to Madi Che? Now, I will advance due 200 million. Your monthly salary later will be 500 million. Adrian's bold offer left everyone frozen for several seconds. Lupi reason Adrian was willing to bet big lie that was that if he succeeded in molding a Saintess, he would seize immense power. Adrian thought as he smiled calculatingly. He saw Reich as perfect match for Everin, a person knowledgeable in politics and very talented. If League two of them work together, Lead highest position will surely be within their reach. For Reich, I am entrusting her to Dio. It didn't take long for two of them to become very CKLOU to each other. Adrian looked at needy young couple and smiled with joy, determined to feel a matchmaker for Reich and Everin. He was counting down Niki days for the upcoming dramatic battle Fui's Saintess position. Meanwhile, Everin was still trying to get used to her Seiki Tren new life. Adrian and Erica worked tirelessly day and night, fully devoted to hunting monsters in the Pigam. They spent all their precious time just to increase their levels. Despite their non-stop efforts, there were no results to be seen. Adrian 8 leveling speed was as slow as a snail 8 crawl. At this rate, I won't be able to do anything useful quit such a weak grinding speed. Of course, in this tight spot, hunting could a group of 510 members IDP an effective solution, although YP combination of 2 people and 1 pet ID key still far more efficient. Lee current situation ID that I am increasingly running into other players. Adrian sighed warily, then prepared to pull Erica and his entourage away. Suddenly, a girl from Lee Key other group hurried forward to ask Adrian what secret allowed him to obtain such a top-tier pet. He replied that Eat was just a wild creature he had temporarily tamed, not a specialized pet. Adrian explained while feeling a bit bewildered. This wasn't Lee Key first time he had to clear up such a misunderstanding, as he simply didn't want too much unwanted attention focused on him. A few days later, during a battle, Adrian suddenly had idea of saving up to buy a key company behind Chronicle Online, thinking that if Leapy Gum8 main audience were ordinary people, its price probably wouldn't be that high. Tate feasible, Adrian told himself, but that plan instantly vanished when he saw key company 8 listed market value was up to 1.2 trillion VND. Oh well, I'm okay, just a little dizzy. So, what should I do now? Should I buy some slaves and UB in each a shop? No, that wouldn't work, coming from a democratic country. Doing business this way would be SP trend. Oh, should I use my last wish ticket? Even though I know I really don't want to use Yeet Fo a non-emergency. Is there any other way to speed up leveling without running into other players? Adrian scratched his head and thought for a long while. Suddenly, an extremely convenient solution occurred to Adrian that didn't involve key effort of buying OAKM company. That was to take complete scene trend of key hunting ground. Meanwhile, in League executive room of BEC Lee Regine Guild, they were buzzing quit discussion about Lee Gem time being cut in half and no longer being able to use money to buy items. Suddenly, leaky atmosphere grew tense when a girl entered Lee room, announcing that someone wanted to meet Lee Guild leader. Initially, they had already refused like request for a meeting. However, after hearing that late person had brought 100 extremely rare Madich hearts as a gift, Lee Guild leader immediately had a complete change of attitude because Wiki guest was decked in high and equipment suitable for LV200. That person introduced himself as Minzy, but he was actually Adrian in disguise. His magnificent outfit dazzled the Guild leader. Dio said Dio wanted to negotiate quit me. May I ask what brought Dio here? Lee Guild leader asked gently. I want to exclusively rent Lee B. Aloysi's Regine Guild a hunting ground. I want to ban all other players from Likey hunting ground your BEC Regine Guild owns, so that only I can enter. Adrian 8C's trend request left Guild leader in deep thou. Renting a hunting ground quote exclusivity. She had never heard of such an agreement. Moreover, he wanted Bloody Guild to manage even though they couldn't use 8 while he was renting. What kind of unreasonable deal was he talking about? Adrian offered to pay a rental fee 5 times higher than Wiki amount Likey Guild earned from that hunting ground. Likey hunting ground he young man wanted to rent was Key Chimera Dungeon in Canton. Hearing this, Guild leader was once again overjoyed because Liti Chimera Dungeon was a place visited by RV200 players daily and ET profit brought was enormous. No problem at all, in return due must BLPC all other players from entering, Adrian replied happily. Leet Guild leader initially assumed that key place contained special items was related to some hidden quate. Who would have guessed that Adrian would coolly declare he simply wanted to grind levels by himself without being disturbed by anyone? If you are satisfied, I am ready to pay even more. Direct transactions lie this are quick and convenient for both sides. From now on, I will regive this entire dungeon for 1 month. If likey leveling parkazante goes smoothly, we will continue as planned. If tate too slow, I will have to switch to renting another hunting ground from your guild. I mean, I will rent it until I reach EMUTC maximum, LVE. Hearing this, guild leader was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She felt like she had just struck a mobile gold mine, and hurriedly ordered her subordinates to bring tea and cakes to entertain her honored guest. Li P guild leader gleefully checked by key balance that had just increased in her account and then ordered her people to clean up leaky area, ensuring that not a single soul remained in Dai Chimera dungeon. Truly, key power of money ID blinding. After securing MAP rights to use engine grinding alone, Andrea leveling speed was as fast as wind, more than double what was before. In just 1 month, he had already reached LV 220. Looks like I'll reach LVE 250 sooner than expected, Andrea thought to himself, quit delight. However, life ID not always a dream. Like selection competition at Aki Holy Land was suddenly held earlier, interrupting Andrea 8 plans halfway through. Regardless, the fact that exams were taking place earlier was not necessarily a bad thing for Andrea. Than to that, lean MB of competitors could be significantly filtered all. Our job now ID to come up with a perfect strategy to help everyone shine brightly and seize victory. First, we need to make everyone a prominent candidate to represent Like Saintess of IP Gen H Kingdom. 2 weeks ago, a massive donation was sent in every name to Like Archbishop of Like Gen H Kingdom. Tomorrow, Leaky Pope of Leaky Gen H Kingdom will visit our territory. Everyone and I will go out to receive him. Andrea spoke up. It seemed he intended to use a tactic to draw Guy Pope to his side. If he succeeded in winning Guy Pope, asking Foseti future would be much easier. Everyone has someone always by her side to encourage her, so don't worry, her assistant will always be a reliable pillar of set pet, a skilled navigator. Andrea's firm assurance made key assistant feel a bit more relieved. And then now did he finally present Andrea the important data he had previously requested. In the key list of prominent candidates for position of Saintess, there are 3 truly formidable contenders. Li first individual ID Greyhigh 11, Li P beloved niece of Li Queen of Elvenham. Li second ID'd Evelyn Francis, Li youngest daughter of Iki noble Evelyn ducal family from Li Kingdom of Bryn Gorm. Finally, their ID Judy Esther, a commoner originally from Everhill. As soon as Leek assistant finished speaking, Andrea secretly rejoiced because he third candidate also came from a commoner background like Everine. But looking at EP name of a key sponsor, Princess Olivia of the Kingdom of Lucius, he'd hoped that had just ignited within him was immediately extinguished. They are all influential young ladies, so even ignoring P sponsorship factor, they still completely outmatch Everine in every aspect. Looking at Lee candidate list, Adrian just wanted to give up and be done could eat, but he told himself he had to face eat anyway, so he decided to take a gamble and see what happened. I have complete faith in Everinate's potential, so there ID no way I will give up my position as Daiki Centessate sponsor, Adrian stated firmly. As soon as he finished his work, Adrian immediately thought about grinding GM to blow some steam. Leaky manager suddenly stopped him and asked how much money he planned to shower upon Leaky Archbishop. From what I have gathered, Leaky Archbishop of Lee Reinhard Kingdom ID not someone who ID easily swayed by mere pocket change. Adrian didn't bother to answer. He and Lee gave a knowing smirk. Let it turn our attention to Olivia for a moment. Upon hearing that Adrian had poured 10 billion into Iki Saintess competition, she suddenly found him quite in TP rate 10. Leapy next day, Pope Reinhardt had chance to meet Everin and spared no praise for her financial potential. Adrian was delighted inwardly because Lee's first step of bringing Lee Pope V to his side had been a resounding success. Pope Fred, I have a few matters I would like to discuss, quit Dayu. To be honest, Judy Esther 8 side wanted to collaborate. Or more accurately, it was a request from her sponsor, Lee Kidochi of Riverdale, as she herself couldn't care less. Adrian remarked that Lady Esther was a strong candidate, so it was certainly worth considering. Fu now, Iki focus Ideek on elevating Everinate's standing so she can defeat Esther, everything else can wait. Lai Pope chuckled and said it seemed like Kidochi of Riverdale had no desire to oppose a Marquise. Adrian had originally intended to initiate Lee partnership, but since Iki other party gave he green light first, he saved a lot of effort, and now in Lee Ki Prince remained. Just as predicted, Prince Lucat did not reject his proposal. Just before Adrian was about to take his leave, Lucat suddenly revealed that Ike daughters of Count Otis and Count Aegis had gone missing, causing Adrian to freeze for 5 seconds. Isn't Count Otis 8 daughter Myson? And Count Aegis IDE Lie Kingdom 8 second, raw master after Vincent. I was certain he belonged to Lie Crown Prince 8 faction. Adrian stared blankly, Lud in idle thoughts. He tried to force a fake smile to congratulate Lucat, but inwardly he was troubled because Lai Saintess competition was approaching, yet an incident had occurred. Adrian rushed a pee to find Lee Crown Prince quit a frantic look on his face. Since they were maternal relatives, Lai houses of Count Otis and Count Aegis were naturally as Sikelu as family. Count Aegis doted on Lady Myson Lai his own daughter, so he had volunteered to escort and protect her when she went traveling alone. Ironically, key place she chose was Republic of Prius, a land rife quit conflict quit be Brigham Empire where war could break at any moment. You probably didn't know that Lady Mycen Otis id a die, hard fan of Jikiren Duke Lu Sat, so she was determined to go find her destiny. In Nikki rumors among people just happened to say that her destiny would appear in Republic of Prius. Without a shred of doubt, she eagerly said Crown Prince poured a long explanation for Adrian to hear. At first, Adrian inwardly cursed whoever was stupid enough to encourage them to plunge into such a dangerous place. It was Ian Lai then that he was struck speechless as he realized that he himself was one who had caused that disaster. Oh, so it turns out Adrian was one pulling all strings behind this whole drama. Crown Prince requested Key discreet extradition of those two through diplomatic channels while also secretly establishing a special task force along Quiddy National Intelligence Agency. Adrian realized that a war of words was about to break out. But for Woki's sake of those two, Woki Crown Prince still chose to take Wooey risk. Therefore, Adrian had to suggest to Crown Prince that he would personally take action to resolve matter. I am like perfect person to rescue both of them. I will slip in secretly and conceal my true identity. But as a precaution, I hope Du will clear ways so my identity isn't revealed, Adrian declared firmly. After all, this key all your fault, Crown Prince said, stunned for a moment before standing up and agreeing to let Adrian have fun authority to handle It was truly an uninvited case of illegal entry. Count Aegis and Lady Mycen were currently fleeing from a reign of Mage from hostile forces, as if running from death itself. Foe power of Li Mage was truly terrifying. Key too were quickly and severely injured, collapsing onto key ground. Aggressive soldiers, weapons in hand, rushed in to surround both of them. Aegis tried his best to convince them that they were merely travelers and had no intention of causing trouble or harboring ill will toward this country. However, they paid no heed and continued their relentless assault. In an instant, by key time Mycen faced her fate, both had already been condemned. Just as Mycen burst into sobs, Aegis whispered softly into her ear. Do you see guy gap on left side of EP encirclement? When I give P signal, run straight toward aid and don't look back. If Du can make aid about 300 meters, Du can use a teleportation charm. I can take care of myself, so don't worry. Noticing an opening appear, Aegis immediately shouted for Mycen to run fast. Loppy girl burst into tears and ran away trembling, Key soldiers screaming in pursuit behind her. Aegis quickly drew his sword, risking his life to fight them and buy time for Mycen to escape. At very moment a soldier murderous blade was about to descend upon Aegis. An explosion rang killing that soldier instantly, and rest of key troops soon met Li's same fate. Aegis looked up at Li Sky in astonishment, where P flying fortress Icarus was anchored, inside Icarus. Adrian, after dealing with those soldiers, immediately used a teleportation spell. Together Eureka he descended below. And then did he clearly see Prius revolutionary forces assisting Aegis and his niece in their escape. Behind them, Vanguard Aliki Republic and other forces were clashing with each other. Adrian hurriedly put on his mask. Swiftly unleashing his palm technique, he created explosive sparks that wiped out remaining forces behind them in blink of an eye. Eureka was not to be outdone, swinging her sword to slash through rest of them in a heartbeat. Once finished, Adrian walked toward Aegis and Mycen, who were trembling as they waited to be rescued. Her keen eyes, Mycen seemed to have seen through leaky identity of P person hidden behind leaky mask. Seeing Adrian raise a finger to his lips to signal faux silence, she excitedly grabbed Aegis' hand and eagerly ran toward Adrian. Suddenly, a soldier from Prius Revolutionary Army rushed and insolently blocked Mycen path. They demanded to question her to get some answers. They clearly had their own agenda to risk their lives protecting two of them despite clashing T Vanguard of Prius Republic. Adrian thought to himself, "Hey miss, rumor has Du once encountered Lu Femontate Destiny. ID that thing really real deal?" Li's soldier questioned Mycen. Hearing this, Adrian froze for a few seconds. It might have looked legitimate, but in reality, it did not live up to his expectations at all. Mycen half-heartedly replied that although there was a slight chance it was real, one quick glance was enough to tell it was a fake. Then our commander had assessment that this ID just a fake destiny fashioned by its creator ID completely correct. Li soldier immediately asserted confidently, causing Adrian anger to flare up. He briefly thought about wiping this group out, but quickly suppressed his temper. Fu alerting enemy before knowing Revolutionary Army true strength and who was pulling strings would be extremely disastrous. Since no one knew he already possessed all destiny, it was best Fu Adrian to keep a low profile to stay safe. Facing the question from Leaky Man, Mycen revealed that she had accessed leaked destiny through cyberspace. She had accessed Lu Ifimonit device remotely and noticed that he often connected to an unusual domain. She was truly impressive to have investigated so thoroughly. If he hadn't quickly snatched IP Destiny first, she might have become its owner by now. Adrian thought to himself that she was indeed a master HCCC tree, just as he was about to interrupt to take my sen away. YT's soldier once again reached out to stop them. He announced that their commander was eager to meet Aegis and my sen in the northern glacial region of Lipi Prius Republic. Everyone suddenly came face to face Kudai and Jeremy, commander of Key 1st Squad, and Ray Declan, commander of Key 3rd Squad of Like Revolutionary Army. They also confronted Israel Prius, a 7th-tier archmage and the supreme commander of Lipi entire group. Besides his title as former prince of He Prius family, he also possessed a power so formidable it was no laughing matter. Israel warmly stepped forward to greet Aegis and my sen, claiming he rescued them because he felt it was the right thing to do. Well, right thing. Yeah, right? Adrian thought, knowing fun well that Key man was harboring a sinister plot behind that smile. Marquis Adrian, along quit Lauren and Countess Arika. Israel quickly recognized true faces of Adrian and Arika, which nearly made him fall backward in FC. Aegis was equally stunned, Enley now realizing that behind that mask was Adrian, second Prince 8 subordinate. Realizing they could no longer hide Adrian and Arika had to remove their masks. Smiling, he asked Israel how he had recognized him. "'T a secret," Israel replied mysteriously. It seemed this Prince Israel was quite Lipi scheming type. Adrian shrugged and said, "I am surprised. Do you know who I am?" Israel was curious. "Just a secret." Adrian replied curtly again, making atmosphere extremely tense. "Yeet, just a hunch, I guessed from your youthful voice. This couple ID a master archmage and a master female Mage," Israel said, but Adrian did not believe him at all, saying, "As Fumi, I have long paid attention to Wiki Prius Republic and your revolutionary army." Israel burst into cheerful laughter. Quit that, he turned to ask Mizzen if she had finished copying Archmage Lu Sadi research documents. Caught a guard by question, Mizzen was startled, her expression clearly betraying her anxiety. Copying research documents, ID entirely possible, she has connected quit Destiny, but just looking inside ID2 Nave. Surely there ID nothing there, right? Andrew Eltonmore wondered. Israel was now doing his best to convince Mizzen to let him see a portion of Likey data, promising generous compensation. Destiny can only be grasped step by step. Even Louis Fremont was helpless, so how could I do heat? Most of key accessible data ID already commercialized technology. Mizzen replied hesitantly, "Heat 8 Phi. If only we had LIP blueprints of EP equipment to pass down to future generations, but their ID no other way, because I don't even have that. What I need IDUI material to make Vanguard equipment. This data ID very basic in Iki industry isn't he?" Israel said. "Senza has discovered it all." Mizzen's apprehension was entirely justified, as a single action of hers could spark a war. "Marquis Lauren has also revealed my identity. I am indeed a descendant of Key former royal family. You must also know how much blood was shed when ignobles fought until my family established a republican political seat tam in this country," Israel said proudly. To an earthling Liandriel, key democratization in Brioche was indeed quite trend. It was Li Brioche royal family itself that first proposed the establishment of Ike Republic. He had created a democratic state for people, but that democratic state was not owned by a people themselves, rather, it was democratization in a literal sense, occurring in a one-sided manner. Leak incumbent President Castro Fermon had been swept into vortex of public consciousness. As a result, this country became increasingly more dictatorial than even a feudal state. Israel, as a descendant, decided to correct this mistake, to enlighten key people of our republic, and to establish an undistorted democratic republican regime to serve as Li foundation for I country development. In any case, Li T road ahead was still very long, but they seemed to be doing better than IT current sexy tem. Andrea thought to herself. Mizzenate silence until now has made Woki's situation even more chaotic. It truly a dilemma. She also felt that it would be difficult for her to resolve everything, and likey atmosphere between likey two sides became unusually quiet. If things continue this way, their idea risk that this incident will turn into a threatening case of blackmail. I should just see a fellow Korean, Adrian thought to himself, then suddenly proposed a partnership with Mizzen, leaving everyone gaping in Sisi. But we need blueprints for He Vanguard 8 enhancement equipment, they said. Israel spoke while drenched in sweat. Actually, I'm planning to manufacture and sell them myself. I already have LIP blueprints, Adrian stated, and as soon as he finished speaking, Li's whole group fell into deep thou. Israel felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured Huller ve him. Likey's sense of disappointment was beyond description. Adrian confidently asserted that Ike enhancement equipment he manufactured would be exceptionally durable. After saying that, he reached into his leather bag and pulled out a peculiar-looking blueprint to Israel. Israel took Li blueprint. His first impression was that its quality was truly magnificent. I never expected Du would decide to help us and even reveal your own precious secret. Israel asked in surprise. Because I lied, Du. Adrian suddenly confessed his feelings, making Israel overjoyed. Just as Israel was about to name a price, Egypt rushed in to stop them immediately, arguing that exchanging technology without royal consent was illegal. If no one says anything, no one will know, and no one will be EP wiser. I mean, since we already know each other 8 secrets, let 8 be kind to one another. This IDET fate of those treated as rebels by Republican government. She Idikian daughter of Count Otis, who holds both my fortune and my illegal business operations. Yeet wouldn't be surprising if Lee Brigham Empire suddenly attacked us. They have very complex connections, Adrian explained. Mizzen seemed intrigued upon noticing that they were involved in a secret relationship. She promised to keep this a secret. Actually, Eat wouldn't matter even if Eat were exposed. Adrian could deal quit Eat later. I've already poured 10 trillion into Lee P plan to turn everyone into a Xen, and now my pockets are a bit lie, so this ID perfect. Adrian thou as he began calculating all key transaction amount. Egypt and Mizzen returned to Lee First Prince 8 Palace and received a merciless scolding from him. Adrian sat listening, breaking into a cold sweat on their behalf. Ike First Prince 8 words were truly as sharp as a blade. Suddenly, Egypt wondered why Adrian and Erica, who were supposed to be on the Second Prince 8 side, were present there. This old man really doesn't know anything at all. Actually, they are on our side, Lay First Prince said, tiredly clutching his head. Seeing that Egypt was still bewildered, Mizzen could no longer contain herself and shouted for everyone to hear that Adrian and Erica were on lie pretending to side quit Eek's second prince. Now Aegis realized everything. Eat turned out that all this time, he had been nothing more than a knave and foolish old man. Erika saw Mixon flirting quit Andrian, and her heart burned like fire as a wave of intense jealousy washed her. He finished Lie cup of fragrant tea. Just as Andrian was about to say his goodbyes, bad news from a subordinate reached Lai P First Prince, leaving him frozen in SC. Lee Brigham Empire has officially unsheathed its sword and commenced hostilities against Prius Republic. On November 10, 2019, Brigham declared war on Prius, while Republicans cried in condemnation of instigator and sought help from allies under leadership of Destiny Mage, Lui Femont. Andrian 8 entire group and First Prince quickly huddled together to discuss strategy. Wagi atmosphere was as tense as a violin string due to Waiki fate of Igi Ren design, but they finally reached a common solution. Andrian calculated odds of winning and losing at 6-4, quitties 6 naturally favoring like powerful Brigham Empire. Since crossing a vast ocean to attack Prius ID an unimaginable feat, like Republican defense line would enjoy a significant geographical advantage. But given up prestige of Brigham Empire, lucky Prius Republic will certainly be breaking into a cold sweat. Lee Kingdom of Reinhardt could not interfere in this game of chess. They could unlie pray fu war to and quickly without bloodshed, concluding Kut Brigham imposing its rules on Prius. Furthermore, best case scenario would be Fu Revolutionary Army to seize key opportunity to bu up their forces and overturn current government. Master Adrian pondered pensively. Aegis assumed he was weighing his options in this deceptive situation, causing Adrian to sigh because Leapy old man seemed to have a screw loose. He didn't care about key slip of key tongue. It was more about how he dared to openly mention an illegal transaction right in front of IT First Prince. Truth be told, we had to use AE Prius Republic 8 Revolutionary Army as our proxies to XE2 of them. I had to befriend them because I needed their internal intelligence XE TEM. We had to spend a significant amount in Lee's scale of that organization was much larger than I imagined, Adrian explained. According revolutionaries will certainly seize this opportunity to seek personal gain. From now on, we should remain silent and discuss war no further. Lee meeting ended there. ET First Prince stood up abruptly and signaled Fu dismissal. He did not forget to instruct Aegis and Michaela to keep all secrets regarding Adrian and Erika strictly confidential. Aegis and Michaela seemed destined to stay behind to guard Keyquarm front while Leak others ventured far away. Michaela was overjoyed, thinking that staying here would give her weepy chance to run into Andrian and Erika more often. Witnessing Michaela flirting quit Andrian again, Erika's jealousy flared up intensely, leaving poor Andrian quit no choice but to cower. Flames of war between the Brigham Empire and Prius Republic ignited rapidly. Immediately after Wide declaration of war, expeditionary forces gathered in large numbers, as if merely waiting foe order to besiege Prius to Teen. Refusing to be outdone, Prius Republic immediately took advantage of their Echem turf to erect a solid defensive wall. Although Waigi two sides have not yet clashed head-on, experts predict that conflict will break out immediately, at most within next 3 days. Amidst extreme tension of a war between the two kingdoms, Arthany program celebrating its 10th anniversary invited Andrian to appear as a special guest. Andrian looked dapper in an elegant suit, determined to give his all for this recording. A few days earlier, Reich had whispered to Andrian that whatever in lacked compared to other Saint test candidates was public exposure. To improve Lopi's situation, Andrian and Everin had to work their fingers to wide bone a little. That IDE key reason why Andrian appeared at key C2 today. Opening Niki's, Andrian cracked a few lame jokes that had Niki entire auditorium buzzing at his willingness to fly along. A's mentioned, today topic IDE quite sensitive in society as we will have a real face-to-face between mages and knights. I wonder what do you think about this match-up, Loke Andrian? Liam C. asked, pointing key microphone toward him. Andrian remarked that EAT was an extremely teen topic, even though experts argued that a mage like him was at a complete disadvantage. Winning would yield a massive reward, but losing would destroy his reputation, so he had to be extremely cautious. Seeing Li PMSI worried sick, Andrian patted his chest, pledging to shatter all misconceptions about mages. Relieved of he burden, YPMC enthusiastically introduced Wyke representative of Ike Knights Count Felix. Why young her master, Li Pride of Lucia's kingdom, stepped off from Li B Wing's quite a cold, detached appearance. Andrian suddenly felt that this guy's demeanor was strangely familiar. Without waiting to be asked why he was participating, Felix bluntly declared that he wanted to experience a duel quid Andrian. I once heard White Duchess of Riverdale speak highly of your outstanding talent in light past. But today, meeting Marcus Lauren, I realize she seems to Huntervius indulge her juniors. I will say do that reality ID far more brutal than Niki rumors, Felix declared quite a haughty expression. Andrian was now stunned because this guy was exactly like Cedric. No wonder he had disliked him from Lee's very first glance, as everything from his way of speaking to his attitude was equally detestable. After Felix ate provocative words, thick quitsy scent of gunpowder, Andrian just calmly pushed up his glasses and responded. So ETID Count Odwell Felix, to be honest, I have never heard of your reputation, and this IDE Lee, first time I have known that name. I never expected someone quote such a polished exterior to be a self-proclaimed master. Struck in duck heart by Andrian, Felix 8 face turned bright red quote rage. Live program had just begun, but Lee atmosphere was already white hat intense, lie a string about to snap. Lee P. McSi broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly leading them both to Ike combat area to begin like a duel. Lee P. battle site was a beautiful island in Ike middle of a lake where a vast arena had been meticulously built, waiting for Wapi Victor. Leaky organizers had invited analysts and a group of audience members who won the 10th anniversary event to witness the match. To be fair, would not using equipment be an advantage for key mage side? Knights use magical weapons while mages fight bare-handed, Mixie suggested. I don't mind, if like he Marquis wants, I can use normal gear. Felix said while still wearing his high-end armor. No need, why would I lose to an amateur who just started in the key profession? Andrian added another jab that made Felix so angry he felt like exploding. After a 3-second countdown, like battle officially erupted amidst Felix 8 fury. He brandished his sword and charged at Andrian like a whirlwind, but in less than a heartbeat, he was knocked on Lee key floor. Let it fast, forward this footage to get to Lee conclusion quickly. WeQ Remaster was officially defeated by key destructive power of Andrian LV key 6 cannon in a tragic manner. Following Ike instructions, Everine immediately displayed her skills by casting healing Madicha on Felix. We judges in Lee PMXI were stunned when they heard Andrine introduce Everine as a mere vassal who could already use Bihilal V Medici, angelic plumage. She took the initiative to learn Holy Madic directly from Archbishop Fred himself in our Kingdom of Reinhardt. Those radiant angel wings are the clearest evidence of her extraordinary natural talent. Lady Everine will officially register to compete in upcoming Saintess competition. As soon as Andrine finished speaking, the entire stands erupted in cheers and rounds of thunderous applause. Everin 8 Jew rendered an overwhelming presence before Y crowd achieved a success beyond all expectations. Everin 8 pleasant appearance combined quit her sweet, as Sugar Void truly made the audience believe she was a descended from heaven. Even though her appearance was brief, her charm was no joke, for each did such a great job that Adrian was extremely satisfied. Lee crowd was completely smitten by Everin, who was both gentle and kind yet possessed unimaginably powerful abilities. Despite being adored and sought after by thousands, Everine took no pleasure in Eat on Iki. Contrary, she found Eat quite troublesome. From now on, I will stick to Adrian 8 plan to become Lee T Saintess, but I wonder if that goal IDE too far or of my reach. Recalling Lydie days when she was just a lowly part-time employee at a convenience store, Everine felt a sense of wariness. That afternoon, just as she stepped foot back into her SEM, Everine was stunned to find her crowded key presence of dozens of strangers. As Eat turned off, they weren't strangers, but distant relatives who suddenly wanted to claim a family connection. They had caught wind of Lee P news that Everine was a Saintess candidate who was highly favored by Iki Lokes. These people were trying their hardest to flatter her and act CKLU, even though they had never bothered to look her way before. Uncle Volumeski eagerly approached, smirked, and said, "You've worked hard and suffered for so long now. While I'm visiting, I want to discuss a lucrative business deal quit Dio. This IDP a business project that promises huge profits. Do you know if we use EP name of the key Saint S8 family, there ain't no way we'll lose money. He nonchalantly held a business contract fun of schemes, pressuring Everine to signing T. Her parents were extremely anxious and determined to prevent Everine from getting involved in that absurd plan. Why are siblings being so cold to one another? Me thick-skinned and brazen uncle argued back. 4 years ago, who was it that secretly took by T money and ran, leaving behind a pile of debt? And now do blame my family for being cold. If do wanted to apologize, why didn't do see your face to help when my family was struggling quit debt? Instead, do you dare to run a pee and enjoy yourself? Everine father shouted in rage. Leaky distant uncle remained nonchalant, sighing and acting as if he were innocent. Although he masterminded why accident, Everine father was also partially at fault for passively watching it unfold. He shifted all leaky responsibility onto Everine father, which infuriated her. She wanted to kick his entire family of there immediately. Hey, P-Lie, leave me alone. I don't want anything to do quet you people anymore. Let it just act as if we never knew each other. Everine said decisively. Everine ice cold words made Dyke uncle's entire family boil quit rage. They claim things lie? We are still blood relatives of your parents? I loved you so much. His family clamored, doing their best to pressure Everine, which left my young girl quite flustered. Just then, Andrian appeared like a savior rescuing Everine from awkward situation. Seeing Andrian appear, Wiki group turned pale quit fear and hurriedly fell to their knees to beg for mercy. Andrian simply smirked and snapped his fingers, causing Lipey group to freeze in place. Do know what i.e. greatest benefit of being a noble IDP? Eat ID that I have Lee power to torment those beneath me as I lie? Andrian 8 words left Ike uncle speechless and unable to utter a quasi. Andrian was not joking at all. Lie a fee lot of lightning, he cast I uncle aside as if throwing away a pile of worthless trash. His son suffered like his same fate. An Enlai his wife and daughter remained, I 2 of them trembling violently. Like 2 women hurriedly prostrated themselves at Andrian 8 feet to beg for their lives, confessing they had been blinded by greed. No, that IDT not IP main issue. How dare do harm someone under my protection? Do you are looking to wage war quit me, aren't you? Arrest them all, Andrian voice thundered, silencing like Uncle 8 family, who no longer dared to resist. Everine was still trembling, looking at Andrian blankly quit tear-filled eyes. He promised to force Ike Uncle 8 family to compensate Everine 8 family for all damages, from material losses to their hardships. Andrian even offered to let them move into his castle. Everine felt both bashful and grateful for what he had done for her family, wishing she could do something, however small, for him. It seemed that complex feelings for Andrian had begun to blossom within Everine 8 heart. In Bringorm Empire within France's territory. After witnessing Lapi entire event through Wapixit Tem, Marquis Francis was extremely worried that his plan to turn Everine into a saintess would be thwarted by Andrian and Everine. He immediately summoned Gregory Mowdy to deal quit them both swiftly. While on duty, Andrian received a message from Lady Riverdale. Be careful, Marquis Francis ID making some very suspicious moves. At the emergency waiting room in Lauren Mac Castle. One Knights of Marquis 8 personal guard were chatting animatedly. Everyone here was overjoyed because Zixier not and I managed Iggy Tim strictly but was also extremely generous quit salaries, bonuses and employee benefits. Just as Leaky whole group was chatting merrily, all eyes suddenly fell on a key knight Damien, who was sitting alone in a corner. This guy was famously known for his past chewing and crying feat which made his teammates seize any opportunity to tease him about ET. But strangely, as soon as Eli Man looked up, his entire demeanor and gaze had completely changed, exuding a chilling and eerie aura that sent shivers down 1/8 spine. Like Night Farman also started to creep closer. He whispered some ambiguous words into Damien 8's ear, making everyone suspect E2 were disguised spies, just as they were about to draw their weapons to deal with them. Damien immediately used ME to erase their memories in leapy blink of an eye. You're quite confident in your abilities, aren't you? Farman said. Let it face eat, my little stunt unkivu anyone, because I am more than capable of bending their minds to erase that whole mess. Damien replied smugly. Remember, eat to gate I deek Miss Everine, not that old Marquess Adrian. Don't foolishly bring trouble upon yourself and exhaust yourself. While scouting around Likey Mansion I spotted Marquess Adrian from afar and then we accidentally made eye contact, Farman said, recalling that moment. Likey moment his eyes met Adrian Tate. Adrian 8 gaze was like a spotlight scanning away all secrets, making Farman 8 skin crawl every time he thought about ET. Suddenly a piercing intruder alarm blared, cutting Stati 2 men 8 conversation. Raiding party consisted of genuine assassins armed with daggers, forcing old Marquess and his guards to fight desperately. As planned, E-duo Farman and Damien took advantage of Lai chaos to quickly sneak into E's last room in Leaky Eastern Sector, near E locate stronghold, to find Everin. Li two gatekeepers were wide-eyed with disbelief when EP pair appeared, as they were supposed to be escorting their bat. Farman then bluffed that he heard E place was sought, handed and they were here to help. But T guards still resolutely prevented them from approaching Everin and sent them away. At this point, Ike two men stopped holding back. They drew their enchanté swords, revealing to YE guards that they were assassins. Damien used a mind-keen trend spell, causing I2 gatekeepers to collapse. Seizing La key opportunity, Farman was about to swing his sword to send Everine to her demise when he was suddenly hit by a powerful blow that sent him flying into Likey wall. Lee figure standing and dusting themselves the P in front of them was not a Meek Everin, but Lee P notorious Countess Erika. Leaving IP2 intruders stunned and gaping, Adrian walked calmly from behind. He smiled triumphantly and said he had seen through worldly affairs since he first exchanged a flirtatious glance with Farman the other day. Leaky true identities of these two are Gregory Hayden and August Knopf from Leaky Bring ATM Empire, and also undercover agents of Lee Lu Moon Syndicate. Their co-V blown, Gregory and August gritted their teeth and activated Lee's emergency backup plan. Hiding behind a veil of hazy, illusory smoke, they revealed their true forms and swore to turn this place into a prison. I bet Adrian and Erika are trembling Lai leaves right now. B Lu Moon ID, a legendary group shrouded in countless mysteries and blood-curdling folklore. To pave like way for why bring EM Kingdom and its royal family, this organization turned to evil and became a cult. B Lu Moon emerged before the key age of Ma Deech. Everyone knows E name, but no one truly understands ET. Perhaps EDID because of this notorious mystery that B Lu Moon often plays E villain in Ronald 8 fairy tales, much like witches on Earth. I thought it was just a story made up to scare children, but who would have guessed that such a bizarre organization actually exists? And they are a pair of elite assassins, Kuda High LVK Spirit Master, Adrian thought to himself. So B Lu Moon ID Eek inside Man Fui Francis Duchy. EP2 Dukes were being late by Eek knows without even realizing Eat seems Dew are just using Francis Land as a hideout. But even if Dew are just imposters, I fact that two core members of BK Lu Moon are trailing IP Francis Duchy ID will real issue. What exactly are Dew or rather, that organization, plotting? Adrian seemed to have them cornered, making Gregory break into a cold sweat, and he even suspected Adrian of being an accomplice to whoever was behind this scheme. I don't belong to your side, but I know all about your business. Adrian spoke up while pointing his staff directly at leaky faces of those brats, provoking them until their blood boiled, forcing them to unleash all their inner power. A butterfly-shaped spirit, red as blood, lunged straight at Adrian and Erika. Though slightly surprised by that power, Adrian, quick as lightning, sent Leaky Spirit to its ancestors in just 5 seconds, so much for being a threat, he turned ought to be all seer. Adrian ain't swift, windlie strike wiped he smiles right up their faces. Pale as ghosts, they stared at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend what Ike hell had just happened. This world ID vast and fun of talent, don't delude yourselves into thinking to your leapy center of Eek universe, Adrian warned, tossing his head. He had a none-lie unleashed a bit of his ooh-rah quote a supplemental strike, yet it was enough to dazzle them. Adrian ate terrifying power late them to mistake him for a genuine Madi swordsman. Not stopping there, Adrian gently snapped his fingers. By ceiling directly above them instantly collapsed and shattered. Gregory, hit in key leg by a falling boulder, shrieked in pain like a trapped animal as blood gushed all profusely. Furiously, he tried to use his spirit to manipulate Adrian 8 mind, but even could all his might, he couldn't touch a single hair on his head, leaving him in absolute bewilderment. Like abilities of Destiny classes in Chronicle on Lay can definitely be deployed in real life. Fu someone could near absolute resistance to debuffs like Adrian, those psychological attacks were nothing more than a tickle. Does failing to break my spirit mean you've lot all your combat maneuvers? Hit quit Adrian 8 piercing question, both of them jumped, realizing that it was exactly EP case. Andreen had already figured everything out. This Andreen was not only an outstanding mage and a key direct disciple of Duke Riverdale, but he also harbored much more than that. They were now trembling so much that they lost their grip on their swords, their fumbling hands letting their weapons clatter to YP ground. Andreen had Enlai played a few small tricks, yet weak results far exceeded his expectations. They were now consumed by fear, completely losing their will to fight. Andreen suddenly used healing Madi on them. This was because he had no intention of fighting. He and Enlai wanted them to relay a message to their Biki, Lu Moon leader to arrange a meeting. They immediately bowed and thanked him profusely before running away as fast as they could, and so, time flew by. On a beautiful day in November 2019, in the era of Madi Che, Lakey Holy Land of Everhill officially announced to Leaky entire realm that they would hold a month-long competition to find two most outstanding individuals to lead church. Although they had not yet received a response from Lu Moon Leaky selection Fu Leak Saintess finally officially began. At Holy Land of Everhill, everyone marveled in admiration as they witnessed Andreen and Everin walking in opening ceremony. Royal High Ministers also appeared, conducting Lake ceremony amidst crowded anticipation to select 11 candidates Fu Xin position and 15 Fu Ki Saintess position. A Perza XT expected to last for a month. Like entire progress of competition will be transparently public and broadcast live. First challenge of competition will focus on men XT taming skills. Each team will consist of 5 people, including 2 swordsmen who use Uray and 2 mages of Key 3rd Rod and Geo Lower. Additionally, Lee be informed that all abilities of Saintess candidates, except Faux Holy Power, will be sealed. We wish everyone a wonderful time on Key opening day of Key competition. Andreen and Everin stepped forward to bow respectfully to Key Pope, Key Sen and Lee Saintess. They are we 3 most powerful figures of Holy Land of Everhill, standing above all believers worldwide, and a key person Everin needs to pay most attention to Lee current Saintess. Sharon Sylvester Andrian thought to himself that she an exceptionally talented Saintess who has maintained a youthful appearance than to God at grace. In other words, she looks to be same age as Andreen, but in reality, she a grandmother who married about 40 years ago and already has great-grandchildren. Andrian quickly introduced Everin to Sharon, hoping she would look after YP girl. Sharon stared at Everin and immediately exclaimed, "Marquise Lauren has chosen a worthy person." Andreen smiled to himself. Everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. Faux Sharon had quickly recognized Everin value. While introduction truly left a strong impression. Andreen unexpectedly met Duke Francis right here. He quickly switched to a diplomatic mode, cheerfully approaching and striking up a conversation with Francis, whose gaze was as cold as ice. "We have received a key gift from Diu. Etid truly a Jeek Ren gift. I heard that an incident occurred on your territory. Your Sky castle suddenly fell onto Ike industrial zone and was blown away." Francis was still haunted by IB words of his 2 accomplices, who had hastily abandoned IP Gum while being pursued, claiming that Andreen was a formidable Mun and XT1 should never mess quat. He was undoubtedly the reason those 2 fled in such a pathetic state, Francis thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Being taunted by Andreen about Leaky Pilot 8 freefall from Leaky Castle, Francis was so furious he saw stars, yet he couldn't retort a single quote. Andreen then shifted his focus to interrogating Everin, he beloved daughter of Key Old Man Francis. Lakey Way both father and daughter tried to act lie they were Fey made instantly obvious they were cut from Leaky's same cloth. Itching for a confrontation, Andrian decided to rub more salt into Lee Key man's wound by mentioning that he was about to meet Gregory in August again. "Oh, so do you've cut all contact quit them, since this likely no longer concerns you, lie just lay your life in peace. Do seem a bit uncomfortable, so I shall take my leave," Andrian said as he turned away, leaving Francis speechless and choking on his immense rage. He witnessed Everine still standing there dazed by her father 8 recent display. Andreen quickly comforted White Girl, telling her to keep her head held high because she had surpassed dozens of opponents to become chosen one. At that very moment Duchess of Riverdale made an unexpected appearance. She skillfully introduced a girl named Judy Esther to Andreen. Just a glance, Andreen realized that Judy possessed qualities far beyond those of a saintess. Calling her a great saintess would not be an exaggeration at all. Strict conditions were applied to the opening round, and Lee Saintess turned to ask Andreen if he had any reservations. "Yi Tate Phi, we can handle everything because, fortunately, I've already prepared Lee Key right personnel." Lee plan to tame monsters seemed quite manageable for Judy, a talent who had reached Lee Key Veek of a first-class female apostle. Andreen replied that not unlie that, but she could also use holy power LVEs higher than Lee P other candidates. HC Enly concern was teammates accompanying her. "We have 2 excellent swordsmen, but we are completely lacking a mage quit actual combat experience." Hearing Li P Saintess 8 lament, Andreen generously offered to lend her some people, causing her face to light up with joy. "Ha ha, we may have formed an alliance, but it feels lay I am Lee Key in Li 1 getting a get deal." Saintess giggled. "Not at all, because even just standing here laughing and talking together enough to exert suffocating pressure on League other contestants." Andreen scratched his head and then a question occurred to him in this game. Does a mod each swordsman count as one person? Reading the list of contestants, Saintess couldn't help but laugh when she saw Andreen blatantly circumventing the rules to squeeze a swordsman into Leaky mage ranks. Although she wasn't very pleased, she had to nod and let it pass, as finding a loophole in Miki rules, IDU Key also considered a person who takes IQ. "Marquise Lauren, he ate more in TP rate 10 than I thought," Leak Saintess muttered to herself. Main theme of he first round was tactical ability when confronting and exterminating monsters. Like saints and saintesses were invited to act as captains leading 4-person squads including both mages and swordsmen to hunt monsters. Marquise Lauren closely monitored every move of contestants, and all developments were live-streamed for public to follow. Each candidate was given their own channel to seize a key opportunity to gain a fan base through viewership. Rai Tin. Thanks to her sweet beauty and gentle personality, Everine quickly became an innate sensation, causing many young men to scramble to hunt monsters just to win her favor. As soon as they went live, stunning beauty of EL members left audience in endless admiration. Unfortunately, their personalities were as rigid as stone, and they only knew how to work mechanically, making East's atmosphere as dull as watching a documentary. No matter how appealing their appearance was, key content was as bland as plain water, still making viewers extremely drowsy. Consequently, as soon as rival faction ran out of steam, leaky audience also turned their backs one after another to find other channels. Unlike other candidates, Everine channel was fun of dramatic plotlines, like a high school romance drama, and thus began to attract attention. Furthermore, like arrogant noble candidates collectively turned into villains, causing public opinion to shift and pressure Everine. Key mercenaries felt touched because Everine treated them with equal respect. Being so fond of her, they unanimously wanted to help her ascend to position of saintess. They enthusiastically competed to sweep through monsters, piling up corpses lay gifts for Everine. They did that primarily just to clear path for her. They believed that if Everine became key saintess, then to their efforts, key mercenaries' reputation would also benefit. Mercenaries vied to shout Everine name, making her blush a tomato. They promised to give their fun sepsi part. Previously stifling atmosphere of leaky men XT hunt suddenly turned into a vibrant youth film scene. Everine channel quickly rose to EP top of viewer tin chart. Even Pope became her hard fan. Adrian Sodoma today to ask foe help finding a craftsman to repair Iozi Chankum artifact, which contained divine power. Upon seeing precious artifact, Pope 8 eyes lit up like car headlights as he schemed to profit from Everine. But Adrian would never let him carry out that intention. Inside that item lay a sacred magical current from primordial times. Although one corner was chipped, rest remained surprisingly perfect. While caressing Leak artifact, Pope promised to find best craftsman to help Adrian. If this were a way to promote Everine name, then donation would be key best policy. But to donate an intact mythical artifact to charity would be excessive. Pope asserted that even without a donation, there were still many other ways to promote her name. Adrian himself wasn't so kind as to consider such a generous donation. Too many people were secretly dedicating themselves to help Everine ascend to position of saintess. Adrian told himself he had to make every effort so as not to disappoint everyone 8 expectations. That evening, watching a lek about Everine 8 popularity, Evelyn was seething with jealousy. A few days earlier, Archbishop Fred had acted as a go-between to introduce Adrian to Kobe Ventry, one of E3 world renowned masters of sacred artifact craftsmanship. Right from first glance, he recognized leaky top-notch quality radiating from outfit Adrian was wearing. It seemed this person was truly a master of his craft. Andreen quickly pulled all blade, showed 8 to Kobe, and expressed his desire to acquire ET. But could I use mithril to make this blade? Because obtaining orichalcum ID truly difficult, Andreen asked curiously. He doesn't need a blade at all. Eat ID a masterpiece in itself. Kobe replied to Andreen 8 confusion. A sword to bid farewell to enemies, a sword to pierce through Waiki darkness. Although it has many names, its most illustrious reputation ID simply Key Sword. Kobe rambled on incessantly, making Andreen almost yawn repeatedly. Despite having many forms and countless functions, surprisingly, not many items are classified as such swords currently, and Li 3 are owned by Li Church. I heard there are 6 such swords in Li Key world. This must be Li Key 7. When this sword reaches its complete state, a blade made of Li will be generated from this azure bloodstone. It far exceeds GLVE of Key once renowned Madichi swords. According to a document I once read, leaky blade of this sword can rival an Aura blade and possesses even more powerful demon slaying capabilities. Furthermore, this item ID incredibly versatile, capable of channeling all types of energy into E-blade, whether it be Madiich Hurrah, holy power or elemental strength. If it weren't Fu Waikich get fortune of viewing Wuk records of this relic through Light P grace of my predecessor, perhaps even I would have overlooked it. There IDP a high probability that even your 3 followers do not know what it IDP used foe. Therefore, I completely understand why to an ordinary person this IDP just a normal piece of orichalcum, Kobe added. Andreen broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't understand how such a masterpiece ended up in leaky hands of a rural noble like that. When Andreen asked Fu her price, Kobe sighed and explained that this item was truly difficult to value. Internally, he was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, but outwardly, Andreen tried to maintain his composure. He asked Kobe to help him repair ET. Through Ixatem, Andreen transferred a substantial amount of money to Kobe. Considering Ida's labor costs including materials, he promised a double reward if Kobe succeeded in repair. In that case, I ain't refuse. Key value of this item ID indeed astronomical. Give me a week, I will put all my heart into repairing Yate Fu Waigi honor of an engineer. Kobe confidently declared. Andrian stepped out of Ike room, still feeling an indescribable sense of euphoria. If I can CP red a blade on par, quit in a raw blade. Perhaps I just need to stand onfhv li ep role of a mighty Ichi swordsman. Oh, I could even combine et quit a staff and use eat as a spear. He was still engrossed in Iki's soaring ideas swirling in his head. Andrian was startled when a voice rang all from Leaky other end of Leaky line. Ariko called Iki bad news that Everine had been kidnapped, leaving Andrian frozen as if he had seen a gat in broad daylight. At Iki Janate territory, located right on Mikiboev Ki Ryzen Empire, a fierce flame roared but could not touch a single hair of Everine, who was floating above. It goes without saying how furious kidnappers must have been. They thought she was an easy to gate, but she was not going to be easily caught. Suddenly, someone advised them to use psychological attacks, which startled them all. Turning around, they were shocked to see August standing there, quit his unmistakable, smug grin. August unleashed his signature spirit technique, causing those scoundrels to collapse on Likey's spot, lie in an action movie. Just then, Andrian's subordinates also arrived. Hayden and August had already finished dealing quit Everin 8 kidnappers long ago. Everin was resting in a shelter, then to Andrian 8 thorough preparations, so she was unharmed. Someone was pulling EP strings behind them using stand-ins to hire them, so we haven't identified mastermind yet, Hayden explained. Andrian began to be skeptical, wondering why this duo had suddenly become so genuinely helpful to him. Actually, this ID also our sanctuary. Our leader personally issued leak order. Upon hearing that Ms. Everine was in trouble, we were dispatched to rescue her and atone for past mistakes. This ID, first time I've seen our leader so furious, he added. Lee Kibiti said Francis 8 Formula ID no longer valuable, so they had to pack up and leave EP base quickly. Instead, Lee previous skirmish had nothing to do quit my beat because at B Lu Moon, he lets us do as we lie on rarely interferes in personal matters. But after Wyke attempted assassination of Ms. Everine, Likibit issued strict orders not to touch anyone Siki Lalat Lauren family in Lucky Spirit Count, Hayden added. Andreen found 8-6 trend that Lee B Lu Moon leader seemed to be paying too much attention to him. In any case, Andreen expressed his gratitude for their help and decided to forget his annoyance at having to fight them earlier. Although, truthfully, that ordinary ambush was not enough to make him break a sweat. Our leader ID willing to welcome Andreen and wants to convey that everything has been resolved peacefully. Feel free to visit anytime Eat 8 convenient. Andreen was still somewhat suspicious that Eat might be a trap, but his instincts told him he was probably overthinking ET. This IDP a communication device Kuda secret seat that we use at B Lu Moon. Eat connects directly to my and August 8 devices, so feel free to contact us anytime do you need. Hayden pressed leak item into Andreen 8 hand, and then Iki 2 disappeared as quickly as an unfamiliar gust of wind. Andreen understood that protecting Everine was a key top priority now as Gillo's streamed kidnapping was causing public outcry. Not online did he agree to Weeply proposal, but Log Lumoon leader also personally issued an order to strictly forbid his subordinates from daring to cause trouble for him. What key hell ID going on? Andrian said, pulling at his collar and grinning coot delight. His sword was furious quit Andrian fo brazenly breaking competition rules by arbitrarily using a necklace. Andrian quickly defended himself, saying he had run all of options, and if he hadn't used 8, Everine would surely have died long ago. So, that 8 Lee's summary. If Key Church had conducted itself more properly, this horrific incident would never have happened. A woman was kidnapped by a stranger right during Key competition, and no one knew until I intervened. Regardless, I hope Dio will consider Miss Everine 8 talent, she ID a victim, so Peak Lie do not unjustly disqualify her because of a rare incident. I am League E1 who broke E rules, so just lay all P blame on me. Eat will be settled. Andrian made excuses rapidly, anxiously fearing that his get image in League Woman 8 eyes would be tarnished. League Woman let Oa sneer, finding this fellow Andrian quite in TP rate 10. To be honest, even though I still have some doubts about whether Do orchestrated everything, looking at your face right now, I believe Do are not lying. As soon as she finished speaking, Like Woman took a mirror from her pocket and held it directly in front of Andrian. At Lee Palace, E-Woman summoned all prominent figures to reveal lighty truth about yesterday kidnapping. This IDE Mirror of Truth, an artifact capable of reflecting 1/8 heart without deception. Contrary to speculation, after looking into E-Mirror, I affirm that kidnapping has nothing to do with either Everine or Andrian. Now I want each of you to step up, one by one, and look into YP Mirror to prove your innocence and that you are not like Mastermind. Like woman ordered sternly. Duke Francis, having a guilty conscience, screamed loudly, angrily accusing Like woman of outrageously abusing her power. What ain't wrong with you, Duke Francis? What ain't so difficult about standing in front of a mirror, or are you afraid of being exposed? Lake woman responded coldly, making Duke Francis so furious that smoke nearly came all of his head. Just as Leaky's situation grew, Leaky atmosphere suddenly became quite agitated by Leaky appearance of Andrian and a troop of knights. He one who harmed Miss Everin ID, certainly a tough opponent, so I've come here to assist everyone. Come on, step up one by one and be verified, Andrian announced. After a period of uproar and commotion, Lady Grey High Elven and Queen Claudia High Elven of Leaky Elven High Kingdom were Leaky first to step forward. After both of them uttered a solemn oath affirming that they had not harmed Everin in any way, Lee Mira proved them completely innocent, and thus, one by one, others continued to step up. Finally, a few names remained, including Duke Francis and his daughter, Everin. Unexpectedly, both of them were innocent, causing Andrian to a slight look of disappointment. Francis and Andrian squabbled fiercely in a hall, giving Like woman a splitting headache. And only two individuals remained: B. Rim Minister Chino Ost of Lai Prius Republic and Lady Milo Oust, who were trembling Lai leaves. They desperately tried to deny Lai accusations, insisting that everything was just a grave misunderstanding. Seeing that her repeated advice had no effect, woman decided to fly her hand by directly imprisoning two suspects accused of kidnapping Lady Everin Barnett. Lai soldiers rushed in a disturbed swarm of bees, escorting two people away, and loud shouts and cries echoed throughout Leaky area. Duke Francis watched the scene greatly amused. To dare to blaspheme Sen right inside church, a heinous sin indeed. As these two people represent Republic of Prius, this will surely cause a wave of both domestically and internationally. This ID truly get news fo up Brigham Empire, which ID currently at war quote Prius, but at Leaky same time, it also an opportunity fo weak revolutionary faction. That ain't why they say life ID so unpredictable, Andrea thought to herself. Lee kidnapping of female knight Everin has caused quite a lot of trouble, both for those involved and for those following Ki Iven. If he ends happily as expected, this Iven will surely make YP competition even more dramatic. Among remaining contestants, Top 5 are all considered extremely talented, including Ray High Elven, Eveline and Esther. Eveline along with Princess Rebecto Silin of Sea Kingdom, after eliminating their rival from Prius, began to direct their CP towards Silin, under whitey guise of rooting faux wife candidate of love. Thus GOP competition, which originally involved in Lee 4 nations, suddenly became 5. Fuka government of Republic of Prius, which was already struggling with countless internal and external difficulties. They desperately needed someone who could help divert public attention. However, Leak decline of this nation was only a matter of time, either due to external invaders or a revolutionary uprising. Ultimately, Princess Silin would also find it difficult to maintain her position, so there was no need to worry too much. Andrian reassured himself and then, along Kudarica, began EP next action. After that incident, Eveline became even more widely known and much more famous. As Fu Andrian, he also managed to launch his self-research product, which was Kaibing 1.0. Within E territory, everything was stable, and the E tower was still operating smoothly. Therefore, Andrian no longer had to worry too much about Eveline. Just as Andrian was thinking he could breathe a sigh of relief, George Vasson, Ike leader of EBE Lu Moon Guild, came to see him in person. Andrian and George chatted happily, while Aurika just sat there eating from beginning to end. Andrian felt a bit tren when he saw that IP information on George 8's seat. Tem clearly stated that he was very fond of him and wanted to become an ally, even though they had just met Fo Waiki first time. I suspect that likey information displayed on Life's screen doesn't fully reflect his true self, Andrian wondered to himself. George sat Fo a while, then signaled Fo August and Hayden to leave the key room. Now that no one else ID eavesdropping, you can speak frankly, quit me. Who are you really? Andrian asked. George suddenly stood up after hearing that. His expression turned to confusion, fun of bewilderment. Arika vigilantly rushed forward to shield Andrian, but unexpectedly, George didn't attack. Instead, he knelt down before Andrian, which startled him. After a while of discussion, Andrian learned that George was connected to G. Renduke Lusat, Lee predecessor of Lee B. Lu Moon Guild. I knew this meeting isn't merely about Bu Lian and Alliance. Can you explain more about this? Andrian asked, and George nodded in agreement. Quickly pull off terminal device Quiddy incredibly powerful capabilities. Lee image of Chester suddenly appeared, causing Andrian to gasp in astonishment. Chester explained that PB Lu Moon Guild was supposed to be a reward foe Arodin G8 Fortuitous Me Cien, but it was unfortunate that Andrian had contacted them prematurely. 5 years ago, when Andrian was running key finding route to seize his destiny, many missions had their scripts altered, and Big Lu Moon was among them. Lee B. Lu Moon organization, which had been dormant, suddenly rose up to expand its influence, and then to that, they are now firmly established in Lee P market. As a result, Andreen made contact far too early, creating a Xatem error when he intentionally took a shortcut to Xi time. This guy named Roger Vasson, ID Chester 8 right, handman and a senior manager at B. Lu Moon. What IP hell IDE this? If B. Lu Moon ID a gift foe reaching ARD NG8, wouldn't my rushing to approach them now be a waste of effort? If that 8T case, why didn't do just sue your face and Li Ki Gem and say eat to my face instead of making me go through all this trouble for nothing? Andrian cursed to himself. Chester replied calmly that he could not yet recognize Andrian as his true master, but as for a temporary partnership he was free to proceed. Hearing that, Andrian 8 face relaxed into a wide grin, so happy he couldn't even find key words to speak. Chester added that B. Lu Moon possesses 8 special members, all of whom are Ura masters and high LV key archmages. That it not all, they also have 1,200 assassins equipped quite high in weapons, 450 vanguard soldiers, and 5 flying fortresses, not to mention global resorts and casinos that are all under their Henan Tren. AX Raya businesses, from real estate to transportation, have been acquired by them, even Leaky Pacific Hotel where Andrian IDK staying IDP an asset of Leaky Guild, making him so excited he started drooling. Quite an economic potential of RV 100 billion and a military force that overwhelms even a duke, even if they are unenli allies and not his own, eat IDK enough to warm Andrian 8 heart. Just as preliminary round of Key Saint competition was about to end, ID Master Engineer Kobe Senshi of Holy Land appeared. He sought a luxurious penthouse room where Andrian was staying. Leaky old man had refurbished Leaky's sword hilt nicely and quickly handed it to Andrian. Kobe enthusiastically instructed that he needed to pour any source of energy, such as Ra Mana O Holy Power, into Yate, and 8 would be done. As soon as Andrian tried pumping energy into Yate, a blade of lye that could cut through iron lye mud immediately appeared, which was incredibly spectacular. P's sword was so sharp that Andrian accidentally pierced his own chest. It was truly speechless. Erica hurriedly poured healing potion into Andrian 8's mouth, and he narrowly escaped death. He really IDP an incurable fool. People around them witnessed Andrian 8 botched suicide attempt and turned pale. Being from Earth, Andrian decided to name B's sword Chis Kali to make it so imposing. Thinking back, it isn't much different from ordinary and Chen T swords. Daki only difference IDE key way it operates. Leapy important thing IDE that it can project a supreme magical blade then do Marquis Fakma for this wonderful gift. Now he had to take advantage of this hat item to Pete Everine in Lee Key competition. Andrian lay sprawled on the floor, daydreaming. Lee month-long first round of Lee Key Saint competition finally came to an end. Lee Key mercenaries were sobbing and wailing as they bid farewell to Everin, a scene so cheesy that Andrian could lie stand there in a daze. Ray High Elvin leads in mercenary techniques, ranks 3rd in viewership and holds 2nd place in China. Judy Astor ranks 4th in mercenary techniques, 2nd in viewership and 2nd in China. Celine ranks 5th in mercenary tactics, 4th in viewership and 4th in China. Evelyn Francis ranks 4th in mercenary tactics, 5th in viewership and 5th in China. Everin gave her all to achieve ID runner, up position in mercenary techniques, lead in viewership, and take 1st place in China. Among league contestants, I once firmly believed that Princess Celine was just lucky, relying on backing of Lee Prius Republic. Yet again, she surprisingly surpassed Miss Francis to secure 4th place. Andrian was deeply worried when he realized this princess was truly an unpredictable Laka horse. Everin beamed quid happiness when Andrian presented her quid a congratulatory flower. She secretly hoped she would not let down Leapy expectations he had for her. Lee purpose of Lee Saint's pageant ID to find Eki one chosen by God EP person whose temperament ID most in harmony quit him among Leaky excellent candidates. If she maintains this performance, Everin ID guaranteed a spot as one of IK 5 future Saintesses. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a servant respectfully reported that 2 candidates named Celine wanted to meet Quid Andreen. Celine wore key traditional ceremonial dress of Rebecca Kingdom and respectfully bowed to Andrin and Ariga. Although it was their first private meeting, her intelligence and personality made me feel quite fond of her. Lay Everin and Esther, Princess Celine did not hesitate to use Cha on others, a fair yet unpredictable demeanor foe someone of royal descent. Well, either way, troublesome Laffy horse has come to find us, Andrian thought to himself. Celine introduced Leaky sponsor behind this meeting as Garcia Vallon, chairman of Council of Prius Republic. What on earth? Andrian was not at all excited about meeting this guy. Lead chairman of Leaky State Council, one of 3 most powerful figures in Leaky Prius Republic. Andrian felt very hesitant when thinking about interacting with a representative of that republic. Andrian still smiled brightly and shook Garcia's hand despite feeling incredibly bored on Leak inside. After wiki pleasantries, Garcia politely invited Andrian to dine. By banquet table was spread quite so many delicious trend dishes that Andrian's eyes lit up in amazement. There were his favorite braised fish along with all kinds of exotic run. There was also a pickled vegetable soup and ribs stewed quite rich flavors. Andreen kept helping himself without ceremony, finding a culinary style of Ukli Rebecto Kingdom very similar to his homeland Korea. Ludden eating to regain his strength, Andreen completely forgot about Lee presence of those around him. Celine ate giggle made Andreen blush quit embarrassment, and once he was fun, Garcia began to get to Lee point. He revealed that his country was struggling against a rebel group calling themselves I Revolutionary Army. These rebels had even armed their vanguard themselves. Leaky Trouble IDP, that equipment ID identical to Leaky Gladiator Core version 1.0 created by Clorant Deej Tower. Does that mean Andreen 8 top-tier Medij Tower suits were misinterpreted? Oh dear, I guessed correctly. How could those guys solve Vike Cipher Core? Should I pretend to be innocent? Andreen thou, sipping his tea. Andreen quickly dismissed idea that Iki Revolutionary Army 8 leading suits were no different from Medij Tower 8. I called this meeting not just all of suspicion, but isn't that still not enough to convict them? Besides, they stole Marquis Laurent technology, Gaxier declared emphatically. Enli then did Andreen understand that Gaxier wanted him to prosecute Lee's self-proclaimed Revolutionary Army of Republic for stealing his technology. It was truly a case of hoisting them quit their own petard. Gaxier wanted to crush people's faith in Y Revolutionary Army. We will pay a worthy price. In EP name of Republican Army, we will import 1,000 sets of Vanguard equipment from Laurent Tower at a price 10% higher than usual, Garcia proposed quit a loud laugh. It sounded like a very attractive offer. Andreen smirked, turning to ask Celine if he should accept this lucrative offer. Celine hesitated for a moment, then replied, I am afraid this matter is deep beyond my purview. But as a representative of a nation, I will side quid oku Republican government. How skillful her answer was. She mentioned representing like nation and supporting like republic, yet kept her personal opinion private until Leaky very end, a perfect tactic for a princess receiving backing from Leaky Prius Republic. Although I felt a pang, it reminded me of my previous life, when I always had to be wary of powerful forces around me. But I lie her. Andreen sighed and then, much to Garcia's expectation, Andreen flatly rejected peak offer. Garcia was dumbfounded upon hearing it. His face red quid anger, he banged the table and chairs, demanding that Andreen provide a satisfactory explanation. It seems there ain't been a misunderstanding today. We are on Iki Defron continent. Currently, Brigham Empire and Lee Prius Republic are at war. Why would you think I would do something that would disadvantage P. Brigham Empire? I am on EP payroll of Key Brigham Empire, which IDP also my continent. Therefore, I have no reason to resolve like Prius Republic 8 affairs and harm Lee Brigham Empire. Isn't that just a private matter between two nations? In like long run, if do choose like wrong side, do will suffer losses. Furthermore, shouldn't Lee government resolve its internal issues itself? If people believe in nippy rebel groups, there must be some reason. I think if do intervene, everything will be fine, Adrian said with a sneer. Garcia was taught a lesson by Adrian, then left angrily. Now that Iki's uninvited guest had left, Adrian could happily continue his meal. Adrian ate on Lai Pete during this sensitive period caused great unrest across the entire front. Prius Republic government even announced implementation of economic sanctions. A meeting among high-ranking nobles was described as a crisis meeting and felt like a reprimand. Adrian 8 Pete quickly spread worldwide, causing a shockwave not only in Lee Prius Republic but also in Lake Reinhardt Kingdom. Therefore he was summoned here and endured these condemnations. Again and again Eli incessantly criticized and condemned Adrian bitterly. Countess Otis argued that after all, La Prius Republic and their kingdom did not have much trade, so even if such a nation decided to impose sanctions, she would not be too great. Lai sensed that Iki Prius Republic would surely drag Yiche Tin continent where their kingdom was transporting weapons and goods into IP conflict. Countess Otis was no pushover and immediately retorted sharply. Why two of them argued so fiercely that Adrian, standing in I middle, didn't know whose side to take. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Erika raised her hand to speak. I was curious because I genuinely didn't understand what crime Adrian had committed. Marquis Eli explained that secrets of Lee Peace State had been exposed to Iki world, but he also argued that there IDK no fault in Leaky truth itself. Erika dropped a CVMN that made the atmosphere in Leaky room become awkwardly heavy. Countess Eli insisted that no matter how shady a deal might be, exposing 8 was an immoral act, unless we admitted 8 was suspicious from Lee's start. Lee Keen laughed heartily and asked if someone were to steal from Du and I pointed a Lee P thief. Would Du blame me instead of Likey culprit? Both Lai second and third princes insisted Iki fault lay quit Lai P other side, doing their best to shield Adrian. Looking at Lee P's situation, it was clearly than to Erika standing up to protect Adrian. Princess Diana then asked pointedly where Adrian got Iki composure to remain calm while facing punishment. Adrian immediately played recording of his conversation with Gaxia, leaving everyone stunned and shocked. If this recording were released, like Brigham Empire would be forced to intervene to protect Adrian to Xe face, as he was victim in this matter. No wonder Adrian chose Key Bringham's side and mentioned DP Defron continent. He truly has a cunning and calculating mind. This incident helped soothe the tensions between Reinhardt and Librios Republic, but it pushed Lee Brigham Empire into a dilemma. Immediately after ET meeting ended, audio recording of conversation between Chairman Gaxia and Len flooded D in T8. As soon as Lee Ki Vi Wanher went lie, not only Brigham but also Wyke Reinhardt Alliance simultaneously voiced Pete Foe their side. A domino effect occurred as nations on Aki Defron continent and Lady Holy Land joined in criticizing Waki Republic. Like Republic of Priusate moved to impose economic sanctions became a self-inflicted disaster, leaving CA Line fun of admiration for Adrian after reading Lee news. But like he moment she heard he already had a fiancé, her heart skipped a beat, overwhelming disappointment. Just then, a servant brought a letter from Lai Holy Land announcing second round of Aiki competition, which would involve duels in pairs. Each round would consist of a match, and CA Line had to face Everin, who was being fully supported by Adrian. CA Line was stunned for a few seconds after hearing Lee Ki news caught completely P-guard. Lai P staff gathered to ask each other if this was impactful enough. They continued to discuss how to adjust Lee Ki's Mire angle from this position to make 8 more eye-catching. Lee P's second round began, and instead of lasting a whole month Lai Lee first, he took place quickly right in Lee Ki Outdoor Arena at Lee Ki Holy Land. Each Holy Maiden candidate had exactly 2 hours to showcase her talent in front of Ike cameras. In C, this was a XT gi for them to display their skills through all sorts of different art forms. As Faux Princess CA Line she began making polite rounds a radiant smile, hoping Faux everyone ates pop. Lee trio of Adrian, Everin, and Eric placed their hands on their chests and bowed to Ivy Princess, and we were no exception. Lee T young man flatly denied it. Don't underestimate my appearance. It might not look like 8, but if I happen to fall for someone, I will pamper them to lay P mummy C. CA Line immediately teased him. Oh my, does that mean you are planning to me? Andrian replied, do you got that right? He suddenly scrutinized key outfit she was wearing and wondered, your attire looks as if you are preparing to go on XT Gifo a dance. CA Line smiled gracefully, exactly, my main theme today I a combination of fluid dance moves and Madi Chi. Andrian seemed quite excited. I am very curious to see what Laikima each tricks of this continent are lie. Lei Maid hurriedly reminded him, Princess, we have to go. She bowed slightly to Andrian, then I take my leave to return to my seat. He also politely said goodbye. I hope you two cooperate well and have an explosive performance. Saying this, she slightly lifted her dress and turned to walk away. Lee Maid beside her whispered, Quet Everine as an opponent, we have nothing to worry about, even if she was a hit in Lai Ki first round and gathered a whole bunch of fan in Iki and she was just a commoner before Iki competition. She added, I heard she has no talent other than some hastily learned stolen Medici tricks. Celine said to herself, I am already well aware of this. She cast a slight glance towards Andrian 8 group, however. Her face clearly showed signs of restlessness and anxiety. Lee Ki organizers announced through Mick, Pili focus your attention here, competition will officially begin in 3 minutes. Celine stood quietly alone in Key shadows, teams in E2 potential candidates peek be ready. Standing peeking from behind Stigi curtain, she told herself inwardly, I must definitely win Key position of Lee Saintes. To take on a responsibility faux country, even if Enli at this moment, when EP curtain was pulled wide, she had prepared carefully for her part, organizers shouted, start. Leaky melody of Zither began to resonate. Princess had entered her ready stance, one hand raised to her forehead so sleeve covered half of her mysterious face, while Leek other hand elegantly lifted her skirt. She began to perform her first dance movements. Her hands slowly lowered to reveal captivating gun and eyes, leaving many people staring blankly in admiration. Next, her arms, soft as noodles, swung across her body. Immediately after, she skillfully stood on her tiptoes on a key floor, performing a flawless spin. To increase Uki drama fui performance, she decided to unleash her magical powers. Her 2 fingertips pressed together and pointed straight at Lee's Kai, she shouted, Northern Power Manifest. And immediately, her fingertips emitted a gentle glow hidden behind her long sleeve. She swung her arms high and pushed them off forcefully. White Tiger appear. As she finished her command, a majestic white, furred, bee-like striped beast appeared right behind her. Audience around were filled with admiration and delight at this performance. Adrian muttered as he watched, so this IDEE essence of Leiki art of Madi Chi. He watched her intently as she danced quit B Tiger. Though it was only a basic 4, Ring Ma Diichi, its splendor was not inferior to any ancient Jiki Ren Ma Diichi. Adrian crossed his arms, observing Loki satisfied expressions of Lee judges. If she maintains this form, Princess Celine will surely receive high marks in Lee's second round. His mind continued to calculate. Oh, of course. She suddenly started and turned around as if remembering something. We absolutely must not allow ourselves to lose. Everin stood at convenience counter a radiant smile, a warm welcome to our Witch 8 convenience store. Inside, was filled with goods on countless shelves. Information about Leap's store was also revealed. Everyone ate eyes widened in surprise. A convenience store. Adrian strode forward. He placed his hand on the key counter. I've lied to pay, Everyone said softly. I. Key total ID 5,000 Lutz. Everyone doubted. No way, really. Adrian turned back and suggested to YP crowd. Why don't you all go in and look around, maybe buy something? Everyone was flustered. Tate truly a rare experience to see a XEN candidate working at a convenience store. For each stepped up. Everyone agilely took on the role of greeting and answering customer inquiries. Welcome to each convenience store. That product ID key on EE left. Do need a bag? Then do you, come again. Why two cameramen standing outside exclaimed together. Shikate an ideal part-time employee. They chatted happily. I think this ID key get. Eat creates an approachable image fu iki sen candidate in a solemn place. While perhaps not as dazzling as Spellzoma charts, I always feel heartwarming when I see her. Adrian smiled from afar upon hearing their conversation. This ID also a kind of talent. He felt satisfied. This ID exactly reaction I was hoping for. He directed his gaze towards Everin, who was still attentively serving customers. This helps to portray her closeness to ordinary people. Instead of showcasing talent or fake performances, this ID a way to attractively highlight Everin 8 unique advantage. He turned to Foreach, who was sipping a can of soda, tea. Actually, this idea was Foreach Jones, not mine. Immediately after, he also heard people whispering. But does she really just want us that she ain't working at a convenience store? Leaky murmuring intensified. I'm getting bored. There ain't nothing special other than candidate Everin working part-time at Lee convenience store. Are they gonna do this for 2 hours? Celine, who was performing nearby, thought to herself. It seems they've succeeded in Bu Lena like he candidate 8 closeness could like audience, but that ain't all. Those who are bored by Yaki monotony are gradually returning to my side. She let a sigh of relief. I was worried because she'd Baron lost on 8 candidate, but her thoughts were interrupted by Adrian 8 Voy. Of course, not just that. He excitedly raised his hand. Everything needs an introduction, development, and then a conclusion. Then, he snapped his fingers. A Medici performance. P convenience store suddenly exploded and everyone ate astonishment. Everyone ate jaws dropped. Convenience store. What? He really exploded. Adrian continued. What I was expecting wasn't a documentary. A pair of red boots strode forward. A girl appeared in a sensuous, fiery red devil costume, but a diverse performance. Everyone exclaimed in unison, Countess. All eyes turned to Kiki girl who had appeared amidst smoke from the key explosion, and they caroused, Countess. Everyone wondered, what ain't going on? Arka laughed cheerfully. She announced, I am Leaky Master Gluttonous Demon, hurrah. She continued, one who craves 3 main meals and snacks. She swung her arm, adopting like Asia Crane stance, declaring, in Nike name of Ike Devil, I will plunder everything in this place. Wyke's surrounding crowd was stunned while Andrian casually gave a thumbs up. Lee cameraman asked, this another staged seek reap Andrian? He immediately replied, that part of Lie act. Everin played her role very smoothly. Oh, a genuine demon. She instructed light passengers who were confusedly looking for an exit. Everyone, quickly run to lay emergency exit. Arika stepped forward. Hoo. She pointed her sword at her opponent, declaring, I will seize all pastries here. Everin, quick as lightning, pulled a banana sword from her shirt pocket. Do there. I will absolutely never let do that. Arika lunged forward. Stop babbling. Give me all that food. Like audience watching I2 Girls' performance marveled. Wow, look at that sword energy! Like cameraman pointed his lens at Andrian 8 face, asking, this act ID also part of Lee's CP Brup, right? He nonchalantly replied, they're really fighting, making cameraman exclaim, oh my god! He asked quietly, what if Everin gets hurt? Andrian quickly reassured him, don't worry your head foo nothing. A hand had begun to focus energy into Ike banana sword. Everin swung her sword while shouting, oh supreme source of lay! Andrian casually explained, she just needs to take her holy sword to BLPC likes attack, and it'll be fine. Why two girls once again lunged at each other, determined to fight a battle to weaky death. White tips of their swords clashed, creating blinding streaks of Lie. Andrian quickly erected a magical barrier to protect Lie's surrounding audience. Everyone was astonished by what terrifying power two were displaying. Arika fought Quid Everin while thinking, am I perhaps too worried that I'm so weak performing on XDG? Her face remained calm, but it was okay because Everin was following her closely. She recalled, just do as we did during practice. Andrian subtly reminded her from outside, hey, holding a sword Lie that will cut your hand, Asia, go easy now. Returning to reality, I'll just let my body move instinctively. Everin was still fiercely verbally sparring Kud Arika shrieking, ah! Arika was pushed far back by her opponent. She provoked, just a pathetic part-timer at a convenience store. Everin secretly thou Asia ID about to retreat while delivering her lines. She gradually pressured her opponent, I'll unleash my finishing blow right at this part. Everin poured all her strength into her sword, then swung 8 high into Wee Sky. This sight made everyone panic. What e-key hell ID key going on? Everin 8's sword was imbued with power and she wheezed, looking quite tired. Leak impact was so strong that Celine, who was engrossed in Sep Ping nearby, also had to take notice. Ever's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Powerful streams of energy erupted outwards, leaving everyone gasping in astonishment. Celine completely forgot about Sep Ping at this moment. She stood frozen on Lee's spot, intently watching them. Everin unleashed an extremely powerful attack aimed directly at Erika. Lia leaky power of E-blow was terrifying, so much so that E-Ba-Bu In that had hosted I competition was still intact at that moment. Just a moment later, Eid exploded. As for Erika, she was sent flying high into YP Sakai. She and Lai pretended to scream a few times, until she disappeared high in Ike's sky. And now behold, a narrator at Voirangao, and thus Everine Barnett successfully protected convenience store from Lee's snack demon enemy. Lai cameraman standing outside witnessing this scene was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Andrea casually replied, there were indeed some ridiculous parts, but this drama was quite in teep rate tin. He continued to ask, he'd in teep rate tin, but what exactly ID key plot about? Andrea responded, cheat about Everin saving Ebe convenience store from evil demons. Everin was frantically waving, thanking like audience. Andrea particularly emphasized, remember this Q sword Everin used ID a real holy sword? Everyone was surprised. What did Du say? Celine, due to extreme fear, slumped down, leaning against IG White Tiger behind her. Upon hearing Lee news, Sister Sharon was so angry she couldn't speak. Like four people, Eric Jones, Andrea Everine and Erika were all perplexed, not knowing how to explain their actions. None declared, she has been penalized. An article quickly appeared, key judging panel for Saint-Test selection competition has deducted points from contestant Everine Barnett's second round score because the achievement was not entirely hers. Ms. Everine, the Saint-Test candidate, along Twitter sponsor Andrea Lauren, were utterly shocked upon hearing like news of Libby deduction. There were 361 comments below. This idea hilarious! Was Lee Saint-Test selection competition always this funny? Perhaps even more so, because YD Marquise has already joined as a sponsor. When it comes to ideas, no one can surpass him. I should be sad because my favorite candidate had points deducted, but why do I find it so amusing? Key scene where Leaky Saint-Test scolded Leak Marquise was also really funny. And how did he get like Holy Sword? I want to rewatch Asia Jate passionate performance. A voice spoke up, we ranked 6th in Lay P second round. Everin gently bowed her head, I am so Andrea wasn't too bothered, et'd alright. After all, was second round was too difficult for Diu, so Diu did very well. He continued, we had more points deducted than I thought, but it was all according to plan, wasn't heat. We created a deep impression on Lay T audience and received Leaky highest viewership, so don't be discouraged, and work hard in Leaky third round. Everin also regained her spirits. I will try my best until Lee in. This lengthy Saint-Test selection competition was finally about to conclude when suddenly there was a knock at Lee's door. However, a man hurriedly entered Liddy's room, Seer. As it happened, the Saint-Test selection competition, which everyone expected to conclude in P third round, was postponed due to an unexpected incident. He loudly reported, Sir, Leaky Republic faction has achieved a resounding victory in E-War between Niki Bringung Kingdom and Niki Prius Republic. Adrian widened his eyes in astonishment. At Key magnificent and luxurious castle, His Majesty Key Emperor sat majestically on his powerful throne. Someone prostrated himself on Lee floor in homage while Lee Key Emperor spoke coldly, ordering Lee Key immediate deployment of Lee main army. Clique order spread Lie wildfire determined to erase Lee Prius Republic from Lee world map at all costs. Gaxier walked, swaying a bottle of expensive wine, along Guy Castle 8 deadly silent corridor. His face, flushed red from drunkenness, suddenly turned pale as a deep, muffled voice echoed from darkness, greetings Chairman Gaxier. He panicked and yelled, who ate there? While Lighty mysterious, hooded guest calmly replied, phone official to exploit I poor ID truly shameful. He sternly declared that on behalf of Revolutionary Army, Gaxier must atone for his depraved actions, causing Gaxier to tremble quote fear upon hearing like words, Revolutionary Army. His mind raced faster than a track athlete, thinking, could it be those assassins who hunt down officials? He then threw like bottle of wine and ran for his life, not forgetting to curse his useless bodyguards. Unexpectedly, he came across the key sight of his 2 trusted bodyguards already lying dead on the ground. Wei Key assassin approached and whispered, I am very sorry, but today you must meet your ancestors. A dry thud echoed, followed by fresh red blood splattering across Iki window pane. A huge pile of cash was poured down in front of Israel. This was EIT's result of many days of hard work. At Lee Revolutionary Army's secret base, Israel continuously marveled, my goodness, that it's so much money! His accomplice chuckled and said, there's no space to store it all. So this ID just a fraction of he harvest. He pointed to Gaxier crossed, a picture and exclaimed, quit you two as professional assassins, many people probably can't eat or sleep peacefully, huh? He looked at both of them and smiled quite a mixture of satisfaction and extreme surprise. Leak other person slowly removed his hood and exclaimed, I thought your promise of SE Pete was just a joke. Who would have thou do, personally take action? From gathering intel to eliminating officials lie this. Beneath E. Hood, Li T faces of Li T pair were revealed to be Andreen and his loyal handmaiden Erika. A few days prior, Andreen received urgent news that Laki Prius Republic had inflicted a humiliating defeat on Ibrin Gurm Empire. Like irritable young man cursed, these fools truly don't know their place. Like Republic should have used a strategy of exhausting their treasury to weaken the enemy politically. This kind of triumphant victory will unlie enrage Gaoki Empire, and sooner or later, they will be flattened. He considered all possibilities in his head, thinking, if this continues, all the effort put into negotiations, such a long time will be wasted. Andreen turned to ask his subordinate about Li Qi balance of power between Qi two sides. His subordinate immediately reported that Lai Bren Gurm Empire suffered EVI losses, quit 92 air fortresses and 300 vanguard soldiers gone Phuket. He continued, Republic also suffered losses, but unlike 1/5 of the other side 8. Andreen asked in surprise, could Lake Republic 8 army really be that strong? UID Commander Masa Anson truly a living legend. His subordinate, sweating profusely, seriously replied, you are absolutely right, but Masa Anson originally intended to hold to avoid further bloodshed. His subordinate continued to report that this victory seems to be a publicity stunt to serve the general election, causing Andreen to angrily prop his chin. Do those scoundrels dare to gamble EP nationate fate, just for a bit of personal fame and gain? He mused and analyzed. Brin Gurm Empire 8 forces attacking this time are 3 times larger than before, consisting of 600 flying fortresses and 15,000 vanguard troops, plus an additional 7 to 8 older units. Meanwhile, Adi Prayas Republic even quit all its forces, Unlai has about 500 of them, right? His subordinate confirmed the actual Imin was around 40-60. Upon hearing this, Evrin turned pale, quit fear at Grim prospect. He collapsed at Li Thao of 500 million people suffering because of his selfish choices. From Li's start, he was E1 who had bet ED future on Lopi Prius Republic. He closed his eyes and told himself that if he caused this mess, he must clean it up himself. And from now on, he must stespa like revolutionary army even more enthusiastically. Returning to reality, Andreen asked Israel if connecting Masa Anson went smoothly. He nodded and replied, Teed all get, we'll have a meeting tomorrow. He sighed in relief. Hate a type of person who listens in IDT, easy to discuss work, quit. He added that he was sick and tired of Libby current administration and would definitely begin rebellion. Hearing this, he felt a weight lifted his chest. What a relief. Israel turned to operate Lee's screen. Everything was still going according to plan, however. Without letting the other finish, he quickly interjected, President Feeman and Lui Feeman. Images of Iki 2 men appeared on Li's screen, and he nodded in agreement. That ain't correct, but Li Gai problem ID, it unn't be easy to get our hands on them. He analyzed Liki mansion layout, noting that President 8 residence was protected by a host of Elite Raw users and high LV key mages, not to mention 2,000 vanguard troops and 10 flying fortresses. Infiltrating it was O of question, especially since they could escape through underground bunkers. He tapped on Lukat CCTE, and as Fu that Lukat guy who holds fate, he had also a difficult puzzle. We must capture him alive at all costs to use as leverage against IT Empire. Israel expressed his view that if they allied Kut Meso Anson, Leaf capital would fall sooner or later, but a blitzkrieg was impossible. Li longer walk conflict dragged on, more time EP politicians would have to escape. Adrian suddenly spoke up, Insat, we just need to ensure we have enough troops when we oba not fire, right? He looked at Vakuta bewildered expression. At the presidential residence, an anxious voice rang out, Lai, sir, pay more attention to key front lines. Li Man urged him frantically, Key Mansion ID currently too crowded Kut troops, Peak Li considered deploying some units to reinforce outside. President Feeman slammed Li table and shouted, ridiculous, leaky battlefield ID soldiers business do people should handle it yourselves. He snapped, Key rebels are plotting to assassinate head of state and do you want to withdraw Li guards? Locke's secretary cautiously asked, perhaps we should allow APVs to take shelter in a P mansion. Focusing on protecting them would also help Kuti current situation. Before he could finish, Ike President cut him Bay P, are do crazy. Who knows if there ain't an insurgent mole among them. Eek rules of Likey Mansion are immutable. Just then, a knock at Li P door sounded. Like secretary entered and bowed, sir, his voice suddenly softening. Key secretary ID here to report something. Secretary hurriedly reported, young master Lu I request permission to use AP Mansion G Ren Hall. And Niki President raised an eyebrow asking, for what? He replied immediately, he wants to throw a party. And the president began to clear curiosity. Party? What kind of party? He explained a networking party quit corporate moguls to solicit investment and he'd also invited 10 big name figures. Elite president laughed gleefully, while P guard standing next to him looked absolutely livid. His next sentence left both of them frozen. Very well. Guard shouted in outrage, what? In middle of such a crisis, he'd throwing a party. Elite president sneered, do think war doesn't cost money? This isn't just some trivial party, date a negotiation to attract capital investment. Guard gritted his teeth, negotiate what? I know your son ate habits all too well. Thoughts raced through his mind. Someone who supports dive resistance would never do this. Wanting to invite tycoons to Leaky Mansion instead of politicians. He must be planning to scoop up Leaky money and run. Lee's president crossed his arms and ordered him all. I'm done talking. Do may go. A bitter thought flashed through his mind. This country ID finished. At Leaky's same time, in Leaky Ren Hall, loud music and dim lighting enveloped a rowdy crowd. A blonde socialite in a provocative dress turned to Luai and asked, Hey Luai, EP Imperial Army Idiki invading our country. Idiki really okay to be having a party like this? He didn't care at all and smirked. What does Leaky war have to do with us? Lai soldiers will handle ET. He proudly declared, even if they summon here, it doesn't matter, as E1 holding Leaky fate of Archduke Lukat, I can easily protect you. She leaned into him in admiration. Oh, so kun! As everyone around them vied to flatter him and raise their glasses in a toast. A few hours later, E.G. Ren Hall was littered with drunken men sprawled on Iki floor. Luai was fast asleep, drool running down his face. Suddenly, a massive explosion went buppy, startling him awake. What was that? Luai scrambled to his feet and snapped. What leaky hell I dig all that noise? A soldier in armor burst in to announce. We've been attacked. Leap panicked Void continued. Vanguard Idiki breaking through Leaky gates, swarming into Leaky Mansion and wiping a Lee guard force. Screams of horror echoed everywhere as he finished. What did you say? YP crowd began to urge each other on. Could YP Empire 8 troops be swarming in? His face was as pale as a banana leaf, and he fled for his life. She stammered a Luide 8 name, but by now, she too was surrounded by fear on all sides. Without a momentate hesitation, he shoved her hard to Lee ground and shouted angrily, Get O of my sight right now. He snapped his orders. Where IDE Vanguard from Leaky Mansion? Get up here and protect me immediately! To everyone ate astonishment, he hurriedly defended himself. I am key bright future of this republic. You must protect me Fu Li nation to survive. She could not believe his cowardly state at that moment and exclaimed, Luai. He bolted toward Leaky guards, and when someone asked, what about Leaky others? He ignored them and replied, forget them, let them fend for themselves. Despite desperate cries, Foe helped calling out, Wait, Luai, do bastard Luai, what like hell are you doing? He gritted his teeth and ran for his life, turning a deaf ear to light curses of, you absolute scoundrel. Luai fled Quud Waiki Vanguard to excite his own life. He gasped for air while muttering curses, so this ID wake underground shelter. Why has my life sunk to this disgraceful LV? Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred right in front of him. Thick smoke and dust made him cough violently. He tried to covey his mouth, his voice hoarse as he uttered, What leaky hell idiki happening? A thought flashed through his mind, could it be presidential palace guards? But Lee soldiers facing him pointed their swords straight at him and growled, There ain't Luai. They charged without hesitation, making him scream in terror. We will not stand idly by and watch corruption run rampant we decay of Feman clan any longer! Unanimous slogan rang all, Foe he future of Leak Republic. He collapsed to Leaky ground, bitter and resentful. Do you bastards, how dare you betray me? A soldier quickly helped him up and advised him. Run this way, sir. Luai asked as he ran, Where ID General Laminus? Why isn't he busy protecting Leak Presidential Palace? Lai soldier replied, ID probably V there. He immediately ordered, Go find him right now, there ID a traitor among my vanguard. At the same time Luki communication signal beeped. Leak soldier reported, Lok Luai like army commanded by Marshal and Sen It march include revolutionary forces. He froze what? Eat not Green Gorman Empire, but our own army. Like soldier sobbed, not on lie that. Key scale of Leak attack ID growing as civilians are joining them too. He tried to dodge falling rocks, civilians. Anyone who points a weapon at me ID not a civilian but trash that needs to be cleaned up. He panted, his legs stumbling as he ran toward a turn. A soldier standing there pointed to Kiwei. Sir, you must run in this direction. Leaky group reached Leak elevator, and without a quoos, unli tense, heavy breathing remained. He pounded on the elevator door. What rotten luck. His face turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck. Why must I endure this humiliation? Under Leaky bewildered gazes of Leaky guards, he continued to punch the elevator door frantically. Why does it have to be me? His eyes were bloodshot, and he ground his teeth together. You ungrateful wretches will not get away with this. Finally, Iki elevator brought him to where President Femont was standing. He called out desperately, Father! President Femont looked at his son with an alarmed expression and backed away. He stormed forward, unaware that his father had a knife held to his throat. Father, do you already have a plan to wipe all those bastards all there, right? He excitedly suggested. That it right, just blow up Lopi entire royal palace! At this moment, he began to realize something was wrong. Father! A man holding a spear stepped forward and mocked. I once thou do were just a scoundrel, but he turns Dio were an idiot from Lee P start. He started and shouted, "Who ID that?" Adrian and Asia stepped out to introduce themselves. "I am Marquise Adrian Lauren, and this ID my fiancée, Countess Asia." Lee person holding a sword behind President Fremont peeked out, smiling brightly. "If a stranger doesn't know, then I'm his friend here." As soon as he saw Key familiar face, he immediately recognized him, Israel Osaka. Israel annoyedly cut him a P. Israel Osaka Prius. "Who gave you permission to discard this name? Which ID key very foundation of this nation?" He dragged his feet pointed forward and let all incomprehensible grunts and groans. He looked at like P3 people in astonishment. How did these bastards manage to sneak all lucky way in here? Adrian calmly and casually slung Lie spear v his shoulder. A few hours earlier at Lee Presidential Palace of Lee Prius Republic, President Fremont happily greeted him. "I never expected us to have leak opportunity to meet again Lie this." He continued, "Marquise Adrian Lauren." Adrian nodded in agreement. "I also never thought I would personally set foot in this place." He thought to himself, "Approaching President Catchout Fremont was too easy because I hold many things he desires." The old man curiously asked, "What kind of deal do you say do you want?" His voice began to sow a warning. "Since I've made time for Wyke Marquise, I hope he had a worthwhile deal. I have no need to befriend you." He reached into his coat pocket. "Your Excellency will be captivated by it immediately." He placed 2 hexagonal fragments on Lee Key table. Iki old man squinted asking, "Those are enhancement cores, aren't they?" "One ID Offensor 1.0 core, which I personally crafted at He Lojin Ma De Chower. Ye other IDEE advanced core type that Iwaki rebels here are currently using." Leek old man excitedly shouted, "Dear saying Lock rebels cores are actually your technology?" He calmly replied, "That ain't right. According to like a data I've obtained, that ain't how eat IDE." He began to lament. "Honestly, at first I thought it was just a rumor. Who knew that Key Revolutionary Army would be Iki ones stealing my technology?" Hearing that, Iki old man eyes lit up with excitement. "So, can you step forward and expose the Revolutionary Army?" He subtly touched his watch. "I aren't just top at a mere accusation." Projections appeared before old man. Adrian expressed his intention to apologize for my misunderstanding that led to His Majesty being accused. "I wish to present your Excellency 2 small gifts." He explained in detail, "This ID information about several businesses whose stock prices are about to skyrocket. See at least double, and many will increase tenfold." Like old man looked at lead data and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" He leaned to hand paper to like other person. Eek old man took pipe paper, curiously asking, "And what about like second gift?" Just a glance at Eeki contents, Eeki old man 8 pupils constricted. Adrian spoke in a calm, powerful voice. "That IDE Lee stronghold of Lee rebel group calling themselves EP Revolutionary Army." Leek old man hesitantly pressed, "What? Wait, how did you?" He shook his head cutting him P. Key source of information ID not important. Lee guard standing nearby leaned Siki old man ear and whispered, "Your Majesty, we have just confirmed that location IDT indeed eat hideout of Leaky Revolutionary Army." He didn't bother to care about Leapy old man a discomfort. "I trust that your Excellency will soon clear those who dared to steal my technology." Adrian flashed a brilliant smile. "Your Excellency will take action to quell like rebellion of undue." Key old man burst a laughing. "Of course, they are criminals whom we cannot ignore. You've helped me immensely." He humbly replied, "Ain't nothing. He take my honor to serve your Excellency." This was extremely important to Lick nobility. He thought to himself, "Quit satisfaction don't. Now he completely trusts me. He tate important because I am like he savior who will shoulder all his worries." Leek old man stood up, intending to go to a meeting. "Alright, let it put that aside. Let it go somewhere more relaxing." But then, he felt ground shake violently. Leek old man frantically turned to ask key soldiers, "What a hell ID going on?" He immediately received a report, "Sir, we are under sudden attack by a large vanguard army that has surrounded Waikiki City." Leaky old man cursed inwardly, "Damn it, don't tell me Leaky Bryn Gorm Empire ID attacking. Fo now let it just go to Leaky Bunker." He seized Leak opportunity and immediately asked, "Wait, can your Excellency unseal instant teleportation?" Leak old man was hesitant. "I am afraid not." Asia rushed into Adrian's embrace. He hugged her tightly and feigned a worried expression. "So, your Excellency wants me to risk my life escaping through IP encirclement of Bryn Gorm Imperial Army." He was completely confident in his plan. "Now I am catch at 8 important Trump CC. He definitely unabandoned me after everything that just happened." Lucky old man hesitantly replied, "After many debates, we have finally reached an agreement. Let it just go through this journey together, sharing live hardships." Back in Lee Key present, he continued recounting Lee P's story after breaking into Whitey Bunker. "Everything seemed lemadiich. We caused chaos at EP Presidential Palace, split up Lee guards, and then used the lucky opportunity to take hostages to bring in our comrades." That personate face was now flushed red, veins popping on his forehead, purple quit rage. Israel curled his lips into a sneer. "Don't feel Lee Key poor victim anymore. After all, you are a noble person." Israel brandished his knife threateningly. "This IDP a gift foe Bryn Gurm Empire to end this war." As soon as he finished speaking, He turned and rushed towards P door.
What a scoundrel!
Israel began to speak calmly, but first he started to panic and scream pitifully. Where are key soldiers? Why are you still standing there stunned?
Xime.
He kept trying to use his title as Jiki Renduke Lucas and his position as president to intimidate everyone. Before he could finish speaking, Israel swung his fist from behind, landing a few blows to make him come to his senses. Grabbing his opponent eight collar one hand, he sarcastically remarked on how Iki man had been acting arrogantly for so long, relying on his connections. Immediately after, an Enlai screams of pain echoed throughout peak-cold space. Israel flashed a radiant smile. Tell me, Marquess, who was just talking about sitting in Lee President 8 chair. Both he and she just stood there stunned, watching what he seen. He looked at both of them impressed. Do you mean do want to become a naturalized citizen? Lee man was taken aback. Are do crazy? Isn't eat more leisurely to just be a loke? What kind of joke are you telling? Eat sounds so bitter. He burst into hearty laughter. That actually sounds reasonable.
Ha ha!
He listened intently as E-Man spoke. Didn't Marshal Ansen promise to appoint you as interim head of state? Don't bother trying to involve foreigners like me. Just focus on doing your job well. Israel frankly expressed his worry about whether Yate would be appropriate for him to take that position, fearing that his royal background would lead people to criticize a fallen old regime. Leaky man leaned against Eek railing, gazing into leaky distance. To be honest, if I told Do no one would object, I'd be lying. He was momentarily surprised but still nodded, thinking that, on second thought, no one was more deserving than Commander Israel. Both their faces suddenly darkened. Adrian sighed in exasperation. Didn't Marshal Ansen once declare that he disliked authoritarian military leadership? Thinking of leaky Marshal Eat's stern face, he helplessly told himself, Cheat feels lay I'm about to embrace a ticking time bomb. He turned, preparing to leave. Foamy, Commander Israel as President IDK a win-win situation. I can also easily claim agreed upon compensation. Yuk other man looked up and asked, do you want to leave right away? He replied succinctly, yet, I still have a ton of things to deal with. Adrian suddenly stopped short when he heard a voice calling, Marcus! He and she turned back and saw Israel standing there with two other people, who were saluting respectfully. He smiled radiantly, his hands still not lowered. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. He felt a bit awkward. This ID key too much pressure. Israel looked him straight in the eyes. Do you fully deserve this respect? Throughout Gi White Castle, flags fluttered everywhere. Adrian secretly felt guilty, thinking that this was partly his doing. Keyman chuckled softly. I was in lie looking awful myself. Do you know? He replied generously. I do that so, but do you still helped us a great deal. Amidst a joyful crowd, couples embraced affectionately. Even quit Israel coming to power. Luck road ahead wouldn't be easy. Cheers resonated. Long lay Prius Republic! People who had brought about Light P revolution carried immense hope on their shoulders, and certainly, like supporters of President Femans, those who liked to hear what they wanted, would soon make things difficult. E2 looked at each other, but there was no need to worry too much. Adrian said gently, in that case, you can just see your gratitude coot some rewards. Below he castled people waved flags filling Lai Sikai because he was indeed very talented. Israel burst a laughing after hearing his suggestion. Haha, I will do my best. Lee crowd began to gather in small groups and chatter animatedly. Adrian sat comfortably in his chair while Asia stood CPLU by immediately following the overthrow of government in Leak Republic of Prius. While royal gardens of like Kingdom of Reinhardt were vast, he sipped his tea and intently observed Lee information, quit a pile of data to ret before him. She followed along closely as well, Coop having ended Coot high capture of Lay filthy rich Feman family. Wag leader of Leak Revolution stepped onto podium and declared Coot confidence that person temporarily holding power until a new president ID elected would be Marshal Azen. Lee most powerful figure in Like Republic currently appointed Commander Israel to replace Feman, temporarily managing country while awaiting emergence of a new president. At Lee trial, former President Feman stood at Lee P center, his face deathly pale as people continuously threw rotten eggs at him. Like corrupt fraudster received a death sentence, his initial 350-year prison term was quickly voided because his plea for clemency was completely ineffective. Inevitably implicated, Luai was escorted away gaunt and trembling, while his son Luai Feman was exiled to Dalpi Brigham Empire. Emperor Edward of the Brigham Empire unexpectedly announced a ceasefire Quikip Republic of Prius under wide noble pretext of peace. Deep unknown if E2 sides signed any secret agreements to end while WOP Empire held YP advantage. Watching a news broadcast, Adrian was extremely excited as it seemed all of his plans were proceeding unexpectedly smoothly. He squinted his eyes and thou, breaking into a sweat, all his anxieties about Leak Republic had finally vanished, and now he could wholeheartedly focus on grinding Foe Saint test selection and leveling up in a key gum. While busy calculating, Eli suddenly settled up to him and cleared his throat, saying, Cheat seems do have too much time on your hands. Don't do. Not bothering to glance at key person standing beside him, he felt secretly depressed. Because of this damn second prince title, he had to deal with useless people. I have no interest in hunting, he said, and Eli smiled awkwardly. What a pity. Adrian looked up in surprise when he asked if Lek Republic of Prius had crumbled after leaky fall of Like Feman House. He thought to himself that news traveled like wildfire, then coldly replied. He began to interrogate them, causing both to glare at him, coot daggers in their eyes. He was suspicious of Lapi revenge. Why would a Republican president quit power equal to an emperor take action just or of spite? He even joined hands quid revolutionary army to take down like imperial faction. He sighed in frustration. How ridiculous. Laggy, two people behind a lie kept chattering. Can a lowly noble really do that? Lagman froze, speechless. Asia quickly retorted, we can hear do know, and he silently praised her. Well done. He smiled awkwardly and apologized for his servantate impoliteness. Adrian calmly sipped his tea again. I don't care, leaky upper class IDP fun of such petty GM. Andrew wore an inscrutable social smile. He truly idea masquerade bin where everyone wears a smiling mask. Who knows what lies behind that facade? A light expression darkened as he asked, don't you, Marcus, rarely attend social gatherings as well? He continued to ramble on about how many nobles wanted to befriend him, also saying that since they were both mages, it wouldn't hurt to be a little closer. Someone suddenly appeared behind him. Do you certainly have like the thickest skin of anyone? Marquis Vincent stood with a cold face and mocked. After attacking people at Iki last meeting and then demanding punishment, do you now turn to sucking up to them? What idea your face made of? Eli turned red quoot rage as he looked back, while Andrew remained calmly seated. Marquis Vincent, do also want to be friends quoot me? He stepped closer and pretended it wasn't intentional. Don't misunderstand. I don't approach people in such a blatant way lie someone else. Eli was furious. Watch your mouth. Seeing this, Adrian thought to himself, these two Marquesses don't seem to lie each other at all, do they? Vincent suddenly looked at V with a serious expression. Greetings, Countess. Seeing her standing silently behind, he suggested she try her hand at hunting. Hearing this, he didn't know what to say and could lie stand and observe. Those around them also pricked up their ears to listen. Her combat skills had become famous after she defeated Bala Ura Master on TV, so everyone was curious to see her true abilities for themselves. League's second prince stood with his arms crossed, watching. He happened to catch that gaze and realized. So this guy was E1 pulling IP strings behind key scenes. Xian, he listened quietly as he said, I will take care of two oxers fo du. Here I deet your chance to prove you are a true remaster. Erica maintained a calm expression and agreed, very well. Adrian was not worried at all. Let it just get ETV quit and go AM. In just a split second, she had quickly and firmly strapped Likey's shield onto her wrist. Vincent watched Asia's receding figure and grumbled about that fragile weapon, advising her to wear a helmet for safety, but she didn't even bother to look back, confident in her own strength. Lee's second prince laughed gleefully, eager to see Countess in action, while Andrian, standing beside him, wore a mysterious expression that piqued Lee Prince's curiosity about just how capable she really was. Two giant oxer beasts were tightly confined behind reinforced iron bars. They roared quote fury, while Erika stood tall before Iron Cage, gripping her sword and shield, ready for battle. He gate slowly creaked a bun. A resounding roar signaled that Leaky massive iron cage had been flung wide by an why two monsters brimming quote murderous intent charged straight at her. She did not take a single step back, instead bracing herself in a solid stance as Chi's shield in her hand suddenly emitted a brilliant white light that engulfed like entire space. Amidst ice silent forest and earth-shattering explosion shook lie heavens and IP earth. Second Prince and Vincent were stunned into silence by their astonishment, while Andrian wore an unmistakably proud smile. Erika sheathed her sword practiced effortless grace. That light battle ended swiftly, leaving E2 oxers lying motionless on E ground. Surprisingly, her clothes remained spotless without a single speck of dust. He fell silent, struggling to hold back his laughter until his face turned bright red. More he thou about it funnier yet seemed, yet she sat beside him unamused, staring intently all like a window. As Guy carriage sped along, he silently thought that those people were truly blind to look down on Iki Kingdom 8 and Enon Lai Master of Ura. He'd served them right, he had no love for that place either, but this whole affair seemed like a fascinating drama. Andrian intended to pat her on Iki's shoulder to compliment, but she coldly ignored him. Noticing something was wrong, he narrowed his eyes and carefully observed her demeanor. He called out to Asia and gently touched her slender back. Instantly, she collapsed forward, slipping out of his reach. Before Andrian could prext what was happening, she had slumped completely onto leaky floor. Strands of her hair brushed against his face, leaving him stunned and unable to see. He could on cry or her name in alarm. Erika suddenly slumped from her seat right before his eyes. Her hair gently swept across his face while he was still struggling to regain his composure. Hearing leaky commotion, P attendant driving the carriage jumped and quickly turned his head back. He intended to ask Iki Marquise what was wrong, but before he could speak, he was sternly ordered to stay out. Though he didn't understand what was going on, Leaky attendant obeyed, while Andrian held her tightly in his arms, breathing heavily. He repeatedly called her name in a state of extreme panic, wondering why she had suddenly lost consciousness, fearing she might never wake up. At Githao of that, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, quite anxiety. Arika groggily opened her eyes and woke up. She sat up a bit uncomfortably, still feeling a little dazed. She rubbed her temples, feeling much more clear-headed now. Looking down, he still hadn't fully come to his senses, his face still bearing a stunned expression. She found Edie's sick Tren and softly called, "Ow, Mr. Adrian." Jolting awake, he hastily asked, "What ate wrong? What just happened?" She recalled, "I am not entirely sure, but perhaps when I was attacked, IP connection to Leaky Hollywood seat TAM was temporarily interrupted." She explained further, peak seat TAM malfunctioned, causing 8 to crash for about 10 seconds. "I don't know what reason either." He was worried sick but still managed to ask, "But are you okay?" Arika reassured him, "I am fine, I just fainted for a moment from SC, my body definitely has a problem." Adrian furrowed his brow. Wak Hollywood Seat TAM had never encountered any malfunctions in the 50 years since its creation and completion. The Seat TAM was originally established to be incredibly sophisticated, its techniques clearly documented. Due to its extremely high stability, it could be called perfect. It even encompassed public infrastructure, financial, and military sectors. Indeed, it would not be wrong to say that everything in this world IDT linked to Y Hollywood City TAM. He bit his lip, pondering, "Fo an almost perfect Seat TAM lie this to encounter an error, this matter ID definitely extremely serious." Leaky car sped away. He ordered his attendants, "Let it quickly return to Castle." Adrian looked a loggy window, resting his hand. Although it wasn't very clear, keen on Tron RV like he Hollywood Seat TM was probably one of live rewards of this destined my CN. He unconsciously clenched his hand, which inadvertently made her notice. "Although not now, in Iki future it could belong to me, so I need to research it very carefully," she thought. Suddenly feeling someone touch him, he turned to look. Arikat's small hand rested on his, reassuring him. Like sea atmosphere in Karksar suddenly became sweet, as if coated with a layer of kinlai. Moreover, seeing her slightly side expression, he smiled faintly. "If something lie that happens again, I don't know what will become of Asia." Lee Car continued to run on smoothly as E's sun gradually set. He thought to himself, "That ID what I'm most concerned about right now." Upon returning to Lighty Mansion, he focused all his attention on a Light Kingdom. Inside, someone eight hurried footsteps echoed. Adrian swung Light door open. He walked towards table. Leak people around him couldn't help but faint. He put key device on his eyes. Waiki's space shifted to key 8th floor of Manuel Luke's each tower. He walked along key path, constantly calling his name, "Mr. Chester." He silently appeared behind him. Adrian, unaware, continued to call loudly, "Mr. Chester!" He slowly spoke, "Logged in earlier than I expected today." Seeing Chester, he hastily informed him, "Asia just fainted!" Adrian continued, unfazed by his calm gaze. "She said 8 was an error from Likey Hollywood Seat TAM and all systems crashed. What it going on?" His expression was as tense as a taut string. He explained that if one were to view Hollywood as we key Earth, he'd already possessed an NTT Nate Seat team, complete with hardware and software to make usage easier than ever before. The IP difference between these two places lies in the fact that signals are transmitted via a type of energy called Manhwa, which flows through Y air, thus eliminating need for any wires or signal towers. However, for he to operate smoothly according to E rules, a central operating Seat TIM ID required. He then asked for clarification, "So, do you mean E central Seat TIM ID malfunctioning, right?" He nodded and replied, "That ID correct." Adrian frowned, looking quite annoyed. Still feeling uneasy, he probed further. "ID that all." Chester remained silent, stroking his beard without answering immediately. A moment later, he spoke up. "As prestigious hair of G-Key Ren Duke Manuel Lucat, I will consider whether or not to reveal the details of this incident." He listened carefully, focusing on the incident. Next, he projected a historical recording showing Seat TEM being breached right before his eyes. As he showed 8, he slowly analyzed each timestamp. Mysterious figures in fun armor suddenly appeared at approximately 16:30 today Ronald time. Several strangers infiltrated Lipe place where Hollywood 8 Tep's secret CTMI deep stored. Those intruders were all wearing BPLC uniforms and were fully equipped with heavy weaponry. He continued his presentation while Adrian playfully fiddled with one of he 3 screens. Leaky automatic defense Ket-Tam had been activated, but they were completely useless, and since eek intruders could not reach core of Seat TAM, they eventually committed suicide. Afterward, Ike's second unit of Hollywood XM began to be built at a more secure location. Projection vanished and Adrian immediately wondered, what will happen if Lake Central Seat TEM falls into their hands? Chester continued to explain, "You don't need to worry about that, because Unit 2 will function similarly to Unit 1. It will be prepared extremely carefully for every possible emergency. Even if Ike terminal management section of Kiki Tame IDK compromised, everything will still be fine because Ike true owner of Ike Tower of Fate IDK Adrian. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. But curiosity continued to urge him on. Where exactly did those intruders come from? He calmly replied, "We cannot determine that." He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" He stood frozen in place, eyes wide. There were truly things that even Chester, who had held mysterious power for ages and was like a genie, could not explain. He seemed not to care at all about Adrian's astonishment and continued, "They acted very sophisticatedly." He recalled a scene where that assassin destroyed leaky equipment with a single strike without leaving any traces, neither physical objects nor sounds. Light weapons they used also bore a style never seen before. There were no fingerprints, and furthermore, upon death, their bodies completely dissolved due to pre-set poison, and it seemed that both their swordsmanship and fighting style were thoroughly concealed. Adrian scratched his head. "So do you mean we don't have any clues to identify them?" He did not deny Yeti. "That ID correct." He closed his eyes, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. Adrian apologetically said, "I am so refo asking such questions and bothering you." Chester didn't mind a previous matter and waved his hand. "Tatefi, I understand." All his questions seemed to have been answered, so he shifted his line of questioning to another issue. "IDK Unit 2 safe now?" He calmly replied. "That it right? Eat IDP hidden in a place even harder to find than Unit 1. We have prepared up to 21 units, so you don't need to worry." He glanced toward YD2, a person and a bird, who were leisurely eating together. "If something like this happens again, would you be able to restore Asia Date connection to Hollywood first, so that she doesn't self-destruct or lose power?" he asked. Chester agreed without hesitation. "Granted, this was my oversight, I will do as do say." He smiled inwardly. "For now, I can finally rest easy. Both Hollywood and Asia have stabilized. Even though I don't clearly understand Ike Enemy 8 motives, IP fact that they are targeting Ike Hollywood's is Tem IDK all too clear. If they could manipulate this X Tem as they pleased, they would gain immense benefits, perhaps even equal to controlling fate itself." Adrian suggested, "We must increase IG time we invest in League M, even if we have to sacrifice sleep." Chester took note of this remark. He quickly agreed, "That ain't a good idea." He continued his own thoughts. "There are still 14 levels left until EK next AP1T, at LP current pace. It will take about 4 or 5 months. If I try my absolute best, I might be able to shorten IKEA time from 4-5 months down to 3-4 months. He made a resolution he must quickly reach ILVE for protection. K2 still stood there. Chester opened IP conversation. "I am so reflike accident." He politely responded, Then do you?" At this moment, neither of them knew that a small crack had begun to appear in E6ET Tham. Lee crack was visibly expanding. Looking into Yate, all that could be seen were chaotic streaks of color, following no rules, just like a child 8 practice drawing. Lake screen suddenly went BLIC and an electronic heart appeared with a menacing expression. Everin clasped her hands solemnly, saying, "I will try my best, as this situation makes me quite uncomfortable." Adrian smiled kindly. "If you do, Miss Everin, I am certain you'll manage." Standing before Waiki two of them, he recalled Blee's peaceful scene after Waiki war between Ike two great powers ended, Lake heroine competition resumed, and Raich reminded Miss Everin, "Let it go gain some practical combat experience." He waved goodbye. Since he couldn't intervene directly, he had no choice but to place his complete trust in Everin and Raich. Quite that same friendly smile. He told himself that he had plenty of time, since he didn't need to get involved in this mess. The scene changed. A creature was unexpectedly struck down. Scene became utterly chaotic. A large horde of monsters rushed in, attacking relentlessly. Everyone in Neat group focused on fighting quid all their might. Drenched in sweat, Adrian mentally calculated that at his current LOVK 240, if he grinded fu 10 more levels to reach ET 8th Medij circle within 3 months, EK plan would still be feasible. While he was engrossed in calculations, Yeek cruelly announced, "You have been defeated by player Velter." All of nowhere, a young girl appeared and swept through the entire battlefield, causing him Velter to joyfully exclaim, "This item must be worth a fortune." Adrian lay there bewildered, listening to him Velter gleefully shouting about hitting jackpot. He wondered what was happening as Tem continuously reported that he had just respawned at the P starting point, along with a penalty of reduced experience. She blamed herself, feeling utterly ashamed. He sat on a chair, reassuring her, "I know Tate that lunatic ain't fault. Did you lose anything?" She opened her equipment panel, unreplied that she had just let her unlucky bracelet. Adrian guessed that kid was a professional thief. He uncomfortably watched Tem screen light up as kid had just received money from selling stolen goods. They must have heard that some fool was spending a fortune to rent hunting grounds from Lee CEG on Guild. Seeing Leap exorbitantly priced Night Shadow Tiger bracelet listed at Leap auction house, he flew into a rage because this scoundrel dared to resell their stolen item. Well, Consider Yate charity foe we destitute, he thou. 50 million lep was not much compared to having to grind foe experience again. He clicked by and gave P bracelet back to Asia. He resolved to complain to EETEC Guild about a key person who rented this hunting ground, just to spite him. Judy almost wanted to kneel down and apologize Fu Wike recent incident. She hastily asked Fu Wike user 8 name, so why Guild could go punish that person. He replied bluntly, Thatit Velter, Leaky one who ID each reselling leak item he just stole from me. Judy remembered Velter 8 name and pledged to strengthen Lee barrier to prevent hostile infiltrations. He sat quit his arms crossed, satisfied that from now on, he wouldn't have to worry about those who specialize in hunting other players. A feeling of relief crept into his heart. Oh, at least that ain't what he thou. Leet scene shifted to two people being chased by a group of opponents, making Adrian exclaim in panic. Why are they coming as a whole group now? The young girl Velter from earlier appeared with a gleeful expression, declaring her return. Back to when Judy tried to eliminate them, but it wasn't very effective. She frantically ran to inform Adrian and Minzy. Be careful, someone ID rushing to capture us. Amenix T was firmly chained, unable to move. Lee's speed difference between Leaky two sides was too great. Adrian quickly pulled all his equipment. He had to escape this place first. A shimmering lie appeared in his hand. Device announced emergency warp scroll. Not long after, EAT reported being locked. Player Velter had used a special privilege to key all escape routes. A man charged forward, swinging his sword overhead. He was still dazed and didn't understand what was happening. He let out a gasp of surprise. Lee's sword strike came down but missed him, shattering rocks and earth. Keyman growled an order. Spill all your items here now. His accomplice looked annoyed. How frustrating! How did that weakling dodge so well? La person next to him urged, Get up! Arika raised her shield. He thought to himself, even Kud Asia defeating these super LVH guys would be incredibly difficult. Adrian was utterly confused and panicked.
Oh, Fifi, I've run out of options!
He thou. He decided to risk it and shouted,
I am a noble!
Do think you'll be safe if do dare to touch me. They heard him but showed no fear. Instead, they charged forward contemptuously. Haha, what nonsense ID he muttering. If that AD case, then I am like he emperor of this land? Haha. Seeing that they were still stubborn, he repeated, Do you have a death wish? They mocked him. If gamers beat each other up, Wyke administration uneven bother to care. Although he maintained a cun demeanor, his heart was burning with anxiety. I'll win if I can buy a little more time. Reinforcements from Lee Urgin Guild must be arriving soon. Suddenly, Velter stabbed him in Lee key back, making him cough up blood in pain. He smirked maliciously. Geet effort, but this ID key info due. Afterwards, Eekseat Tem sent a notification due have been eliminated by player Velter. Meanwhile, they cheered as if they'd no lottery.
Jackpot! Quickly gather all loot and let get all of here! They sneered at him, Thanfu, your enthusiastics put, brother!
He could only lie there helplessly, ignoring Opeeksea Tum notification panel that appeared before his eyes. You have been resurrected at your original starting point. A certain amount of accumulated points will be deducted as a resurrection fee. Upon returning to Judy, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, admitting his fault. I am so Minzy. I didn't expect them to gang up on me. He slowly and calmly recounted Lighty's whole story, which made her face turn pale when she heard ET. 3 hours to make up Fowalla points let last time, and now another 3 hours added Fu this defeat. He emphasized coup de grace in his voix. A total loss of 6 hours.
Ha ha!
Then he laughed loudly while Li P young lady, seeing this, felt a bit confused in her heart, not understanding what was happening. He slicked back his hair coolly, then gritted his teeth and spoke each quip see very well. If Dio wanna fill lie, I'll fee lie along until a very end. In a certain corner, a beer can was opened, accompanied by a triumphant laugh. A scruffy, bearded man guzzled beer refreshingly. Haha, insane, this whole ID worth a fortune, no joke, Velter thought smugly. I just lurked around a bit and bagged, vavi 100 million in loot.
At this rate, I'll be rich!
He picked his ear, then gulped down water. That guy kept threatening me, saying he was a noble before he croaked. Huh. Hate probably just some rich kid who got kicked all of his house, at most. He then tossed Li T empty can into wee trash heap behind him. Now, how should I plan to extort like the rest of his items? Suddenly, news came from Lee BC Lycee Raijin Guild. Penny was actively hunting down Lee Gi whereabouts of Velter and Enzo 8 group, and specifically, a massive bounty had been placed on Velter 8 head. Velter broke all in a cold sweat in terror when he saw key account balance and Lee Key reward reaching 10 trillion. He glued his eyes to Iki comments section, muttering to himself that it couldn't be a dream, could heat. Leak crowd on Iki forum was in an uproar. One player, looking as pale as a gut, asked if this news was real. BLC while Ray Jean Penny replied that it was true, adding that these thugs had harassed members of their guild, causing them to lose hundreds of millions in items. Leaky player failed emperor questioned how lapis lazuli had photographic evidence, but asked how such a balance could be irrational. Blacci Ra Jean Penny concluded by saying that he was a noble proper title, and if anyone didn't believe 8, they could go elsewhere. Tazen still stubbornly insisted that a noble such perks was definitely a fraud. Player MB122 named Kaz hesitantly reported that he possessed information about Rokuro. Blfcia Ran loves grilled fish replied immediately, telling Wai other party to contact him urgently, feeling an indescribable anxiety in his heart. Leak identities of other targets were gradually being exposed. A player named Milk Tea asked if he should report Eat, then someone named Chui Vong announced there was news about Pint. Lisi Leon loves grilled fish continued to call for contact while Velter wondered how many people actually knew his face. He bit his fingernails until they bled, telling himself he should just transfer money and apologize to an Eat. If he begged, surely they would let Eat go. But then he dismissed Lee idea, thinking that nobles weren't that easygoing and would surely ignore him entirely. Suddenly, a ray of hope flashed that ate right, there was customer's Pite. Even if Lai Pigem Company was known for being heartless, they surely couldn't ignore such blatant illegal behavior. He hurriedly connected, and Deeks Facimate Voy echoed from his wristwatch, "Welcome to customer service, how can I help do?" Velter anxiously replied that he needed to submit an urgent request regarding Chronicle on Lai. Seat Teamet Voy droned on, asking for his nickname for verification. He hurriedly declared that he was Velter. After confirming Lai player 8 name, Lai Geek Sidhem politely asked how he could help Velter quit his account. He reported that someone on the Key forum was hunting for his personal information, stating that this behavior was deplorable and not something the company should tolerate. Leek Seat Tem asked if he wanted EPT removed and if they should contact him via this NMB to which Velter agreed without a momentary hesitation. Everything was finished and he leaned back in his chair, feeling relaxed. He opened another can of beer and laughed triumphantly, thinking he was safe. Sooner or later YGPT would be deleted and they would give up. Suddenly an unexpected notification appeared before his eyes. Player in MB7235 Sephiroth excitedly announced that he had found Velter contact information. After reading Lai message, he spat all like mouthful of beer he had just drunk. Just as he was screaming in panic, begging customer service not to prank him, a loud explosion occurred right behind him. Leaky person who had just appeared said in a cold voice, "I've caught Velter," causing him to collapse to the ground in fear. His face turned pale as a sheet, and sweat streamed down his forehead. He stammered, asking why Adrian Lauren was here, and Leaky person opposite him gave a dangerous smile and introduced himself as Lee player Minzy. Then he swore angrily. He cowered, his nose running terror. A brutal beating began to rain down on him. Leaks Item displayed a new line of information and Insider commented, "Don't like accounts of those previously hunted not exist." Fingers typed nimbly in response, "Could this be a stage performance? They didn't exist from very beginning." Hands typed quickly, "Honey I am late," followed by, "No way, they are completely real because someone once live-streamed the faces of those players." A girl asked her companion if everyone was being taken away, saying who would dare to feed Lee such a scary game. Other side, saying Lee Pgem Company didn't Ryasi at all, without a single quips of explanation. In another corner, a girl wondered how much money Mage had burned on this gem, and person next to her replied, "Probably around 3 billion. She exclaimed in SC, asking if he dared to spend 3 billion just because of a grudge. Realizing she had gone a bit too far, Lee girl quickly covered her mouth, and EP's other whispered that things didn't sex top there. Both watched Adrian smirking and whispered to each other that they had heard he also dabbled in Nikki real world, which explained why matter was resolved so quickly. Those rumors were completely false. A few individuals were clasping their hands pleading before vaccine saying we were truly wrong. Echoing through Waiki air were Wiki remorseful pleas of those who specialized in provoking others, who turned out to be just useless idlers. They knelt on a ground, begging for their lives and promising to return Nikki equipment, saying, "You can make us do anything." He imagined himself standing behind, observing a guy operating a computer. If they knew how to bury their heads in GM, he would assign them new tasks, even though Wiki workplace was quite remote and desolate. Returning to his thoughts, Adrian resolved not to let malicious players kivu him again, so he could focus on leveling up. He turned to Y person beside him and said, "Hey Asia, let it go to next dungeon." Luke other person obediently turned their head and replied. Lee's second prince now stood his arms crossed, completely at ease. Key time was ripe. He boldly declared that this was none moment in Lee Key last chance to overthrow YP first prince and seize Key powerful throne. Like crowd present all expressed approval of that impassioned declaration. Oh, Adrian merely sat quietly in a corner smiling subtly. Lee national symbol had just appeared after IB Kane decided to abdicate, officially bringing back Battlefoe Key throne and Lake Reinhardt kingdom into a thrilling phase. He imagined Li's scenario where Ulubi Kane would bestow EP crown upon a key first prince. If he abdicated, Li other faction would take power. Li's second prince needed to act quickly before it was too late. Adrian silently assessed Ike's situation in his mind. Indeed, civil war had broken all, Ike opportunity had arrived, but why always at this moment? Every time he intended to grind in Kigem, some new complication would arise, it seemed. He suddenly noticed a gaze staring intently at him. Oh, right. Observing Loki, two figures before him, Litikexit Tem displayed their information. Marcus Alai Chatten, 7 ring Archmage, relationship cautious, Alec enemy, status uneasy vigil. Marchinus Arrow Lui 6 ring senior mage, relationship cautious, Alec enemy, status uneasy frightened. Adrian secretly wondered, Chatten faction had once set a trap for him during Lepi hunting competition. Were they allies or enemies now? He glanced at Dotlet beside him. They were distinctly different from like rest. Information from Leakixtem appeared before his eyes. Marcus Dotlet Hamilton, Chief Holy Inspector, relationship neutral ally, status hap pi expectant. Adrian suddenly realized something. Don't tell me this whole bunch will also soon become traitors. Thinking of that, he secretly chuckled to himself. Haha, help quit I competition. I understand this trick now. In his mind, a balance of power appeared between Li Ki two princes. On the EC Fi Ki situation between Li second prince and Li Ki first prince was 60-40. Li first prince 8 power was weaker by about 20%, so he was still curious what scheme he planned. We two of them stood back to back, while Li Ki second prince stood quit, his arms crossed proudly. Li first prince 8 sinister smile appeared in his mind. This guy was truly an old fox. He not only intended to drag him in, but also chatten into a fair fight. Leek second prince got straight to Li main point. We cannot prolong this situation any further. If civil war weakens kingdom, he Groyzen empire will invade at any moment. He boldly declared that he would personally infiltrate Li palace, dividing Li army into a guerrilla unit to apprehend his majesty and Li first prince, and a territorial defense unit to prepare for civil war. Then he pointed towards his companion. Marquess Vincent will guide me in Li P guerrilla unit. Afterwards he turned towards Dotlet and announced, therefore I will assign the position of commander-in-chief to Marquess Hamilton. Next, he shifted his attention to Adrian. Keep position of deputy commander will belong to Marquess Luzon. He calmly nodded in response. I understand. Li person standing opposite him revealed a detestably arrogant expression. Witnessing that attitude, Adrian affirmed to himself, indeed, first prince has chosen the right person. He observed and assessed that person. Marcus Tra was known for being arrogant and fun of ambition for power. He suddenly recalled their previous encounter, fearing losing his position within this faction. He had insistently demanded at White previous meeting that Adrian be punished no matter what. He approached him to strike up a conversation after Wiki hunting trip, then feigned friendliness to lure him into his faction foe week upcoming contest. Not to mention that Eli ID constantly picking fights everywhere, a Niki relationship between him and Marquise Vincent Eek second Prince Tate right-hand man, Idik extremely strained. Looking at his face, which was flushed with annoyance, he thought to himself that EP man had an and Lee been setting foot in noble circles for a mere 6 months, after all. Being a commander yet having no real responsibility in this my sen. While both of them are Marcus's, Adrian could end sigh in frustration. Leek's second prince was clearly using a divide-and-conquer strategy. His voice interrupted his train of thought to announce that Leek operation would commence at midnight in 2 days. He loudly commanded everyone to put their fun effort into secretly reorganizing Ike Territory force structure, to which everyone replied in unison, their obedience as firm as an imperial order. Once crowd had dispersed, Ike's second prince called to him Marquise Lodian, and he immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Your Highness. He appeared slightly embarrassed, saying that it felt awkward to ask, but would you be willing to yield I Viscountess to me? Adrian nearly dropped his jaw at this unreasonable request, and while he was still bewildered, Lee, second prince, chuckled and said, P. Viscountess ID and Ura master, so how could anyone find someone better suited for this guerrilla unit? Arika, standing nearby, whispered that she was Phi Quod Eat. Outwardly he forced a smile, but inwardly he was cursing. If he could, he would have kicked him in EP groin to turn him into a eunuch and be done quit. E.T. Despite his resentment, he had no choice but to begrudgingly agree, and Leek's second prince clapped him on a key shoulder with a hearty laugh. Ha! Then do! He began to paint a rosy picture, saying that if this operation went smoothly, both Marquise Lodian and Niki Viscountess would earn great merit, and then, I will personally acknowledge your efforts and reward you handsomely. Adrian could only respond politely, we will do our best. He waved goodbye with a condescending air, until we meet again. As Adrian stood there watching like backs of I2 as they faded into lipe distance, Adrian immediately instructed Arika that if Li's second prince had any ill intentions, she should feel free to give him a piece of her mind. Quit no need for restraint. He said he would take on all key consequences, and she nodded readily. In that case, I will certainly teach each second prince a lesson. At a magnificent, splendid palace, Key Butler, seeing him return, quickly informed Marquise Lodian, do you have distinguished guests visiting? Adrian was stunned upon hearing this, wondering who would be visiting at such an hour. Adrian 8 mother appeared with a radiant smile.
Oh my goodness!
She began chatting enthusiastically Puerto Rica, perhaps because this was a noble residence in Leak City. Leaky space was incredibly vast. She asked if their life lately had been going well, and she softly replied that they had just planted some flower beds. A V there. Adrian walked closely beside his father and spoke up. This ID your first time visiting this territory, right? Rayford did not answer but steered like conversation elsewhere. What could be more troublesome in this world than parents coming to visit and interfering in every aspect of their children's lives? He thought to himself that although people rumored they were benefiting from having a powerful son, in reality, they were Iki ones quietly retreating, refusing all invitations from Lee's central nobility to protect their son from trouble. His mother was currently engrossed in admiring Lee's lovely flowers. He looked at his father's 8 tall frame. He had long since ceased contact with neighboring lords and had completely isolated himself from all social gatherings. He wondered what reason could have possibly prompted his father to go to such lengths to come here. Rayford was still busy looking at his wife, so he added that he was always happy to welcome them. But there must surely be something important for them to appear so suddenly like this. He bluntly admitted, I've heard whispers that a civil war ID brewing. Adrian was startled and inwardly amazed. It was truly unexpected. He had thought that because his father had severed ties with outside world, he would be unaware, but news travels fast. He began to explain Lai's situation. Key Emperor was about to abdicate, second prince was definitely going to meddle, and before key action began, all barons and viscounts would receive secret orders. Rayford interrupted his son. You are also about to take on a leading role in second prince 8 faction, aren't you? Adrian shrugged and replied gently, when His Highness needs a deputy commander, I will stand above Commander-in-Chief Hamilton, while Asian contingent will follow a infantry unit. Hearing this, Rayford could not help but feel anxious. He slowly advised, Adrian, if Kite private army appears on battlefield. He turned his head, looking straight at his son. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to oppose them. Rayford 8 words echoed in IP space. If Kite Royal Guard ID present on battlefield, must never engage them under any circumstances. After hearing this, Adrian quietly asked, He King 8 Royal Guard. He shared his insight. He Keen ID far more fearful than people think. He ID certainly not just a puppet Ken. No matter what happens to Leak Republic of Prius, every major power has its own way of protecting its royal family and empire, and we in Reinhardt are no different. Adrian hurriedly questioned, that may be true, but does 8 affect joint exercise? Rayford did not answer but instead asked his son, what if an Archmage participates? Adrian was stunned upon hearing this. Countless questions suddenly popped into his head, an Archmage ID equivalent to an 8th Circle Mage. To my knowledge, there ID no Archmage from our kingdom among those 5 throughout this continent. Seeing his son 8's surprise, he explained, I am not entirely sure either. While organizing information from your grandfather, who was once chief butler in Shakisal of the royal palace, I discovered his secret diary and learned this truth. Images of Laiki family past surfaced in Rayford 8 mind. Our family served Keen Fo a long time in royal palace department, but then, our family'd access was cut due to your grandfather 8's sudden passing. He also spoke of his marriage. I had no choice but to marry someone risky to sustain this declining family. More he listened, more surprised and contemplative Adrian became. Did that happen to my grandfather because he approached royal secrets? I cannot take my father 8 words lightly. He affirmed firmly, I understand. If that happens, I will find a way to escape at all costs, so don't worry, father. Rayford felt somewhat relieved. Do exactly that. Honor may be important, but your life ID far more precious. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. But why do I feel you are talking about someone else? Since do belong to League's second Prince 8 faction, your participation in this conflict ID obvious isn't it? He was surprised, he explained to his son, but I have no intention of participating. Adrian was stunned. Auntie. Rayford coughed slightly. Ahem, do you see your mother Sylvia ID pregnant? He was startled by this information, Auntie. She even happily added, Adrian, you are about to have a sibling. Hearing this, he found it even harder to believe. Auntie. He shouted in amazement. What ID this? Arika was still sitting pensively gazing at her flowers. Lee First Prince was laughing heartily at this moment. He said happily, a sibling for Marquis Loden? Congratulations, Adrian spoke up to confirm, so father will not participate in this war. Low-key First Prince was not surprised by that, I understand. We have no other choice. He placed his teacup on a key table. Marquis Loden, in your opinion, what IDE biggest weakness of a second Prince 8 faction? He replied frankly, TID revealing their activities. Hearing this, he turned back, very satisfied. Exactly, key deciding factor in a war ID'd information, and in that regard, we can see that we have taken one step closer to victory. A mousetrap appeared in Low-key First Prince 8 mind. We will set a trap and let them rush in. This means we will abandon Iki Prince 8 Palace and Leaky Main Palace, where Leaky Father resides, which he second prince has long coveted. Eat prepares to eat leaky piece of cheese on a trap, and while ETID key reveling in leaky joy of victory. Light trap will snap shut on leaky cake. He laughed gleefully. Everything will be a complete siege, betrayal, and annihilation. Adrian looked at P. First Prince Lai that silently analyzing to assert legitimacy, like Second Prince cannot abandon Li royal palace and Li P throne he has seized. In other words, Li's Second Prince will lead his faction into Wei palace and imprison himself. A chaotic battle appeared in Adrian's mind that was worst situation foe Wike's Second Prince. He gave a smug, triumphant smirk. It was a classic infiltration drama, no different from a modern-day Trojan horse. Adrian began to speak, noting that Leek's Second Prince would surely gloat in Leaky belief that his older brother had fled, unaware of impending danger. Leaky First Prince happily echoed this sentiment, signaling that he really liked how quickly two of them were on a key same wavelength. A small piece of Leaky cake on key table was missing, and Key 2 continued to deliberate, even though key plan still seemed to have a few flaws. Upon hearing this, Adrian couldn't help but press further, asking if key count inevitably had to disregard his own and his teammates' safety in this plan. Prince confirmed that was correct, noting that like Second Prince 8 faction, currently overconfident, would soon collapse from a counterattack, but inevitably their own side would have to endure frantic attacks, so to cope, he would set him several secret passages in Leaky Palace, and by using these shortcuts to distract enemy, Lee's chances of survival would be significantly higher. Adrian closed his eyes in contemplation. It was a good idea, but still not enough to turn Wei tide. He continued, saying that although this was Lee Prince 8 intent, he wished to propose an alternative. Hearing this, Lee First Prince looked surprised and then nodded in appreciation. Adrian leisurely picked up his teacup, having made a significant contribution to Wyke's recent crisis in Lick Republic of Prius and leaving a lasting mech-on revolution there. As a result, they pledged to give him several generous gifts, and Leaky Prince raised an eyebrow curiously, asking what kind of rewards. He recounted in detail that they promised military aid to their kingdom if a civil war broke out, just as he had supported them, which left Lai First Prince puzzled. Adrian began to ponder, as he understood Prince 8 concern, no matter how skillfully phrased, it still sounded Lai inviting a wolf into Leaky fold. Adrian explained calmly that it wasn't a massive army of flying fortresses. He smirked, saying they would send 3 top-tier Ura masters, just enough to serve as a steel shield without anyone gossiping about borrowing foreign troops. Leaky First Prince felt a wave of relief. He jumped up excitedly, asking if like unusual events in Like Republic all this time had been part of like calculations. Faced with this question, Adrian replied calmly, of course, though he secretly thought that, in reality, he was just cleaning up like aftermath of his own actions. He First Prince regained his enthusiasm, remarking that Meek Marquis never did anything in vain. He truly was a rare talent. He smiled and told himself to let Key Prince continue quit that misunderstanding, as all preparations to overthrow like Second Prince were now complete. Key 2 shook hands and Key Prince praised him, saying, "You are playing your part very well, Marquis." Then he turned to Erika and said, "Do you as well, Countess," while Le P-Man was busy looking at his own hands. In Adrian 8 mind, his Father 8 warning echoed if Wakey Emperor 8 royal guards appeared on Lee battlefield, absolutely do not be foolish enough to confront them. Adrian then asked, but what if like Second Prince tries to use force to Quinton Tren Lee Emperor and 8 backfires? Lee First Prince was surprised, noting that while that was unlikely, if 8 were to happen, his plan would proceed even more smoothly. He sat in silent consideration, thinking that it seemed even Prince was completely in key about this, and he wondered what truth really was. On P decisive day, Meek Room echoed Kud instructions. Asia, if that Second Prince dares to do anything to you, don't hesitate to kick him straight in recrotch. She nodded and replied, "Aight." As an eagle spread its wings in air, and Adrian continued, Breaky will patrol around Palace. Remember to use telepathy if there can emergency. Breaky will immediately reinforce you by sharing magical energy. Arika maintained her icy expression and simply replied, She turned to walk away, saying, "I am P," but he hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Wait a moment." Adrian pressed a weapon into her hand, saying, "Take this quit do, too." She picked it up to examine it, a sword, and asked, "Isn't this a treasure?" He interrupted, saying, "You are far more precious than that object." His face beamed when he heard her grumble, "I've got goosebumps now." He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Listen, Asia." Adrian leaned in closer, saying, "I fear their idea Ren Mage hidden in Lee Palace. If Dio happened to run into him, surrender immediately." She listened blankly and he added, "Not just you Ren Mage, if Dio encounter any other unforeseen situation, Dio must prioritize surrendering for my sake. ID that clear." She retorted, Do you mean do you want me to put my life above all else?" Adrian replied firmly, "That it right." Erica smiled gently. She gently stepped into be prepared formation. Before she completely disappeared, she turned back and advised, "Sir Adrian, you should also be careful." He remained standing still, gazing as she faded away. When she had completely disappeared, he smiled and exclaimed, She truly adorable. Second Prince Luke was ecstatic at this moment, just like a child about to go on an outing, because momentous day had dawned. Luke placed his hand on Erikade's shoulder and declared grandly, "Today I, Luke Renhart, will send that incompetent prince away forever." From Lee's screen his voice resonated, promising to be new sun that would illuminate entire kingdom. Luke waved his hand, giving a decisive order, "Advance!" No sooner had he spoken than everyone immediately rushed forward like bees from a broken hive. Asia 8 face wore a stern look. Along the corridor, a flurry of sounds echoed like war drums. Numerous armored troops rushed, shouting loudly, "Sweep!" They struck down anyone in their way, then charged towards White Door, continuously shouting, "Clear everything out!" Arriving at Leaky Door, Leaky soldiers stood in 2 rows, allowing a person in a pure white cloak to step in. They kicked hard, and Leaky Door immediately burst to be as if it had never been locked. Everyone entered Lee's room, but suddenly stood still, looking bewildered, as if they had stumbled into a labyrinth. Luke frowned, observing his surroundings, thinking to himself, "Something wrong." Lee soldier next to him, sweating, hastily said, "Crown Prince I'd nowhere to be found. It seems he scented danger and fled, sir." Luke angrily contorted his face, gnashing his teeth, then clicked his tongue. He turned and loudly commanded, "Crown Prince has escaped. Move to next objective, protect my father." "No kind!" They responded in unison, "Understood!" At this moment, Ait Keen was discussing matters with his butler when suddenly a blinding light erupted from Leaky Door. Seeing soldiers break down low door and rush in, His Majesty yelled, "De wretches! How dared you barge in here?" Luke, standing behind them, coldly replied, "I apologize, father." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword directly at Keen, smirking, "Father, peek lie and trust your destiny to me for a moment, undue." Hearing this, His Majesty's pupils constricted, his veins bulged, and his rage erupted as he roared, "Luke, du scoundrel." At this very moment, on leaky outskirts of capital, army waited on a colossal aerial fortress, towering majestically and imposingly. "Oh," a soldier said, "He can convince IP Kine and depose IP First Prince." Another replied, "Why convince when His Majesty I deep in his hands? He can do whatever he wants." Adrian silently observed from behind. Murmurs of conversation spread. "Now be title of Crown Prince will surely belong to His Highness Luke." "Ah, that ain't true as an ET." Adrian silently glanced at them. He approached Lee Allied Count and said, "Commander-in-Chief, this ID no time to hesitate. Move troops to capital immediately. If matter of holding His Majesty captive ID revealed, First Prince will send troops to rescue him." Count replied, "Indeed." He turned and said, "I order all soldiers reveal yourselves. Our next destination IDE Kingdom at capital Lionel. Me seen protect His Majesty and Lee key successor to key throne, His Highness Luke." As soon as he finished speaking, Adrian covered his mouth, smiling to himself, "Just as I thou." Lee Allied Count observed his sullen expression and wondered if there was some hidden trouble, so he immediately wiped away his smile. He quickly explained that he and Anla found Se Tran that Iki eldest prince would run away all by himself. Little did he know Iki prince was selfish enough to put his own safety above his own parents, to which Count calmly replied that when lives are hanging by a thread, everyone chooses to preserve themselves first. Andrine wore a fake, social smile, agreeing with his words while inwardly mocking fact that Iki man 8 kindness was nothing but a useless facade. He began to meep scenario fo Li T future. Fo he knew fun well that as soon as Li Ki Gem ended key goal was achieved, these people would certainly find a way to dispose of him. Li status board displayed metrics such as mutually beneficial relationship, key state of temporary alliance, and stable auras, which prompted Allied Count to speak up. "Now we need you and Miss Glenn to do your best to assist top lek eldest Prince 8 plot. Can we trust you?" he said, placing a hand on his shoulder in a cell of trust, while he smiled and accepted on Iki Si Fei, but deep down, he had already resolved to eliminate these scoundrels before they could turn on him. His vengeful thoughts did not stop there. He turned to Iki Count of Sesame and gently reminded him that it was time to put personal grievances aside. Seeing him remain silent, he added that he wondered how much longer he intended to keep that cold expression, which caused Count Ha Khan to clear his throat and reply that he did not understand what he was talking about. Andrian called all names of Count Cascaven and Brooke, one by one, telling them there was no need to be guarded around him regarding matters concerning their noble sons. One of I2 laughed awkwardly, saying he had not expected Marquis Luzon to be key one to initiate EP conversation, although he still smiled brightly. He had mentally noted a debt against each of them, as he feigned confirmation that they were all in Lee Key's same boat. Andrian reminisced about Lee Key faces that made him hate them to Lee Boney Cedric 8 grandfather and a Nate father, E1's pulling a P strings of Leek Luzon family. E.T. was also Wob person who had sound so much pain into his childhood Count Raven. Next were Duo Broken Cascaven, Lee ones who had bullied Catherine and himself when they were all still students at Leek Academy. He had been waiting for this moment of revenge for a very long time, forced to suppress his long, standing resentment because he was currently a pawn in like second Prince 8 faction. Andrian enthusiastically struck up a conversation cooed everyone, saying that since they were now allies they should put Li Pass behind them, as no one wants to stab their own comrades in Lai Ki back. No sooner had he finished speaking than Raven scowled and asked who would ever do such a despicable thing, to which he inwardly replied, I would. Witnessing two of them chatting animatedly, eagle-eyed Count also burst into hearty laughter. He patted his shoulder in satisfaction, saying that was Lai Pi mindset of a leader, as factions that constantly bicker can hardly achieve anything great. He suggested using this occasion to clear old animosities and look toward a better future, prompting Li's surrounding crowd to respond enthusiastically, quote applause. In the far corner, someone frowned in confusion while witnessing their reconciliation performance. At that exact moment, Luke 8 troops completely subdued Life Kinate Entourage and took him into custody. A subordinate sheathed his sword and reported that everything had gone smoothly, making Mastermind smile quite satisfaction. Afterward, Luke held a sharp blade to Eek Keen 8 throat and declared that his father's reign ended here. Turning toward Andrian, someone panicked and shouted that contact quit guerrilla unit had been cut a P due to external interference. We have completely lost connection quit them, a statement that caused everyone chatting to freeze in SSS. Hearing Lai Pi bad news, he couldn't help but feel suspicious and surprised, secretly wondering if he was that person. On Luke 8's side, he sat down on leaky ground and stammered, asking what was happening. Leaky's entire regiment immediately drew their swords into a defensive stance. 4 elite members of Leaky's special forces had been decapitated in the blink of an eye. A scream rang all, demanding the identity of Li intruder, and Gabriel calmly replied that he was a knight under Agi Kane command. He was so furious that his pupils contracted, and he shouted that he had never heard of any such knight, to which he calmly replied it was because Y's second prince was not qualified to know that. Gabriel glared back and asked, do you think Leaky monarch of Li great kingdom of Reinhardt would be so easily assassinated? His brows furrowed in anger, his face flushed, and his teeth clenched so tightly that they made a grinding sound. Then he growled, Father IDP truly terrifying, hiding this crucial trump CPC without saying a qusi to your son. Oh, am I just a fool who knows nothing? La Kine merely closed his eyes in silence. Without waiting for an answer, he swung his sword directly at Gabriel and commanded, Kivu him immediately! Protect Khan! Before his words could even finish, lightning-fast sword strikes neatly dispatched his henchmen. A moment of surprise, huh? 2 lucky individuals still remained, having survived until very last moment. Each remaining man thought to himself, 2 sword blades swung in midair, emitting a sea-trend green oh-row. Asia used her shield to BLPC the entire attack. She silently gazed at him, fun of contemplation. Gabriel exuded an overwhelming killing intent. ET surrounding space darkened, highlighting his piercing eyes, and an imposing sword-wielding stance. She softly exclaimed, True sword master! In the Great Hall, countless soldiers had fallen under Gabriel's sword. He pointed his sword at his opponent, quit an overwhelming aura that made Li Ki soldiers tremble in fear. No, this can't be happening. Leak person trembled. A sword master. Vincent ground his teeth. Huh? He roared, Countess, hurry! I'll hold him Bapi due to take his highness and escape. Leak person behind quickly replied, Yeah, teat, sir! Gabriel spoke, You are truly loyal, but you've placed your trust in Leaky wrong person. When a student makes a mistake, they should be corrected, not blindly protected, shouldn't they? He flew into a rage and felt his honor severely trampled. Immediately after, he let Kentron and charged forward. Shut up! Lee's seemingly powerful strike was easily blocked by Gabriel, quit just his bare hand. Vincent put forth his fun strength, but Edun Lee made Iki's sword vibrate violently. Lee person assisting Li P escape was stunned. Isn't Vincent Li P strongest sword master in Reinhardt? Yet that old man blocked his attack so effortlessly! Gabriel turned to ask Akin, Your Majesty, should I execute them right now? He calmly replied, There's no need, they are core warriors of this kingdom. He frowned and reminded, They are all traitors. Akin replied sternly, I have my own calculations. If we lose these pillars, Ike army will collapse. At this moment he was heartbroken and tearfully hesitated, therefore all that 8 needed. He covered his face in agony, ve his child, getting rid of that person ID all. A sword blade immediately blocked Blakey path, creating a large gash on E floor. He shrieked, Damn hate! Where did Leaky exit go? Gabriel responded unequivocally, I obey your majesty command. E flying fortress on the other side was also falling into terrifying chaos. They were utterly dumbfounded. Do mean even MIPI encryption machines have failed. Those were designed to prevent eavesdropping, not to damn communication. So why are they breaking down so strangely? Key murmuring hadn't stopped. We need to come up with another plan. Adrian 8 eyes widened with suspicion. Has such a formidable sword master truly appeared? He closed his eyes tightly, connecting Kut Kawai, and a stream of thaw shot towards Wardy Palace. Kawai slipped Sikalu to the key window to observe Loki's situation inside. Gabriel was displaying his incredibly skilled sword dance. This XQ made him feel completely stunned. Data telekinetic sword. There's no denying 8 anymore. He's definitely a sword master. My father was absolutely right. He glanced towards Wak opposite side. It was Erika. Thank goodness she was still safe. Through Kawai, he conveyed a message to her through Thao. If Likey situation becomes too crisis at all, just surrender for your safety. She nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Adrian told himself, now all I can do ID put my trust in Erika. I have to handle Locke rest. Back on the EP Flying Fortress, he spoke up, if we keep scattering lie this, how can we communicate? Leak longer we drag this on, Leaky more tangled everything will become. It ain't better to calmly and thoroughly understand Leaky's situation before planning our next move. It don't be too late. Adrian boldly proposed, instead of sitting around waiting to die, give me a chance. He affirmed with certainty, I will infiltrate Lee Palace one more time. Dotlet was bewildered for a few seconds. What? Adrian quickly explained, you must have completely forgotten, I'm no ordinary mage. I am a combat mage, skilled enough to contend with vanguard soldiers of Master Uraradenji. Furthermore, I'm an archmage, so if anything happens to His Highness, I'm IP most suitable person to rescue him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The attendant beside him whispered, Marquis Lozianite truly loyal and patriotic. Since he'd volunteered to venture into dangerous territory, why not grant his wish? Dotlet nodded in agreement. Very well, I will send our most elite soldiers to accompany DU. Adrian skillfully refused immediately. There's no need for such complication. I feel more comfortable going quote people I'm familiar quote. Just 3 people are enough. Peak I have them summoned to headquarters. Dotlet smiled brightly in approval. I understand, I will personally handle this order. Adrian seized opportunity to add another request. Then, could you temporarily disable teleportation shield Madich fo a bit? He replied cheerfully, completely unaware of Adrian's cunning smile behind it. Lee's scene shifted back to Leaky Palace. Right of Iki moment look was knocked backward. Key soldiers rushed forward to be up to see him. Your Highness, are do all right. Luck thought to himself. I have 4 Master Hurrah warriors, and we're struggling just to be up to see him, let alone retreat safely. Where did this men XT even come from? While he was wondering, Gabriel had already swung his sword. Erika quickly realized that danger was imminent. She screamed shrilly, look all below. Before Look could fully recover and look down, it was too late. He grimaced uncomfortably. I almost forgot that a sword master can feed on Trend 4 swords simultaneously cool kinetic power. A sword blade shot up from Lee ground, aimed directly at him. I can't possibly be EPC this attack. In just a few lot, Erika rushed at her V and knocked Key sword away. Both Gabriel and Luck froze in astonishment. Erika exhaled softly, her sharp eyes fun of concentration. Vincent, who had been looking up in Thou, suddenly turned around when he heard praise from behind. Countess did very well. Gabriel mused. How's he Tren? She at youngest here, I thought she would be easy to deal quit. He observed Erika's fighting style. Her defense was as solid as tree roots clinging deep to weaky earth. She resembled a defensive knight more than a swordswoman. Noticing glowing sword, he realized that both her XQ and her weapon were extraordinary. Having just been rescued, he looked at Erika quit infatuation. She idiki truly a woman who has caught my eye. His crazed smile became even more pronounced. Quite such power and beauty, what foolishness would lead me to give her to another? He schemed, even if the key plan failed, I am still alive. I just need to escape that men XTT, and I will burn this palace down. He thought, perhaps there will be a civil war, but if I quickly deal quat I crown prince and Lai Key emperor, everything can still be turned around. He watched Erika back, waiting for a fiant moment. When she turned back, he secretly thought to himself, Erika ID smiling. His perverse smile became evident. I will make her mine. Just as he was indulging in his delusions, she decisively swung her sword, cutting across his neck. At the same time, Adrian merely snapped his fingers, neatly eliminating E3 attackers. Looking at Erika in surprise, he exclaimed, amazing. Then he collapsed. Soldiers were bewildered. Huh. As fresh blood splattered. She calmly said, keep this sex offender alive. Adrian chuckled. First, let it deal quit these 3 guys. Both of them then shouted, done. All of them collapsed, covered in blood. A soldier knelt down, shouting, Prince? Leaking hurriedly stood up. When? Gabriel bowed his head. He seemed to have just discovered something horrific. He looked at Erika. Du pretended to be an ally of Lai Key's second prince to wait for an opportunity to assassinate him, didn't you? She immediately replied, Key's original plan was a bit troublesome, but then to Du everything became much easier. Gabriel wondered, if your Tagate was second prince, why did Du see my sword? She hesitated. It's just that. Vincent gnashed his teeth, indignant tears streaming down as he heard Erika say, I was waiting for a perfect opportunity to deal quit him myself without any repercussions. I didn't want to entrust him to anyone else. He furiously lunged toward Erika, shouting, Du despicable wretch. Suddenly, surrounding walls shook violently and cracked UBN. A giant eagle appeared, blocking Vincent's path. He was tied up as tight as a silkworm in a cocoon by a massive chain. At same time, Erika swung her sword, forcing him to his knees. He muttered something and then shrieked in panic. Gabriel stepped in front of Aiki Kaing, forming a shield to protect them both. He thought to himself that Aiki majestic creature before him must be a living legend. BB Hawk glanced back at Gabriel while Viscount Vincent was being pinned down by Erika. Then BB Hawk bowed to them, leaving both of them in a state of extreme bewilderment. Adrian introduced himself as Marquis Adrian Luzon, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. Gabriel demanded sharply, "Marquis Luzon, why have you come to see Aiki King?" Disguised as BLSC Hawk, Adrian said, "I want you to quell this incident before a war erupts." He secretly marveled, wondering if this was truly legendary former Marquis Gabriel. Then it suddenly dawned on him that rumors of Lai Manat death due to magical overload were merely a ruse to deceive IP public. An information panel appeared. Former Marquis Gabriel James, legendary master human, 65 years old, commander of Lubid Dient. Meanwhile, Gabriel retorted that it was too early to decide on an heir when Lai P. Prince had Lai just passed away. He added that Lake's second Prince 8 army was still intact, asking if they might speed another faction later. Adrian replied nonchalantly that it would never happen, causing a stunned Gabriel to ask, "What?" Adrian explained calmly that 72 nobles who Lake Key Rebellion had already been captured. He sat perched on a chair, appearing completely at ease, stating that wasting time now would only cause more chaos. Li Keen asked skeptically, "So do you want us to persuade them to surrender?" Adrian confirmed that this was correct. Wai Keen turned his face away, remaining silent, quit an indescribable pensive expression. Li Keen's gaze landed on head of Lai traitor rolling on Iki ground. He sighed deeply, muttering as he calculated something in his mind. Then Keen nodded in agreement, while First Prince, standing nearby, watched Keen quit an astonished look. Late Pope followers were bandaging Lai soldiers, one guided wounded elsewhere, another inquired about their condition, and Leaky soldier quickly replied quit sincere gratitude. League soldiers shouted at Lee prisoners to hurry up, their faces filled quit murderous intent. Adrian led 8 group in bowing to Lee First Prince, congratulating him on his glorious victory. Key Prince smiled forcefully, thinking to himself, "Geet heavens, this clearly wasn't my victory." Adrian put on a mysterious expression, calculating in his heart that a massacre had been staged as a brilliant victory. A new Rai enveloped them. It was all than to this 20-year-old youth Yuki rebellion ended in failure, and Key throne finally belonged to Key First Prince. Rai of criminals awaited trial. Perhaps because First Prince had secretly colluded Kwukwok rebels, punishments were quite lenient and Liwok leaders were beheaded, while Key subordinates who were uninvolved were pardoned. A somber atmosphere engulfed T nobility, and Key families associated Klee Second Prince 8 army were demoted by 2 ranks. Isabel 8 brother was shouting loudly in Lee house, "Why has our family ended up in such a state?" He cursed Isabella, saying, "Because of Dew, father was beheaded before he could even plead his case, and I might suffer Key's same fate." She burst into tears, unable to speak, and he snapped, "Don't call me your brother." Isabella listened in SPC as he said, "No on Liway ID to hand DUV to Adrian to XER territory." She wailed in despair that she did not want to die. Immediately, her brother cut her BP, telling her to shut her mouth. Isabella paled as she listened to her brother 8 questioning. If she couldn't provoke him, her whole family would be wiped all, because that madman was capable of doing most horrible things. In Isabella 8 eyes, her brother was now nothing short of a bloodthirsty demon, but don't worry, he wouldn't give you her, because her unfortunate friend who was taken away earlier was still alive and well. Adrian solemnly knelt to receive Lee imperial decree from Lakine. This noble title of Duke was bestowed upon Marquis Adrian Luzon, and to avoid confusion quit Baron Luzon, letter L would be added. Therefore, from now on, he would be known as Duke Adrian L. Luzon. A document granting right to manage Key entire territory was also issued along Quickie Emperor decree. More specifically, Lee P former territory of Lee X Marquis Hamilton would belong to him in addition to EP currently vacant land. Like Keen lightly touched Blakey blade of Iki sword of honor to Adrian 8's shoulder as he knelt before all courtiers, then instructed, "I hope you will become a talented leader, guiding your people towards glorious days." Lee Fire Tea of Duke Adrian and Lady Erika went viral on social media immediately after week investiture ceremony. Yeepeed about Duke Adrian L. Luzon and Marchina Erika attracted 3350 comments. That fateful day truly turned a new page in Kingdom 8 history. Saintess competition was also nearing its end, Quid and Lee fine at round remaining. If Everin, who was fully supported by Duke Lozon, truly became Meek Saintess, then Goa Kikich would be a great wall we could never overcome. Mieki en Lai one who feels lucky that Majib Kaskab and IDP in such chaos. The most prominent CM men was simply impossible to overcome. A moving heart ACN, as if 8 were beating very strongly. Leak C team immediately emitted stren noises as if severely damaged. Amidst T screen 8 static, a line of red teach, live fresh blood suddenly appeared. "I am hungry." Immediately afterward, AX Rai of warnings were issued from EXET TM. Account suddenly disappeared. NBC suddenly disappeared while I was on a my snon. Does anyone know how to fix this error? This has happened 4 times this month already. Who ID key attacking lie this, and what ID key their purpose? And regarding Ari, who disappeared last time, I thought I saw her in Lai P Gum. Has anyone else seen her? How do I? We sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. Then, chaotic sounds continuously rang all, prompting Chester to begin an inspection. Too much data, both large and small, had been let from Leak CTM, so he decided to investigate. And then, he came to his finite conclusion there was indeed a back sea, hidden within ET. Something red was rushing towards him, making him exclaim in surprise, "Oh my goodness!" As if unfazed, he calmly proceeded to deal quitted, adding a very casual provocation, "Keep trying." Then he scooped them into his palm and declared nonchalantly insignificant. Key Thing immediately groaned in pain. Chester was surprised to hear Eat murmur, "Who it there?" He wondered if Eat was sentient. Eat seemed a previous CTM error had accidentally created an artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, he crushed Eat without hesitation and explained thoroughly, "If I were alone, I would love to perform all sorts of experiments on Dio. But because Do keep destroying everything around Dio, I have no choice but to do this." Eat seemed to have uttered something. Afterward, he looked forward skeptically. Huh. He recoiled when he opened his palm and saw a tiny heart shape. What ID this? He looked at Eat and pondered for a moment. Him. Then he happily speculated, if I put Eat inside some kind of toy, Eat might be very useful for that kid in Lipe real world. Adrian smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, power ID something that captivates people inescapably. He uttered meaningfully, even unpleasant enemies must kneel before me lie this. Isabella unbroke, bound and kneeling on Lee ground, trembled in fear and begged, "P. Lie, spare our lives." Andreen gave a cold laugh and remarked that I.E. Key Man surely knew where his accomplices had gone, so he might as well go reunite quit them. Kuda snap of his fingers. Poor wretch was dragged away amidst shrill screams. Quit no way all. He could and lie beg desperately for mercy and a second chance. But Andrian just nodded slightly, "Ludden thou." He turned to Isabella, a rather notorious figure in leaky bullying group, and asked how she should be dealt quit while she knelt on leapy ground, trembling quit fear. Andrian softly asked Catherine how she wanted to punish her, as she was a victim after all. Catherine cheerfully replied that seeing her kneeling and groveling lie that was satisfying enough. Catherine didn't bother quit Ada, telling young master to decide as he pleased. Andrian hummed in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark flashed in his eyes as if he had just come up with a brilliant idea. Yati. That was E.T. A few minutes later, Andrian sought out Chester and asked if he needed any creatures to use as puppets. Chester stroked his beard and calmly replied, "Have you already found one then?" He nodded, confirming he had found something suitable, and Chester excitedly flew and VE to ask what kind of eminent XT he had caught. He snapped his fingers to seek read a ring of lie and explained that he had originally intended to look for flying species, lie BLC eagles. Isabella was instantly teleported there and fell to eeky ground. He didn't even glance at her, continuing to say that after careful consideration, humans were still Leak optimal choice. Chester looked at her, puzzled, and he explained that he intended to remove I-Key creature 8 brain and infuse Equit Ma Di Che De Keen Tren Eat Lie a real puppet. Isabella looked around in a panic, wondering where she was. Seeing this, Chester asked him worriedly, "You don't usually do this. Are you trying to take revenge on her?" Andrian calmly admitted that she was just as miserable as a Nao Cedric. Chester mused that he had thought he would choose a flying Munin XT3, because controlling a human brain was inherently more complex than an animal 8. Andrian explained with amusement that human puppets would be more intelligent. Hearing about Likey brain removal, Isabella turned deathly pale and stammered, asking what he was talking about. Chester, both helpless and somewhat excited, teased him by saying he was scary, then handed Andrian an object-shaped lie a heart. He took 8, chanted a spell, and walked coldly toward Isabella while she retreated, begging, "I know I was wrong, P-Lie, don't do this." Her pleas became hopeless when Andrian suddenly clamped his hand over her mouth, stifling her cries. Quit one hand, he continued to channel Medici in a white heart orb, his face hardening quit grim seriousness. He mocked her, saying that he himself would make her regret having been born in like most cruel way possible. He forced Wa heart orb into her mouth, making her swallow 8. Isabella screamed and wept, tears and snot streaming down her face as she begged for forgiveness. As Key Orb entered her body, a flood of memories of a Key boy who had been bullied came rushing back, making her wonder what would have happened if she had treated him well back then. Her body began to stir violent reactions. If I hadn't used him as a plaything, perhaps everything would have been different. Terrifying energy from like hard orb began to erupt. Isabella's body shattered into small pieces. Radiant sunlight shone across Leapy magnificent sanctuary of Everhill, and while he was having a headache yearly rebellion of like second Prince 8 faction, Everin passed a fine at Tate quit astonishing results. Duchess Riverdale and Andrian chatted as they walked about how the competition had been going on for months and were now just waiting for White Saintess to choose her successor at this sacred place. Andrian remarked that Ike towering altar looked like a pyramid, unlike to be corrected by someone behind him who said it was a sanctuary, where Enlai Li Sati Saintess and Li Sen could set foot. It was Duke Francis. It was rumored that if not approved by Ike Divine, a stranger would be blocked by an invisible wall. Andrian looked at Duke Francis in surprise. Like two men glared at each other, sparks flying. Duke Francis asked sarcastically, "I heard Du just got a promotion, so Du must be very busy, right?" Adrian retorted sharply, "Then Du fu your excessive concern." Well, Duchess of Riverdale whispered to him. Du handled him quite smoothly, to which Adrian replied softly, "I was just being polite for sake of social decorum." He blatantly interrupted Ike too, declaring, "Without Ike Saintess 8 order, no one ID allowed to enter Key Sanctuary whether they are a G-Ren Mage or anyone else." Lucky Everhill Sanctuary appeared, towering a magnificent, incredibly long staircase left anyone visiting Fui first time overwhelmed by its beauty. Duke Francis excitedly said that those who climb to Waiki top of Ipive Tower will receive a blessing, as Adrian wondered if Lai candidates would end up falling and breaking their necks. Laiki Duke suddenly turned and asked him a question. Adrian listened attentively. Beyond the saints and candidates, Lai Place had once hosted a very peculiar guest, so he curiously asked who it was. Li Duke glanced at him and proudly declared, "That would be Iki illustrious G-Ren Duke Manuel Lusat of our Green Groom Empire." Hearing that name, both of them felt wary. She gave a faint smile and said she already knew who 8 was, while he thought to himself that he shouldn't have asked. Suddenly, a child 8 boy interrupted, asking her aunt if Leaky Old Man was telling stories about him again. Everyone froze, looking in Leapy direction of Li Sao in unison. Leapy crowd whispered, wondering who she was. Eat turned ought to be back, looking different, pink hair tied in high bows on both sides lie horns, dressed in a B. Lucy in pink outfit and wearing heart necklace that Adrian had once put on her, demanding, "What are you all staring at?" To put it briefly, back had leaky appearance of Isabella, but was an artificial intelligence from leaky Hollywood's Tem. She was yawning warily, leaving Duke Francis unable to believe his eyes. Continuing Loppy's story about back, after taking Isabella body and controlling Ed as she did now, her personality became very S-Tren, perhaps because heap of data trash from Hollywood had left her weary and bored. "This place ID's so dull, can I leave now?" Just as she was about to shout, she was struck painfully on the head by one of Adrian 8's subordinates. She clutched her head and yelled angrily, asking how they dared to strike her. Adrian 8 found her too annoying and coldly warned her to keep her mouth shut. She hissed and pointed directly at Likey heart emblem on back chest, as if to say she would take care of her immediately if she didn't behave. Terrified, Back went silent and didn't dare to utter a quops. However, she was very irritated inside, cursing silent. Adrian spoke up to ease Likey atmosphere, saying she was a bit crazy. Duke Francis calmed down and said he would let it slide because today was very important. Adrian silently felt relieved that he hadn't let his temper. Then, a blonde lady appeared, Leaky saw of her cane tapping against East stone floor, drawing lucky attention of Leaky entire crowd. A resounding voice made everyone in Leaky Sanctuary look up to Lai highest position. 14 Saintess candidates and 11 Sen sons He Lai stepped forward when called by Sepia. Leaky Sin Queet silver hair and blue eyes declared, "None lie those who are truly worthy will have a chance." He Saintess Queet sharp gaze continued, "This path ide always you bay." Everyone was eager for selection to begin, quit Leet exception of Back, who was frustrated at being held firmly by Adrian 8 subordinate. Leaky Duchess of Riverdale smiled faintly as she looked up at Leaky Holy Platform, thinking, Yem has begun. League candidates began to move forward one by one. Everyone was incredibly nervous and anxious. Even Everine. An Emily one girl quit BIC hair, dressed in a very BIC outfit, continued to walk calmly. She accidentally bumped into another girl, causing her to jump in SC. A scream rang out, asking why that happened. Duke Francis guessed that some people were already being eliminated. He asked Adrian indifferently, "Do you guess who will succeed?" He replied with a faint smile, his eyes still fixed on the proceedings. "I think it will be Everin, one I am sponsoring." Duke Francis exclaimed praise that Everil Bannett was indeed a rare talent and that his Adrian 8 training skills were formidable, leaving Adrian stunned. He turned to question why Yuki old Duke was so generous his praise today. Yuki Duke remained indifferent, as if he knew Adrian 8 innermost thoughts, asserting that he was merely speaking like truth whereas ordinarily he was excessively arrogant. Adrian thought to himself that this old man had always disdained others, so why had his character changed so strangely today? Like old man then interrupted him, saying he had forgotten to mention that Lusat once had a private conversation like deities right in this very place. Duke Francis continued, saying that no one knew like true appearance of IE goddess because Enlai Luchat had ever seen her. Even saints and saintesses were completely in like fee. This was the Lai precedent in history of deities communicating quote humans. He asserted that if 8 were Adrian, YP goddess would also grant him special favor, just as she had once bestowed upon Lucat, causing Adrian to glance at him quote a look of deep skepticism. At that very moment, footsteps echoed, making him jump and causing him to frown slightly. Adrian was astonished to see Evelyn Francis approaching in a pure B-Lifestyle outfit quote an icy expression. She herself was stunned to encounter him. Evelyn Francis. Adrian wondered why she had just walked up Lai to hastily turn back down. While he was deep in thou, Evelyn Francis' 8 words froze him in place. I will withdraw from Iki race faux Iki position of saintess. Seeing Duke Francis quietly continue forward, he wondered if leaky old Duke would really give up power so easily. Riverdale watched, then sighed, saying they had helped him a great deal. And lie now did Adrian realize why Key old Duke had seemed so friendly and indifferent about like selection results. Lie fact that he came all Lee way to pick up Eveline was proof of his unconditional S.E. Pete, making him even more certain of his reasoning. Even if people expected Eveline to follow a divine path, her chances of success were too slim. He assessed that they would rather choose to preserve their honor than cling to illusory hope. Riverdale, hearing this, couldn't Lee give a wry smile, finding this old man too cunning. Watching Lee's silhouettes of Key father and daughter fade away, Adrian continued his analysis, stating that proactively withdrawing sounded much more honorable than being eliminated. Now, she had become a noble person who yielded, rather than a failure. At the same time, beneath Lee's staircase, a figure was stealthily ascending. Adrian was still deep in thou, reflecting that Eveline 8 withdrawal was too sudden, but Eat was Wiek remaining candidates whom he was truly interested in. Eat turned out to be EP young ladies Judy, Esther, Celine, Ray, and Elvin, who were ascending one by one. Lee last one to arrive was Eveline Barnett. While he was mentally calculating Licky odds, from 14 down to 4, Sharon Sylvester began a prayer ceremony for Key 4 girls so that whoever was chosen would continue on this path. She solemnly prayed, imploring Lai goddess Sepia to grant her blessing. No sooner had she finished speaking than a strong gust of wind swept through, slowly opening Lai P gilded door above. A dazzling lion fluttering feathers enveloped like entire hall in bewildered astonishment. Sharon Sylvester froze, beads of sweat breaking out. Faced Quoot Lai's trend phenomenon, a bodyguard quickly rushed forward to shield him. But leaky wind was too strong, forcing Adrian to co-VE his face to prevent his VXN from being obstructed. He frowned, wondering what this dreadful surge of energy was. A woman unexpectedly appeared, her bare feet stepping lightly on a feathers as if floating, causing a realization to fade lot in his mind. Adrian exclaimed in utter astonishment. Descent. Upon seeing Lee's stunning woman floating in mid-air, Weedy Key girls in a key stand simultaneously bowed deeply, loudly proclaiming their welcome to her magnificent descent. Hearing that, the bewildered crowd suddenly snapped to attention. Adrian secretly wondered if the key gods were real, thinking Leaky's selection was merely a delivery of will, but never expecting such a dazzling entrance. Glancing at Leaky girls who were still performing their reverent rituals, he contemplated Leaky's situation, observing Leaky astonishment of people of Iki Holy City, as surely no one had foreseen this outcome. Gazing at Lee T figure radiating a brilliant halo, Adrian wondered if there was a character so outstanding that Key goddess had to descend in person, and while he was led in thou, a solemn voice echoed down, I shall choose. Goddess 8 gaze seemed to be fixed on someone. Adrian was curious to know which face Lie deity was targeting. Lee deity pointed straight at T chosen one, and when EP name Jiha was called, Eat young man smiled joyfully and bowed in gratitude. In TC contrast to Jiha when Ni goddess called Ike name Everin. She could and Lie look up, quopate an expression of complete amazement. Looking down from above at Lee Key crowd kneeling at her feet, P goddess declared resonantly that Lee chaos in this mortal world had never ceased. Then, EP goddess delivered her fainant warning, beware of a B Lee C star falling from E Seiki, as E crowd curiously watched T divine figure retreating toward the door. Light blinding light gradually faded, creating a clear line between darkness and hope, as if a vivid illustration of Likey mysterious prophecy. The door slammed shut when a goddess completely disappeared. Everyone began whispering and discussing Lie prophecy. What did it mean? Was she warning them about demons? They were anxious about whether this was a sign of Leaky in times. Looking at Lee grim expression of Lee person next to me, I could unlie stare at Lee B Lu C Kai and wonder what on earth was happening. She whispered that Iki world there was so terrifying, but no one replied. In Niki space around E pyramid was dead silent. After that Ivan Everine met Andrian for each. In Lake female guard to Unchi XPP rate her gratitude, thanking him for everything AVE past time. He smiled and replied, Do you have also worked very hard, dear Everin? Andrian generously spread his arms and said, If do need any help, just call me, I will do my best to speed do. To which Everin excitedly asked, So, can we still meet even after I have become a saintess? Like atmosphere became cheerful and crisp laughter rang out joyfully. After being chosen, Everine would assist Saintess Sylvester for a year to learn the key religious laws before officially succeeding her. She imparted all her knowledge, and Lipe girl absorbed it quite a very enthusiastic spirit. Adrian secretly thought that although reappearance of key god Sepia after 300 years caused selection results to be overshadowed for a commoner like Everin, being less scrutinized was quite a peaceful outcome. Likey prophecy about Likey chaos and he falling BELC star caused both the Holy Land and Lee Great Kingdoms to frantically fo clues, but all in vain. In Adrian 8 heart a concern lingered. Had Lee Goddess 8 eyes truly touched him, or was he just flattering himself? While they were busy fighting monsters, a manet's scream made both him and Erica turn around sharply. "Hey, don't be so distracted," he exclaimed in a panic, their ID a deadly trap on Lee's ceiling about 30 meters away. Then he added that 2 demons were looming in approaching Eat. Suddenly, Eat stomped its staff hard on E ground, restoring Medich. Having finished, Eat laughed triumphantly. She spoke in a clear, confident voice, virtual reality IDRAM turf after all. At Lee's same time, she winked and licked her lips provocatively. This ID as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. Just as he was busy lavishing praise on a key royal princess, Erica corrected his posture, adding a kick from behind that nearly sent him face first into Lee ground, leaving him unenly enough breath to let out a sharp cry of pain. BC could only grumble resentfully, wondering why she treated him so harshly while acting gently toward everyone else. It was truly too much. During a break, Adrian looked RVX to Chester to strike up a conversation, feeling certain that his leveling speed had improved significantly than to way healer aid assistance. Chester offered his observations and assessments of every challenge he had overcome, noting that his progress was impressive, though he asked if he had been getting enough sleep. He replied dejectedly, "To be honest, how could I possibly get a fun night's sleep?" Adrian blurted out a complaint saying he wasn't a genius Lai Ju Ren Duke Lufat and thus had to sacrifice peaceful sleep. Chester immediately countered, "What ain't that supposed to mean? You are an extraordinary young man after all," he replied with a forced smile. "Hey, flattering me to why high heavens unn't solve anything." Chester shook his head in denial, saying, "These aren't sweet lies. You shouldn't compare yourself to him because your magical potential IDP and lie at an average LVE. He explained in detail that G. Renduke Lusat came from a harsh environment where one could hardly survive without being proficient in Medici. Upon hearing this, Adrian was extremely bewildered and had to ask for confirmation. A special environment forced him to become a master of sorcery. Chester nodded in affirmation. "That it right. There ID no reason for me to hide this truth from you." He recalled Beef Pass thoughtfully and continued, "G. Renduke Lukat actually revealed his sorcery abilities from the key moment he was born." Upon hearing that, Ariane was stunned to a key point of being unable to believe her ears. "What on earth ID this?" Turning to look at Chester, he reacted strongly. "No way. Quan said that G. Renduke Lusat was originally from Earth. How could he be a born mage?" Chester calmly explained, "Mages also existed on Earth. It ain't just that they gradually faded and weakened, and those who remained lived like ordinary people." He patiently added, "Jeek Renduke Lukat was lie heir to a dying sorcerer family. Despite having magical blood, he could conjure a few sparks at his fingertips. Less than a pistol. He spent his whole life painstakingly researching ways to amplify mana, desperate to revive his family." This compelling information left Ariane both astonished and curious, so his arrival in this land wasn't just a random coincidence. He wanted to delve deeper into these unexplored mysteries, but Chester looked at him meaningfully. Do really think he reincarnated just because he was hit by a truck?" This left Key One summoned Quelp help of Yoki Bamboo Prince feeling shaken. Seeing that Ariane still had questions, he continued, "Eventually he encountered an incident before coming here, but unlike Du, his reincarnation occurred after a horrific magical explosion that tore through space and pulled him into this world." Chester added that to that explosion, G. Renduke Lukat absorbed a massive amount of mana equivalent to that of an archmage, thereby changing his destiny in Li P Otherworld. As if trying to console Ariane, he said, "Don't compare yourself to him, someone who survived death, defying battles quit his bare hands, because he possessed the key power of an archmage from the very start, any comparison ID meaningless." He fell silent in sympathy, now understanding why G. Renduke Lusat was so desperate to return. He felt pity for himself and reflected on Lukat. Unlike him, who died a sudden and unexpected death, Lusat had been brought to this world naturally and even had the key potential to find a way back at Chinem. Adriana's expression visibly darkened. "If I were in his position, I probably would never give up and would be just as obsessed with returning as he was." Seeing him silent for a long time, Chester spoke up. "Well, anyway." He smiled with pride to encourage Adrian. "Key path do our walking ID key even greater than G. Renduke Lukatate journey, even if people once considered him an MB1, therefore, do have no reason to feel inferior." Hearing these words warmed his heart deeply. "Than do you, sir." Now he could talk comfortably about Lusat without light heavy burden on his mind. As fo whether Jeek Ren Duke Lukat had actually returned to Earth or was lot forever. He explained that Lu Sot was working on his Fey and research project, so that was a possibility, but in lie he knew fo sure. On Leek other side, BC was covering her mouth and yawning. Leaky sharp-tongued girl shouted at Adrian, "Hey friend, how long do you intend to be lazy? Are you not planning to LVS you up?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she was tapped lightly on Leek head by Erica, who corrected her. "You must not call him that guy, it should be Sir Adrian." She held her bruised head and grumbled, "Oh, why did you hit me so hard? Quit that shield." She replied coldly, "So, would you prefer I use my sword for a sparring match instead?" Adrian could lie shake his head in annoyance. This girl BC truly could not keep her mouth shut for even a second. Adrian stood up to leave but still had some questions for Chester. "Hey Mr. Chester, I still have one use of IK Hollywood management seat 10 privilege left, right? Can you decipher those fey dying words of Goddess Sepia?" He answered slowly, "Even Leaky High, ranking sages in Leaky Holy Land are struggling to study AT. Wouldn't it be a waste to use that precious privilege for this?" He said, "Looking at your expression, I'm sure do understand a bit about ET, right?" He reluctantly replied, "I am not certain, but I can vaguely guess meaning. However, since it involves a goddess, ide best for me to be cautious." He signaled as if to seek LOY conversation. "Yeet would be better if you searched fu clues yourself." Then he handed him an ancient book and said, "This ID all look available documentation for you. So don't need to go to YB trouble of using your administrator privileges for nothing." The book hidden inside Leaky wristwatch suddenly manifested, revealing reason why Rondel, despite its supreme technology, never dared to venture or into the vast universe. Andreen wondered absent-mindedly, "Universe. For so long I've only been struggling to survive day by day, so I've never bothered to think or ponder about things far away or there. Beneath quiet nights Kai quit countless twinkling stars." Andrian leaned against by railing, leisurely reading page after page, displaying shocking information that physical strength ideek in Lili tip of Nidi Chiu Ra O holy power iceberg. Rondel always had potential to travel through space far more easily than Earth, yet no one bothered to launch a single satellite, let alone a space station. "I have taken TP trouble to investigate, and a key truth behind it all IDP none other than key goddess Sepia." He intently pondered every quips, implying that key planets around Rondel are also fun of equally powerful forces. This sounds like what Leaky original spirit had once predicted. Could it be that gods and demons are also reigning on spheres very Sikalu by? When reading about Madi Chairline 6XXX, I was shocked to realize that this world ID completely different from the universe where Earth exists. Besides Rondel IP Moon and the Key Sun, nothing else exists in Lee Void, and Drainade expression suddenly became dazed by this incredibly astonishing information he had never heard before. Continuing through IP pages, it turns out that every star and galaxy we look up at every night, ID just an optical illusion. He exclaimed in horror, "Could it be that everything IDT fake?" Leaky words continued to flow. Turns a Rondel ID nothing more than a giant cage, quit all sorts of limitations. Oh, perhaps demonic invasions are just periodic entertainment that Leap goddess stages lie a reality to Vski. Thinking of this, Andrianate face turned pale, quit panic. Lucky data left by manual shattered all old inferences. IDP impossible to use conventional thinking of an earthling to decode this magical world. I, Manuel Lucat, must discard all prejudices imposed from my old homeland. Recreating ships from ancient times, ID chair aligned I6XX no longer used EP naked eye to explore Lady Ancients. I decided to view the world through a magical lens. Instead of a space telescope, I installed mana detectors on my CP, because mana always accumulates on planets, so if I detected an Stren energy source, I could expose the Frieki true face of this universe. Manuel firmly asserted that indeed Chair 996XX projections were accurate. I have succeeded in observing Lee Sky. Andreen could and Lee utter a skeptical, "Oh." Leak image of Key Priest and Leaky soldiers from Leaky past appeared in Madiich era Lundin 666. A troop of holy knights suddenly swooped in to arrest me, because I had committed key forbidden blasphemy that Key goddess had ordered to be banned. He continued to observe Lipi stars in Madiich era 196 Fox. After Wapi Emperor of Ringam Kingdom poured piles of money to redeem my mistake, I still couldn't suppress my curiosity, so I built a device to observe Leaky nature of universe right on Leaky ground. He revealed three obvious truths. First, Rondlet Solar Exit Tem certainly has more than 2 planets quite similar living conditions, although why camouflage fake makes it impossible for us to see them. Gods and demons are certainly hiding somewhere. Lai Sun and Moon are in clear opposition. Second, due to coordinate positions of these planets, moving directly through void IDT impossible without being punished by a key goddess. Now I understand why demons struggled so much when approaching Rondel. Third, key constellations on Earth are also present exactly same way in this place. Andreen leaned down slightly to ponder. Could it be that key constellations are overlapping? He tried to make his brain work at fun capacity. Think about it. He said Rondel at night, see Kai IDT, nothing but a co-pi of Earth 8. Andrian suddenly realized something. After many long, weary nights looking at Lai C Kai, I started to see that something was wrong, not in harmony at all. He pieced every fragment together. Stars and Wak Rondel night sky are just reflections of Laiki Earth. He once knew they are just flipped left and right. He suspected. Truly a reflected illusion. Manual 8 words are becoming increasingly confirmed. This world has an unexpectedly Sikelo connection to my homeland. Perhaps this place ID a symmetrical version of Earth. Andrian rested his arms on Leaky railing, as if he had just found Leaky lie at Een of E tunnel. He sighed in relief and smirked. Chester said he wasn't very sure, but through his words, he also vaguely understood Leaky whole issue. He frowned in deep thought. IDB Lyce star elite goddess mentioned Leaky planet symmetrical to this world. To put it bluntly, Earth. Damn it, before Chester suggested this book, I had guessed LBB star was a completely different place. Andrian asked himself, if this ID indeed a world symmetrical to Earth, then Leaky Goddess 8 prophecy must be a sign of a conflict arising between two worlds. Wiki image of two opposing Earths appeared in his mind. If it were true, this would be a global catastrophe. So why does Iki Goddess lie to be so vague? Such confusing words. Suddenly, he shouted loudly as if wanting to speak directly to Manuel. Hey, what exactly do you want me to do? Why are you being so vague and not saying clearly what ID's happening? Andrian helplessly pulled at his hair amidst a chaotic mess of data, his haggard expression lamenting, I wish I could share this pile of documents. Exactly what are people expecting of me? A brilliant stream of lies suddenly covered Likey space as if to CP read another virtual reality. A voice echoed back saying, Viki up, what else? A noise of key north rose, then someone whispered, recovery, recovery. Arika and Andrian were not pleased at all. Inside his head was a fierce ideological battle. Wariness invaded his mind. Damn it, my head feels late 8 gonna explode. If Lee prophecy was in Lee about Lee P demons, it would be less of a headache, but Lee key matter of Likey demons ID a major issue. Suddenly, someone shouted, Andrian! Lie resounding call pulled him back to why harsh reality. Lee's streams of lie kept flashing repeatedly. A bloodbath of warriors was truly beginning. His sharp gaze told himself that it was already too late to dodge. He quickly stopped back by splashing medicine on him and Dreen 8 ear-piercing voice echoed. He had successfully subdued back. Brilliant flashes of lie made him dazed as a powerful silver shield appeared. Back could not resist at all and could lie let or a cry of, ah. And Drain smugly boasted, so I've hate for my experience points to decrease? As Back could lie exclaim, do you bastard. Wakik seat tem notification announced due have reached LV 250. He breathed a sigh of relief, but someone seemed far from happy. Peak CZ Tem continued to announce, you are being transferred to a secret dimension established by Iki deity Ariel. Andrian and Arika quickly set P on their new my son. Having finished Myson, Andrian leisurely sipped some water and chatted, saying, after all, Back also contributed a part, right? If in lie she could gin us in like key my sen of destiny and hunt, but she can't because she's not a contributor, right? She replied, even if she could gin, it wouldn't matter because she ID already dead. He nodded, right? Some calculations came to mind. Leveling up from 1 to 150 takes about a month, from 151 to 200 takes 2 months, and reaching LV 250 takes half a year. Andrian proudly replied, this IADE key first raid in half a year. Fixit Tem screen appeared. Men XT Valertanis has been summoned. A giant Men XT quit sharp claws appeared before Andrian and Arika. This creature was truly massive compared to wide two of them. But facing Lee massive creature, both maintained their fighting spirit. Lee Ora victory shining upon them as if preordained, they remained steadfast, deciding to just keep putting in relentless effort. An enthusiastic Andrian appeared. Finally his path had been set, and he excitedly shouted, let it go! In another scene filled with tragedy. Many people have perished in this place. Yeek Emperor sat on high, smiling nonchalantly, his voice echoing, and Na restrained by his majesty, gnashed her teeth and said, I will definitely give you due. As she spoke, she screamed through tears, I will surely take revenge on everyone at any cost. Valor Tanis appeared with a fierce and ruthless expression. Eat spewed a massive blast of fire toward Lee, two of them, but Erika used her shield in time to be LPCET. Why Keymore leaky fire flared up violently, Keymore determined her gaze became. A strong gust of wind blew back, extinguishing Lee flames and startling Tanis. That was Erikate technique. She swung her sword forcefully to see read a powerful gust of wind. Andrian did not miss opportunity either. He lunged forward and used his blade to unleash a technique. Leak attack struck Gi Men and XT directly, causing Yi to lose health and howl in pain. Suddenly Tanis erupted, smoke spreading everywhere, and Lefixen became hazy. Leakium XT let us several roars. Its whole body set ablaze, its eyes glowing with rage. It lunged straight at Andrian, calling him a lowly insect. In AP midst of Likey thick fog, a sectren spot of lie suddenly appeared. He delivered a fatal blow straight through Tanis 8 back, making 8 howl in pain. E-Eagle flapped its wings, quit fiery blue eyes, its talons forming a Madi each a circle to transmit messages and share VXN continuously. Adrian jumped while Lot and Thou, this Tanis Menon XT was truly powerful, far superior to E-Key Death Knight on E200th floor they had faced. He wondered why. Leaky pair Adrian and Erika attacked relentlessly, leaving E-Key Men XTC unable to defend itself. He wondered if he was being too confident and feeling that victory was within reach. Tanis 8 health bar has already bottomed out. Its body emitted thick smoke after a X-ray of spectacular XQ combos. ET collapsed to E-Key ground and remained still for a long time. Then 8 mumbled that ET had lot, causing Adrian to freeze for a few seconds, wondering what was happening. Tanis vanished in E-smoke, and Miki Bird also flew away. Peakseat Tem reported that he had successfully subdued a named Men XT tree. Adrian was still skeptical. Could a named Men in XT really be defeated so easily, or perhaps he'd self-destructed due to program incompatibility? A new notification from Lu Peakseat Tem indicated that Lee Key conditions Fu opening a new floor have been completed. Lee gate to E-Key 9th floor of Lu Cot Manual Tower began to ubinanish slightly. Chester stepped Akuda smile and praised both of them Fu their hard work. Adrian realized everything was because he had been watching from before. Leaky old man admitted Tanis wasn't strong enough to challenge E-Key 2 of them, confessing he had thought it would be an intense battle. Chester sighed and reminded them that E-Key's subsequent floors were real nightmares, as GP Ren Duke Lucot had set numerous deadly traps there. He glanced VE and praised Erika for pushing past her limits. Adrian confidently replied that he wasn't afraid of such things, causing Chester 8 jaw to nearly drop in surprise. Adrian smiled triumphantly, then to tireless training day and night, E2 were in perfect sync. He believed Erika was his perfect match. He continuously praised Erika for being just a real person quote infinite potential, causing her to shyly turn her face away. He firmly asserted that she would go even further. Chester turned away quote a bittersweet expression seeing his successor mature, while Adrian could give an awkward smile. Leak old man nodded, saying that an heir of Lucot must be that to be worthy. Lee Kizit Tem reported he had officially taken the weak administration of Hollywood. Do you have received 200,000 trillion LUT, which has been transferred directly into your Alesia Union Bank account. Lee Union Bank account has just successfully confirmed e-registration of a new device. Aerial Fortress will become a sturdy shield protecting DU. DU have been granted 2 additional Vanguard units quit by Kira Master Class. E.B. Lu Moon Intelligence and Assassination Organization ID now under your command along Kuda's secret underground base. Leaky 8th Medich Circle has finally been established. Adrian Mohol suddenly woke up. Manengiat Li T Master sat up abruptly. E-subordinates bowed low and paid their respects. Everyone knelt down respectfully. Watching like scene, Andrian wore a satisfied smile. In a key magnificent capital of Lai Kingdom of Reinhardt, a voy rang awe quid admiration, etid in honor to meet Duke Lionel and a key Marcianus. Whispers began to arise, do still remember me sir. At that bien that year, do two were truly most splendid couple in kingdom. Today, key Marcianus ID still stunningly beautiful. I am Marco, head of planning and coordination for Way Ministry of Justice. Sir, we have just recruited a talented chef for our family. If possible, we would love Fodiu to take EB time to come and dine. People crowded around Andrian, who replied Kuda's smile. Excuse me, but I have an appointment, Kuda's Majesty. They slunk away and Andrian looked at August Kuda puzzled expression. He said, oh my, young lady, I truly never thought I would become IP center of attention like this. Wyke 3 continued walking, and Andrian advised, do you have to get used to E8T, one of I reasons I am here IDH to arrange an official position fo due. Lee Guard saw P3 of them approaching. Report immediately your majesty Duke Lionel and Lady Clen request an audience. A voice echoed from within, let them in. Key doors slowly opened. Y3 walked in, knelt and bowed deeply. We request an audience Kut Laiga Nun Lion of Life Kingdom of Reinhardt. Y Keen said, at ease. Why does YP Star of our Reinhardt wish to see me? He frowned and asked, why didn't you report to Crown Prince Michael, who ID right beside me? Michael laughed awkwardly. Your majesty, you are being a bit too grumpy. A thaw flashed through Andrian 8 mind, he clearly dislikes me. He must be looking for an excuse to vent his anger, Veek losing his child. He said, I wish to report that a new Ra master has appeared in our country. At this very moment at Me Kingdom 8 emergency teleportation gate, 2 soldiers were on duty when suddenly P-Circle glowed brilliantly. Beautiful long hair gradually appeared, and Lee Guard was startled and stunned. He hurried DP to report, Your Majesty! His voice was fun of panic. Just now, Princess Seelan of Lee Kingdom of Roberto appeared at Lee Kingdom 8 emergency teleportation gate, and she ID currently severely injured. Andrian frowned in doubt. Princess Seelan? Lai P4 of them hurried to wide teleportation gate area. A girl covered in blood lay motionless, while 2 people were trying to channel their internal energy to Xai her. Seelin coughed painfully. Andrian rushed P. Lie, make way for a moment. He channeled his internal energy strongly into her, recover quickly. He sweated anxiously, damn neat, who would be so ruthless. As Andrian treated her, he sensed that half of her internal organs were gone, and recovery Ma Che alone would not be enough. He was deep in thou. At this rate, her weak voice brought him back to reality. Duke Lionel. He asked anxiously, Princess, are you awake? Andrian pressed. Oh heavens, what happened? Sheelin whispered, P. Lee. Her weak, pleading words, P. Leak see me, caused I room to fall silent. Andrian remained lot and thou, not saying a quoop see. He picked up Lee, girl, and stood up. He then turned and said, I will take Princess Seelin quoop me. Egard gasped. What did you say? Egard moved to stop him. Wait, sir. Michael stepped forward to intervene. Now that do mention eat, she ID your guest anyway. Go ahead and do as do wish, I understand, Adrian replied. Than do sir. Leet 3 immediately disappeared. Then E3 returned to another place. Adrian gently used his Madij to touch I floor. He placed Seelin in Lee's center of Leek Madij circle. A thought echoed in his mind. Now, she doesn't just need ordinary healing on recovery Madij, but also miraculous resurrection Madij. Her body suddenly glowed brightly and all bloody wounds disappeared. With a resolute expression, Adrian poured a large amount of Madij into Alpi girl, both to heal and to resurrect. A pool of walk red water gradually appeared. Lee girl continued to rush straight forward. Feather mother, where are you? Seelin sobbed, calling out, ID no one here. Then another voice seemed to call, oh, Len Key! She looked forward, stretching all her hand. Princess, someone, sigh me. That voice still echoed in her ears, Seelin. A sudden loud call pulled her back to reality, Princess Seelin. Seelin startled awake, opening her eyes, her face confused, her hand still reaching forward. She sat up, seeing Adrian sitting next to Erika. You're awake, he said. Seelin looked at him with a confused expression, tears still lingering in lippy corners of her eyes. He then explained, You are in lippy center of Marenkov City. Adrian smiled gently. This ID my territory. Lie Kingdom of Roberto, known as Lee Conqueror of Lee Key east of Lee Continent of Rondel. Everything began after regime of King Faman and Key Prios Republic alliance collapsed due to Wee Revolution. Royal protective barrier suddenly showed cracks. This led to a usurper kin. Leaf Kingdom of Roberto originally had a council of nobles much more powerful than Mage royal family, Adrian thought to himself, so stopping this riot would indeed not be easy at all. Seelin bowed her head full of sorrow. He secretly analyzed was her attempt to gain a key title of Saintess meant to restore her declining family. He spoke up, very well, I will help you reclaim Lyki Kingdom. Seelin was startled, seer. She hesitated, looking confused. I wouldn't dare trouble do further. He replied, I am not helping do for free, do know. He asked, do know about Ophelia? That tiny island in that sea. Adrian stated frankly, if I can lease that island for free for 50 years, I will resolve this riot without spilling a single drop of blood. Seelin's eyes widened in surprise. Idiki that all it takes to resolve Walki riot. He then clearly stated his demand. I am telling you this beforehand for your caution. But my main purpose IDEE geo energy on that island. I've heard E8 where EK largest reserves are, right? She replied, that ain't right, but geo energy doesn't have much value. He analyzed, even if Lyki public doesn't know 8 if I can extract EAT efficiently, EAT still has significant value. Furthermore, I need a much larger amount than what IDD distributed on the key market. Adrian smiled, continuing negotiation. What do you think? He then asked, so, do agree? Seelin still had some doubts. She wondered, can do really resolve everything without causing a war? Adrian shrugged, that it right. Eat less trouble for me either way. Seelin clutched her clothes. If do can truly do eat, I will follow all your demands. She declared loudly in quick determination, P-Lie help me. Adrian beamed a bright smile and agreed immediately. I will do my very best. When Seelin hesitantly asked if he could reveal his plan, he stood up calmly and explained, Eat simple, I'm turning 8 into a battle between factions, excluding La P Flying Fortress. First, let a like Republic of Prius make Li P first move. If I ask them, they will certainly apply pressure without demanding any compensation. Adrian thou of an old man and smiled. That was Wig leader of Lyki rebel faction. Hey Emperor Galleon, make sure do you worry about intimidating that old man. Underleapy brilliant Guianean son, a voice echoed. It seemed Duke Loriang was quite delighted to see other nations in distress. Israel leisurely enjoyed his tea and said happily, after us ID Waki Republic of Prius, and this time heat must be Ili Kingdom of Roberto at turn. Andriel replied, Ki ID ready, but I almost forgot, congratulations on your official inauguration as president. He smiled and said, he'd all than to Wike help of do guys. Israel suddenly remembered, that ain't right, do snatched my ether mine through 50-year lease contract, and that mine even produces precious gems. He shrugged, so what if I took it? How many gems could there even be? Li P girl looked puzzled. What do you intend to do quit all that ether? Andriel kept a stern face. That ID is state secret. Suddenly, there was a knock at key door. Leaky guard announced, "Sir, a military envoy from Lee Kingdom of Roberto wishes to see you." He took a sip of tea. "Oh, leak progress ID quite fast." A chubby old man walked in accompanied by a maid. "ETIDP, a great honor to meet President Israel." He squinted and introduced himself. "I am Likey Landlord Wendazine, currently serving as Minister of War for Kingdom of Roberto." Seelan glared at him so intensely that Lee old man shuddered. Andriel asked, "Wendazine IDET." Old man cleared his throat proudly. "I am Leaky Great Wendazine. You must be Duke Lo Ring of Lee Kingdom of Reinhardt, right?" Leek old man looked up and sneered sarcastically. "How disappointing, a princess who relies on Lee's strength of a foreign power." Seelan frowned in annoyance. "That ID not a matter for someone lie due to discuss." A cold snort rang out. Andriel blinked innocently. "Sir, regarding what person do you call la p foreign power of the Republic of Prius, what late do you hear?" Israel caught eye content and winked Kuda smile. "I am not sure either. What do you think, Duke Lo Ring, representative of key foreign power of Liao's Kingdom of Reinhardt?" He shook his head warily. "ID he planning to declare war here. We stand firm in our position of never tolerating invaders." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mr. Wen went pale. "No, that ain't not eight. I came here and lie to ask Likey President to protect a royal family of Likey Kingdom of Roberto." He hurriedly produced a letter. "Emperor Galian sent this to Dio." Israel immediately opened it to look. Lai two looked at Lai contents together. Adrian Rhett, to put it bluntly, 500 trillion in spoils foo us to turn a blind eye. He looked up and asked, "IDC Kingdom of Roberto really willing to spend such a staggering amount?" He asked skeptically, "Isn't this amount like the entire national treasury?" Wendazine happily replied, "If we consider wacky future of Lee Kingdom, this price ID completely worth ET." He kept smiling brightly. "I've date not enough, just tell me." Andriel calmly sipped his tea and thought to himself, "What a bunch of idiots." He mused, "Money isn't everything." Israel said, "All right, I accept." Upon hearing this, he nearly spat out his tea. Old Wen laughed loudly in triumph. "Oh, how wise!" He turned away and continued, "But it also depends on how I use that money." Lukey old man was overjoyed. Of course, after all, that money will end up in ID hands of like Republic of Prius anyway. Israel moved towards Silan. He smiled slightly, then transfer all that money to Princess Silan. Mr. Wen asked blankly, "What did you say?" He said loudly, "Are due hard of hearing. Just give that 500 trillion to Princess Silan. If do that, we will not interfere in leaky affairs of Lake Kingdom of Roberto anymore." Andriel gently wiped his mouth and wondered, "Why am I acting so unusually today?" He pondered, this ID clearly a form of public bullying. Old man eight face turned red quote anger. He had to leave reluctantly, seething quote rage that felt like a lump in his throat. Why two men watched man eight receding back, and Drian clicked his tongue, saying he had almost fallen into a trap, then sighed warily. "I choose to lay foe my subjects and would never rely on foreign aristocrats." He smiled thinly, but in his heart, he was already calculating a move to pocket Li D money first. Why two girls approached, and Andrian replied when asked about Lai plan of action, "That guy seems to still have some utility value." He smirked while mentioning like Lozan formula, "You truly are a storm that sweeps everything away." Arika nimbly jumped onto YP railing, and Andrian also climbed up to stand beside her. Looking back, "Are you planning to challenge me?" Israel spoke up, saying, "I don't find that to be a compliment at all." Hearing that, he burst into a hearty laugh. A moment later, Andrian, along with two girls Arika and Celine, approached a G-Ren mansion. He gazed into leaky distance, wondering if this was a noblemanate residence, while Celine wondered what kind of trick he was planning to pull. He said he wanted to overturn the entire order, foe a rebellion without faith, ID lie a soup cooked without salt. She suddenly realized IP essential point. Andrian looked at her with a smirk. "That it right, rebels have no faith, just a few provocations and they will disintegrate from within." He waved his hand, fun of confidence in his ability to cause division, when suddenly a stranger appeared right behind him. "What do you need from me, sir?" August asked with a devious smile. He introduced him as a master of mind Gin Tren. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. He explained that brainwashing was child 8 Fei Fu Iki man, then urged him to get to work immediately before Iki opportunity passed. A subordinate rushed in to report Li dire news. "Your Majesty, Li Army and Jeet Ren Lok Wen have publicly declared Leaky rebellion as treason and have turned to S-Heat Pit Princess Celine." August stood nearby, waving his hand to direct a demonic butterfly toward Wakey Emperor. Andrian lurked behind a wall listening intently to Edie's subordinates reporting likey media coverage, not unlike that. 9 noble clans were using public opinion to incite masses to revolt. His Majesty slammed his hand down on Iki throne in a rage and roared, "Have they all lost their minds?" Seeing his master ate fury, Iki man cautiously explained that they might just want independence. Hearing this, Kind pressed him, and Iki man subtly warned him to be careful. lest Lai tax money poured into Prius was being embezzled by someone for their own gain. His Majesty was momentarily bewildered when an enchanting voice echoed from somewhere, saying he had no need to worry. Michael stepped in and added calculatingly, just execute all rebels, any commoners will have no choice but to obey those in power. He gave a smug smile and suggested testing his new technology, seeing as a Gian-ngon opportunity to prove his loyalty to Keen. Hearing those pleasing words, Kind praised him lavishly, truly Michael a rare talent, but immediately after Michael's face revealed an unpredictable cruelty. His status window appeared clearly showing name Michael. Adrian glanced Sarah V and immediately guessed he wasn't a Roberto native. He wondered who this person was, and Celine replied that he was a mage from Reset Island. She recounted Michael's background and his collection of bizarre inventions. He was a 6-circle mage with a knack for crafting artifacts, and in just 2 years of working for Key Emperor, he had already equipped IP Vanguard to teeth. Adrian suddenly became suspicious. How could an insignificant unknown mage be capable of manufacturing such high-quality military equipment? He turned to ask Celine A's opinion. She said she had searched through criminal records on Reset Island, but found no trace of him, though information from Key Emperor wasn't very reliable anyway. While Adrian was Latin thou, 2 girls suddenly spoke up, pleading folk Luzin formula. Pili allow me to an Emperor Deza myself. He looked slightly surprised and asked again, do you mean do you want to kivu him with your own hands? Celine replied decisively, that ID correct. He smiled at her and said, I understand. Do as do wish. He discussed a key plan quitter. This time, we will cause a disturbance and take opportunity to attack those in power. Depending on EP situation, Princess might have to see herself, so Pili be prepared. Celine agreed. I will give my all. Adrian looked away. I see. And what about Gregory? Crowd gathered outside Key Palace shouting, do not torment Princess Celine. EC family ID are only true royal family. A man spoke up, anyone who supports Princess Celine Ascension ID a rebel. Disperse them all immediately. Key's subordinates charged into crowd causing panic. Be careful. A figure appeared on a P roof along Kuda voice saying, stop right there. E.T. was Celine. She shouted, to those who have sworn to protect this country, how can you bear to turn your swords on your own people? She declared, I am Key Princess Celine Du our searching foe. Seeing her lie prey, Leaky men whispered excitedly, quickly, capture her! Once she ID caught Leak rebels will lose their cause. As soon as she finished speaking, they charged forward together. One jumped onto Iki roof and shouted, hurry, catch her, but he was struck down before he could finish. Seeing more people appear, they were shocked.
Who ID that bastard?
Gregory helplessly recalled Adrian 8 words, this will surely be a historical event. Aside from intelligence, looks are also very important. Don't tell me do you plan to stand next to White Princess with such a fierce appearance? He thought to himself. Who would have thought I ain't up disguising myself as a knight? Inside a Key Palace, Key subordinates were terrified. What? Princess Celine ID outside palace? Lake subordinate answered, Yacht sir. She ID currently quet White Martial 8 forces resisting Vanguard to protect Eagly people. Their ID even a new remaster by Princess 8 side. Hearing this, His Majesty became furious and ordered him, go capture her. Take as many troops as do you need. Go now. Then he looked at Michael and questioned, damn neat. What on earth ID happening? Before an answer could come, someone rushed in to report, Your Majesty, it seems someone has broken in here. He was confused. What? Suddenly the entire palace shook violently. Everyone was stunned. What ID happening? Wyke main door suddenly blew apart. Adrian walked in. Key villains really are all here. That old man ID by the Emperor, isn't he? Do bastard. Everyone gasped, what logic ID this? He smiled at His Majesty, ain't lie been 3 days. Are you dreaming that nicely? His Majesty was enraged. How insolent! Not only am I Key Emperor, but I am also a kind of Key Roberto Kingdom. Adrian countered. Well, do unn't be Emperor for much longer anyway? His Majesty was both furious and speechless. He growled, there must be a limit to such arrogance. Because you became Emperor at such a young age, do you think world ID in your palm? At this point, Adrian and Arika were surrounded. He looked around and asked, oh, do you still have this many soldiers? His Majesty ordered, kivu him, before they could move. Iki's subordinates were blown away by Iki's cue, Flame Fury! Flame Fury! Seeing them all fall, he couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them. Ha! He sneered, oh so what were you saying just now? Li Ti Sao of Heavy footsteps echoed. Celine and Gregory late group in. Adrian turned his gaze toward Kai and gently reminded him that key moment we set foot here was he moment this game would reach its conclusion. Li Ki Emperor froze for 5 seconds, his mouth stuttering as he called Celine name. She glanced coldly at Li Pi Old Ken, telling him that she had warned him beforehand, then gritted her teeth and emphasized every quiz, determined to reclaim everything quote interest. Adrian quickly instructed his side to begise every exit because EP nobles present were all adversaries. Imtinum shouted in unison, understood Bede. An ominous feeling made Iki Emperor 8 lackeys tremble lie leaves. Keen frantically shouted and urged his soldiers, telling Iki General to sheki forward and eliminate he enemies, promising titles and lands to anyone who could take Lee rebels' heads, even adding that those who sacrificed their lives would receive generous death benefits, so they should just shiki into battle. Adrian curled his lip in contempt, advising everyone not to listen to Iki empty promises of that obese man, saying that if they wanted to xi their lives, they had better drop their swords immediately before they let their heads in an instant. One by one, their weapons fell to Iki ground. The entire army surrendered, making Lee Kind furious at their uselessness, while Adrian nonchalantly expressed his sympathy, noting that he must be quite shocked to see outsiders barging in like this. He cheerfully suggested that it would be easier to just consider himself unlucky, because if Li Pi Princess hadn't brought her bloodied body to seek his help, that seat of power would still be as solid as a RPC. Hearing this, His Majesty was so terrified that he broke all in a cold sweat. Adrian glanced at Michael and gave a slight nod. He curiously asked Fo his identity, but Lai Man just gave a fake smile, pretending to know nothing. Adrian immediately exerted his fun strength. He then unleashed a blast of force toward Lai P Man. A chilling voice let out a moan of lament. Michael revealed his true demonic form, Koot snakes coiling around his body, snarling as he blamed him for attacking so unexpectedly. Adrian glared at him and demanded to know how he had discovered him. Adrian pointed his scepter directly at Michael, musing that he had thought Leaky Man was just a passing soldier, but he turned out to be Iki Fi Intal beat pulling strings. He quickly did Mikey math in his head, because this motif was all too familiar in GM, but everything has its limits, and an information panel appeared. Michael Gale IDLVE 7 Human Lucky Mage 45 years old. He IDE Lai Master of Ib Gale Madich Tower in a Dibi Kingdom of Roberto and an advisor to Eli Kine, possessing excellent intelligence and abundant magical power, quick command management and physical abilities, and lie at a mediocre LV, a lightning attribute user, quit a motive faux mass murder, currently observing his opponent, quit a mix of interest, hatred and curiosity. Adrian frowned, unable to believe that a Waki mage would suddenly reveal himself. Michael smiled sinisterly and asked how he had discovered him. Adrian calmly replied that if he hadn't noticed that who rare of evil, he might as well have thrown away his title of Archmage. Hearing this, P official standing nearby trembled as he asked about walk mages, while Michael, hearing Yi's response, smugly praised him, saying this was Li's first time someone had sensed his magical power. Adrian drew his sword and smiled triumphantly, saying it was because he was in a completely superior class, thinking to himself that this walk mage 8 territory was truly worth experiencing. He decisively threw Ki's sword toward Erika. She quickly caught it, and two of them lunged forward to finish him P immediately. Michael immediately countered like attack. Adrian and Erika quickly used their weapons to BLPC like assault. He young man dodged attacks like a shooting star, ready to deliver a counter strike. He turned pale as both of his hands were locked tight, leaping high into Likey air. She delivered a clean slash to his arm, leaving him writhing in pain. He hurriedly clutched his wound. He glanced at Adrian and said, "I never expected to meet someone like Du here. My master has not fallen yet," he warned. "If Du continue to ramble, why not just surrender quickly to secure your breath?" Michael tried to reply, "Of course that ideek impossible." He emphasized his finite words, "I still have countless things to do." His words left everyone in complete surprise. A sea-tren noise echoed from rooftop. Key soldiers landed one after another. At this moment, Key one who was most stunned was him. This ID information regarding lie-grafted vanguards, they take Likey Spine's brains, Hura points, and Ura paths of high-ranking knights to implant into the vanguard's special equipment. Then to this, they can transform pure Urai into power and achieve superior reflex speeds. When equipped with this gear, armored vanguards are 50% more efficient and 30% faster than a normal high-ranking knight. Adrian stepped back and questioned, "Did Du perform surgery on humans and graft them into vanguard's equipment?" Hearing that, he spoke with pride, truly perceptive to think Du would notice even such minor details. Michael pointed at Li's soldiers and laughed loudly, "Haha, how ID this any different from someone wearing armor? This combination ID truly peak? This ID complete form of ID vanguards, wouldn't Du agree?" He boasted, "Just these 2 soldiers are enough to defeat an Hura master. EP course of Li Ki war ID about to reach a major turning point." Adrian curled his lip in contempt. "I don't know if it will change or not, but I know exactly why we must eliminate ABP LEC Mage Lidu." Michael burst a laughing without Leaky's slightest fear. "I look forward to that day. I wonder what kind of miracle Leaky brain and spine of an archmage and an Hura master will seek right." As soon as he finished speaking, IP soldiers rushed in to attack. Gregory quickly picked Celine up and dodged Lake attack. Large pieces of stone appeared above his majesty's head, and he screamed ow. Adrian immediately used Madi dazzling lie. He was safe now. He looked around and opened his arms wide. To be honest, I don't care about your life, but I made a promise to Yuki Princess. Powerful slashes struck grafted Vang. Arika easily dealt with those soldiers. Adrian observed for a moment they were indeed stronger and faster than normal vanguards. He continued to analyze but found that humans have almost no characteristic actions and their reflexes are far too simple. His words soared high, a reminder to Michael, who had mistakenly thought they would replace humans. He snuffed all that hope. Foe could never happen, as Arika dealt him another wound. Michael let out a cry of pain. Then he unleashed a move immediately. But Adrian managed to BLPC. He attacked just in time. Arika coldly charged forward. Michael spat out blood. Ligo's pain was truly wretched. Suddenly he laughed maniacally. Heh. Kexitim continuously reporting a reinforcing power. He thought to himself, key power of enhancement. Michael became ferocious and roared. Now that it has come to this, let everyone go blind. Adrian glanced in his direction. Entire ground shook violently. Gregory appeared to shield Princess Celine. High officials were scared to death. Michael's face looked haggard. He stammered, unable to believe his ears. Then he wondered if he had just used a reflection shield to BLPC that explosion. Feeling completely bewildered as to how he could have stopped such a powerful explosion, Michael whispered could it be? Adrian breathed a sigh of relief. Without giving him a chance to say another quoos, he incinerated him and added, do you talk too much? While key officials were overjoyed, we're alive. He looked on helplessly. There ain't nothing to celebrate. Avaka Mage was hiding among your ranks. Do think you're safe, eat not that easy. His Majesty, crawling on the key ground, thought to himself, better slip away. He looked up to find Ca Line pointing her sword at his head, making him cry ow. Oh. She decisively thrust down, causing him to yelp, Lackey blade grazed his cheek. His Majesty was so terrified that he began foaming at Iki mouth. She pointed key tip of her blade at his face. I will not key you do. Killing do would be far too merciful. She declared firmly, T Sanctuary will not tolerate those who collude Lock mages. Those tied up begged in despair, Pierre our lives! Celine sheathed her sword, glanced at crowd, and warned them, steel yourselves, from now on, do will wish do were dead. Princess Celine was moved to tears. Then do, sir, she continued. If it weren't for you, I fear I wouldn't have survived to reclaim Yuki throne. I would have likely watched that sorcerer seize this kingdom. Regardless, I have learned many valuable lessons after all this. Celine gazed at Sasam, secretly praying for something in her heart. It was at least a relief not to see any sorcerers other than Michael Gale. Adrian pondered in history. Every time a sorcerer appeared, disaster invariably followed. He turned to leave. Perhaps this idea related to Iki prophecy. I think I need to look deeper into ET. Celine watched Adrian walk away with an unsettled heart. Will do return to hot? Adrian no longer hesitated. That ain't right. I plan to cess tops by Ophelia Island and will return shortly after. Celine smiled gently, watching his back. He whole world ID in a frenzy searching for sorcerers factions, while mysterious man I know might actually be due. Adrian 8 group stepped into Lima Dicha circle. I believe that Princess will keep this secret for me. Princess greeted him with most formal ritual that was natural. I will forever remember why kindness do have shown me, and what I have witnessed will remain a memory of mine alone, Princess Celine said, bowing her head. Adrian felt deeply satisfied, his hair fluttering slightly in a breeze. His entire group departed one by one, leaving Princess Celine there alone. She smiled, considering everything to have been well settled. Celine gazed toward far reaches of Kingdom, a sense of courage rising within her. Li Man in Li Ki Laboratory frowned and asked, Are you sure I should do this? Adrian smiled enthusiastically, prioritized doing it. He reached and lightly flicked Viti Kien Tren lever. A fiashy lot of Li appeared in his laboratory. He gradually spread outward. Then he converged again, forming a C-trend shape. Adrian watched from a distance. We have failed again, a doctor sighed in dejection. My goodness, millions of items vanished in the blink of an eye. Adrian did not utter a single quipsy of blame. He and Lai encouraged them. Just keep it ED. A diamond sparkled in my subconscious. I have recently dedicated myself to collecting tourmaline because I discovered a note from G. Ren Duke Lucat, suggesting that a part of Li Key diamond, core material of power engine, could be replaced with tourmaline. Key cost of diamonds used to manufacture Pioneer equipment accounts for half of total production cost. Thus, by reducing the key amount of diamonds and partially replacing them with other materials, I can lower production costs and generate immediate massive profits. Adrian smirked. Key thing to note ID key ratio between diamond and tourmaline. Dr. Jun trembled. Are you sure? Adrian burst a laughing, thinking of leaky upcoming profits. Come on, us Tapi crying and keep testing. This idea completely feasible. Don't you believe me? Lie beams were introduced into E-experiment numerous times. Because each failure cost hundreds of millions, totaling hundreds of billions every day, every instance forced repairs and caused enough stress to lose hair. Even Adrian broke into a cold sweat. Not until we had spent nearly 2 trillion did a diamond-formed green stone appear. That was tourmaline. Everyone in Lucky Laboratory cheered loudly. We finally succeeded. 210,000 diamonds, 852,000 tourmalines. White researcher who had worked himself bald finally burst into tears at this victory. Adrian, standing beside him, casually spent Ike money. Excellent. We have reduced Y production cost to then like 20% of Lucker original cost. He chuckled to himself, although Lee previous generation of Leaky Fencer 1.0 had poor durability, it was still highly sought after, so this newly released 1.5 version would surely sell like hotcakes. As Foki Keen, he calmly analyzed, I want DU to drive up Leaky price of this Fencer 1.5 at this speed. DU will dominate Key Nation at technology industry. However, he warned that a monopoly idea double-edged sword, easily stifling like development of the entire sector. Adrian and Erika could lie look at each other while sipping tea on eating melon. Get heavens, EP products were selling so well that both of them had already been summoned to Eki Palace. He looked IB Keen straight in Leaky eye, but I believe AP technical Tim of Royal Ma De Chad Tower will unlie wake up when they are pushed into a corner lie this. Lee Keen retorted that he was fueling an uneven battle, but true competition needs evenly matched rivals to be in TP rate teen, right? Keen brought up business figures again to complain, saying sales at E Royal Tower had dropped by 60% this month, while Ike Hangar Tower had evaporated by 90%, and like Low Dian Tower had skyrocketed by 150%. He thought to himself that it was no wonder Key old man had to step up personally when he saw his empire threatened lie this. Quit no wayo and no desire to make an enemy of Lupi royalty. Adrian gave in, I understand, I will raise E price by 10% if do you allow leaky export of core components. Lee Keen nodded. Do you want to use foreign currency to make up faux domestic market, right? Approved. Li Tu bowed perfunctorily and quickly left the royal palace. Leaving behind Ike Monarch, who was clutching his head and agonizing of his calculations, he turned to whisper to Will P. First Prince, I intend to clean up Lee troublemakers before abdicating, but Duke Lo Dian ID truly a thorn in my side. La First Prince found his Tren. Wasn't he Og hero who brought Key Nation status to new heights? But to an experienced man Lyakar powerful nobles were always unpredictable dangers. Why First Prince smiled triumphantly, then I must become stronger as well, who would want to be a kind who stifles his people ate progress. Leek Prince crossed his arms and said loudly to his father, if that man craves power, I will grant heat to him, if he needs authority, I will provide ET, as long as he doesn't point his spear at Li P throne. Wu Keen asked, confused, what he meant by that. Li First Prince 8 explanation nearly made Keen 8 jaw drop. This world IDE vast, there are plenty of places beyond our borders for an ambitious person to satisfy their thirst. For example, our aggressive neighbors Oi unexplored lands are there, Loki First Prince said, Kuda blankface startling a Kikin. We cannot underestimate Li Croy's empire, even if they are faltering against I coalition, they are still a giant that has stood for centuries. Li First Prince replied calmly. He thought he needed to speed up like abdication Prague's Bart. How could his father be so dismissive of like's potential of like kingdom of Reinhardt? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold blade was pressed against his throat. Gabriel firmly growled a reminder, Your Highness, you are overstepping your bounds. He did not flinch, smiling faintly, so yedi iddu, key loyal shadow of my father. He was stunned, or do not surprised. What did Duke Lo Dian tell you? Li First Prince affirmed, Yeah, I am very Sikilu to him, and as far as I know, Duke Lo Dian Idik extremely wary of your majesty. Keen held his head in despair. Key 2 of do see top this nonsense right now. He bowed his head in pain. I finally understand now. So this ID key reason you stood by and watched the second Prince 8 faction rise without intervening. Cold sweat ran down his face. To accomplish great things, one must wipe internal opposition first, that ID why do carried all purges to impose your own will. First Prince squinted and admitted, spot on. He declared his protection foe Adrian, so let no one be foolish enough to provoke Duke Lodian ever again. Let like P younger generation decide Ike Nation 8 fate. Weak Ra of a monarch radiated from him. I will turn this kingdom into a mighty empire. Li Si Kai began to turn the key. There was some figure rushing away in a panic. He ran headlong toward a glimmer of lie. As usual, where their ID lie, darkness ID pushed back, he kept rushing forward. P scene that hid his eyes left him frozen. Oh. A dazzling treasure trove fun of electronic components appeared. A premier bustling metropolis. Closely packed, sky sea rappy and unfamiliar means of transportation left him exclaiming in astonishment. Opening his phone, he and Enlai saw key numbers 911, He truly didn't understand where he had wandered into. Why phone screen displayed a message stating that light service was not supported in this area. Shifting to where Adrian resided, young boy was excitedly tinkering Kuda phone. Adrian and Erica were discussing food. They were just about to head all together when they encountered back, so they asked what boy was doing. Bake, what are you hiding behind your back again? Clever boy flatly denied eat, nothing at all. Dear probably seeing things because you've been grinding GM too much. Erica approached, making back jump in fright. He had to mumble his surrender in hand, we hidden item. Adrian couldn't help being astounded when he saw key object in back 8 hand. In his mind, key thaw occurred. Isn't this a Samsung? Back scratched his head and explained, I found eat at key market. Key words on eat are probably English. I intended to give hate to do long ago, but I was caught up in playing, so I kept eat foo a while. Adrian shouted in deep anger, back. Where did you get that thing from? Scene shifts to Utis domain. Benjamin was standing dazed, gazing a window. A voice rang all, breaking lonely atmosphere. Are you reminiscing about him? Benjamin called her name, Lady Mycen. She happily approached and asked how he was doing. Benjamin stood up to return likey favor. I am fine than to you. Than you again foe taking in a stranger who couldn't communicate me. Mycen simply waved to P. Don't be so formal. I am just curious about Lee's trend language do you speak. Luckily IP translator ID still working. A courtier came in to announce a guest. Young lady pursed her lips in annoyance. Who dares visit without an appointment? How troublesome. Courtier quickly replied. Tate Duke Andrea L. Lauren and Duchess Asia Klein. Upon hearing this, she turned pale. Why are you and Lie telling me now? Andrea politely apologized Fui intrusion while Erica stood nearby looking as though she were about to explode could annoyance. My senate attitude shifted 180 degrees. Chate no problem, I am honored, but I wonder what wind blew Dio here. Andrea replied Kuda smile. I simply heard that Dio had recently picked up an antique rate teen toy. My sen looked at Benjamin and said, E&T rate teen person I picked up. Do you mean him? Benjamin confusedly introduced himself as Benjamin Theo. Andrea brushed to pee his shirt and searched something in his pocket. Benjamin Theo, I have a question for you. He pulled a phone back had found. ID this yours. Benjamin stammered. What? That I eat. I once sold eat to a merchant when I was desperate before being saved by Iki lady. Andrea laughed heartily quit delight. Just as he finished speaking, Andrea waved his hand, creating a blue lie that seemed to freeze space and time. Benjamin looked in astonishment as the lady turned into a statue. What ID this? Without giving him time to question, Adrian explained, I have frozen time. What I'm about to say ID extremely important. Which country on earth are you from? Benjamin was utterly shocked. Wait, Earth, do you really know about that planet? Adrian looked him straight in the eye. Answer accurately, which country on earth are you from? He hesitated for a long time. Singapore. An endless conversation between two men. How did you get here? My ship hit a storm and sank. I drifted at Sai and woke up here. What do you know about Rondale? Key and lie thing I've heard from Mizzen this IDE, that this ID a place where Medici exists, than to an amulet I can communicate, but I can't reckless see rep here. Adrian quietly observed this man, someone from Singapore on Earth. Seeing lie incomprehensible characters appear made him sweat. It seemed Layman knew nothing about Medici abilities. I really thought he was pulled here by a magical explosion Lai Ji Ren Duke, Lucat. But this case IDP somewhat different. Adrian continued probing. Can you tell me what happened on Earth after 2020? Benjamin didn't hesitate and replied honestly. If you're talking about after 2020, it hasn't been that long, but it has been an extremely TC period. Adrian looked surprised. Not long, because time in Benjamin 8 world passes very differently and like 2 years have passed since 2020, not that long yet. Adrian silently analyzed the events that had occurred. Key year I had my accident and was reincarnated into Rondale was 2020, but when I turned 21 here, and like 2 years had passed on Earth. This means key time difference between key 2 worlds ID key 11 times. Benjamin continued life story interrupting Adrian 8 train of thought 2020 was an extremely special year on Earth. I can in lie describe it as a catastrophe because leaky world suffered all kinds of devastating natural disasters. Disasters kept following one after another each quick Benjamin spoke earthquakes. Tsunamis. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions, floods that lasted about 10 days left a whole world paralyzed and many people dead. He continued, after that, when Miki Fina disasters subsided, trend phenomena began to appear making Lagi world even more chaotic. Adrian repeated, trend phenomena. He confirmed his statement, yacht, that IDE keen Enlai way to describe them. And he explained in more detail what happened. First was leaky emergence of an infectious disease that could spread extremely quickly causing people to die. Leaky fight against this virus, which constantly mutated, was extremely difficult until 2022, time before I came to this world it had not been completely controlled. Key second issue was the appearance of areas filled with toxic gas and mutated creatures. Toxic gas accumulated in certain places, significantly restricting human movement. Furthermore, mutated creatures appeared in large numbers in these dangerous areas. Fortunately, our military frequently destroyed and purged them to prevent Image. Finally, new lands suddenly appeared all of VT Earth. There were days when islands rose up from each side where there was nothing before. A mountain suddenly sprouted in leaky middle of vast plains. Adrian pressed his lips together, feeling uneasy as he heard bleed disasters Benjamin described. Oh my god, I never expected that in the 2 years I've been in Rondale, everything on Earth would change so much. South Korea, my family, are they okay? Could all of this be related to Goddess 8 prophecy? Adrian paused his train of thought and returned to reality, Than Dufo providing that useful information. Benjamin was suspicious of his identity. Are you also from? Adrian paused for a moment and explained to him. I was born in this world and have a loving family here, but I possess memories of my past life. Simply put, in my previous life, I was a Korean living on Earth. Benjamin was extremely astonished. South Korea. Adrian then laid him away. Alright, let it's key conversation here. Follow me. At key very least, no one in this world can understand your situation better than I can. If it were me, I would want to send you back to Earth, but moving between dimensions ID currently impossible, so keep that in mind. Benjamin was overjoyed to hear about returning. Can I go back later? And who are around? Adrian suddenly brightened. Perhaps I am Leaky, a Nenly one who knows how Do can return to your original world. So I will zilpeat your life and help Do adapt to this world. In return, Do are not allowed to tell anyone about my secret, nor are Do to share any stories or knowledge about Earth people I have not authorized. It seemed as if he had met his savior. I understand. I will follow all your instructions. But he suddenly realized there was something he still wondered about. Look, Adrian, if you don't mind, can I ask one thing? Go ahead. His hands tightened when he mentioned leaky situation on Earth. Can Mage of Rondale solve eaky toxic gas and virus problems on Earth? Adrian did not hesitate to reply. Those are problems that can be easily solved. Mage. Benjamin was grateful once again. Perhaps I was sent to this world to meet a savior. Hearing this, he wondered to himself, savior. Why hell I do that? Instinctively he snapped his fingers. Mizzen slowly turned into stone. Returning to normal, She pouted because tray of cakes had vanished into thin air. Adrian didn't bother to explain but flatly declared, Miss Otis, I will have Benjamin go quit you. Misen asked back in a daze. What did you say? He nonchalantly took a sip of tea and then added, and you should follow me too. My chi-linate mood fluctuated like stock market. She stammered, I am so but I have to go to Ali Temple starting tomorrow. Her eyes lit up as if she had struck gold. Phi, I want you to stay at Leaky Mansion temporarily to take care of some matters. Misen excitedly agreed and ran to pack her luggage, while Erica, standing nearby, was fuming jealousy. He followed her receding figure a searching gaze. Misen Otis, Hulky one who was closer to destiny than anyone else. If Blue Moon had found Benjamin one step late, if I had arrived a little later, she might have finished learning all lie letters already. ID this a coincidence? Not at all. When coincidences persist, ID divine will. He pensively calculated his moves. Before trouble strikes, I must keep this girl in my sights. On the contrary, Erika grumbled, no, we should just eliminate her. Misen said goodbye excitedly. Father, I am going now. He turned pale. Fear. Her again? What kind of trouble ID that woman planning to cause this time? At tea conference, Andrzej Rosen, the Crown Prince of Leaky Rosen Empire, sharply questioned, how much longer do you intend to ignore Luzen Medici Tower 8 dominance? Their sales accounted for more than half of last year 8 market share, not to mention their power engine sales surpassed Ely international market. We need to punish them immediately before Iki entire market falls into their hands. Duchess Riverdale calmly replied, does Bikroisen Empire have any wise suggestions then? Andrzej countered, we could impose anti-dumping taxes, but if Waiki importing countries refuse to cooperate, this policy ID useless. They are not foolish enough to reject cheap goods just to listen to us. Facing a barrage of questions, Andrzej sneered, are we truly powerless? Only countries purchasing like equipment are only middle-tier nations. If everyone here joins forces to exert pressure, this problem will be solved in an instant. Riverdale frowned irritably, are you forcing us to coerce other countries into paying tribute? She emphasized, Your Highness, this behavior ID truly unbecoming of an heir to Gi throne. Lei Crown Prince sarcastically remarked, oh unbecoming, look at Lei Wei Deer openly defending them. I don't think Duchess Riverdale needs to appear here anymore. Wheat Duchess irritably snapped back, be what right do you dare judge me? Oh do you think do you own this place? Andrzej growled, what did you say? Seeing the tension about to explode, Marchioness Cordelia Winfrest hurried to intervene. Peely, both of you, calm down. She continued, I do not agree Crown Prince, while the dispute of pricing has merit, using pressure to force countries into sanctions ID wrong. Others nodded in agreement. That it right, You're going too far. Quite no one on his side, High Crown Prince stormed off conference. Those bastards. He threw belongings all vwag room to vent his rage. His fury had not yet subsided. They enli lecture about morality because they aren't affected, right? While we are suffering heavy losses. And Drazage got angrier he more he thou about eat. He Reinhardt Kingdom and Duke Andrine Loren. Those arrogant fools shouldn't think for a moment that I'll just sit back and watch. He ordered his attendant, contact Count Chit immediately. We attendant obeyed and left. Understood, I know what do you mean. He smirked sinisterly. I'll give them a taste of what happens when they dare to mess what Croyson Empire. Following Crown Prince Andrajit reckless actions, Key First Prince had summoned everyone 2 hours earlier. As of this afternoon, Pyre and Wasteland has fallen, he announced. Key culprit ID Count Chit, a Croyson Bozaji commander who recklessly ordered 200 Vanguard guards to seize a castle. Prince at Alp, head of Key table side, Croyson side ID still washing their hands of responsibility. Everyone was outraged.
How shameless.
How could a Bovi commander dare to deploy troops without an order from Key Emperor? An official stood up sharply. This ID clearly a provocation. Andrian listened while contemplating. Croysonian fractions were all too familiar, but this time was far more serious. What exactly ID Key hidden motive behind this foul lie? Nevertheless, given their usual royal conduct, they will likely just send troops to reclaim Lay territory and fire protest coup by Key Empire, he concluded. Suddenly, Key Prince called off, Duke Andrine Loren? He replied, I am here, Your Highness. Upon receiving Key order to seize Lokchidate territory, Andreon nodded immediately without weighing pros and cons, saying, I understand perfectly. Thinking he had misheard, Andreon asked again, could do explain in more detail, Your Highness? What do mean by Ni Fu and I? Aren't we just reclaiming Key debt they caused? Do see a problem quit that? Andreon asked, looking at Nipi other quit a blank expression. Andreon wore a knowing smile. I know fun well that current Ken ID completely different from his predecessor, but this reaction ID truly unexpected. Contrary to that attitude, he burst into laughter in agreement. Alright, I understand your intentions. I will make Marquis Chit pay a heavy price. Everyone around them was alarmed. Duke, Prince P. Lai, I beg you to reconsider calmly. GGP Ren Prince stated without a momentate hesitation. From now on, Kingdom of Reinhardt will no longer bow down to threats from Roy Empire. He continued loudly, let them understand that every provocation must be met quita fitting in. Marquis Otis asked anxiously, but what if this triggers an all-a war? While Gigai Ren Prince treated by matter of war as lie as a feather, isn't it just a matter of accepting IKA confrontation? He added, of course we will not cause trouble without justification. Just as he finished speaking, someone entered. That ID key why I want to introduce this person to everyone. Gabriel stood proudly beside Li Ren Prince as his identity was announced. This ID Ronald 86G Ren Swordmaster Li P former Marquis Gabriel James. Li G Ren Prince calmly revealed shocking information. I want Key whole world to know that Kingdom of Reinhardt also possesses a G Ren Swordmaster. Even Gabriel was surprised. Oh, so this ID how he introduces me to Y public. At Leaky front lines, Rossan Empired army was oppressing Li people. Hand V all your wealth. Ha ha ha, this land belongs to Rossan now, so be good and serve us. This ID so boring, occupying territory and seeing no resistance. This ID an opportunity to expand our power. A soldier laughed Kuda's companions. True, Reinhardt people are cowards, another chimed in. Suddenly one of them shouted, look, someone seems to be approaching, an old man. Seeing that Leak enemy was just an old man, they began to whisper among themselves. They mocked, I thought Lee enemy would some here lie ants, but they only sent one old man. Reinhardt army ID truly finished. Did they send this geezer here to perform comedy?
Ha!
Hey old man,
go hup before do you lose your life?
As he walked up, Key old man drew his sword from its sheath. EP gleam of steel flashed across his face, emitting a bone-chilling oorah of murderous intent. At Ike same time at Ike Marquis Chidit residence. Belonging to Ike Royzen Empire, I Marquisate son asked nervously, Father, ID this really wise? To seize Reinhardt at land when they haven't made any moves yet? Chit replied indifferently, I am acting under we Crown Prince 8 orders. Key people of Lug's Kingdom of Reinhardt have never been interested in total war, so they will likely reos weekly as they always do. If we want to become Lut Crown Prince 8 right-hand men, we have to do this. Before he could finish his sentence, an attendant ran in frantically. Bjarnate Fief has been raided, and our troops have been almost completely wiped out. If they let miserably even after deploying a flying fortress and an escort troop, then Iki enemy's strength must be formidable, he mused. But he was even more horrified when he heard EPP next piece of bad news. What? Like enemy Enli used 1G Ren Swordmaster? There I'd eat no precedent foo wily Kingdom of Reinhardt having a G Ren Swordmaster. Could it be a secret force they have been hiding all this time? I heard EDID dog long missing Marquis Rem, the attendant explained trembling. This IDP absurd. No sooner had he finished speaking than key sirens began to wail loudly. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! 2 kilometers above like ground, Lipe Flying Fortress and 300 Ranard Vanguard troops had landed unexpectedly, including a pair of male and female special operatives who had broken through Wucky defensive line and were rushing toward Wake Locate Mansion at incredible speed. Commander Luzis has been killed. Commander Ura has been killed. Commander Marsis has been killed. Reports of death echoed repeatedly. Lee's son panicked. Father! Chit hurriedly grabbed his son to run. We must retreat now? What about Mom and sister?
There's no other way, run!
Leak's sough of an explosion echoed through Y sky. Adrian and Asia suddenly appeared, blocking Lyke's path of Lyke father and son, and he asked where they planned to flee. Just because we trespassed slightly on the borderlands, do dare to attack an entire castle? He pleaded. There ain't no such thing. What are you talking about? Do were I ones who struck first, Adrian replied. Both ye father and son were trembling quote fear. Dizga Reinhardt Kingdom want to declare war on Royson Empire, he said slowly. There I'd eat no reason for us not to do that, but do Dio know we key most certain thing, even more so than whether war will break out. Tate that Dio will meet your end before any of that can happen. Oh, a shrill singing voice rang alongside a deafening explosion, and Lee father and son both bit dust. Now heat lie a crazy drama, quick key provocation from Keep Royson Empire lie this time no one expected Reinhardt Kingdom to reassess so violently. Count Chait territory turned to ashes overnight. Reinhardt Kingdom has appointed Lyke Ren swordsman Duke Gabriel Zim as Commander-in-Chief of Eastern Bo Chi. Why notice rod on Prince Andre desk. He slammed Albi table violently. ID this Reinhardt lot insane. Why act so suddenly? It was only a few days ago. There are rumors that EID Crown Prince of Reinhardt Kingdom has taken AVYP administration of country. He seems quite different from Lipi previous kin and IDP steering toward a tough approach. Lock Guard reported. Before, when I was competing foe we throne quit like second prince, I thought he was just a mediocre person. Who would have thought he would be so cunning? I am not sure about other matters, but combination of Adrian Lauren and that crown prince ID truly formidable. Before that slit-eyed guy IDT officially crowned I must do something, Prince Andre thought to himself. 7 diplomats from Reinhardt Kingdom Embassy were brutally murdered, and Royson Imperial Army has increased its forces at League Bo Quat Reinhardt Kingdom. Could this be prelude to a war between two nations? As relations hit an all-time low, newspapers were filled with news of EP tension between two countries. At the same time Adrian and Asia were dining Quickie First Prince. As time passes, relationship B Royson Empire ID becoming increasingly stifling, he said. Leaky First Prince agreed. Reason must be previous conflict Marcus Chait. Invasion of Baron Byringate territory was declared Marcus Cheat individual decision. Inti matter subsided without significant reaction from either side however. In reality, it must have been a direct order from them, so Leaky other side IDP probably still seething rage. It seems they have made quite an NTP rate teen move, Lee First Prince remarked. While analyzing key situation, he waited for Y First Prince to ask, so what brings you to Imperial Palace today? We are about to hold our wedding, he replied. Lipi First Prince froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then he asked, getting married, Du previously claimed Du had no intention of starting a family when I asked Du before. No, we have a reason to do so, Adrian explained. He continued, actually, not long ago, Asia surpassed her limits and entered the realm of high LVP swordsmanship. I cannot casually reveal that I have reached Imperial law. Because those Sand Dukes are still around but could Asia date different. I need to get what I want quickly, Adrian thou as he spoke. Therefore, as soon as Asia ID appointed Duke, I intend to marry her. Otherwise fools from all V will be eyeing my household, he said jokingly, making Lu First Prince laugh along. That ain't not a bad idea. This truly IDK a solid way to consolidate power. Suddenly Adrian felt surrounding air turn cold. He turned back to see Asia frowning unhappily. What ain't wrong, Asia? And what about Ike proposal? Asia asked sulkily. After all, this ID just a pre-planned marriage isn't Eid. Why should I? She said, feeling hurt. Adrian hurriedly explained, no, there will definitely be one. This plan has just begun. First Prince also added, a proposal prepared by Duke Lauren for this ambitious career must be incredibly Ren. When do propose, remember to call me as well. I will stand in a corner and applaud. This guy, Adrian thou. As Fu P wedding, I will be EP1 presiding, a VE ceremony. By then, I will have ascended throne, so wouldn't that be a great honor for you too? And fo P blessing, it would be wonderful if Viscount Everin could perform ET. Hearing that, Asiate eyes lit up. Adrian felt a bit concerned whether Yeet would be okay since he would soon be swamped coronation ceremony. Even though I don't have much spare time, I must go. Missing such a Juren event would be a waste. Luck First Prince smiled suggestively. He didn't even let me say my last words. He truly ID Wagi type who would rather suffocate to death than let go, Adrian thought to himself. He stepped back, his eyes following them. When do you plan to clean up Li P vermin that are teeming in? He asked First Prince. I am waiting a little longer to uproot them completely. If we rush, they might escape and ruin the key surprise gift they have for me, which would be quite impolite. I am looking forward to this ceremony very much. They both raised their glasses, and like banquet ended smoothly. Lu day of Li coronation ceremony arrived. Banners covered Li's sky, and Iki entire populace was excited to prepare Fu Yi Ren ceremony. Key guard squad was also completely replaced. However, among them were assassins sent under Co VE. Before departing, Ken Groysand asked him what probability was of killing Crown Prince Michael van Renhard. If my comrades and I risk our lives, date about 50%. That ain't quite fi. If successful, get, if fails, at least 8 will spread terror. Provoking like Groysand Empire ID same as crossing me, whoever stands in my way will surely lose their head. Like Emperor bellowed coup authority. Recalling Iki Keen directive, leader issued Iki order. Do you all check? 3 assassins lunged forward in a feach lot to attack. They used a pincer movement, forcing Li P First Prince into Li middle of Iki encirclement. At this Lau range, he was certain Li Ki plan had succeeded, but Li P First Prince and Li looked back at him and smiled. In an instant, League leader was pinned firmly to Li floor. Luck other 2 quickly lot their lives under Wagard's blades. What ID this? How could he reassess so fast? League leader was horrified, but when he saw Iki 2 guards clearly, he suddenly understood everything. Iki 2 standing next to Ul P First Prince were Adrian and Asia in disguise. Key conspiracy failed, didn't you say 50%? Andre fumed. Clearly they had detected a presence of Likey assassins beforehand. All of those people have been cleared all by Duke Luzon, Key guard reported.
Damn it!
Key talents I spent so much effort recruiting were wiped out in less than half a day. What a disaster. Lee Crown Prince grimaced. At that time, EP Guard advised that Key Crown Prince had best stay in Lee Key Palace, avoid returning to Lee Ima Di Icha Tower, and lay low for a while. What do you mean by that? He pressed. Based on Duke Luzonate temperament, I cannot anticipate what move he will feel next. When facing someone unpredictable, do best be cautious, like Guard replied. Are you telling me that I, Key Crown Prince of like Heroics and Empire, have to hide away just because of a mediocre noble from a tiny kingdom? He shouted. Now I understand, in Lee coming war quit Reinhardt, I must eliminate this Duke Luzon at all costs. Don't even dream of me leaving so peacefully like this. A voice suddenly rang off from Lee Crow perched behind a bee prince. Oh, he turned sharply. Your Highness. Guard quickly rushed forward blocking Andre. Then he was instantly swallowed by Ma Dicha, leaving no trace. Protect Lee Prince immediately. Lee guards instantly encircled Andre. What a pity. From now on, do best watch your back. Lee Crow having cast its curse then vanished completely. Andre was trembling uncontrollably at that moment and key soldiers frantically asked if Key Prince was alright and if they should retreat immediately. When he finally collected himself, he could inly scream in fury. Oh! Meanwhile elsewhere Andre was leisurely enjoying tea. A triumphant smile played openly on his lips. In EP capital of Hebregum Empire, within the magnificent Ginnenabe Regine Palace, Ken Bregum ordered his subordinate report. She immediately replied, Your Majesty! She then began to explain. G. Ren Prince of Lee Kingdom of Reinhardt, Michael von Reinhardt, has officially ascended as new kin. Rumor has it that during Lai coronation ceremony several individuals attempted assassination, but fortunately everything proceeded smoothly. She continued, Key most suspicious culprit ID Prince Andre de Croyson. This ID likely retaliation because Lai Wizard Tower under his command was attacked Kutma Dicha that very day. Lee Prince remained unharmed however. Lee Good Deputy Captain of Royal Guard, Count Patras, led his life. Lee Prince blamed Duke Laurent, asserting that he was mastermind. However, Lee Duke vehemently denied it, saying sarcastically, Your Highness surely needs a vacation, doesn't he? If I truly wanted your life, you wouldn't have Lee P strength to stand there spouting nonsense. Lee's subordinate continued, P relationship between Grayson and Reinhardt was already poor and now hate has hit RPC bottom. War seems inevitable. Keen spoke, even without this incident, conflict was enly a matter of time. It ain't no surprise at all. He added, These 2 nations have been clashing in numerous skirmishes and battles for decades anyway. Luke other person replied, But this time isn't like previous times. It seems they're going all in. From Leet Great Revolution of Leet Prius Republic and Eek Oracle from Leg Goddess during Lee's selection of Lai Key Saintess and Sen. Princess C8 efforts to reclaim Key throne. All these events are predicted to overturn already unstable international order. In Leek's central figure in a X-ray of recent shocking events in Rondel IDP none other than a key shining star of Guy Reinhardt Kingdom, Duke Adrian Laurel. Kane clearly showed surprise. He said, If we could recruit him, that would be wonderful. But she refused. Lie forgive me, your majesty, I am not capable enough for this task. La Keen was not angry. Seed all right, he said. Ain't my fault fu not being able to bestow anything more than a Count 8 title. Then he asked, so, what percentage do you think Reinhardt has of winning? Lee's subordinate replied, probably around 40%. Li Keen was startled upon hearing this, as high as 45%. She corrected more accurately 40 to 50%. He remained skeptical. This prediction ID too optimistic. You are overestimating Reinhardt. Like subordinate explained, Duke Adrian and Kin Michael are both rare geniuses. I believe they were too arrogant to provoke Croyson. As he listened, Keen tapped his fingers. So that ain't what do you think? He mused. He smiled meaningfully and said, if Reinhardt wins this battle, things will start to get in TP rate 10. Leak opportune moment has arrived to crush likey escalating arrogance of Croyson, shifting our focus toward Royal Palace. Where EP First Prince ID brainstorming quote as officials, this clash ID's not merely a trivial Bofi dispute but a fun-scale sweep to seize land. A few anxious individuals asked whether they should seek refuge quit allies while others immediately interjected quit a suggestion. ETID quite fortunate that Brinkham ID key offering to sell their stockpiles of arms at a giveaway price. If we agree to leak order, that high official said quit visible excitement, it would be a steal that would significantly bolster Leaky Nation 8 military might. Adrian immediately poured cold water on each idea, warning that if we are greedy for cheap goods now, how will we be able to refuse Brinkham 8 future demands faux mining rights after winning Wok War? Lee First Prince nodded in agreement, stating that Duke Lauren makes a valid point. ED trap of discounted goods before a war IDP essentially same as receiving direct aid, and a similar scenario would occur if we accepted favors from other allies. At this, an official asked confused, does that mean? He smiled confidently and concluded, exactly we will be self-reliant. Lee Prince added that if key ambition of Lee He Croson Horde IDE to erode our strength, then Reinhardt Tate goal in this campaign ID to completely shatter that corrupt empire, a bold declaration that left key officials stunned into silence. Someone timidly asked, do mean we intend to swallow key entire Croson empire? ID this strategy too delusional? Lee First Prince stated firmly that he was entirely feasible. He added one condition eat ID premised on Duke Lauren leading Leaky army in person. Immediately key meeting room erupted in protest while Duke Lauren has talent this gamble determines the fate of he entire nation, in Nike position of commander, in chief must belong to a veteran general quit more experience. Arguments began to break all, yacht Duke Lauren ID still too young to handle such a major task, and one cannot trifle quit battlefield experience. Adrian and Lai remained silent, thinking to himself that this crowd was protesting just as he had calculated. Suddenly, in key midst of Lee noisy crowd, a voice spoke up in his defense. But Key Duke has led troops in battle before, hasn't he? Lighty's speaker was Marquis Otis, who was siding quit Adrian, recalling how just a year ago, he had stood side by side quittus to crush White Croyson army and own like award Fuki most outstanding hero. Marquis Otis added a firm argument, stating, frankly speaking, Duke Lauren ID a naturally gifted military genius if he takes command. I guarantee that victory will be firmly in our grasp quit minimal losses. Hearing those words, Adrian felt incredibly heartened that amidst Daigi's siege of opposition, and Marquis Otis stood by his side. This unexpected harmony made him feel very grateful, even though he had previously considered Lee P-Man just a harmless, chubby uncle running around Lee front lines. Luki officials, having heard those persuasive arguments, suddenly fell as quiet as mice, eventually having no choice but to accept. Afterward, they unanimously agreed to listen to his strategy to see how he intended to bring glory to each kingdom. Adrian smirked quite satisfaction. In front of him now was a high-tech Scenetron screen transmitting LIP intense sounds from Leak Key Vanguard at Karin City. Leak entire army was ready at their combat positions, and Adrian gave a slight nod to signal that they should prepare to strike in exactly 24 minutes. Lee entire force swiftly closed in on the enemy borders. Lee fleet of flying warships had also formed up, ready right above EP Royal Palace. Lee Sea guards outside seemed to be dozing a pee at this cry to see the moment. Lee clock began its countdown. Key decisive moment was drawing near. Lee soldiers braced themselves and Leaky airships revved their engines in preparation for takeoff. Just as Gee time hit exactly 24 minutes, Adrian immediately gave Lee order tack. Instantly a barrage of long-range artillery rained down directly upon enemy Royal Palace. A subordinate rushed frantically into Lee bedroom, panting as he reported to Wiki Emperor, causing Lee P old man to jump up like a spring. Upon hearing likey news of Lie Kingdom of Reinhardt its sudden surprise attack, Leek old man jolted and exclaimed, "What idea this?" Everything took place in the year 2020 according to Ike Axion calendar. Reinhardt had launched a sudden, fatal blow against Croyson Empire. From afar Adrian called Auta Erica, informing her that Lyki Fania and Adnit regions were clear of enemy's end to advance directly toward Chiasti. While leading her troops toward Nike Palace, Erica listened to Adrian instructions. Agaki enemy had 5,000 vanguard troops and 50 flying fortresses, divide into 3 prongs to attack simultaneously, and she would wipe them out. He would send Akrut immediately. She ran and replied, "What? I understand." Elsewhere, Adrian informed Duke Gabriel that there were ambushes around Light County territory in Light Axo range consisting of 5 suicide flying fortresses, warning him to be careful. Upon hearing this, he replied, "This idea indeed an unforeseeable danger, understood, Commander-in-Chief." Light subordinates behind Adrian were wide-eyed with amazement at his tactical skills, unable to believe he could command 2 army corps simultaneously while still stationed at Gi 3rd. Adrian stared intently at Lee information board and thought to himself that quit this clairvoyance, countering ambushes or finding weak points was trivial. In Lycée sky at that moment, a B Lycée hawk was flapping its wings, observing Lapi scene below. Lapi stats panel appeared showing it was a Sawok's hawk quote skills in physical combat shared VXN Madi Che and Loki ability to split its consciousness. Reports from Lee front lines stated that Lee 1st Army Corps had cleanly neutralized E ambush without losing any manpower. Lee 2nd Corps had poured into Fania and linked up Quat E Valkyrie forces. Leaky's situation was completely under siege in Tren and would likely conclude in 30 minutes, to everyone an immense joy. Everyone marveled at Adrian's ability to lead without sustaining losses, while Ortiz just wiped his nose and chuckled, knowing he had placed his trust in Lee right person. In Night Croyson War Room, this was truly a string of disgraceful defeats. They were tearing their hair off because Ike front line had collapsed so quickly, and quit casualties soaring, ID formation couldn't be regrouped. They had clearly spent so much effort sharpening their fangs, so why was Wee scenario turning all this badly? White Keen of Croys hung his head and sighed as he saw Ike Empire laid bare before Lakey enemy. A courtier spoke up, "It must be because their commander ID too crafty." They reported to Ekine that last year 8 battle reports from Reinhardt were identical, every ambush and troop deployment plan had been completely exposed, causing EP Old Man to roar quote rage, knowing 8 was all because of Duke Lauren. Wap Keen gritted his teeth until leppy veins in his neck popped, recalling how he had mocked Reinhard Fu using such an inexperienced person when he heard he had been named commander-in-chief. Who would have guessed Ike Roason's Empire 8 plan foe dominance would vanish into thin air? His hands trembled violently with extreme indignation. Finally, UP Kine ordered everyone to pressure E4 nations bordering Reinhard to take action, stating that if they attacked directly that would be even better, and to pour in money regardless of light cost. Everyone replied in unison, understood. He summoned Duke Iga Grimson, who was considered a master of E. Rawson's empire, and Iga Grimson bowed his head to answer his majesty. He gave him command of a special elite combat unit. Crush that enemy commander 8 tactics, he ordered, while Adrian continued to receive absolute CPUT from everyone. Iga responded decisively, leave that to me. At Leaky meeting point, like atmosphere was thick quit tension as Ken Paulo sat waiting. Opposite him was Ike Keen of Y Aegis Kingdom, his face fun of contemplation. Lee too chatted and realized they had both received requests from Lee Grimson Empire to pressure Reinhardt. Leaky's situation was awkward because they were Reinhardt 8 allies but could not ignore an order from Key Empire. Someone from outside suddenly made an announcement causing them to turn their heads. Your Majesty, an envoy from Wall Kingdom of Reinhardt has arrived. It was Princess Diana. After a few polite pleasantries, she met Quit Kin Paulo and E. Kine of Aegis. Keen Paulo immediately guessed that like appearance of like Reinhardt royalty at this time was surely because they had caught wind of IE pressure from Grimson. She replied calmly, that ID naturally E case. He started asking around, while I will get straight to Blee point and ask how do you intend to calculate things. Diana smiled and touched Leaky watch on her hand, saying, everyone peakly pay attention here. Immediately a 2-dimensional board appeared before them displaying fun information. They asked in confusion what EAT was, and she explained that EAT was a proposal to establish a duchy. Diana calmly explained that this battle will certainly end in victory for our kingdom. When that happens, why Reinhard Kingdom will be reborn as an empire, and relations quid allies will become ambiguous, so we need to seek red a buffer zone. Wyke kind of Paulo Kingdom turned and asked if EAT would become a duchy, and she replied that EAT was correct. Diana continued, saying that since Opikine promised to share Waiki spoils after Waiki battle, refusing Wapi requests of Lee Ryzen Empire would be a great help. Hearing this, they looked at each other in deep thought for a moment. Kind of Paulo Kingdom spoke up, saying, I understand. We will ignore all requests from Lee Ryzen Empire. He then asked who she thought would be appointed to lead this duchy. Why kind of Paulo Kingdom suggested 2 options each of I Reinhardt Kingdom. O Duke Laurent. On Adrian 8's side, a few people met him privately and asked if Lee Commander Thou, Lee Klai Ryzen Empire would collapse if we won this battle. Adrian replied that first, it would be necessary to eliminate Iki entire royal family, P nobility, and key figures. Lead soldier asked if there were no other options, such as exile or life imprisonment. He pondered for a moment and replied that Ken Michael might choose that. But, personally, I don't think any remnants should be left behind. Upon hearing this, soldier suddenly became dejected and unhappy. Adrian began to notice soldier 8's gloomy appearance. Suddenly, he jumped up and moved toward soldier, making him flinch, step back, and stammer. If I have displeased you, then... Surprising everyone again, Adrian reached out and pushed soldier backward. He just smiled and said, sorry, but if you had stayed there, there would be another hole in your body. From of nowhere, a slash of energy struck that exact spot, piercing P airship and causing soldier to scream in terror. They were all shaking with fear and asked what that was. Adrian looked behind him and said it was swordsmanship. Even without looking, he knew that Leaky's slash had come from a master from Leaky Royston Empire who had just appeared. Everyone began to panic as slashes continued to rain down. They called Fui Commander repeatedly, but Adrian calmly said that Crimson Formula ID targeting us, so do not let anyone approach or they will be dealt quit. Army reported that EP main stronghold was being attacked. Holes in Leaky armor, and low LV artillery units had been destroyed. Scene outside was chaotic. Fires everywhere caused by airships firing shots. They were identifying targets to launch a counter-artillery attack. Iga observed the enemy calmly and said to himself, quite impressive. In front of him, Marinian was using a shield technique to be LPC Hasiu attack and shouted, must I face death just to tap this thing? He stood behind troops unbothered and said, sorry, Eric formula, this Viki of artillery IDT not something a master can stop. That girl was Iki Great Elder Eric of Leaky Beaskin tribe, a member of Leaky Eliza National Alliance. She told him that at this rate, there were 5 minutes left. Iga then replicated his sword and replied, I will finish it as quickly as possible. Immediately, replicated swords flew a gust of wind simultaneously piercing opponent 8 airship. Lee Sepp suffered one breakdown after another while we people inside scrambled to escape. Adrian, however, Lee felt wary. What a troublesome bunch. That was until a sword thrust straight toward his position. Adrian casually blocked his bare hands. This left Iga so surprised that he froze in place. He casually opened a BLEC hole portal and shoved ET's sword inside, thinking to himself that he might as well be fishing, quidify sword as bait. Sexy Tem continued to sound alarms regarding Leaky Enginate cried to failure, and Adrian replied, I will handle it from Leaky outside myself. IT second, in command ID temporarily in Chickasaw, leaving Lee's soldiers stunned and shouting, huh. Lee's starship was now as tattered as a leaf, announcements echoing everywhere that Lee Fortress was about to collapse, urging the entire crew to prepare Fui fine an impact. Finally Adrian stepped on majestically as they all watched. He looked at Lee's soldiers Iga had brought and mocked. Did you bring such a large crowd just to finish to P1 man Limey? He glanced at Mariniang and asked point blank, Jeek Ren Elder Iris, Ialesia National Alliance backing Roy Empire, causing her to jump in SPC. Mariniang hurriedly defended herself, not at all, this ID purely a personal matter between Dew and me, and I never intended to engage Dew directly. Adrian sneered upon hearing this, even if Dew haven't acted directly, Dew've already waded too deep into this war. Ignoring her confusion, he added, well, that ID key quite a pity, isn't he? Adrian then used a charm offensive showing Tepi his handsome face and exclaiming, I never expected to meet Jeek Ren Elder Iris, someone I have admired for so long. Lee blatant praise from his enemy made Mariniang unable to hide her delight. Lee's status board reported that his opponent was now in a state of fondness and remorse, and Adrian thought to himself that at this rate, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to interfere any further. Iga looked at him and growled, how arrogant. How can Dew be so calm while facing your enemy? Adrian simply replied, because I have been waiting for this moment for a long time, leaving him bewildered, waiting Dew say. Quite a snap of his fingers, he said, I have seen through all leaky intentions of that emperor. As if he had mind-reading powers, Adrian exposed his opponent's entire plan to turn P tables, revealing that he intended to collapse EE command structure and then deploy Duke Crimson to strike. Weaky entire Reinhardt force was ready and assembled to prepare for a fun-scale counterattack. Why core force of Reinhardt? He looked at Iga, smiling with excitement. Now we have a truly well-matched contest. Meanwhile he was boiling with rage. Adrian and he stood facing each other in high tension. Iga's sword unleashed surges of killing intent that surrounded him, and Adrian pretended to be worried. Could they be planning to finish me up before my allies can arrive? He raised his staff to shatter Leapy encirclement, smiling as he said, Pity faux Dieu, that was nothing more than a meaningless move. Suddenly, he closed in behind Adrian, brandishing his sword and sneering. Anyone who thinks they can be LPCX Spirit's sword clearly doesn't know their own limits. Adrian spun around, startled, and Iga did not forget to add, just as predicted, your NID near. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Iga hadn't even had a chance to make a move before Adrian slipped away like a bird. Lee Old Man watched Adrian with an expression of intense frustration and utter helplessness. Hovering in the air, he drew his sword, realizing all his efforts were in vain. After channeling his energy, Lee's laser sword was ready. Adrian smiled confidently, now I am ready to send you to your grave. Hearing this, Egadate blood began to boil. He gathered all his strength to launch an attack, screaming, "Do you scoundrel!" Adrian smirked. "Oh, that ain't too bad. But your time ID up." Iga swung his sword and rushed toward Adrian, but before he could touch him, Erika appeared and blocked his attack. She stood in front of Adrian and declared, "I will protect my master." Leapy impact caused leaky ground to shake, and Iga was sent flying back. He sat up abruptly, gripping his sword, surprised by Girl 8's strength. From Lysis Kai, Adrian and Erika swooped down toward Iga. Without hesitation, Erika delivered a finishing blow toward his head, sending Iga flying again. He tried to defend himself, muttering, "This NID truly humiliating." Looking at Erika's determined face, Iga thought to himself, "Am I really being overwhelmed by a newcomer who just reached Lee's Supreme Master Arding?" Seeing Adrian 8 murderous look, he thought again, and to think he 8 teaming up Kuda 7th, Circle Mage as well. Iga noticed Gregory slaughtering his troops in Lee distance. He calculated that he would just have to accept defeat in this ambush. At that moment, Adrian airship was also engaged in intense combat. Iga reasoned that perhaps their obsession with speed had made their actions predictable. While engaging both Adrian and Erika, Iga wondered, regardless of everything, what I did this feeling. This unease, and that's trend calm? She moved her sword and shield behind her. Then she used her shield to shove Iga, causing EP sword to slip from his hand. Iga pressed forward using Mage from his palms. He controlled his sword, commanding it to fly back and attack Erika. But suddenly, time froze in an instant. Iga realized he was stuck fast in his current position. He looked an expression of deep anxiety. Least one who cast Igi times Tep spell was Adrian. Iga looked up, feeling as if he were facing an 8th circle mage, yet Adrian was using Lee key power of key 7th circle. Thinking this, he stammered, "Wait, it can't be. P 8th circle." Before Iga could finish his sentence, Adrian finished him a P with a backhand slash. He released Lib's time size top state, Kax Ting one last sharp gaze at him. Iga was stunned, his eyes wide, he slowly collapsed, his mind echoing Quitki Thal, "We have been deceived from beginning to end." From leaky moment the curtain rose until it fell. Iga 8VXN gradually faded into darkness. Lee last things he saw were Erika and Adrian. After weak resounding victory, light troops and everyone else cheered loudly, shouting in unison, "Eat IDE done." Marine Yang was screaming in a frenzy at this moment. Marine Yang, who was handcuffed and hoisted up by Erika, turned toward Adrian and asked in a petulant voice, "Sir, may I adopt this boy?"
He IDK just too cute."
Marine Yang struggled continuously, quit a look of irritation, shouting,
"Hey, I am much older than Dio."
Marine Yang turned to yell at Adrian, who was standing nearby. "Do you barbarians ID this? How do you treat prisoners?" He replied nonchalantly, "Do you declared yourself that do not belong to Key Elysia Alliance 8 reinforcements and were operating alone, so do are not a prisoner." At that moment, Marine Yang suddenly went silent, recalling what she had just said. Then she added, "Currently, Lady Ellie's ID considered a war criminal by our kingdom." Adrian then asked, "What were Diu planning to do in Lee beginning?" Diu wouldn't have had to suffer like this if Diu had just stayed silent, which made her mutter, "Well, I was just planning to participate enough to get what I wanted and then slip away." She never expected that Crimson formula could be defeated so easily, did she? Pushed into a corner, Marine Yang was forced into silence. Erika seized opportunity to poke her cheek. Adrian said, "All right, we have no intention of harming Diu. Just stay here until Lee war ends?" He suddenly had an idea and said, "Just stay here and fate you quit Elysia for a while." This suggestion made Marine Yang scream again. "What? Wait a minute. Do want me to be treated like a doll?"
"I'd rather be killed."
Her piercing scream rang out. Gregory slowly walked up behind Adrian and asked, "Wouldn't it be better to just Kivu her?" He explained simply, "She ID a hostage to prevent any interference from Leaky Elysia Alliance." Adrian added, "Besides, we won this battle easily because High Elder Iris acted passively. If she had actively confronted us, Emlish would have been immense." At this moment, Erika rubbed her cheek against Marine Yang, making her scream in desperate annoyance. Then Marine Yang fainted. Gregory asked again, not really paying much attention, "So our chances of winning have increased, haven't they?" He smiled confidently and replied, 100%. At Corson Palace, Ehein was clutching his head in distress. Constant negative reports from his ministers the Zesis Duchy had been occupied, slaves were rebelling amidst chaos, and Marquis Metis, who was sent to negotiate Quis, Lucius and Jodi kingdoms, had not been heard from. Why was there still no contact? Crown Prince Andre and his 2 aides were discussing Wei's situation when they suddenly went silent at Ehein loud shout, "Sita." All 3 looked at Ehein with bewildered expressions.
"He called Crown Prince." Glee Prince turned his head and replied with a worried expression, "Yeah, father."
Ehein then entrusted him with a task. "I am placing Wuk Royal Guard under your command, and you must go to Lake Uridian lands immediately. Our empire has arrangements in place there." Hearing this, sweat poured down Andre's face. He knew what that meant. Leaky Regine lands, among all Leaky wild regions in Leaky world, were Weepy most dangerous and Leaky first to be isolated. Andre then stammered in a trembling voice, "ID there no safer road." He replied, "There IDE not," and took a necklace from his cloak. He handed it to Andre, saying, "If do find this, tide of a war will turn immediately." Still, Prince Date's hands were shaking uncontrollably. Even Epiki knew this was an extremely risky endeavor. He then worriedly reminded him, "Find aid and return, O fail and face death." Hearing this, Andre could only manage a grim smile, clutching the necklace tightly, his whole body shaking as he stammered, "I will do my very best." Andre, who defeated Iga, also known as Crimson Duke, with a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, was already reeling after being defeated by special forces. Moreover, due to Weich's surprise attack by Kingdom of Reinhardt, Weich already pushed back Crimson Empire was now teetering on Lee's brink of collapse. Li war situation was quite tense in Lee's eastern part of Crimson Empire, bordering Reinhardt, had also fallen. Inside negotiation room, Marquis Metis, who had been conducting peace talks with other nations, was assassinated. Political chessboard continued to shift. Andre once held IP power of life and death, UV nations in his hands, but after a crushing defeat at Lidakidochi of Jesus, he lost 3/10 of his military force due to a slave rebellion, inadvertently clearing Likewayfolk or Reinhardl Dinan to CKLU in on AP imperial capital. Gregory stood in Leaky middle of Li meeting room, with an expression as tense as a string, reporting that Crown Prince of Crimson had Lakeway Royal Guard in a massive march toward Bindy Ray Jean lands. Andre sat in his chair, looking at him with scrutiny and asking about Lee's purpose. Gregory honestly replied that their side had not yet found any clues. Adrian didn't bother to speak, merely contemplating Leet news from Gregory when suddenly a Strenvoy echoed, "I am Marquis Ziga Hayden, the Commander-in-Chief of Koroyston Empire." In Iki middle of Iki empty field, a brawny man loudly proclaimed, "In Leaky name of Leaky Empire 8 honor, I officially challenge cowardly Commander-in-Chief of Reinhardt Army, Duke Adrian I. Lauren, to a duel." Ziga shouted provocatively, his voice echoing everywhere, "If you are a man, accept this, I will make you pay for that cruelty." While in Lee command room, Adrian responded upon hearing ID that so? And Leaky man beside him sarcastically added, "A knight challenging a mage ID truly a public joke." He wasn't afraid and Lee's slightest uneven taunted, "They must be cornered. Who would be stupid enough to jump into such an obvious trap?" Adrian chuckled slightly upon hearing those words, his lips curving as he calculated a scheme in his mind. Keyguard looked anxiously at pensive young Duke and hurriedly stepped forward to see-top him. "You aren't really planning to step there, are you?" Adrian lightly flicked his cloak, responding both mockery and excitement. "If we're afraid of dying from a few cheap tricks, then we're done foe." He then turned to his attendant and said, "Remember to record 8 beautifully to send straight to press." Adrian soared all of Lee command room, amidst the howling wind of light battlefield. Ziga was still loudly screaming Lakey name Adrian. He appeared right behind him and casually replied, "Fi." Seeing his opponent appear, Marquis Ziga laughed triumphantly, sneering, "So do you dare see your face? Today I deep your end, and like Kingdom of Reinhardt will bear painful consequences for this arrogance." He criticized various things, but Adrian stood still, hands in his pockets, holding his scepter as he looked around in boredom. "You called me just to stand there barking nonsense. Didn't you want me to come?" He turned around, pretending to leave an indifferent tone, "Then I'm going back." Ziga hurriedly stepped forward to BLPC him, shouting, "Wait, do you came all this way just to make a fool of yourself and then run away?" He cleared his throat to regain his demeanor. "Instead of attacking immediately, do your stalling foe time, I commend your courage," he declared. "Fu honor of both armies, let us begin." Adrian didn't even bother to re-see, his eyes fixed on the joints of man at armor. "Honor. Do you are wearing armor equipped with explosives for a suicide my sen, that I deek indeed a remarkable sacrifice." A small Imperial flying device hovered nearby, emitting a buzzing sound. Adrian immediately recognized it as a Royston filming drone. It seemed like the Empire was quite eager to watch this duel. Seeing peace signal from his teammates, Ziga joyfully drew half of his sword. "They have seen through your tricks, Duke Lauren. Let it fight!" Ziga lunged forward, swinging his greatsword forcefully and tearing through Wikier an unfamiliar fighting style. Others might be caught a guard, but to me it was nothing. Adrian watched him display his maneuvers for a while, then motioned disdainfully for Ziga to come forward. From a distance, he charged in intending to eliminate Adrian. Battle had officially begun. Let 8 flee until Lien? Ziga continuously closed in, delivering dangerous strikes with confidence, but Adrian easily avoided them all as if he were dancing. He let his balance and tumbled onto wide grass, his face flushed red with anger. However, Ziga still did not give up. He jumped up, used all his strength to stomp until ground cracked, and lunged at Adrian again. Ignoring dense clouds of dust, Adrian 8's silhouette was inly to gate left and Ziga 8 eyes. Ziga 8's sword tip was already CKLU to Adrian 8 neck. He was elated at prospect of achieving a great feat. But little did he know, a small Mage circle suddenly appeared and blocked Li blade, leaving Ziga utterly shocked. Li's circle immediately released a beam of Lu Lai, flinging Ziga a long distance away. He stepped back, both bitter and muttering, "I studied your fighting style thoroughly. How could this be?" No matter how many sword techniques Ziga unleashed, Adrian parried them as effortlessly as if he were unaffected, leaving his opponent utterly bewildered. Adrian casually asked Ziga, "ID that all? Are you all of moves, my friend?" Then to his top-tier Mage, Adrian quickly gained Sian of Ki Arena, unleashing a variety of techniques that left Ziga standing there agape, unable to defend himself. When backed into a corner, Ziga did not hesitate to pull a tiny syringe hidden in his bracer and injected himself swiftly, as if performing a Mage trick. Adrian astutely noticed his opponent's trick and immediately sensed that something bad was brewing, as if a great drama were about to unfold. Quite effective as Pete from Peef Seatem, Adrian quickly understood Zigate's scheme and blurted out in SPC, "Huow, using drugs already." From afar, Adrian watched his opponent strain under Li's sudden surge of power, thinking to himself, "Oh, isn't that Li's strictly forbidden berserk potion?" He muttered to himself about this extremely dangerous drug as he saw Lika veins on Ziga-8 body bulge and his muscles swell, transforming him into a giant, aggressive mass. Berserk Potion ID, a type of combat doping that helps push strength and fighting capabilities to their peak. However, its effects are stacked, lived and harmful to a key body, so eat ID usually unlie used when their ID no other way all. Ziga let an earth, shattering roar and lunged into a combat stance, as if he wanted to tear Adrian limb from limb. Adrian frowned at Likey bleeding wound on his opponent's arm, then scratched his head and asked Likey frenzied Ziga, "Oh Yuao, where did someone find a rare drug like this elixir to use?" Adrian raised a hand, and a Mage circle immediately glowed around his scepter. He nimbly dodged Zigate's sword strikes, not forgetting to mock him politely, "Come on, then foe trying friend." Ziga swung his sword, creating a terrifying wave of energy in a desperate quake foe victory, but Adrian still confidently declared, "Pigum ends here." A horrifying explosion rang all, sweeping away everything nearby and sending tremors through the entire ground. Immediately after, a bright red drone glided near V and landed neatly in Adrian's 8 hand. Adrian caught drone and leaned seal to Li Kamira lens quid extreme defiance, grandly declaring to whoever was watching through Li's screen, "Haha, I've won this match convincingly." Adrian looked toward Key drone and left a message that was somewhat confusing. He even flamboyantly struck a heart pose Li and A Li taking a 50 quit fan, leaving Li Key kind of Roishin Empire and Li Key entire audience gasping in amazement. Adrian added, "I'll be visiting soon, so wash your necks and wait for me." Upon returning, Leaky military assistant rushed up to Adrian, panting and wiping beads of sweat from his forehead. "Look, Duke, I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest." Adrian just walked past I assistant and gave a brief instruction. "From now on, gather everyone I designate and follow me." Li assistant was still bewildered, not understanding a thing, but he complied nonetheless. Adrian looked up at Iki real time strategic MEAP, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He muttered, "So eat been 20 days since EP war broke out, hasn't he? It take time to settle everything." In La Croix-Dan Imperial Palace, Likey Emperor sat on his throne in deep anxiety, asking Likey Minister, "Idek there any movement from like Reinhardt Army?" Lok Minister of War Duan J. knelt and reported, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. "Your Majesty, they are advancing right now. We are still waiting for official news." He slammed his hand down on a P chair, angrily demanding news of reinforcements. "Why Ike, there's still no news about Crown Prince?" Han Lung Tung immediately reported loss of contact at Pleat Bofi area. ID very likely that Crown Prince has ventured deep into Grey Mountains. Both his communication signal and tracking position have been completely cut He hurriedly explained technical reasons to calm Li's Kinate rage, saying that there were many unstable mana zones in Li Geki Regen land, and it seemed Li Prince was searching for correct path. Hearing this, Li Ki Old Emperor tensely ordered, "Withdraw troops slowly from Like battlefield and find a way to stall foe time." Likey Minister immediately protested fiercely, "Sir, if Waikiki capital falls, we will relocate EP Palace to Waki City of Endymion. Surely you don't intend to abandon capital and flee." Just then, another soldier rushed in and breathlessly reported, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." "Their ID an intruder?" he stammered. Unexpectedly, alarms blared loudly throughout Like Imperial corridors, startling everyone. Like automated loudspeaker C10 repeatedly broadcasted an emergency announcement, warning that Iki intruder was none other than the renowned Duke Adrian L. Lauren of Like Kingdom of Reinhardt Shiva. Li entire palace was in sea as if struck by lightning, everyone stunned by this earth-shaking news. Witik Seat Tem continued to announce that an elite armed force had breached the capital 8 air defenses and was grandly marching into Wee Palace. Key Minister turned pale, his face a mix of ecstasy and fear. How could Adrian be here?
Like duel clearly just ended a few minutes ago.
Li's Keen held his face and burst into a stren laugh, sending chills down everyone's 8 spines. A few minutes later he was still sitting on his throne, his mouth continuously curled into a delighted, mysterious smile. His eyes flashed Quid a weirdly scheming look. This situation was not an lie not bad but was instead a ginan on an opportunity for him to strike. He curled his lip in disdain when mentioning Adrian, mumbling insults about Li P fool who dared to walk into EB Tiger 8 mouth quit such arrogance. In his mind, Adrian 8 faction had blocked their own path to survival. He smirked and said this place would be their grave. Hanat trailed a Ayan of Alai group, stammering to ask if this hasty decision was alright, while Adrian walked Koot confidence without any confusion, saying that hesitation solves nothing and EDIDE best to finish quickly to preserve strength and enjoy winner 8 glory. Alai sighed heavily, still feeling uneasy despite being reassured. He wondered if this action was too hasty, but Adrian just strode on in silence, recalling intelligence that had forced him to change his initial safe route. He narrowed his eyes, examining each suggestive move of enemy royalty. If it were just a mediocre trick, they would not have foolishly sent Lydie Crown Prince and an elite guard to this dead land. It seemed every sacrifice had its reason. After some consideration, Adrian decisively sped up, telling himself he had to finish things before a P Crown Prince returned, then turned to reassure Alai that a sneak attack to take down Lee Commander was his specialty, laughing P as he finished. In Likey magnificent main hall, Key Monarch Alai Royce and Empire roared in anger, his hand slamming onto crystal pedestal to activate energy core and Lakey ultimate defense mode. Sensing something unusual, Adrian 8 squad simultaneously stopped to observe their surroundings. Gabriel suddenly felt Li P ground shaking violently while Ebudi lines on wall glowed Koot in eerie red. Adrian guessed intruder elimination exceed Tem had been activated as terrifying Medich surged toward them from all directions. Witnessing deadly scenes surrounding them everywhere, he couldn't help but exclaim in horror that this place was no different from a hell on earth. Adrian concentrated on observing like complex mana flow. He sternly announced there were 5 layers of sophisticated magical defense arranged there, which made Lee, already panicked Alai, even more restless. Without hesitation, Adrian quickly directed Erika and Marquis Dream to use their spirit swords to destroy key weaknesses he had just identified. Ear-splitting explosions continuously rang all through Wike Room as shattered energy crystals fell everywhere. Adrian jumped for joy because Lee's first defense layer had been cleared, leaving Alai standing blankly, wondering if everything had really ended that easily. Guy scratched his head in confusion because everything went more smoothly than planned. Gregory added that it seemed they would overcome obstacles smoothly this time. Adrian stared intently at Lieka corridor ahead where mental pressure was weighing down, signaling they should prepare to enter Wike's second layer. He turned to YP soldiers who seemed discouraged and bluntly warned that anyone who could not handle it should retreat, causing leapy expressions of both Alai and Gregory to change instantly in surprise. Space suddenly warped strangely. Magical illusions began to invade everyone's 8 minds as a second barrier was activated. Spiritual power from Likey 8th Circle began to surround Gregory and Alai, making them stagger while holding their heads because they could not distinguish reality from illusion. He whispered to ask what was happening, while Adrian remained as XT Lai as ARPA-C, explaining it was just a mental attack. Unmoved by illusions, Adrian called Arakat name. She immediately understood, lifting Gregory effortlessly onto her shoulder and calmly responding, "Quit certainty." Leading hold him directly into White's eerie stream of Lai, Adrian gave a firm order to pass through quickly before Leapy Group 8 was exhausted. Already stunned by Adrian 8 momentum, Alai was now under added magical pressure, and he almost gave up entirely. Quite terrifying speed, hold Tim brought down core barrier in Lee blink of an eye. Adrian proudly declared that second layer was completely leveled. Gabriel stared in amazement at Adrian and Erika, who remained indifferent in Ducky middle of battle. He curiously asked their secret to staying calm, but Adrian and Lai smiled mysteriously without answering. Gregory lay sprawled on Lee ground in admiration, reflecting on both of them truly had impressive resistance against August 8 mental attacks. Recalling previous battle when everyone was exhausted, Princess Diana had nonchalantly complained about being hungry and urged to an Iki war, while Adrian happily replied to just wait a little longer. Lee barrier shattered, revealing a small passage quit stairs leading EP group gradually up to third floor. Just as they set foot in Leaky large hall quit its labyrinth of turn-offs, Leaky whole group fell once again into a Medii Che formation zone that was violently erupting. Third challenge perilous Mekong vortex. Adrian observed lay walls constantly shifting and warned Leapy Tim that they were entering Leaky Mekong sector, so they must maintain their formation and XT lie their breathing. He would teleport them as he did before, he said while glancing at Lee eerie diagram, adding that unless one had key power to blow away Leapy Mekong awakey ability to decode to find an exit, they would simply wander until they died in this bottomless hell. Adrian winked excitedly, seeing through all Lee defensive illusions, and thought confidently that quit his clairvoyant eyes this was no different from an easy-to-solve maze. He loudly directed everyone to dodge traps and head straight, turning at a point 20 meters ahead, while Erika admired like ancient patterns on a Mekong walls could interest, treating Lie a fun excursion. Thanks to Adrian 8 precise guidance, Tim cleared third LV in record time. He retracted his ocular technique and signaled to Y-Key soldiers that they were almost there and should get up and continue, while Alai looked at light-conquered exit of Laiki Mekong and exclaimed in astonishment that he couldn't believe they could dismantle IP Notorious Croson Palace this quickly. Adrian turned his eyes toward two giant Medici circles and reminded Lipi group that they couldn't rest yet, as there were still two barriers remaining, Li Inferno and Lipi Blizzard in the T8th circle. Alai asked Zahn in confusion if those weren't YE most advanced fire and ice Medici systems in existence. Adrian nodded in confirmation, agreeing that even their own 8th circle Medici might not be enough to break them, then smirked mysteriously, saying that fortunately, he had a super-tier defensive treasure. Alai's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline, and he excitedly asked what it was. Adrian held Ike item O in front of everyone with a proud look, saying, "Allow me to introduce my most badass shield to ever withstand Laiki bombardment of hundreds of flying fortresses." He solemnly named Laiki meet seat Mariniang, and Arika stood by to see Pete him, lifting her up like a trophy, which left Mariniang puzzled and letting out a confused noise. Mariniang had no idea what Lipi hell was happening, and she raised an eyebrow irritably, asking, "What on earth IDP everyone talking about?" Ignoring her grumpy expression, Adrian smiled brightly and confidently said, "I'm counting on you, my living shield," making Mariniang shout back in dissatisfaction, "Hey, tell—" Arika had no intention of putting her down, as everyone placed all their hopes on Mariniang, wishing for her to neutralize Lopi barrier on this LVE. Immediately, she released a brilliant hurrah covering Li formation to BLPC heat from Lipi barrier. This Medici surprised even her, but she quickly adapted and channeled her spiritual energy. An energy wall sealed them in, quite all leaky heat and ice being neatly funneled into space. Adrian witnessed this miraculous scene and stood frozen, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "How magnificent!" Marianne almost punched him, shouting, "Are you crazy?" As Li's last spark vanished, an passageway and inner palace opened up before them. Key 4th LV was completely conquered. Gabriel approached Adrian with admiration, saying Yeet was impressive and asking if he had planned everything. Adrian smiled modestly as if Yeet were Waiki most normal thing, saying Yeet was just their contingency measures working well. Marianne lay limp in Arikade arms, grumbling at Adrian with resentment that she must be crazy foo trying to cling to Waiki Royston Empire just to an up as a toy, having gone from a scarf to a shield. Adrian ignored dive complaints and excitedly headed forward, not even waiting for Marianne to recover, saying, "Let it head straight to the IB next LV." A bone-chilling gust of air suddenly struck, freezing every Shife. ET 5th LVE was a frozen hell, but this LVE was nothing since Marianne was there. She was exploited by Adrian once again, and despite her dissatisfaction, Marianne begrudgingly did as he asked. Inside the central Sinontron room, officials trembled as they watched leaf screens showing barriers collapsing one after another. Key 4th VG had been broken, and they were preparing to pass IE 5th XTG. Waikine, who once arrogantly issued Li challenge, was now terrified, wondering how they could do Aiden if Li Key gods had truly abandoned Croyson. Li Key, Emperor of Croyson, jumped up from his throne and roared in anger, "Where ID Key Minister of War?" Li Minister immediately bowed to his loyalty, hearing a key kind directive that he must remain to directly command Ike troops inside Palace. "A's do command your majesty," he replied respectfully. Lipi Emperor turned to activate his teleportation scepter, but Key Medici circle in his hand suddenly shattered. As sections of Lipi wall revealed a Wafi passageway, they moved to use emergency tunnel. Quit Li guards and Minister frantically clinging to him. Li Leech is begging, "Your majesty, P Li let us come quit to you." Emperor Croyson coldly brushed them a P and pointed Li wait underground tunnel, telling them to head toward teleportation gate instead. Li soldiers realized they had been abandoned and collapsed to their knees, weeping miserably and begging, "Your majesty, quickly spare our lives!" As soon as he stepped into Woody basement, he and his guards had to scatter when Marine Yang DD Che fire lashed out. His face could no longer maintain its composure and instead betrayed a clear sense of trembling. From Lucky Inn of Lycock's corridor, a deep, warm voice filled with murderous intent suddenly rang. All Wapi Emperor jolted to his top, casting a probing gaze toward Li's shadow behind a screen of fire. Adrian and his companion strolled of leaky darkness. Iki old man stuttered name Lauren, in terror, while Adrian merely smiled politely to greet Leaky Emperor of Croyson. Leaky old Emperor narrowed his eyes, trying to maintain an imposing air even though his hands were trembling behind his robes. Adrian did not answer, but instead asked if Iki Minister of War was among those who dared to stand in his way. Adrian faced Pekin calmly, as if he had just finished a trivial errand. He confessed to clearing a Leaky nobles and soldiers who had obstructed him, despite Li Keenate furious insults calling him a bore. P-Guard immediately rushed to arrest Adrian on command, but E-Kind had not yet cooled his temper and continued to scream incessantly about a key insolent subject. Adrian glanced Sir V and laughed heartily, telling him that there was no need to be polite foo someone about to meet their maker. Li Keenate face hardened, unable to believe his ears after Adrian 8 words. Fear and rage were intertwined within him. All sorts of conflicting emotions appeared clearly on his aged face. Suddenly a sword swing dispatched T soldier on E left, and immediately after another blade finished P remaining one. Not letting E Keen wait long, Adrian sent Master and his servants a P to Iki afterlife together, quickly ending everything with a sarcastic farewell. Outside E Palace, Jiha respectfully light E Princes of Groisand and Jiadzot, while one looked around E Palace and others stared up at Li P massive castle. He stared at Li P main hall, which was engulfed in smoke and fire, Quud eyes fun of hatred, silently promising his father that he, Andre, would certainly accomplish his goal. Andre excitedly ran back into Li Palace to report his success to his father. He proudly declared that a key scene had been completed perfectly, believing that quit this gift, like Reinhardt faction and Leak detestable Adrian would eventually have to bow and admit defeat. However, Leap eerily silent space made him uneasy. Looking around and seeing no one, his instincts told him that something was wrong. He flew into a rage, thinking YP soldiers had deserted instead of defending their Pete. Eek enemy had reached EE gates, and yet these people dared to flee. What cowards, unable to hold their ground to weak En. Lasso glanced around Li Palace and seemed to have understood Li Key plot, while E Prince remained clueless. He continued to blather in us EP, vowing to severely punish those who dared to abandon EP Palace as soon as he wiped a Reinhardt faction. Suddenly, a voice called him by name from above, startling him. Li Et person who appeared before him was Andre, causing E Key Prince to exclaim Duke Laurent, in SPC. He immediately and harshly questioned why they were there, but Adrian did not even bother to glance at Li Key arrogant prince. Andre, still not understanding Lupi's situation, continued to press Fu Iki whereabouts of his royal father, just as a Lu blade flew toward him to end his life, but fortunately, Rassault intervened in time. Andre had not yet recovered his senses when he nearly let his life. His eyes widened, staring at Lipi blade still hovering right in front of him. Rassault gently tossed Iki knife to eye ground and calmly replied that this war had been settled long ago. Blood drained from Andre's face, and his trembling legs caused him to collapse to weak ground before he knew Et. Looking down from above, he was stunned to see Rassault sec top his lethal strike and catch Erikasoate spirit sword. Quatlipe help of Lakik Tem. Adrian quickly identified this person. Looking through his impressive profile, Adrian could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. For some reason, Adrian suddenly exclaimed in high spirits that he was a legendary master, leaving everyone around him completely bewildered. He was stunned to realize how formidable his opponent was. Someone asked if he was a legend, and Adrian nodded to confirm that Iki person was on par with Jiki Ren Duke Lucas, a prestigious 9th Circle Madich master. He told himself that he was in deep trouble, as this was surely a Trump Kikusi capable of turning Y-Key tide in this life-death battle. Suddenly Ratso looked at Andrea and complimented her sharp eyes, while Andrea kept questioning him about her father whereabouts. A guard tied up in Key Corner shouted terrible news to Andrea that those bastards had murdered Y-Key Ken. He roared quote resentment, saying they had to send them to their GP Rai to settle this blood debt. Andrea was so angry he could have broken his teeth. He couldn't believe his ears, wondering what Ipa hell was going on. Andrea immediately ordered Ratso, Duke Ratso, hurry up and clean up that small fry. He immediately opened a Medici circle, drew his gleaming sword, and replied, "Fi, a promise ID, a promise." Seeing Ratso preparing to attack, Erika immediately took a defensive stance, not even bothering about Marianne she was carrying on her back. She darted away as fast as Li Win before Andrea could Ryaki, causing both Erika and Marianne to fall to Lp ground with a thud. From Li P stands, Erika swung her sword and dived toward Ratso, but he blocked E's strike with lightning speed. Erika gritted her teeth and put all her strength into pushing her sword down, making Ratso surprised by her explosive power. He smirked sarcastically, saying, "Your sword skills are actually quite decent, little sister." However, Ratso quickly knocked Erika's weapon away and sneered, "Dear still way too green, little girl." She was struck by Ratso blade and, unable to defend herself, she collapsed to E ground immediately. Erika whispered Andrea's name while her eyes began to glaze at her VE. Realizing Lai Kritisita's situation, Andrea shouted urgently, "Run now, hurry up." Terrified to see that Li's situation had completely turned against him, Andrea decided to feely his feign and CPC. Realizing he could no longer keep up Lipi act, he told himself, "This ID no time to hide my true abilities anymore." Andrea immediately activated a special XQ to salvage key situation at last second resurrection. Suddenly, Ratso teleported to BLPC Andrea, mocking his opponent a delicate role. "Are you planning to fake Lai healer in such a desperate situation?" Believing that trying to xi others first was suicidal, he threatened, "Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker?" Marianne was terrified all of her wits, not knowing what to do other than run around in a panic. Even Gabriel's entire army was intimidated by Ratso 8 power and hurriedly stepped back to fetch Li 8 safe. Seeing danger unfolding before her, Erika frantically tried to rush forward to xi Andrea. Adrian felt death drawing near. He turned to stone upon hearing Zasso coldly declare his end. Zasso 8 blade was pressed against his throat, But Adrian 8 mind could think of nothing but Li P obsession that his life was about to end. Adrian froze instinctively when the Kixatim appeared, seeing something extremely baffling that left him utterly astonished. Seeing that S-Tren expression, Zaso stopped and asked, "Who are you? No, what are you?" That ate a rather in TP rate T neutral stance. On Zaso 8 status bar, he was set to tracking mode and seemed very intrigued by Adrian. Suddenly, Erica lunged forward to see Adrian 8 path. She seemed prepared for a one-way ticket to walk after life. Then to Erica and Lee Kexi teammate interference, Leaky bloody duel came to a sudden halt. Adrian was overjoyed at Iki prospect of survival, thinking he had finally escaped his fate. Zaso abruptly dropped his weapon, bowed his head with a faint smile, and declared that he had no interest in slaughtering Lee innocent, as he could not bring himself to harm Laiki descendant of his benefactor. He rambled about coming there to eliminate an obstacle, and lied to stumble upon an in-teep rate tin connection, leaving Adrian dumbfounded and wondering if Lee benefactor he mentioned could be Ju Ren Duke Lu Sat. Andre, watching from below, was furious at his allayed attitude and screamed, asking what kind of monkey business Duke Zaso was up to. He brought up Leaky treaty quit Waiki royal family to threaten him, asking if he intended to break his quiff. Zaso felt a headache coming on, but decided that a promise made must be kept for Waiki sake of appearances. Seeing this, Andre was delighted and immediately mocked him, saying that if he had already made up his mind, he should just get on quid et. He went on to sarcastically remark about human trust, asking who hadn't been double-crossing and treacherous at some point. Luck enemy 8 volatile remark left him extremely uneasy, wondering what kind of scheme he was planning. Suddenly, a brilliant purple beam of light shot forward, blowing up Laiki Palace and sending Andra P to meet his ancestors. Zaso coldly finished up Andri Yuki remaining soldier rushed to V screaming because Lapi Crown Prince was gone, but Zaso just smirked and said it was a bonus gift. His sudden turn of events left everyone trembling. Andre lay there still in Sisi. Not only had he torn up Leap Agreement, but he had also conveniently gotten rid of his own ally. Leaky Soldier was enraged and pointed at Leak Traitor who had just broken Lee pledge of reinforcement, cursing him as a scoundrel before grabbing his sword to fight to Gi death. Zaso didn't even look at Laiki Small Fry, merely flicking his hand to send a purple lie that sent Lighty Soldier to follow his master, then nonchalantly remarked that it was no longer Waigi time for idle chatter. Marianne was panicked by light chaos that had just unfolded. She sat on light ground, tears streaming down her face, with no one there to comfort her. To Zaso, the recent events were just trivial, and he left a threatening message, noting that she seemed confused and suggesting they meet again for a proper visit. He hoped that next time they met, they could have a more in-depth conversation, then he hurriedly vanished into thin air, leaving IP crowd frozen in confusion. Adrian breathed a sigh of relief that each enemy had retreated before he had to use his fun strength, and Erica collapsed, having let go of her burden, while Marianne was so shocked she fainted. Fortunately, no one was injured. Gabriel jokingly gasped, saying he had let half his lifespan before even drawing his sword, while Adrian, still trying to catch his breath, could unlie silently then bless heavens for their mercy. Gabriel regained his composure and warned that since E-Man said he would come looking for them, they should prepare their nerves, regardless of his true intentions. He patted Adrian on Ike's shoulder and praised his contribution, saying that this victory was all thanks to him and that he should enjoy glory, though Adrian could unlie nod mechanically, unable to smile. On July 4, 2020 in Ike magical era, a glorious capital of Gorson officially vanished into thin air. This great victory left Kimaksavi Reinhardt family, ending long period of tense confrontation. Rayford and the elves watched Lee news of Adrian victory on screen with tears in their eyes, as Reinhardt family officially became powerful empire ruling entire south. Duke Laurel miraculous comeback crushed IP Gorson empire, causing people everywhere to burst with joy. Adrian returned to Lee Palace with a radiant smile, wearing luxurious royal attire and a solemn crown on his head. He stepped on a leaky balcony listening to cheers resounding everywhere. Long Lee Kingdom, long Lee Keem, long Lee Duke Lauren. Amidst each eye of people cheering, Adrian smiled and waved back warmly. Many thought about the future of IT country, wondering how far this monarch would go as cheers continued to spread. After week ceremony, Adrian sat in his private room, holding his head, eyes glued to tam screen as he tried to find weaknesses of Lee Bakin fear race. Gregory stood beside Erica, and seeing his master so despondent, he quietly asked why he looked today as if he were about to be sent to YP execution ground. Erica answered Gregory 8 questions, thoughtfully revealing that she had ready note Rathso sent to Adrian, which had been left in room this morning. Content was merely, visit at 800 p.m. tomorrow, which caused Gregory's eyes to widen in astonishment. Marianne, Mutti's seat, was sitting on Erica's lap when she suddenly began to fuss, breaking silence as she demanded her freedom and complained about when she would be allowed to go Adrian calmly teased her to keep her by his side, asking if she had forgotten who she really was. You are a prisoner, make no mistake. Ike Supreme Commander-in-Chief hereby sentence Iris Marianne to forced labor indefinitely, he declared. I peace out of his gavel, striking firmly. Marianne was utterly confused by joke, and Adrian laughed, telling her she would enjoy best treatment reserved for a criminal. Erica, suffering from a headache due to Marianne nagging, tried to change Ike's subject by offering her some snacks to keep her quiet. Adrian turned to ask Chester, whose only useful piece of information was that shadow, attribute spirit beasts were usually outmatched by divine power. Chester mused a long while before mentioning Droch Russell, a name that felt oddly unfamiliar to him. He recalled old memories of how they had fought side by side searching for dragons, and Iki's unexpected harmony between them had led him to consider Ikian a soulmate. Adrian questioned, like enemy motives, would a get friend really kivu his friend student? Chester shook his head in frustration and replied, I don't know, perhaps Droch never accepted Iki's source of power from Jiki Renduk Lu Sat. Gregory stepped forward to comfort Adrian, saying everything would be fine, but light consolation didn't seem to make Adrian feel any better. Gregory continued, you are LP type of person who could fall into wookie depths of hell and still climb quit your hands fun of treasure, so you will be just fine. As night fell, instead of sinking into gloom, ET Palace became brilliant and overwhelming against EDC. At exactly 8 o'clock, an invisible but powerful wave of pressure descended, signaling like arrival of a guest. Adrian and Erica adjusted their attire to welcome Lee guest. He could not hide his anxiety in Lee presence of his masterate legendary friend. He distinguished guest walked leisurely into living room. He was Lee famous Breck Russell. Adrian and Erica hurriedly bowed respectfully, noting what an honor Yeet was to meet their masterate Siko Lu friend. Adrian thoughtfully gestured toward Lie banquet table filled with delicacies, hoping what he had prepared would be to his liking. Russell nodded slightly, thanking him for warm hospitality. Three of them settled into their seats, and as dinner began, conversation officially opened. He held up his wine glass and asked how Adrian knew so much information. Adrian calmly replied that he heard from Chester about their Siklo friendship in like Rajen lands. Russell became pensive when mentioning his old friend, saying, I never expected Manuel to leave behind more than just his legacy for his successor. Even though I don't lie do calling him master, quote those memories, idiki understandable. Adrian silently accepted like remark, not responding but forcing a polite smile. Russell placed his wine glass on a key table. Every one of his gestures exuded a trend sense of humility and refinement. Russell asked about Manuel 8 passing, and Adrian immediately countered by asking, do you know that G. Renduk Lusat came from another world, don't you? He nodded in confirmation. Adrian shared honestly that while his physical body had died here, his soul had returned to his homeland. Russell looked surprised and asked, I'd that really so? Adrian affirmed that, through Holy Ma Deech, his soul had been reincarnated into a new life on Earth, adding that he was likely enjoying his new life right now. This news made Russell 8 expression soften, a sense of relief spreading as he heard of his old friend 8 peace. He did not hesitate to say that Manuel 8 memories would have been a burden without LIP context of his homeland. Adrian added that he too came from that world, but he was reincarnated, not resurrected. Russell looked at him with an appreciative gaze and said, do you really have a lot in common, quote Manuel. Seeing that LIP atmosphere was going quite well, Adrian thought to himself that this person would not attack him, especially since he was able to exist today, because his master had saved his life. Russo suddenly caught sight of Ike item on Adrian 8's face. Those very glasses, looking so unfamiliar that he almost didn't recognize them, but wait, weren't those Manuel's favorite pair? Adrian paused slightly, asking if he knew them, to which Russo laughed heartily. Of course I do, Leak original version of that item was crafted by my own hands. He looked straight at Adrian with a stern expression and gently reminded him, don't rely too much on that creation. Eat easy faux heat to overshadow your true instincts. As die party ended, Russo stood up, refreshed, and said, this party has truly been memorable. I apologize for frightening my friend 8 people. Take this little gift. Adrian 8 eyes widened when he saw Leak item. He gasped at Leak legendary treasure, and as Russo held out his hand, he asked, I'd eat this enough. Yeet was eek teeth and bones of a Li et region, Adrian stammered, enough? This pile ID worth more than all Leaky World 8 treasures combined. Russo waved his hand to signal his departure, saying, in that case, I am a P. Adrian stood in hesitant thought, his face still reflecting his astonishment at Lee's priceless gift he had just received. He hurriedly called to Russo before Key Man could disappear. P. Lie, sir. Se top fo a moment. Russo turned his head and asked, what IDT? Adrian stammered, than do you, sir, for this incredibly valuable gift. He was surprised by Adrian 8 boldness, thinking Lee P. young man wanted to ask fo more, and asked, what was that? Russo furrowed his brow, asking if he intended to reject his gift and lie to demand more. Adrian broke into a cold sweat. People were in Enlai being kind to him all of respect fo up ren Duke Lu caught, and asking fo favors now would be lie committing suicide. Even so, He was determined to take a gamble for his beloved, ignoring like alarm bells ringing in his intuition. Knowing this relationship couldn't include just a gift, he took Arika's hand. Arika looked on in surprise as he earnestly begged, P. Lee, take my fiancé as your disciple. Standing right beside him, Arika was stunned by her fiancé's bold decision, as Adrian struggled to get leaky words out. He silently worried about her future. His own path to ninth circle was already set, but Arika was not as fortunate. She desperately needed wise guidance of a true master to become stronger. Russo turned to examine a female warrior, weighing Adrian's request. He looked her up and down and asked, "Du are a supreme master? And I heard Du managed to parry one of my sword strikes. ID that correct?" Russo suddenly posed a challenging question to tate her ability. Ultimately, what ID key core difference between a new master and a supreme master? Adrian broke into a cold sweat because he knew his fiancé's personality well. Arika was notoriously bad at explaining theories like this. She hesitated, then innocently replied according to her own logic. Ura masters only know how to zip around on the ground, while supreme masters fly through white clouds. Hearing her answer, Adrian just wanted to cry. Russo remained expressionless and continued a difficult question. So what ID key difference between a legendary master like myself and a supreme master like you? Arika quickly raised her fist to illustrate, saying, "This ID me." She drew a large circle in leaky air and said, "And this ID you, Mr. Break." Adrian looked at her cuteness and laughed, thinking, "Oh my, that eats so adorable," but just as he was panicking, Russo suddenly spoke, leaving him stunned, her basic understanding ID quite geet. Adrian looked on, bewildered. Was he actually satisfied with that answer? Russo explained thoroughly, P first lies in P scale and application of power, League second IDP mastery of space through Li P mind sword of a legendary master. Adrian thought to himself, that ain't exactly what I intended to say. He urged himself to seize this opportunity before it was too late. He couldn't just stand there forever. He turned to Russo and said, "Mr. Russo, she really needs a mentor." Russo nodded. Finally, T-Man agreed, "You are absolutely right. She ID a rough diamond. If she works hard to refine herself, she will shine." Adrian excitedly asked, "So that means..." Russo added one more sentence that left him dumbfounded, "Keep Loppy gift." And then he turned his back and walked away. Before disappearing, he called, I will see Tepi by the chit-chat on her talent every 2 days. It would be a waste for such potential to go without proper training." Adrian was thrilled and quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Rassel looked at him, shaking his head warily. Heavens, Noel had indeed chosen a worthy successor. He turned on his heel to door, but still managed to utter a helpless remark. Jeet turns this kid IDE, just as good at causing trouble as his master. Meanwhile, in Leaky main banquet hall, Leaky atmosphere was incredibly lively and fun of anticipation welcoming the kingdom of Reinhard. At the same time, from above, Count Friedrich was secretly assessing everything. "This castle pales in comparison to our Brinkham Palace." He thought. Seeing this, Rafal nudged him subtly. "Some respect when you meet Duke Lauren." Despite equal reminder, Friedrich paid no mind and even deliberately taunted. "8 younger than me and already has such a renowned reputation on the international XDG. I'll believe 8 when I see eat quit my own eyes. Not and lie that," he made an arrogant face. "I am live kind of person who in lie believes what I experience myself." Which made his master 8 face dark and anger. I must have spoiled him too much. That made Rafal begin to doubt Kate's decision. Could his majesty have been wrong to choose this boy faux diplomatic my son? After all, Duke Raphael had already been entrusted responsibility of guiding him. Just then a long resounding trumpet call echoed through IP Hall. Following that was a resounding proclamation. T outstanding hero of Lee Kingdom of Reinhard, His Grace Duke Adrian Lauren. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. "You tate an honor to meet you, Duke Lauren." Adrian cordially replied, "Key honor ID mine, Duke Raffle." In contrast, Count Friedrich maintained an indifferent attitude. "Hey there, Lauren," which startled Raphael because he dared to ignore honorifics and speak so casually. Since he was his own disciple, he could bow his head in apology. "My apologies, your grace, for this boy lack of etiquette." But Adrian just laughed. "EP, there ain't nothing to worry about." Unlike Raphaelite concern, Adrian seemed extremely comfortable. Keat rare to see such a passionate young noble. It ain't understandable to behave this way quit someone younger. Then he turned to greet Lee new guests. "Greetings, Duke Riverdale. You've arrived." Riverdale heard this and smiled. "Of course, this Idepa Jui day fo our entire family." On the other side, Raphael was grumbling and scolding Friedrich. "Did you come here to lie around? Don't make me disappointed quit those foolish mistakes again." The latter could repeatedly apologize. At that very moment, Lee announcement loudspeaker sounded again. "We respectfully welcome Lee presence of Duke Arikakan." Following closely behind were Arika and Ratso. Key's side of the E2 walking side by side made such a beautiful pair. However, it was unclear what he had seen that made his entire face suddenly tense up. And in key distance, Count Friedrich, utterly scared of his wits, collapsed to white ground. Witnessing that sight, Raffle frantically shouted, "This idiotic boy, what shameful antics are you pulling?" At this point, Ratso began to explain, some unfamiliar boy IDE glaring at me quit wide, bulging eyes. And on that very day, a shocking event took place. Law Kingdom of Reinhardt officially declared its elevation to a mighty empire. In addition, Duke Adrian L. Lauren, primary contributor, was bestowed title of Archduke. On that day, he also received northern territory of key former Rusan Empire bordering northern Reinhardt. From a distance, Gabriel slowly walked closer and offered, "Let me ask you a direct question." Adrian, seeing this, nodded. "Pete Lie, ask away." His next question made him freeze on Iki spot. "Are you, in fact, a leaky GM?" Unsure what he meant, he immediately asked back, "What are you talking about? Why are you asking such a bizarre question, Ol of Bibilu?" Gabriel continued to ramble. "I've heard that dragons live for millennia and occasionally transform into humans to alleviate boredom." Following that was a torrent of foolish deductions from his mouth. Woke reason, foe reaching light 8th circle in his 20s, and even his suspicious relationship Kut Ki spirits of Piagine and lands. Hearing that, he could unlie chuckle wryly until he choked on his own saliva. Gabriel stood frozen for a few seconds due to a misconception. It turned out that Lee Earl and Lady Lauren were actually his biological parents. Like surrounding space suddenly shrank into a walking heart-wrenchingly cold room. Benjamin glued his eyes to his phone screen while tears continuously streamed down his cheeks. A warm teardrop accidentally fell onto key C's of key 2 of them. "Oh am I?" At that exact moment, he hurriedly looked up at Lee Key signal bars at Lee Key top of Lee's screen. 2 signal bars appeared, stunning Benjamin so much that he thought he was dreaming. His whole body went rigid. Coot excitement. Finally a signal had been established. Without another thought, Benjamin immediately decided to call his little sister right away. He brought Lee P phone to his ear while his hands trembled violently from overwhelming happiness. A very familiar voice sounded from Lee's other end, "Benjamin." Hearing his sister at Voy, Benjamin shouted into Wee screen,
"Oh me, I'm still alive!"
A startled Voy rang off from afar. "Deke, that really du, big brother." Lee B call was suddenly cuts T, and Lee phone's signal vanished without a trace once again. At like same time, Harris 8 face contorted in frustration. "Are you planning to work me to death?" Adrian patiently explained thoroughly. "Du once said du wanted to do something big. After all, a title in this Jikrin Duchy Idik on par quit one in Lee P Empire." But looking at Harris 8 face, he added, "Getting promoted this high ID lie entering a path of endless work. I am exhausted." While Harris was still grumbling, "Can't you see lie gray hairs sprouting on my head?" and being told, "That ain't just your hair color," hurried footsteps suddenly approached. A person burst through Wyke door in a panic, their face filled with terror. "Something has happened to Wee GG Ren Duchy!" He immediately reported Lie grim news. "A moment ago, a phone signal was caught in Lee Key Divine Chamber. Although brief, I managed to speak with my sister on Earth." As soon as he finished speaking, Adrian slammed the table and barked, "So titles be damned, our conversation ends here." Looking closely at E-phone, he understood immediately that there was data recording a half-minute call from 30 minutes ago. Adrian scratched his head in frustration, unable to explain this ID absurd. Master Lu Sat studied this for decades and still failed. Connecting 2 worlds ID key so difficult that he could return as a soul after his death. "What they called, manual, something this monumental happened without a single warning?" Chester appeared immediately and replied, "I am here. What did you need, sir?" Adrian summarized everything. "About half an hour ago, Benjamin 8 phone caught a signal from Earth. What do you think of this?" Manuel was also stunned. "Should we consider this a coincidence?" He maintained his calm demeanor and analyzed. In fact, at the exact moment E-phone signal connected, management device MMB2 was ambushed. To make it easy to visualize, Manuel used leaky example of case MB1 device MMB2 self-destructed upon seeing Lee Critito's situation, and administrative rights automatically transferred to Unit MB3. Upon hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness these seats Tem didn't crash. Did you trace Lee identity of Leak saboteur? But he shook his head. "No. Tracing Lu P site of ED destruction ID possible, but I was afraid of being exposed, so I didn't dare get CLU." Adrian still seemed skeptical. "I don't believe E-date related to Earth." Manuel understood his point but still replied, "Key timing ID indeed far too suspicious." He deeper they dug, he more confusing it became. Key components possessed both who were masters and archmages. If they found the P equipment location, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Fortunately, each enemy took quite some time between Incident 1 and 2, our Enli choice now ID. In Enli a moment later, Adrian appeared in the middle of a key forest and called, "All ID key." Everyone familiar quit rules of this game yet. Why entire group responded in unison, "We are ready, sir." He turned all their true faces were elite agents from the Blue Moon organization. I had carefully selected EFE 20 most outstanding individuals who knew everything about me and equipped them with top-tier items and skills. Seeing lack recruits quit such bewildered faces, he could and conveniently upgraded all their equipment and skills to maximum LV to ensure safety and efficiency. Despite knowing progress might slow down a bit, meanwhile Isabella shouted, "Hey recruits, get care of these seniors, I repeat, I repeat." I then ordered one person after another. "Hey Diu, yeah Diu, E1 who just gave that pathetic bow," and gave him a blow to we head Kuda warning, "Shut up and do me a favor." Finally, Adrian spoke up to explain E rules, then Latate start Quid P standard mode. We will form a team of 5, plus an archer and a mage. Members of Lai secondary team also need to continue practicing to get used to 8 clear. He received a resounding response, "Clear." I gave this plan a catchy name, Operation Fast L VUP up key remaining levels allow me to set a maximum of 335. While in key middle of a fierce battle, Erika suddenly called Adrian at name. Meanwhile, he was still busy fighting Bapilabu Some of monsters. They took a hit from Adrian and died one by one. While fighting, he said to himself, "I will definitely not let that bastard steal that from me ever again." Adrian 8 face showed helplessness as his eyes narrowed to look at Lee's surroundings. Here, he VM of teen sword in Lai sky while knights in iron armor fired destructive beams of Lai everywhere. Essentially Rondale Idikya fantasy world fun of mysteries and magical wonders. He kept that same expression for a long time, thinking that if forced to point Leaky most dangerous forbidden land containing Leaky most mysteries, everyone would surely point their fingers here in unison. Currently, Adrian and Rasto were standing in a vast space, which IDE land of dragons. Rasto lately Giwei, saying excitedly as he walked, "Indeed a great day fu an adventure." He looked at Lee's scenery in Lai P distance and said hesitantly, "I am a Ken, participating in expeditions Lai this IDE really not appropriate fu my social status at all." He ignored Adrian 8 words and declared loudly, "In any case what 8 done IDE done, among Wai mages I know Diu, his disciple, are Wal P most talented." Ki 2 said shyly in unison, "Our wedding will take place in 5 days. Rasto thought for a moment, then smiled and firmly assured him, "Everything will surely be settled before that deadline. I will ensure Diu receive a wonderful gift." At this point, Adrian just closed his eyes slightly thinking, "I need to la V up too." This unexpected adventure to I Red Genon land actually stemmed from Blakegate's sudden visit. Adrian recalled what he had once told him. This time, "We have found some ruins that seem to belong to Walkie mythical era." Rasto stood before Adrian crossing his arms and talking incessantly, "Their scale IDEC unlike anything I've seen before. If everything goes smoothly, we could collect a ton of items from mythical era." Adrian hesitated, stuttering to interrupt, "Wait, what?" Rasto ignored Adrian's words, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I will share we rewards fairly based on merit, so just follow along." Then, Rasto made a terrifying face, looked at him meaningfully, and said, "Refusal ID not an option. Do want to maintain a get relationship, Kut me and Lee T future, don't do." Thinking of this, Adrian Enlai dared to silently turn his face away and smile awkwardly. That wasn't a request, it was basically a threat. Very soon after, he spotted a snake and cried excitedly,
"Look, that snake has 3 heads!"
"Etidpa Hydra console." He then happily explained to Adrian, "That idea Sambajusa eat 8 extremely rare, so hurry up and catch eat. If 8 bites do on't be able to recover quid LV8 restoration mod each in one go, so be careful." Soon after, he spotted another type of plant and exclaimed,
"Look, leaves are glowing!"
Rasso indifferently reminded him, "That ain't luminous grass, another rare discovery, so pick that too. But if you touch heat quit your bare hands, Duo might contract a virus that even LV7 restoration mod each cannot easily cure, so be careful." After hearing his explanations, Adrian completely lost interest in exploring. Leak land was truly terrifying. Rasso continued to lead Iwei, pointing forward and saying, "Ruins we found are in this direction." He walked ahead, and other 2 quickly followed behind. As soon as he jumped down, he was stunned by Lee's surrounding landscape. Before key 3 of them was a massive gate. Adrian whispered, "Shoot a huge gate." Rasso looked at Lee Gate and said to him, "I heard these ruins existed during Leaky mythical era, right? Perhaps this was created for them." Adrian stared at Leaky massive object in front of him, put his hand to his chin, and thou, "This gate IDT made of white MTN. I've never heard of that material." He closed his eyes, slowly sensing eat and muttered, problem starts here." Suddenly, a heavy gate automatically creaked to be at. Rasso waved his hand in leaky air, making person behind him startle NCOVE their face. After waiting a while without seeing any movement, Adrian cautiously opened his eyes one by one to look. Immediately, his VXN was overwhelmed by scene appearing before him. Inside was an entire bustling street corner with a constant stream of vehicles. People there were busy rushing back and forth through their work. Suddenly traffic light above turned completely green. Light group of 3 suddenly appeared right in Nike middle of light crowded Gangnam Boulevard. Adrian was dazed by trend scenery present around him. Rasso, standing next to him, said in a serious, low voice, "As you can see, when passing through YP gate, ID not a room, but all kinds of bizarre scenery." Adrian was so engrossed in looking that he didn't bother to listen, thinking there must be some device operating this illusion ma di che. Let it go find eat, Arika said, noticing him dazed, as she touched his shoulder and softly called Adrian's name. Adrian regained his senses and awkwardly explained, so this place ID exactly lay world I lived in before I was reincarnated. Lasso crossed his arms and asked, ID, this manual 8 homeland? He nodded and said, but perhaps he a different sector. Adrian looked around, wondering why a giant gate from earlier had disappeared. He calmly replied, Key last time we left, everything was fine, so don't worry about Ike exit. Lasso put his hands on his hips to observe Lai crowd in front of him and sighed. This illusion looks just Lai weak real thing. He silently thought that even his own relatives were appearing too realistically. He intended to draw his sword, cooed an annoyed look and muttered, should we slaughter all these people? Hearing that, Adrian was startled and hurriedly reached to se top him. Lasso looked at him and sheathed his sword, waiting. Adrian glanced back and said, consider that a last resort. He quickly added, these are ruins of Lipe mythological era, so we don't know what might happen. Lasso nodded after hearing this and said, that ain't true. Adrian breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, key illusion ID terrifyingly detailed, I almost couldn't see top that guy. He turned to ask Fo his two companions' opinions, saying, I think we should investigate very carefully. He stood cooled, his arms crossed and remarked, this place ID really big. Adrian smiled confidently, snapped his fingers and said, exploration ID my specialty. A FHC lot of Lai suddenly lit up Li Si Kai, and Brecky swooped down Lai lightning. Eat nuzzled Seek Lu to him and rubbed its beak against him in an affectionate manner. Everyone seeing Brecky panicked, screaming and running away because they thought Yeet was a mutant men XT. Loud screams caught Adrian 8 attention. Aren't mutations in Lai supposed to happen to insects? He looked up and wondered if that was poisonous land men XT that Benjamin had mentioned. Adrian turned to Rasso and said they should go somewhere quieter. He sighed and replied, yeah, okay, let 8 go quickly. Lee Group then used teleportation Madich to hover in leaky air. He looked at Brecky, who was flying beside him, and asked, Brecky, Lai help us. Each spread its leathery wings wide and quickly split into 3 copies. Key 3 companions immediately split up and dashed the P to carry other Mysan. Its VIXN was quickly shared so that Adrian could sense and observe along Quidit. Looking through Brecky's eyes, he exclaimed that this place was ridiculously vast. Gatso scratched his chin thoughtfully and muttered that it was even larger than a major city, hoping ruins here would be worth some money. Scenes of each region appeared before Adrian 8 eyes one by one, from Jiangyi and Gangwon to Chungcheong and even Kaesong and Leipi far north. He was so stunned that he gritted his teeth, unable to believe they could seek an illusion covering the entire vast Korean peninsula. Adrian suddenly asked softly, can I stop by here for a moment? To which the other immediately pressed, where do plan on going? Without hiding anything, he answered frankly, I want to go back to Iki old apartment where I lived in my past life. Adrian stood frozen before Leaky apartment door, not daring to step inside. He was so nervous that his trembling hand slowly reached to ring IP doorbell. As soon as he pressed Lee doorbell, Adrian quickly closed his eyes and waited. A clicking sound rang making him snap his eyes on H instantly. Adrian 8 mother stepped looking at him in confusion and asking, who are you, and why are you here? He stood rooted to Waki's spot, unable to utter a quoos, wondering why these foreigners were in his SAM. Finally, Adrian mustered all his courage to introduce himself, saying, Tate me Minky. He did not hesitate to tell her about himself, saying, I am Kim Minky, unfilial son who died even before his enlistment date. At which she shouted angrily, this joke isn't funny at all. His eyes welled up tears. Adrian could lie smile gently as he looked at his mother. Adrian 8 mother was suddenly so stunned that she was speechless. She reached trembling hands to touch his face and asked in a hesitant voice, I teat really you? That ain't right. Son who just finished his leave, got dead drunk, and even wet leaky bed. Adrian 8 mother quickly wiped her tears and tried to compose herself. Oh dear, why am I leaving a guest standing outside like this? Come inside, son. She grabbed his hand and pulled him inside concern. Well, just come inside and talk first. A contented smile appeared on Adrian 8's face. He told himself he would tell her everything he hadn't had leaky chance to say. Suddenly, the interior of I house vanished and everything around him returned to its original state. Arika turned around in a daze and asked, what just happened? Rasul, suddenly alert, scratched his chin and said, it seems we've escaped Lee illusion. His face stiffened surprise. Really? It turns out your memories were key to our escape. Adrian 8 mood sank incomprehensibly. Rasul then spoke into his ear. We're all of Lipe illusion now. It seems your memories were hun lai way ao. Adrian still could not believe reality. He muttered, was it all just an illusion? Before approaching a device that looked like a keen trend panel in front of him. Rassel turned his head to look at Adrian fumbling behind him and called out, "Hey, come here and look at this." Floating virtual fiend trend panels appeared. He asked curiously, "What do you think this ID used foe?" "I've searched throughout like Lusat library and found no information on ET." Based on an analysis from Likey Mythical Era, Adrian thought to himself, "This D key first time Likey materials section has shown such a trend question my key." After a moment of reflection, he guessed that Eat absorbed both Manai and holy power, likely belonging to like celestial Somme. Rassel was surprised to find light placed so white that Eat would make even demons feel nauseous. Suddenly, alarm rang loudly everywhere because Likey device had completely run out of energy. Eat now takes 90 days to recharge, yet unfortunately, a 24-hour Shichinlai lasts for exactly 2 minutes and 8 seconds due to seriously degraded components. He slowly approached Bleeby Loose Sphere and muttered that charging Fo 3 fun months just to run Fo 3 hours was truly a waste for a mediocre illusion Madiz each item. Upon seeing B2 spheres nestled inside, Adrian immediately widened his eyes in such sexy that Eat felt his eyeballs were about to pop out. In key middle of key space, 2 shimmering glowing spheres made him freeze for a few seconds. They were beloved moon and earth. As images flooded back into Adrian's mind, he reached out to touch them lightly, feeling each majestic mountain range in thousands of tiny islands. Even if he racked his brain, reproducing such precise details in just 2 seconds would be impossible. Just as he looked at Lee large sphere, an idea struck Adrian. But suddenly a notification rang. Quit your current meager amount of mana. Do can teleport to area 2 for 2 seconds. Would do lie to give aid a try. Without hesitation, Adrian nodded instantly, and a blinding feck a lot of lie burst inside a key sphere, signaling up he start of like teleportation. In blippy blink of an eye, he disappeared and teleported straight to an old apartment BU1 amidst flickering lights. Standing in leaky middle of Ikey living room, Adrian's mother was burying her face in her hands, sobbing repeatedly. Seemingly sensing an unfamiliar presence, she hurriedly wiped her tears and turned her head to look back. Seeing Leak familiar figure, Adrian's mother frantically approached his son, and Adrian smiled reassuringly, softly saying, "I promised I would come back to you, mother." Immediately afterward, he vanished into thin air, leaving her and Lai enough time to cry "Ow" in dismay. "Wait, my child." It didn't take long before Adrian returned to reality, where Lee's whole group was gathered. Russell hurriedly rushed Andrew Veet in worry. "Adrian, whatever you're planning to do, should let us know. Gave me a heart attack." To which Adrian calmly replied, "I am certain that it was real." After reconfirming everything, he firmly asserted that it truly was Earth, causing the other person to shout in astonishment. "What?" Russell immediately pointed toward Lee giant gate and questioned pressingly, Do mean we've actually set foot in Manuel Tate Hem? What if an Lai key mind passes through while I'd body stays behind?" Adrian coolly explained, "Soul-type monsters can still exert force despite not having physical bodies, so this ID be entirely possible." He was silent for a moment, deep in thou, while Adrian turned to look at Iki's team screen inside. Considering Leaky massive amount of mana this artifact consumed, it wasn't surprising. His eyes were glued to Leaky trend panel, using Eat Fu and like 2 seconds had already drained all Leaky accumulated energy. He truly was a heavy-duty spatial teleportation artifact. Ratso stood nearby, quit his arms crossed, saying to Adrian in a regretful voice, "If and lie we had found this sooner." While Adrian, still engrossed in looking at Keek Seat Tem, thought to himself that even though Likey device couldn't fully return a person to Earth, Jiki Renduk Lukat had certainly exploited 8 to Waiki fullest. Adrian turned his head to look at Likey, other manate grim expression, and secretly guessed that he might have used Eat to sneak back to Earth a long time ago. Ratso no longer stood still but turned his back to walk away, brushing aside all thoughts. "Let it set those matters aside. Hurry up and focus on exploring like door and wait there on Dalakok opposite side." Unexpectedly, that giant gate automatically swung wide once more. He calmly peered into play crevice and exclaimed, "Just as I sensed, everything has been suspiciously quiet until now." A large argot slowly loomed into view, and Ratso wondered, "Stren E-key monsters guarding ruins usually stay right at Lakey entrance. Did we accidentally come in through back door?" Facing this unexpected gift, he wasn't afraid in Likey slightest and said, "This sort of thing happens all leaky time. These ancient ruins have existed for a millennium. It take quite normal for them to break down or malfunction," he said, and just as he finished speaking, Waiwarda Beach shrieked in alarms. "Intruders, unauthorized vandals!" It swung its iron arm to attack wipe 3 of them. Adrian was quick to claim his share, saying, "That spear I deek mine, I saw Eat first." And Ratso retorted just as competitively, "Win against Eat first, then we'll see." After Enenlai a few basic moves, Alki Bulky Arbit was quickly taken down. It was truly a wise decision to bring these 2 along. He flopped down onto Wiki pile of scrap Minteen inside. "I was worried everything was too easy, thinking we were just picking up items without breaking a sweat. Now eat all get," while Adrian stood below and chimed in, "Anyway, these Ock elves are too weak against holy power." He looked at Iki remaining fragments, curiosity. What were these ruins built foe and Iki in? Could they really have just been a tunfo traveling to Earth? Arika quietly observed everything while Ratso quickly replied that Iki Age of Legends was a war-torn era. Did they really need to go to Yi trouble of Boe in such a wonder just to travel between worlds? Especially when it required a Liege Rain class guardian. While rummaging through Y ruins, Arika suddenly froze because she discovered something Tren. She spoke calmly, causing like other two to turn simultaneously. I think I have understood the purpose of this place. Right on the Fey of Ruins, a deeply carved inscription appeared, containing content about diplomatic encounters and exchanges. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and wondered if a key celestial race really traded Quod Earth. Adrian asked confusedly, where Ilema di Chen Enlai exists in fairy tales, so why would lead celestials lower themselves to connect quote humanity? Gatso's response made him jump. Trading partners don't necessarily have to be us humans. He began to imagine all sorts of deities and said, "You once said that Earth ID dense quote mythological stories, didn't you? If those legends are not fiction, perhaps like celestials once had business dealings key entities within them." Adrian rubbed his chin and replied seriously, "Etid true that Earth ID key also fun of angels and demons, and they are always at odds lie water and fire. It seems i.e. connection between Earth and Rondale ID key deeper than I thou." After a lively discussion, group decided to divide a key 8 sacred items they found. Gatso took lake bow and arrow, Y key vase, he cup, and a ring, he bow fires lie arrows, lie water vase quenches all hunger and thirst, Li celestial cup ID inexhaustible, in key ring summons a barrier once a day. Arika possessed a pair of glasses that could see through YP threads of Liti future and a ring set quit a sparkling stone capable of detecting enemies within a 3-kilometer radius. Finally, he received a key bracelet that enhances holy power, Mana Ra, along Kuda compass that wards the Piwaki Medici Chi. He approached Adrian, crossed his arms, and hesitated. Key bracelet ID Phi, but what do you intend to use this compass for? He stared at each item and replied, honestly, I'm not sure myself. I clashed Kuda sorcerer before, but who knows what might happen again. Like lie reflecting de P compass made Lasso curious about that choice, but Adrian simply replied that it was just intuition. He turned his back to continue walking, saying that he had Li's same demeanor as his master. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "ID that really so?" Lasso approached Li's and Trenix succeed Tem and touched Quat his hand. He turned to look at Li Tu behind him and slowly said, "Consider this our common property." Lasso sternly warned that he would give him fun authority if he its use, but he must take him along whenever EDIDT activated, understand? Adrian placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Of course, then do you very much. Still bowing, he thought to himself, quit 90 days of charging, I can end lie stay on Earth for 3 hours, but leaky main thing IDE that I can now monitor that world whenever I want. Just as Adrian was deep in thou, a hand reached out, and perhaps things would have been different. Arika took his hand, her eyes looking firmly at Adrian. Next time, I hope we can ask them nicely. Having said that, she blushed and turned away, while he stood stunned for a few seconds, all of surprise. Finally, Adrian broke into a radiant smile as if to reciprocate those sincere feelings. Their hands were tightly intertwined as he said, "Let it go X7. There IDK still plenty of work to finish preparing." Li wedding day quickly arrived, quickie presence of a large MB of guests. Marinian hands never rested, constantly moving restlessly. She crossed her arms and grumbled about why she had to congratulate those two, while light person sitting next to her also gnashed their teeth and snapped, "Stop sitting near me. Tate so annoying that our roles overlap lie this." Ray, sitting nearby, could unlie Sayat he tense dialogue. Lee young girl rolled her eyes and asked why they didn't go ask lay guests from Lee Key Elysia Alliance of VE there. Marinian was startled and snapped back, "What face do I have left us?" While Aki two were still arguing, light hem of a white dress flickered past. She stared wide-eyed at Adrian and Arika holding hands, stammering, "Wait, isn't that Ori Chan carrying that pile of stuff?" He replied nonchalantly as if it were obvious, "Don't do you find E's Tren?" Not just crown, but all Li bridal accessories were carried by Ori Chan herself. Mariniang was so astonished that she covered her mouth, speechless, thinking, what on earth I did this? Where did they get all that? She sighed and replied, they just recently returned from an expedition to Lilik Reginan lands. Adrian 8 parents and Lai guests teared up Quid emotion as they witnessed all be seen. Li eldest prince watched Li wedding Quid a look of visible satisfaction on his face. Some guests were so excited that they applauded enthusiastically. He gently took Arika's hand and slowly placed Giliki ring on her finger. She placed her hand to his, smiled tenderly, and said, "This really idea wedding more magnificent than I could have imagined." He looked at Arika affectionately and smiled back, asking, Do really think so?" They both closed their eyes and leaned CPLU together in happiness, thinking, then this idea wonderful. Like couple shared a passionate kiss and like ceremony proceeded in a jubilant atmosphere. Adrian and Eureka remained inseparable, constantly sharing intimate gestures. Their passionate embraces seemed as if they would ignite quit love. They had almost completely forgotten about Chester 8's presence there. He floated around, teasing the young couple that they were so happy 8 made a get lie him feel lonely since he had already kicked Bikey Bucket. A remark that made Adrian blush beet red. Adrian recalled he seen of him and his wife exchanging sweet kisses at Leaky Altar 3 months ago. Just after they had received their spoils from Leaky Rejun lands, his bride seemed very pleased with Leaky grandeur of his ceremony. Eureka chirped about how everything around them was sparkling, to which Adrian smiled and replied, I guess all Leaky hard work preparing this was worth every penny, right? Eureka suddenly turned to him and asked seriously, so, can we start our plan to have a baby now? Her sudden question made his heart race, even though he tried to keep a calm expression on his face. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he asked shyly, are you serious? Eureka maintained her serious expression and replied, that I deep exactly eat. Without a second of hesitation, Adrian swept Eureka up into his arms and a Princess Carrie and bolted toward IP bedroom. Although slightly embarrassed, they both showed clear anticipation. Adrian remembered 3 months ago after Whack Wedding, how he had pushed all look work onto EP officials and snuck away into EU room Eureka. Returning to reality, Chester spoke up loudly to remind him, at least you're still working hard to LV up. Adrian embarrassedly covered his mouth and said, I have to get stronger to protect this happiness anyway. Chester ignored his attitude and said, forget about that, I have a serious matter to discuss. Adrian frowned and asked, ID there another terrorist attack targeting MP Hilgud C-Tem? Chester nodded in approval, exactly, but like he say Tren thing I'd act that Leaky to Gate wasn't an active station, but E-Tithe 7th one that hasn't been put into operation yet. This incident has revealed 2 important clues. First, they couldn't locate E-Tithe C-Tem by hacking EP signal. Adrian listened intently and replied, right, because this time they attacked a facility that wasn't even operational. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, what could it be? Chester immediately confirmed, that ain't right, they know about our facilities, but based on these fragmented attacks, like information they hold IDP still incomplete. I haven't found any clues in my memory yet, Adrian said, clutching his head in frustration. Besides Sixit Tam, Enliyuki Renduk Lusat holds this secret, take clear those people are linked to him. But what could he hidden meaning behind 8B? Chester calmly replied that EP second point IDEE background of those people, because a coincidence happens only once and a second time IDT fate. I've planted several monitoring devices across key base to catch enemy P guard. Adrian inwardly admired Chester, though someone bearing like key memories of G-Key Renduk Lusat would never easily yield. Chester put on a mysterious expression and laughed maniacally, saying, I've finally caught their trail, or more accurately, I have sensed Walki ominous Hurav Lakmadich radiating from them. Adrian analyzed thoughtfully, Hoxmadich ID an exclusive specialty of demons. In other words, they're demons demon worshippers pulling white strings behind all of this. Zeet sounds complicated, but he doesn't necessarily mean he a bad omen. Chester immediately retorted asking, what do you mean? Adrian confidently asserted, mean that trusting my own intuition ID absolutely correct. He seen shifts to like magnificent holy land of Everhill, where Ivoril ID buried in stacks of scattered files, forgetting to eat and sleep. Lee priestesses around her whispered that ever since G. Ren Duke Lornate wedding, Xen Ivoril has been working Lia Moth to a flame. Leaky's sea must have been immense. Suddenly, a priestess ran in panting to report bad news. Jack Ren Duke Lauren had just expressed his intention to visit Lyki Senate Temple, causing a commotion among Lypi crowd. They began to murmur, IDE he coming alone. It seems Eki Duchess IDP coming too. Oh my goodness, how can we top them? Sylvester glided RV and asked softly about Ki reason fu noise. Key priestesses hurriedly bowed respectfully greetings Saintess. Jeek Ren Duke Lauren has just sent a request to visit this place. Sylvester calmly said, invite him in so I can receive him. P priestesses looked at her quite grateful eyes. Sylvester sighed, He has been a long time since I have seen such beautiful things. Adrian and Eureka approached and paid their respects. Greetings, noble Saintess Sylvester. Sylvester warmly hoped they weren't disappointed after making like effort to come here. Adrian replied, I am always happy to receive you. If you ever intend to retire, you can choose our Lauren territory o Reinhardt Empire. Sylvester laughed and replied that if LIP benefits were get, there would be no reason to refuse, then asked straight what a key purpose of this visit was. Seeing Adrian rummaging something, Sylvester exclaimed in surprise, could that be a holy relic? Before Sylvester 8 eyes was a glowing Ginnan compass. Eureka spoke up, than to lie help of an acquaintance I discovered Lieg ruins in Lipe stormy lands. This IDP a treasure I collected, and I would lie to donate it to YP Church. Adrian repeated his declaration of donating it to church. Donating heat, such a valuable item. Adrian explained that EP name of this holy relic ID Iwakigama de tracking compass. Sylvester took it and spoke. So that means I can use it to wipe all the demon worshippers. Adrian replied, perhaps. Sylvester asked about its operating range, to which he said, I am not quite sure myself. If do possess it, do will likely need to conduct some tests to judge its performance. Sylvester asked sternly, I really find it hard to understand why do would be so generous as to give away such a valuable item for free. Adrian thought to himself that experience truly makes one sharper. Her 50 years of experience as a saintess are not to be underestimated. He explained, key compass IDP pointing in a direction right now. An ET had already locked on before I even set foot here. I had intended to follow that direction, but I stopped, because this field ID better left to experts like you. Sylvester smiled in approval. That ID a very wise move indeed. In Ronal, there ID and lie one existing faith Iki Sepia church where everyone worships Et God Sepia. He God who founded I kingdom of Ronal. So, why do those who worship lie devil, those who stand on Likey opposing side, still exist? Because of Likey deep hatred and despair they hold foe this entire world. Was creatures, fueled by abundant negative energy from leaky combination of those two emotions, grant terrifying power known as Waxmadij to their summoners, thus, humans have become puppets of Lee Devil, allowing them to descend and fulfill their personal desires. Then, next day, in Lee Lauren territory, everyone ID training diligently on the drill ground. Andreen IDP discussing work matters when he looks up. He sees a familiar figure who looks like Sen. Andreen invites her in, and once she ID seated, she speaks functional shash of Likey sacred artifact has been completed. Sylvester pulls down her hat and comments, that ID Vayek Madi tracking compass, and as Ike name implies, we have field tested it and even determined locations of hidden mages in their bases. We never expected that devil worshippers could infiltrate so deeply everywhere right under we nose of like holy land, she said, to which Adrian replied, honestly speaking, that ID quite embarrassing. I am very happy that Lakey's sacred artifact I gave due has been useful. When Adrian asked Fu Wei reason for her visit today, Sylvester got straight to why key compass ID pointing toward Elysia Alliance, and Lee signal ID quite strong. She continued, Elysia Alliance ID known foe having lowest faith compared to other nations, because they worship Lee achievements they have created, so-called Rondio, more than creator who made it. Key problem ID that Leaky Elysia Alliance has been hindering investigation Tim from Lee Holy Land targeting Lipey devil worshippers. This ID unacceptable. Like compass ID unlikely to be malfunctioning at this time, and an investigation ID inevitable. Therefore, while we were confused, the intelligence department made an unexpected judgment suggesting that Laurel Dutch intelligence capabilities are on par Quookie Church. Adrian asked, so because leak interference from Leaky Elysia Alliance makes investigation extremely difficult, do you want me to lend a hand? Sylvester replied bluntly, that ID correct. Adrian thought to himself that lie reason he had not come forward personally until now was so that leak devil worshippers would not know he was one man behind Key Hollywood, Seti Tem. But what if he took YP stance that he was acting at leaky request of Key Holy Land, rather than his own personal will? Thinking this, Adrian smiled and said, a great reason to intervene. I understand, I will do my best Fu Wei piece of Roland. Sylvester replied, than do your grace, we will not forget your choice Fu Wei piece of Roland. While talking, Adrian thought to himself that he should take this opportunity to find out how they were able to pinpoint key locations of IT seat TEM management stations. In a park, two mysterious figures in BLIC are meeting secretly. Ed Viola and another masked individual. Witnessing this scene, she says quite a hint of wariness and annoyance. Do we really have to meet in such an exposed place? Just say what needs to be said and get of my sight, Luke other replied. Tomorrow night at about 70:20, Lai CPA Church 8 airship ID scheduled to pass through Leaks I-20 Kamik from Rainbow Island. Viola continued to ask, ID piece T-Seep do mentioned before. Lee other replied, that ain't right. An airship of that Psi ID certainly carrying artifact we are looking for. Take your Tim, ambush that airship and steal Lee artifact. Viola assessed I situation silently, thinking it was a major missen. Then she continued, if it weren't a missen of this magnitude, there would be no reason for me to take action. The other person handed her a pair of binoculars, turned around to leave and said, this missen must not fail. Remember that future of Fada depends entirely on this. Viola replied, understood. Lucky other person exclaimed, right, as if suddenly realizing something. He continued, there are reports that Sen Sylvester and Jiki Ren Duke Lauren met publicly. She has likely entrusted him Kwaki investigation inside Wild Alliance because her own progress IDK moving very slowly. Viola wondered, entrusted it to those children? He continued, say what do you will. But his skills are real deal. Be careful, if do are too obvious, do could be burned to a crisp just like that guy in Aki Roberto Kingdom. Viola said smugly, do I look that pathetic to do? There I'd eat no way I would lose to a lowly 7th-circle mage. He left, annoyed, and said, in any case, do never listen to me no matter how much I advise you. Looking at Iki watch, Viola conjured an image of Adrian and silently marveled at Igi Renduke Lauren. She wore a cryptic smile. He was truly wise type of man to make many people swoon. In Lee classroom, a playful instruction appeared on a key blackboard, written by Ms. Marin Yang. Standing on Igi podium was a petite and pretty lecturer. Ms. Marin Yang was passionately presenting on demon classifications, pointing to keyboard to categorize demons into Lil V, high LVE, in demon kings, noting that demon kings and high LV demons are often likey ones who form contracts quit humans. Even when one enters into a contract quit a high LV demon rather than a demon kin, their ultimate goal ID always to serve a greater conspiracy. Therefore, if do intend to side quit demons, leaky ultimate destination they aim fu ID surely eek incarnation of a demon ken. Excuse me, miss. Adrian interrupted by raising his hand, curiously asking about EP true power limits of demons. Marin Yang explained that, in magical terminology, high LVE demons are equivalent to white 8th or 9th circle, while demon kings are so powerful that eat IDK difficult to measure. Adrian listened intently while Ulrika snuck snacks while glancing at him. He secretly wondered if demon kin power surpassed leaky 9th circle to a point of becoming a divine entity beyond human seen trend. Ms. Marin Yang continued, saying that fortunately, mages whisper that demons cannot unleash their fun potential when descending upon this world of Rondel. This applies not only to demons but also to Waiki ancient celestials. Back then, coexistence of these two forces once brought Rondel to light brink of extinction, and perhaps a goddess had to step in to impose these limits. Adrian suddenly recalled that G. Renduke Luke's 8 book mentioned something similar, that invading other planets via physical teleportation ID strictly forbidden by Key Goddess. He deduced that this was likely a heavy-handed measure by E Creator to prevent chaos lie in EP methodological era, and he boldly asked, Miss, why are demons so desperate to descend upon Rondel? Ms. Marin Yang replied that, unlike E's celestials who are always loyal to Key Creator, demons deny E Creator and are said to be EP inheritors of desolate lands, so they are always hungry to expand into new territories. Adrian immediately asked, if so, shouldn't we find a way to root them, entirely? Meanwhile, Ulrika continued to enjoy her food nonchalantly as if genocide had nothing to do with her. Marin Yang sighed, saying that, love them or hate them, they are still Lee caste children of Lee world. Regardless, even quit their power halved upon arriving in Rondel, they remain incredibly terrifying threats, as seen in events of 200 years ago. When Key Fire Demon Kin descended, countless nations turned to ash in Key blink of an eye. Marin Yang shouted, are we really gonna use my flying fortress castle from Lee Key Elysia Alliance as a base? Adrian calmly replied, this ID perfect location because eat IDT discreet and attracts no attention, why go through wacky trouble of finding another place? Marin Yang pulled at her hair and complained, I just returned after years of being away, in du all act lie this ID your own principality. Adrian chuckled and said, I heard these floating islands are all priceless real estate, du really are a secret tycoon, aren't du? Marin Yang grumbled about her kindness being taken advantage of, while Adrian stepped onto l'IP balcony to reassure her that they were doing important work, not playing around, as all information from Li Bi Lu Moon was being consolidated there. Adrian turned back with a friendly expression and asked if she had ever tried to catch leaky worms by putting them in leaky basket. He continued, saying that leaky bait had already been cast into leaky water and they were just waiting for a bite before acting, leaving Ms. Marin Yang bewildered and confused about what he was talking about. Lee perspective shifted to Lee binoculars, where a massive airship was hovering in air. Viola watched excitedly and exclaimed, this toy ID impressive, an airship capable of absolute stealth and cell concealment without specialized detection equipment. Eat really ID key lie finding a needle in a haystack. Viola snapped her fingers and ordered, first, let it make heat reveal its true form. A bolt of purple lightning streaked across sea sky, and struck Y airship directly. Viola landed gracefully right in front of them. Dressed in a vibrant, alluring red dress, surrounded by X-ray of sharp blades waiting to be launched, she smiled charmingly and said, Al, everyone. Viola 8 Jet Belix's eyes flashed quick excitement as she spoke sharply, begone do blind trash. Immediately, she unleashed countless Mage blades, catching each cultist by surprise before they could even re-off. Lee group fought back while screaming because their holy Mage could not suppress her lock Mage, which seemed nonsensical since they were supposed to have leaky elemental advantage. Viola smirked quote disdain, elemental advantage and lie works on amateurs who are at your LVE. She laughed manically quit delight, key gap between DU fanatics and me idik lie abyss separating lake high heavens from leapy earth. While Viola was still enjoying herself, Saintess Sylvester suddenly appeared and cast a white shield to protect everyone. Quite a look of deep resentment, Saintess questioned Viola, are do one who heartlessly slaughtered my brothers and sisters? Viola looked even more annoyed than her opponent. She gritted her teeth and replied, so Saintess. A walk's shadow suddenly materialized beside her and said, "My lady." Viola and Li Ti figure vanished in an instant, leaving a message that Li Ti Fun quit this old woman would have to wait for another time. Sylvester, her expression stern and filled, rage, roared, "Who gave Duo permission to leave?" Immediately after, she unleashed a blinding beam of Li carrying a massive amount of energy. Li's beam of Li struck directly at Li's spot where Viola was attempting to retreat. Viola flew into a rage and screamed, "Do you damn old hag, do you've really pissed me the pee now?" She quickly used purple Madi Che to blow up Li's seeped hull, creating a smokescreen to distract them before making her escape. Sylvester turned to ask everyone if anyone had been injured. Li followers replied respectfully until one of them rushed Avik in a panic, crying, "Ow, holy saintess, we have a serious problem." He stammered that Ij Laban had been stolen, causing Sylvester's expression to turn extremely grave. After escaping some distance, Viola clutched her painful wound and shuddered. She spat through gritted teeth in frustration, "Damn it, I'll make them pay." As EEB leaf-clad subordinate beside her worriedly asked about her condition. Without saying a quiz, Viola suddenly grabbed Li's subordinate wrist. She activated lock sorcery to drain Gi life force from Li P miserable man. In Nike blink of an eye, he was reduced to a withered corpse and collapsed onto Li P floor. All of Viola's 8 wounds healed at a rapid pace, making her feel more powerful than ever. She exclaimed excitedly, "Now I feel truly invigorated again!" She turned to her subordinates and ordered them to bring Yiki item or V. They hurriedly presented Edie's stolen artifact, responding in unison. Viola picked up Li treasure to examine it and muttered, "So this ID walk legendary artifact after all." Suddenly, Adrian sensed a trend fluctuation. He looked straight Leaky window and whispered, "I've picked up Li trail." Li P scene revealed Emerald B. Lu canals winding between ancient buildings where merfolk community lived peacefully with an Expedition Alliance, Enli city on Iki mainland. However, hidden behind that tranquility water late to a fortified underground secret chamber protected by extremely sturdy iron bars. Deep underground lies a vast meeting chamber surrounded by stone pillars and waterfalls cascading into a stream. At Lake Central round table figures in beaky lacy cloaks gather, awaiting a mysterious individual. Lipe sow of boots striking live stone floor echoes, causing one of cloaked figures to turn back with a knowing smile. Viola enters arrogantly, wearing a skin-tight red outfit and a cloak concealing countless sharp blades. One man says she has completed her Miesinen and mentions that Kikset has appeared, to which she replies that she must have already prepared Fu Iki worst-case scenario. Viola strolls toward Li head of table, pulls a chair her right hand while tossing something onto Li center of leak table her left, declaring that others must have thought they calculated everything perfectly. But this incident ID nothing to her, leading one group member to sarcastically remark that she always likes to be dramatic. As dialogue continues, since showing a P and speaking eloquently are Violate signature traits, a man suddenly slams a table and shouts, asking if they even realize how dire their current situation ID. Lei man, clearly irritated, large fish fins on his arms that make everything more complicated, warns that if they let Ki Holy Land wipe them all before they can act, they will have no choice but to flee for their lives. A heated argument erupts, of how those who worship demons are willing to discard their race-hate future just to prolong their own lives. But one individual ignores conflict, focusing on on D relic floating in their hands that emits a stren energy. Very item they just stole. Li cloaked man stares at Iki relic, his face deathly pale and sweat streaming down his forehead. He grabs other man by Li hair and screams that ID a fake, leaving Li other bewildered and asking what ID key going on. Suddenly, Li P space shakes violently as if ID about to collapse and water begins to rush in. Li cloaked man grinds his teeth and screams amidst the deafening roar of leaky explosions. Another man replies that this ID not how Holy Land operates, wondering in confusion if Duke Lorelate formula IDE cause of this catastrophe. Li man quit Blease Lufish tail hurriedly dives into Li water to avoid involvement, and another looks on, mocking him by saying he looks like nothing more than a loach rather than a divine mermaid. Look, heat running away alone, we must quickly find a way 2. Footsteps and Li boots are frantically trampling across water in a panic. Li group tries their best to find an escape route by teleporting, but they are blocked. However, since enemy cannot reach them immediately, they decide to sneak out through Li P emergency exit while Li others remain trapped in Li Ki labyrinth. In Li Ki midst of extreme panic, an exit appears in Li Ki distance, revealing Li Ki space of ancient ruins a faint light streaming in from outside. Upon rushing to AP emergency exit, cloaked man immediately freezes, his face white as a sheet and sweat pouring APM rain. In front of Lakey door ID a dense ambush, Quiddy Holy Land 8 troops standing in neat rows atop high stone pillars, completely blocking every possible path to survival. From above, a commanding figure Geen on hair flowing in leggy wind looks down cold piercing eyes, ID Eeks and Sylvester. A woman shoulder, length white hair stands smiling while holding a scepter, accompanied by all Lake Saints of Avis and high-ranking cardinals. Loki cloaked man hiding below whispers that they are doomed, as there are footsteps approaching from Loki cliff above. Adrian rests his feet on her RPC with a satisfied smile as if everything had been anticipated, while Erica stands behind him sternly. It seems Duke Laurel has wiki entire battle under Fiend Tren. Flashing back in time, Erica IDT holding Marignan in her arms while Light Girl remains wide-eyed and bewildered by E-spy tactics. Adrian sits on Lei windowsill, explaining that this medicine tricks E-insects into thinking 8 IDT food so they carry 8 back to I-Flesh nest, wiping a Lapi entire Somme. Like stolen compass was that deadly bait. Marignan lets her arms hang down, with a look of extreme boredom. Adrian looks back, raises his left hand to activate a blue screen, and tells himself that everything ID proceeding exactly according to plan. An image of Viola unleashing her techniques appears on a P screen, her cloak fluttering as swords and swarms of butterflies surround her in battle. Adrian turns to ask if one person can feed on Tron 100 magical swords at once, then Ratso walks Servan VE and pretends to cough to get his attention. Ratso, thin Joplin, lie hands in long white hair, wearing a turtleneck, nonchalantly remarks that whoever ID behind this ID truly a master tactician. Ratso leisurely walked a V, his hands in his pockets. That lady was clearly just brandishing 4 Medici swords. Adrian turned to him in confusion, asking just 4, because in Likisichi leap she was clearly controlling dozens at leak same time. Ratso began to illustrate by making Li P swords fly within a B Lu Lai. This technique sounds easy, but eat 8 unenly in practice that its surreal nature shows. He swung his hand, sending countless swords soaring, using Madishi Chikin trend them as they hovered, then alternately activating sword Kwai on each one. Adrian rested his chin and thou. He turned this trick wasn't just about swordplay, but also required calculating Niki exact timing of each strike. Ratso peered at EB blue screen excitedly. That girl 8 sword key activation speed was truly impressive, no different from facing a real army of 100 swords. He turned back with a cunning smile. Most formidable enemy had officially appeared. Adrian looked at his opponent with a confused and slightly awkward gaze. He pointed straight at his face and asked if he wanted to gin him in preserving world peace. Ratso immediately crossed his arms and flatly refused, saying, no. Adrian, Erika, and Marinian watched irritably as he thought Lee man was so stingy. Ratso smirked and said people learn most when standing on the brink of death, and he didn't want to deprive his disciple of EP chance to grow. Hearing that, all three breathed a sigh of relief. Ratso continued, so what about that Lakmadiich swordswoman? Back at Lekil Holy Ground, 4B like robed figures were waiting while high officials lay in ambush around like cliffs. Adrian 8 footsteps echoed on lawn near a stone slab. He smirked confidently and ordered, do you guys go ahead and finish her P? At that exact moment, information began to appear on eye key frame of Adrian 8 glasses. He thought to himself that these fanatics were advancing in power incredibly fast. Li P glasses began scanning the identities of EB La P robed figures Jack Eden of Ikiwak Crusaders, followed by Grandmaster and various other Wak titles. Next was Randall Magnus, also a member of Lachuaf Crusaders, a Grandmaster and a Wak's priest. Celine Violo Akmadichi swordswoman titled Grandmaster and a dangerous 7th Circle Mage. And also Romanti Ham and a 7th Circle Lock Necromancer fun of ominous energy. Adrian observed the situation and warned, our forces are larger but winning ID no joke, especially when those 4 combine their various powers. Everyone be careful. Sylvester, standing next to him, nodded, Kopai that. Viola laughed haughtily, raising her right hand as a barrage of pink swords and a somme of mystical butterflies shot out. Follow we plan as written, too many words and Lee cause a headache. Lee P swords lunged straight at Adrian along with her piercing shriek, do vermin. He gently raised his left hand and a bright red Madicha circle appeared, flames erupted, engulfing everything and burning La P swords to ash. Lock remnants of Li P swords flew toward Violet 8 face, making her break into a cold sweat of panic, unable to believe what had just happened. She recalled Li Key sight of key fire engulfing her weapons and warping them. How could a single 7th circle move melt her sword's Li wax? Another fireball flew in, cutting Seti her memories, and Viola frantically dodged an E in each of time. Successive fireballs rained down everywhere they landed, exploded, and thick smoke rose to obscure everything from view. Viola retreated into Lee hazy smoke, attempting to launch a few more retaliatory swords forward. She dropped to one knee, gritting her teeth as she watched Lai Key Man who was walking closer to her step by step. Viola continued to launch swords, but Adrian calmly spoke as he approached, trying to Sinton Tren 100 swords while attacking at Leaky same time Idik overwhelming. Tape better to just use all 100 to strike directly at a weak point. Arika followed behind while he carried Lee's scepter on his shoulder, his left index finger extended provokingly. Hey Raidhead lady, care to keep playing quit us? Viola stood up straight as Iki's swords surrounding her began to manifest. She gave a sarcastic smirk. Auntie, are you ganging up on me? Arika was no pushover either, as she summoned a set of green protective swords. Seeing this, he couldn't help but find it a bit humorous. Viola grinned so widely her eyes crinkled, her arms by and unwide to release a burst of green lie along butterflies and swords. She said, I wonder if you two are skilled enough to take on this next move. Leap swords rushed in relentlessly, but Adrian quickly created a ring of fire to intercept them, while Erika gracefully evaded like slashes from her. He leaped into white air, his hair fluttering as his hand formed a brilliant orange circle. This time, they no longer melted as before. This was leap power of light Madrinsor sword. X-ray of sharp bee-like sea swords accompanied by glowing purple Mage circles attacked simultaneously. He stepped back while she unleashed a counter slash that knocked Yilangdi sea swords aside. He turned that dealing quit them wasn't as hard as he thought. Arikate's face remained stone cold as a sea trend gleam suddenly flashed from her red glasses. Lead Holy Relic Future Seeing Eye had been activated. Nothing could escape her gaze now. She swung her sword, sending green streaks of light straight at Viola, who was busy controlling IP sword army. Lee green slashes tore through white air, forcing her to frantically raise her sword in defense. Now she understood. So do you've equipped Ori-chan, Kanan are cheating quit Cheng Be. Suddenly, Violet's left eye widened to its limit, and beads of sweat began to pour down a stream. A scepter flew in at a terrifying speed. She had to contort her body to escape death by a hair. Breath. Adrian wore a confident smile in his scepter, throwing stance as he said, utilizing a power of items ID key also a form of ability do know. Battle continued as Viola hovered high above, facing dozens of consecutive explosions created by Adrian. Dust flew everywhere. Fierce attacks knocked at ground, and Lee P swords began to fall one by one. Arika took this opportunity to summon a massive shield right in mid-air. She focused all her strength to smash Lee's shield down onto Viola, causing Lee P ground to crack and debris to fly everywhere. Suddenly Viola extended her arms as wide as they could go and LP swords simultaneously pierced through, shattering LP shield. Arika backed up toward Adrian to set up a defensive barrier together. He thought to himself, I am already used to this aerial combat, and besides, Iki advantage ID on our side. Just when it seemed things were getting easier, Viola broke into a sinister grin quit a darkened face. She stood there looking at her opponents, her whole body shaking quit laughter, and said, do people really are get? No wonder you're so arrogant. Quit those words spoken, countless purple swords and a swarm of butterflies surrounded Adrian and Arika. Viola spread her arms, causing her cloak to billow and reveal dozens more sharp blades. Those weapons shot toward him and her a violent storm. Adrian gritted his teeth. Damn ID, this supposed to be an opportunity to grow, they said. He thought to himself, do you misjudged Iki enemy's strength? She swung her hand and laughed loudly. Well, are you all excited yet? Russo stood quit his arms crossed, watching from afar. I was one who encouraged this battle, but I never expected it to be this intense. He looked down at Biki violently swirling purple cyclone leaky demon Loke hadn't even appeared yet, were his followers already this terrifyingly strong. Adrian and Arika used their scepters to fend a pure rain of swords. He shouted while running, she hate not some manga character. What ate up quit this nonsensical power up? A blade lunged from behind, piercing Adrian at left arm and causing blood to gush out. His eyes bulged and his teeth clenched tight as EB veins on his neck pulsed quit fury. Observing IP battle from above, Russo thought to himself that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He sighed helplessly, his hand gripping Lee hilt of Likey's sword at his hip. He clicked his tongue, telling himself he couldn't just stand by while his disciple was in danger and had to intervene before it was too late. Suddenly Russo froze as he discovered something quite in deep rate tin. Despite losing his left arm, Adrian still used his right hand to swing his staff and unleash blazing streams of fire. Russo secretly admired Lai Boy for remaining undaunted and even counterattacking fiercely despite his severe injuries. Russo released his grip on Lee's sword hilt, wondering if E-Boy was intentionally delaying his recovery even though a single incantation would have sufficed. Standing tall, he observed Lai P tornadoes and Lai Ki X-ray of explosions nearby, debating whether he should continue watching. Adrian shouted a command for restoration, and immediately a glow of green Lai enveloped his left arm. Looking ahead and seeing Arika using her sword to deal quite IP cluster of purple blades, he felt reassured enough to focus on his own battle. No longer standing still, she leaped into wee air and swung her arm in a fierce counterattack. B. Lu's sword streaked toward Viola, who responded quit a defiant look, yet she remained unaware of another B. Lu blade rushing in to strike her leg hard. Viola let her balance and tumbled down in a panic, as if Li P ground itself had suddenly played a trick on her. A glint flashed in Adrian's eyes as he realized a Geen Dandan opportunity had arrived. A resonant call sounded as Guinean feathers streaked forward like a storm, piercing straight through her body. Viola gritted her teeth against bone, deep pain while her eyes still glared at her opponent. She spread her arms to Keendon Trun a circling mass of swords as purple butterflies swarmed off from her body. She was truly an endless nuisance. In a fit of extreme rage, she channeled her strength, causing purple specks of light to glow everywhere. Adrian watched intently and analyzed T's situation, then clicked his tongue because she had just touched something to heal herself again. A sea trend space appeared, tinted shades of blue and purple, along a mysterious live feathered bird emerald eyes facing north. Both sides paused to assess Likey's situation. She looked like she was finally growing wary. Viola gritted her teeth and stared tensely at her opponent. Never had anyone lasted so long against her, allowing him to sense her confusion and irritation. Adrian rested his staff on his shoulder and smiled smugly. Indeed, no ability was perfect, no matter how powerful each. Maintaining 400 swords at once had its limits. She was running ore of breath and preparing to go all in. Veins bulged on Viola's forehead in anger at those words, but she couldn't deny them, as endurance had always been his side forked. Streams of purple energy crashed into ground, creating a X-ray of terrifying aftershocks as she let an indignant scream. Viola stood motionless, her hands clasped to her chest, staring ahead in utter panic. Thick dust obscured everything until nothing could be seen. Could it be that she had finally run out of tricks? Adrian swung his staff as he lunged from above, while the other person, holding a sword and shield, closed in on her face. He somersaulted through wide air and shouted that they couldn't afford to fight recklessly just because of a little fatigue. Adrian's strike came down, forcing Viola to dodge to Likey's side, but she was immediately struck by a Recat blade from behind, sending blood splattering everywhere. Adrian gritted his teeth to endure leaky pain and swung his right arm, causing a brilliant purple light to burst forth. A mischievous gleam flickered in his eyes behind his glasses. Swooping down from above lay an arrow. Li's figure in Li's Lic cloak was now covered in a violet-purple aura, his face toot as he shrieked in agony. Through Likey thick cloud of dust and smoke, Adrian stood tall, a haughty smirk tugging at Likey corner of his mouth. Viola watched him with an uneasy gaze, for she knew well that this Mage had no healing properties in reality. It merely drained life force of others to replenish one's own. Like battle intensified, trails of fire rained down from his side, while she nimbly used her sword to deflect Viola's attacks. Now that she had figured all trick, dealing her wasn't difficult at all. Realizing dire situation, Viola hurriedly used her right hand to BEPC incoming Gundan rays which left her injured, while her left hand reached toward Lakey ground as if to absorb more energy, muttering under her breath that she needed to recover immediately. Adrian's gaze sharpened, and he swung his arm, unleashing a powerful beam of light directly at Viola. She hurriedly raised her hands, frantically summoning a sphere to defend against attack. Viola's eyes widened in horror when she realized her path of retreat was blocked. Behind her, Erika was already poised and ready, charging in her sword drawn. A massive explosion shook the entire area. Erika stomped hard on Viola's stomach, causing her to growl in pain and frustration. Erika's sword tip pressed against Viola's throat, while Adrian stood behind, retracting his fist with a satisfied smirk, knowing Fish had taken leapy bait. Both Adrian and Erika maintained stern expressions as they shouted at her. She lay sprawled on ground, whimpering and crying that she just wanted to see her mother again, which made Adrian realize she had completely let her mind from sheer panic. Adrian coldly made a threatening throat-slitting gesture, sneering that every grave has its own sad story and that she herself had killed plenty of people. Erika chimed in, adding how ridiculous it was for her to put on that pathetic act at a time like this. Viola trembled in fear because she was still desperate to lie. Standing nearby and witnessing IP scene, he chuckled coldly, remarking that she was nothing more than a coward who feared death. Adrian continued to provoke her, saying that if she had any valuable information he didn't already know, he might let her lie a little longer. It was up to her to decide. Hearing this, Viola broke into tears and hurriedly stammered, asking what he wanted to know, swearing she would reveal everything without holding anything back if in lie she could stay alive. He looked upward and called Russod's name in a loud, clear voice. Russo descended gracefully from above. Adrian thought to himself that his hunch was right. He knew he had been lurking nearby, so he asked him to protect Lee woman, as he needed to extract information from her. Russo crossed his arms his chest, raised an eyebrow, and asked if he meant to secretly transport her to Wapieria Jean lands without Lighty priests catching wind of ET. Looking at his bewildered expression, Russo wondered if he should just refuse outright, because it was too much of a hassle. Russo looked at him and nodded decisively, leaving Adrian quite surprised. Russo grabbed Viola by her cloak and hoisted her into Whiteley air. He put a hand on his hip, saying he would hold on to Wiki captive and that Adrian could come collect her once he was done quitting others, leaving Adrian amazed that things had gone so smoothly. A satisfied look appeared on Russo's face as a corner of his mouth lifted. A blue status window appeared, notifying them that their relationship had reached an impressive LV key of alliance and interest. He remarked that he simply found this whole affair somewhat tin. On an AP other side, Sylvester and Aki gods were struggling intensely in their battle against DB cloaked figures. 1B Likey, cloaked man swung his arm to summon a purple sphere, telling himself he just needed to hold on a little longer, as Lai tide would turn moment Celine returned. Hearing this, Sylvester glanced anxiously toward Likey saw of like explosion. Seeing that everything had gone silent in Likey Renducate combat area, he panicked, wondering if Lauren had been defeated. Suddenly, Gi Lock cloaked man from above lunged down, roaring as he demanded like lives of those fanatics. A fee lot of bright B Lulai darted straight at Lee figure dressed in Beak Lai C. Sylvester smiled radiantly and then turned to make a firm announcement. Both Andrian and Erika shouted loudly that Saintess Sylvester had arrived to reinforce them. Lee figure in B Ki C took key fun force of EB Lu beam, which pierced his body, causing blood to splatter amid heart-wrenching screams of pain. As Gi Biki lost-clad figure collapsed, Andrian wondered if it was really okay to keyview them all without leaving a single one alive. They should have kept one foe interrogation. She replied immediately that whenever fanatics worshipping demons are encountered, they must be wiped all on Gi's spot. Andrian was dejected and didn't want to argue further. Quit Sylvester. He understood that she never showed mercy to demons, even if he'd ruined their intelligence, gathering plans. He told himself it was a waste and was secretly glad he had hidden Celine in a safe place. She raised her hand, causing Eye Compass to spin wildly, signaling that this area was now clear of demon worshippers. Dust rose in thick clouds, and Sylvester remarked that there seemed to be a few more accomplices lurking nearby. A gigantic spaceship suddenly appeared overhead. Quit a message demanding an immediate sikatop. As this was Waki Elysian Alliance security force, everyone was ordered to stand still and not move. Their time was up. Images flashed through his mind of a nation united by 8 races, where Wiki Elysian Alliance became a shared political ex-tem featuring a council of 8 kings, unique and fair to all species. All decisions were based on equality. Quit monarchs meeting to deliberate like he fate of alliance through Oban or voting. At this moment, 11 people were sitting and one was standing around walk round table. Andrian rested his chin on his hand, looking at Mariniang standing on other side, and suddenly realized Biskin race also had a representative here. A saw rang awe, causing surrounding atmosphere to suddenly plunge into terror. Sylvester placed both hands on table and clenched them, her face turning cold as she contemplated key situation. She looked flustered as she turned to apologize, admitting that her previous judgment had been somewhat emotional, while promising to loosen regulations so that ST operations could proceed smoothly throughout Lake Alliance. Andrian immediately asked Sylvester how far his request had been processed. She informed him that they had accepted Likey request and were urgently summoning relevant parties so he would receive a response soon. She turned to ask him if there had been any prior discussions, while he secretly thought that Quit White Wei demons were deeply rooted in Leaky heart of Like Alliance. There must be someone in power shielding them. Sylvester rested her hands on Leapy table. Quit a knowing look. Turned she had requested Leak leaders of each race to be summoned early on. Mariniang raised her left hand and fixed her eyes on Lu display screen. She announced loudly that everyone had gathered, so now let us go. A misty buzzing crowd. People wondered why they had been summoned so urgently. Wiki answer was that they needed to gin hands to Seki PP Church at excessive actions. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely all of fear, but reassured himself that he was only a supporter and not a cultist, so if he kept quiet, no one would find all. Saintess, why are those people here? He asked, crossing his arms and looking ahead. Quit a bewildered expression. From behind Guy door, Sylvester appeared. Quit her compass in hand, leading Lipi emperors as they entered. She wore a pristine white outfit. Quit ginen and hair, walking leisurely as if assessing Lipi's situation. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke rose, causing Sylvester 8 steps to halt immediately. Thicker smoke accompanied by tiny specks of lice swirled around. Compass moved right in front of him, making him turn pale. Quit fear and grit his teeth tightly. She looked at him. Quit an eerie gaze and gently uttered, "Oh my. So we're hiding in this little corner, or do?" His face was deathly pale and drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling violently. He turned sharply and bolted away, screaming, "What a bastard!" From a distance, Andrine gently gestured Quit his hand. A brilliant Gen 1 lie erupted, followed by chains that whistled through YP air. In the blink of an eye, YP chains had bound him tightly, leaving him unable to budge even an inch. As he lay sprawled on key ground, Sylvester turned and said, "This artifact not only captures Lee Devil, worshipper, but also drags in all of his accomplices." Hearing her say this, everyone began to feel uneasy. "It seems we must broaden the scope of our investigation." He was left hanging from a peat while Sylvester whispered to Andrine, "Key remnants are still there, but Quibi pledge from Lai Alliance, everything will be wiped clean soon." Erika stood behind Andrine. Quit a bewildered look. He smiled enigmatically. "This IDP a brilliant achievement that would have been hard to attain without Duchate contribution. I am merely fulfilling my duty for piece of rondel." She smiled. Quit satisfaction. After this, Holy Land wishes to entrust its fun faith in the Kijiki Ren Duke and his Lady Quat title of Honorary Crusader Knight. Andreen squinted and chuckled to himself. Than Dufo dochiate enthusiasm. He thought, if she knew he had just secretly let a devil worshipper go, she would probably faint from SC. No matter what, he had no other choice. There was a mystery he absolutely had to unravel under YDD Lu Ses Kai of this Ijunalan land. Russo stood quit, his arms crossed, looming in V's. Andreen approached. So Duve arrived, he said, and Andreen replied, Than Dufo accepting my proposals. Break. Viola looked haggard. Her shimmering eyes filled Quit submission as soon as she saw him. Faced Quit her attitude of fear and submission, Andreen could not help but wonder why she had ended up like this. Andreen propped his chin up and observed, Kalaiki especially of her first failure have driven her mad. Few people Quit such immense power would be this submissive. She must have once been worshipped by many. He thought, watching her tremble before break, perhaps that second fall was late fatal blow. A blade suddenly pressed against her throat, making her sweat profusely. She hurriedly raised her hands as if to surrender. Arika coldly kept a piece sword tip held firm, and Andreen, standing beside her, spoke up. If Du don't want to suffer any more, Du had better be honest and stop jumping to conclusions. He leaned down and looked at her, a cunning glint in his eyes. Jeet was Du people who tampered, T Hollywood management seem, wasn't heat. Viola gritted her teeth, her face pale, extreme fear. Airplanes glided past a major city in the Pibantio kingdom located in Eek south of Ilp Deptern continent. This region famous for its ancient silent castles where white snowflakes fall steadily territory of Count Zayas. Like two trembled as they clutched their white scarves. Hate freezing! In all my 40 years I've never seen snow here. Ate truly an inexplicable weather phenomenon. The ground suddenly shook violently, causing Wu guards to sway. Lee people ran in a panic, mothers clutching their children tight, unable to understand what hell was happening with these tremors. Streaks of shimmering gin Lai flashed continuously all around. A gigantic circle of Lai enveloped like entire kingdom from top to bottom. He guard wiped beads of sweat from his forehead and peeked at a key see kai quat one eye. Others also scrambled to sit up, bewildered. Oh God, what on earth ID that brilliant Lai? Lai whole group looked at each other expressions of extreme confusion. In key blink of an eye, Lipi entire kingdom had turned into a modern castle. What IDP going on? There ID no sign of any modern houses here, everything IDK ancient feudal architecture. Where on earth have we drifted a P2? Lock City lies exposed on an island while modern aircraft and dozens of trend flying objects recently confirmed in Light Yellow Sky hover above. Anfa Tim begins planning a reconnaissance my sen. This island IDK located quite seclu to mainland and was originally key territory of Count Zayas, who ID now drifting aimlessly toward Earth. Right now, inside a key tower, Arika ID pressing a sharp blade against Viola 8 neck and growling. Do are key ones who launched surprise attack on key Hollywood Tren exit Tam. Aren't you? Lee blade lowers slightly and flashes could an unusually pitch BLC lie. No way, where did this stranger come from? Viola collapses to ground, writhing and screaming loudly, causing Andreen to stand arms akimbo looking on annoyance. Don't answer my questions, more questions? Oh my, Jun stammers, admitting that was indeed them. He asks again why they attacked Bike Hollywood Sexy Tem and how they found that location. Jun replies that was under leaky orders of Demon Kin. Which Demon Kin? Andreen faces Viola a serious expression. Why did Demon Kin order that, and how did Dio know where Wiki device was located? Viola hastily kneels to protest that she knew nothing and was Enlai following orders. He observes her attitude and silently judges that this testimony does not seem fake. Andreen continues to interrogate Jun about like Demon Kings cooperating quit this organization. Viola narrows her eyes looking troubled. Our organization grew powerful by absorbing many who made pacts quit demons so each person worships different demon kings, among whom are two particularly powerful ones. Hearing like he names just mentioned, all three of them are jolted in surprise. Axe Calais and Lok Shid. Rasul hurriedly asked back, are you sure eat 8 Axe Calais? Don't joke about that. In his mind, an image suddenly appears of a girl standing in a xi of fire, her long hair in 2 braids, wearing an inscrutable, demonic smile. Why one dubbed Crimson Demon Kin who pushed Rondel to leaky brink of annihilation ferns 200 years ago. Adrian rubs Laika back of his neck and turns to Rasul. See Tate fortunate that leaky demon worshippers have been wiped out. If light Crimson Demon Kin were to reappear, dealing quit him would be an impossible task. He nods in agreement that no matter how powerful Lee Ki Rondel Army IDP, would be hard to see top him. Aki tremblingly explains that their goal this time was not to burn down Rondel, but that Ki true leader Idik Lok Shid standing behind me. Rasul sighs warily, having never heard of Lok Shid. Could a nobody actually have a stature greater than Crimson Demon Kin? Viola hesitates, saying, Idik understandable that you don't know him, as Shid ID a demon kin from a world completely different from Rondel. Adrian 8 eyes widen in amazement. World that lies beyond scope of Rondel. He asks, bewildered, don't tell me that world Idiki Earth. Viola blankly folds her hands in front of her chest. That ain't right. So, do you actually know about that place too? Erika stands behind, snapping. How could a demon kin from another world meddle in this place? That ID completely absurd. Viola panics and sits up straight. I unlie heard rumors that there was some device helping to transmit his will. I don't know why specific details. He closes his eyes, raises a hand to his forehead, and sighs because this mess ID too hard to understand. Adrian wonders if he should consider this a mere coincidence. I come from Earth and once received a great opportunity from an Earth Archmage, and I even possessed ancient ruins to stay there for a sati time. He adds that after rounding up leaky demon worshippers and interrogating them, EP person behind 8ID demon kin from that place. Rassel crosses his arms and closes his eyes in agreement. This ID clearly too much of a coincidence. He turns to ask Viola if Lyki Earth 8 demon kin has any reason to care about Rondel. Viola quickly nods to confirm that she knows about this. Viola lowers her hands and looks up. Just as Rondel has begoddess Sepia to enlighten neat Earth also had a creator named Kales, but that god lost all power and perished long ago. Adrian stands up straight, asking solemnly, can even a god perish? She replies that id true, gods gradually lose their power when forgotten by their own creations. God Kyles was forgotten by Egi world and vanished into flow of time. A giant woman long hair appears, her massive hand gently touching earth. It seems goddess Sepia ID interested in this godless world and has begun to intervene, which IDPY terrible chaos ID engulfing that place. It seems Iki goddess IDE plotting to merge leaky two worlds into one. Before Viola could finish her sentence, a horrific VXXN appeared. Not only Earth but also Rondel would fall into misery. Rassel blocked her path as if telling her not to fei lie noble sen, because everyone had once sold their souls to White Devil just to satisfy their own ambitions. Viola hastily covered her face and stepped back, admitting he was right but still begging everyone to listen to her for a moment. The giant face of that woman appeared in his mind again. Even though he knew one shouldn't measure gods by human standards, like goddess they saw when she descended did not seem Leal-Give type of person to push her creations to their deaths all of greed or fleeting curiosity. Rassel turned and interrupted Andriel 8 train of thou. So why don't we just talk directly to Iki demon Ken hiding inside this woman 8 body? He looked up stunned. What? Talk to him. He replied nonchalantly. If we can bring this woman back to Earth, we'll have plenty of chances to interrogate that demon Ken. Isn't that convenient? He replied that it sounded reasonable, but wondered if it harbored too great a risk. At this moment, Erika didn't care about P2 Men 8 affairs. She just gripped her sword, kneeling and looking at Viola, who lay motionless with an expression of great annoyance. Rassel looked indifferent. An incomplete descent cannot last long, not to mention his magical power has already been significantly reduced due to current limitations, so even in Lee's worst case scenario, we are still strong enough to defeat him. Adrian 8 eyes widened in surprise at that assessment. Viola looked blankly at them both discussing yeet. Adrian spoke up. Alright, that 8 decided, let 8 head to Earth. Rassel agreed immediately. Let go now before we miss our chance, and while we're at ET, we'll snap that leaky ray Geonon horn IP, just to get eat all of Ikiway. Deep blue sky gradually revealed itself, surrounded by Emi Ocean. This was Earth, a deserted island in the middle of Key Pacific. Rassel urged, hurry up, now heat your turn to call that demon keen aw here. Viola replied tremblingly, I understand. Inside that room, a red-haired man with sharp horns on his head was busily typing on a computer. Upon hearing a strange noise he reacted with extreme sensitivity. We 3 of them stood right behind Viola, while she was clasping her hands and praying in extreme tension. What ID happening? Has connection been established already? Viola greeted ET Demonkins. I am Adrian L. Lauren. Hearing that, ET Man leaned one hand on desk and asked Lauren, do mean that Lauren formula? Adrian put his hands on his hips and smiled in confirmation. Exactly, that AT guy. Key thing ID. A demon worshipper named Viola whom we just captured told me some quite rate tin things. She said goddess Sepia ID meddling in Earth 8 affairs. He continued, therefore, we brought her here to verify. Could you descend just for a moment? Sid appeared not very pleased. Why should he listen to these people? Adrian thought to himself that he couldn't tell if he was telling Ivy truth, just by hearing his voice. To take advantage of Break 8 observational skills and his own sharp intuition, he confidently said, we need to meet in person. After all, we traveled all a key way from Rondel just because we wanted to find truth. Shit 8 face stiffened slightly when he heard him say, who knows? If both sides are straightforward with each other, who knows? We might even stand on our side to see shit your descent to Rondel. He smirked with amusement. He agreed, but said if he didn't lie what he saw after meeting them, he would blow his head a pea immediately. Adrian confidently replied that if he dared to pull any tricks, he would retreat immediately. Instantly, a red lightning bolt descended from Lee's sky onto Lekus, creating an explosion that shook the entire area. Sid appeared with a cold look, long bec hair, and enchanting crimson eyes. Especially impressive were weedy horns on his head and Lee bec suit paired with a white dress shirt, stepping forward with authority. Rassel stood opposite him, observing with arrogance. This demon-kin doesn't look as monstrous as I imagined. As they faced each other, the demon-kin eyes suddenly flashed with an extraordinary lie. Sid closed his eyes slightly and sighed as if he wanted to say something difficult to ONCHXXPP rate. He spoke, "You haven't changed at all." That statement left Rassel stunned, unable to understand what was going on. Adrian, standing nearby, could not hide his extreme bewilderment. Liking Tran panel displays Iki identity of each, Ale Viki Mindlock Mage, an incomplete summoned entity of intermediate demon lineage, and an LE 3 years old. Likey data points to Ike, ruler of Sector each, Ali from Like's second demon realm, ranks 7th on Lady list of 13 potential demon kings with ultimate prophetic power. He ID a reincarnator who possesses memories of his past life, currently wearing a look of bewildered questioning, wondering if they're ID another reincarnator. Each Ali smiles meaningfully. 3 years have passed. Wait, fo do you? It must have been about 30 years, hasn't he? Rosso ID, now sweating bullets as if he had just realized something. Don't tell me. It turns out you are actually... Manual 8 silhouette suddenly appears right behind each Ali. That it right. Long time no see, my old friend. Adrian cannot believe his eyes. IP Truth ID that Manuel Lusat has been reincarnated. Rosso laughs heartily as if a burden has just been lifted, his usual unapproachable expression completely gone. Rosso claps each Alite shoulder affectionately. I can't believe you became a demon kin. It ain't truly laughable. Each Ali doesn't snap back but says calmly, I am glad to see you're doing well. Suddenly, each Ali remembers an important matter. Oh, that ain't right. He turns to look at Adrian with excitement. So Duke Lauren ID actually my successor. Adrian ID extremely surprised that likey Earth 8 demon kin ID Manuel Lucid 8 host but remains polite. I am very honored to meet you. While Ulrika standing next to him looks quite dissatisfied. Each Ali tells Adrian with relief. Fortunately, key treasures I left behind did not fall into key hands of nobodies. Are you also a drifter to Rondel Lamy? Adrian quickly explains, no, I died on Earth and then reincarnated in Rondel. Now, each Ali finally notices Arika's scowl and asks hesitantly, who ID this girl? Arika shows clear hostility, prompting Adrian to speak up for her. See it a bit sudden, but allow me to ask Master, why did you attack Key Hollywood 6E Team Keen Trend Center? Each Ali explains that of curiosity about E's successor, he manipulated Key Hollywood X8 Team to see Leapy response, then glances at Viola, admitting everything went smoothly because he had connected his planner. Suddenly, each Ali asks if he has read the document he wrote on why Rondel cannot reach into space, despite its advanced technology. Adrian doesn't hide ETs, I am well aware of that content. Each Ali begins to recount his knowledge. E-book states that Rondel and Earth are in parallel universes, similar because they share a single foundation of creation. Goddess Sepia split her power to CP read her son Charles, IP creator of this world. Adrian scratches his chin and thou, so when creating his world he took inspiration from his Mother 8 world. Each Ali replies enthusiastically, exactly, but they are polar opposites. Charles did not limit Earth 8 space exploration and let his creation develop freely. Each Ali folds his arms and says, Loke Charles always respected and observed his creations closely, but due to his self-imposed rule of non-interference, he was gradually forgotten. Perhaps he saw it as an inevitable law of time. He points out an abnormality when Earth 8 creator vanished. The goddess of Rondel began to intervene, causing leaky angels and demons who lived peacefully under Charles to unite in resistance, refusing to be Sepi 8 pawns. By taking advantage of those resistance resources, each AI naturally became a demon kin while waiting for reincarnation on Earth. Adrian IDP still skeptical. According to Dew, that goddess I too cruel. Aren't Dew just explaining things in your own favor? Each Ali doesn't care to defend himself. Think whatever Dew lie, our goal ID to gain power to intervene directly in Rondel. He continues to drop information that leaves both Adrian and Rosso stunned. Sees angels and demons of Earth have planned to gain forces to invade Rondel 6 feet from lead demon world. After listening, Adrian argues, regardless of how strong they are or their alliance I demon world, I still don't think they can defeat Sepia creator. Each Ali smiles, we'll have our own ways to absorb power and be reborn as gods. Rosso hears this and flies into a rage, his teeth clenching, unable to hide his resentment. Rosso suddenly screams, are you crazy? Do you think just because of a few things she said we would submissively accept and understand? Each Ali remains indifferent. Don't misunderstand, we and Lai plan to take a Veek Rondel and don't want to cause any senseless massacres. These words reach Rosso unpleasantly. Do you mean you're showing P your power to prove that you could destroy Rondel if things don't go your way, don't you? Sid kept rambling on. I knew all too well that he Quck's invasion. was as sensitive as poking a hornet nest. In Ian, he finally confessed that our real-world ID being torn apart by outsiders. Sid waved his hand to conjure a Medici orb, revealing a fortress under siege. Adrian, confused, asked, a floating fortress? Who are they fighting against? After staring Foe a while, he suddenly realized something was wrong and thou, don't tell me Tate that. Sid added that an island had just emerged between China and North Korea, although terrain constantly shifts due to S-trend phenomena. This time the entire land of Rondel had fallen onto Edie. Adrian turned pale as global situation was so dire, but Sid just smirked and asked, do get eat now? At this very moment, adaptation IDK already taking place. He then held all his hand in a gesture of goodwill, saying, that IDK why I really need E2 of DU to gin hands and help me all. Adrian still hesitated and replied, ain't too difficult for me to make such a cry to see ta decision so abruptly. Sid remained unfazed and responded calmly, take your time to think, no one ID forcing DU to answer right away. After presenting his plans, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, I'll give DU some time, decide for yourself whether to side kut me o white goddess. Just as he turned and taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Sid remembered something, looked back at Adrian and asked, hey friend, have DU finished reading all documents I left, including deleted files? Adrian recalled his Master 8 secret files, an image of fortress being shelled left him horrified. He saw through problem and thought to himself, at this rate of bombardment, Luki whole land will soon sink to bottom of Luki's eye. Without hesitation, he grabbed a Recat hand, summoned his staff quit white other, and said, we must take our leave now. In a fakey lot, they both spun around and vanished into thin air, leaving three bewildered mages standing there. Rassel looked at Adrian 8 expression and asked, ID this a result of risking your life to return? Sid replied nonchalantly, everyone has their own hardships. If there were a better way, I would have done 80 ages ago. Suddenly, Rassel blurted a name that no one had dared to mention for a long time, Mary. He frantically asked shit about her whereabouts, but other man just dodged a question, looked away and replied curtly, time ate up. Before sneaking away, he said, I am sorry, but I hope you understand, we don't have many options either. And quit that, he dissolved into will-be void and disappeared. Not having received a satisfactory answer, Rassel was furious, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. He looked at Leaky distant sea, muttering shit 8 words from earlier. Didn't you say yourself that everyone has their own circumstances? Burden quit these new troubles. Adrian 8 mood plummeted. He sat slumped on ground, head bowed, unable to speak. Rassel stood nearby, also in a daze, not knowing how to pray or extate what Shid had said. Viola was even worse. She sat slumped on ground, her face expressionless, as if she were an SPC, unable to utter a single quooks. None of IP4 group members felt at ease, each sat in a corner, gloomily reflecting on Shid 8's shocking statements. Suddenly, Adrian watch buzzed quit a notification low Kingdom of Wander had finally publicly admitted to Wiki disappearance incident in Hadler, and or of desperation, they were forced to seek help from Lipi Bregum Empire. After reviewing IK data, Royal Medici Tower of Bregum stated, there are too many instabilities and this threatens Rondel, so we will cooperate. Adrian thought to himself, I've been gone for a little while, in Rondel IDK already in total chaos. He tried to calm himself to analyze Liki's situation. What can't go back to Hadler? Like place that was thrown to earth, and this rule applies to those who came here from there. He vividly recalled Deke people pleading, Look Adrian, don't abandon us, or I'd eat this, I'm so scared. He held his head in exhaustion, considering circumstances, he had supported them as much as he could before leaving, yet everything was still a tangled mess. Adrian pieced Leapy events together. A demon Loke had just been resurrected and had thrown whole world into turmoil. If angels and demons were to get involved, Rondel would undoubtedly fall into a waffy age. Helping Shid seemed wrong, yet not helping wasn't an option either. He decided Lipi Tim needed to prepare Fui worst-case scenario. Adrian spoke up firmly, breaking heavy atmosphere. Loke Blake, we need to recruit a really tough ally right now. Russo maintained his calm demeanor. He listened to Adrian's suggestion and nodded, agreeing that Ike's idea sounded reasonable. Without rushing to respond, Russo pondered for a moment before suggesting a plan. They ID'd an eccentric fellow who specializes in hunting bizarre artifacts from all Vivek this world. Russo added, I've run into him a few times, though we aren't exactly all friends, but who knows, he might be interested in this matter. Upon hearing this, Adrian asked immediately, who ID that person? Russo named someone no one would dare to imagine to beat Siki Regine Branquist. Knowing fun well that BB Alzali Rajun was a tough nut to crack, Adrian thought to himself, dragons again? If I'm not careful, I'll end up as his breakfast before I've even managed to find an ally. Although worried, he did not object. Adrian turned around to rally key teammate spirit. Alright, let 8 find something he'll be obsessed queued on then hit road. Having taken a few steps, Andrian suddenly stopped when an ingenious idea struck him, one that could Yaki group a lot of time instead of searching in vain. He looked at his watch and called loudly, "Chester." Lickman appeared instantly and asked, "What do need me fo, my loke?" Andrian immediately entrusted him Kudivi responsibility. "Can do dig through all data o deleted files in Jiki Renduk Luciate records?" Chester calculated and replied, "Key archives are massive, so yet will take some time." "ID that okay could do, sir?" Andrian responded decisively, "P li st fo eat, their ID surely an important clue hidden in that pile." Arika, Andrian and Rassel stepped into EP Labyrinth side by side, IP3 of them carefully scanning their surroundings. After scouting for a while, Andrian realized this was a gargantuan labyrinth. Rassel recalled his previous encounter Quote Branwiz, thinking perhaps his accomplices were still lurking nearby. They had unlie walked a sight distance when a gee wind suddenly picked up, swirling quit thick dust and sand. Violent gale signaled imminent arrival of someone unfriendly. Waiting foe wind to die down, Rassel lowered his voice and said, "Etid he just as I predicted." A giant BECEV emerged from beneath earth. Branwiz spoke in a booming voice, "Who dares to recklessly intrude upon my lair? Swordsman, are you looking to start a fight?" Looking at least reflections of Andrian and Arika in his blood-red eyes, Branwiz found Trend to see and enlie two humans. Andrian quickly bowed respectfully. "We would like to offer our greetings to Ike Supreme One." Branwiz did not rush, remaining silent to listen to Andrian 8 presentation. "I believe do already know Brag Rassel, and leaky lady beside me ID his disciple, as well as my wife, Asia L. Lauren." Andrian continued his polite introduction. "I am Andrian L. Lauren, Jiki Ren Duke of Lac Lauren Duchy." Lachragen suddenly roared in anger. "I couldn't care less about those tiny human nations." Without a shred of respect, Branwiz shouted that he would burn them to ash instantly. Arika, annoyed by eyed unruly creature, intended to draw her sword to teach him a lesson. Seeing P's situation escalate, Rassel quickly stepped in front of Branwiz and shouted, "Hey!" Standing his arms crossed, Rassel calmly said, "We have traveled a long way from that small nation to get here. You could at least bother to hear us out." Branwiz stopped his roaring. Andrian placed a hand on Arika's shoulder to signal her to stay calm. She nodded and stepped back. Quite a gentle tone, Andrian addressed Branwiz Seer, "Peek Lee, take a look at this?" Upon seeing Wapi object in his hand, Branwiz was so astonished that he stared wide-eyed. Eat could not hide its utter astonishment at Lai Ki mechanical clock powered entirely by Rassel energy. Branwiz stared intensely at Andrian and asked, "This item isn't from Rondel, which corner of Lai Ki world did you snatch sheet from?" Andrian replied calmly, "Key reason we went to such lengths to find this place ID because there IDP a story here that will obu now your eyes." Without least slightest hesitation, he reached out and made an offer. "I sincerely wish to forge a friendship Kut Dayo." Not waiting Fo Heat to shake its head, Andrian added, "If Dio agree to be my friend, I will lead Dio to Lee very place where this treasure was unearthed." Branquist was visibly delighted upon hearing this. It bared its sharp teeth and let out an excited hiss. Instead of agreeing immediately, it threw its head back and laughed uncontrollably, leaving Andrian and Giazzo anxious about whether it would actually fly along. Instantly it folded its wings, transformed into human form in a fecky lot, and slowly touched down. It stepped closer to Andrian, looked him up and down, and remarked in admiration, "Do you truly are an NTP-18 human?" Branquist praised him enthusiastically. "Very well, absolutely magnificent." Its face beamed Koot satisfaction, unable to hide its joy or Viki gift Andrian had just presented. While speaking, Branquist turned to look at Rassel, not forgetting to taunt him. "Can do even hunt someone like this?" Rassel crossed his arms and nodded. "Isn't it? Even I think he get a rare find." Arika, witnessing White entire ordeal, was speechless. Truthfully, she could not believe Hate had fallen into White trap so easily. Regardless, it was Iulek. Rassel looked at her and nodded. "Quite surprising." Rassel chimed in, "Dragons are natural collectors, but this old guy ID a true fanatic." He looked at Branquist, who was eagerly hugging Andrian, and said, "Today IDC day we forge our friendship. Eid IDK a great honor to meet you, my friend." Everyone was kneeling sincerely in Lee Cathedral to receive blessings before inheriting a noble throne. Following a massive and shocking purge of Lee religious sect, Sen Sylvester and Avis abdicated to make way for new generation. They are LP New Sen Everin and her companion Jiha. Amidst rising tide of new powers in a chaotic world, Rondale IDE quietly transforming, caught between hope and anxiety. On a fiery battlefield, CTM notification panel flickered, signaling that Master LV strength of 300 had been reached. Andrian looked at Akitichi and exclaimed, "It has been such a long time since I last saw this notification." Behind him, a cloaked figure muttered, "Let us pray Fui total victory of our Loach." Andrian 8 body began to fade as he teleported to another Mepape along Quitarika and Breaky. As soon as he set foot in Lee New Land, Andrian quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed unusual signs. He stood silently in empty space. Realizing everything, he told himself, "I understand each issue now, ID this fina tidet." From the key distance, a fiery red Wei Jin lunged forward. Li Kixi 10 panel displayed Gibat information, revealing its name Shik Longkite. Andrian knew this was a difficult fight. Do you really don't let go of any rewards easily, do you? Hearing Lai P mortalate Voi Kite roared, tearing through YC sky and causing Lai ground to shake violently. Yet Andrian remained completely unfazed, even smirking, bit set-tempered, aren't we? In a closed room at Leaky Palace, Luai was trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single quips. He kept his head bowed to Iki floor, begging Iki person before him, saying he could not take heed anymore, then mumbled an apology in fear. Light Girl observing interrogation frowned in confusion, feeling that something about Leipi's situation was not quite right. She rushed to report to Ike be kind. He listened and nodded, but even though Lai evidence suggested Luai Fairmont was I chosen one, he still suspected Ike man was a fake. He asked her why she thought so, and she confessed that she felt something was up and unsettling. Kind became equally perplexed after hearing her. She further analyzed that while Luite documents looked like those of Duke Lu Kot, the closer one looked, less they resembled them. He acted lie and hair quote no skills o preparation fo woody future. She suggested that if it were her, she would have built a development environment a secret training ground long ago. But Li Qi impatient kin interrupted and asked what she was trying to say. He bluntly asked if that useless man was a fake and if Qi entire empire was being late by Qi knows by Qi person behind him lie cattle. Li court official calmly argued that there were Enlai 2 mages capable of threatening our Braham empire. She mentioned he 2 prominent names Jeek Ren Duke Andrian of Lauren and Duchess Olivia of Lub Kingdom of Riverdale. We need to send people to dig into Waiki roots of these 2 figures. Far away on the Qi battlefield, Andrian was still struggling to fight Li Qi massive Li Qi Regine. He launched an extremely powerful fireball at Qi Menix Tiki. It was thrown back but then scrambled to its feet, roaring fiercely. Both Andrian and Erika were exhausted. He lamented to himself that after fighting foe 2 hours, they had Enlai drained 6% of its health, then turned to urge Erika to hold on. However, YP's situation was not yet desperate and Kai battle was still under fiend trend. Leet giant like Ray Jean flying in Saiv Kai terrified Andrian 8 group, but luckily, one of his attacks seemed to have weakened Eat slightly. Seeing that fire was ineffective, Andrian decided to change tactics and use frost to suppress Kita Gate. A giant BLPC of ice flew straight at AE Ray Gian, but Eat remained as indifferent as if nothing had happened. After testing various methods, Andrian realized bitterly that there wasn't even a single scratch on its body. He used Maidichi to soar high quit Erika, not forgetting to call Brekifus Pete, in Laikish Rajian, seeing easy prey, chased after them immediately. A brilliant idea flashed through Adrian's mind. He told himself to persevere and drain all of its energy, no matter how long Eat took. Cutting to the Dochi of Riverdale, a panicked voice echoed in Like Castle that Edie Braham Empire had begun reopening key files of Like's successor. Alex stood there wondering if their Gate was their faction and GP Ren Duke Laurent. Athos looked to V and added that using Wyke title of succession to attack Lai Republic was a familiar tactic for territorial expansion. Olivia firmly asserted that they had caught wind of something, and Athos, startled, asked what she was implying. She raised her hand into the air and mystical incantations gradually appeared. Olivia explained that once one reaches I-8th circle everything becomes clear. She scoffed, saying that GK Ren Duke Laurent had nothing to do with her father. All leaky documents in his possession looked authentic. But if she hadn't reached this LVE, she would have been easily deceived. Athos interrupted and hurriedly asked about Li Hare in Leak Republic of Prius. Why 2 men fell silent when she replied that it was just a decoy by Juki Ren Duke Laurent. Olivia proposed that they should act quite openly to attract Ike enemy 8 attention, and Alex agreed, saying that since they weren't like real thing anyway, why be afraid? Athos sighed and reminded them that no matter how well they acted, Eat wouldn't lie by them a few days, at most. Even if he ID truly E's successor, whether Wyke burden of facing Leaky Braham Empire would trouble him. After hearing that, Olivia's eyes lit up and said, I believe he ID key more than capable of handling Eat. She added that Li forces beside G Ren Duke Laurent are extremely formidable. Trust me because I have carefully calculated Li moves. This ID again on opportunity to consolidate EGG Ren Duke 8 faction if any changes occur. Understanding Wapi's situation, Alex hurriedly stopped at that and left. How could we possibly see top her? Olivia suddenly remembered something when she saw Li Kiki Ren Duke talking quit every and quit her own eyes. Then she gave a mysterious smile that was hard for anyone to write. Olivia turned and smiled, saying, let both go meet Li Saintess. Lipe character who ID Kiwi most enthusiastic supporter of EGP Ren Duke at Iki Bank. Lai scene shifts to where boiling lava ID overflowing. Battle was raging fiercely, quid ice blocks falling continuously. Adrian and Erika focused all their attention forward. On the other side, Kite was struggling for breath, his body covered in wounds. Eat closed its eyes tightly and staggered, about to collapse. Reddit Regen crashed to I ground Pixixi Tem immediately notified, do you have successfully defeated Radrai Jin Keat. Next notification appeared, do you have completed key core phase of succession quate. Arika took his hand and remarked that he had worked hard. Adrian couldn't lie not and admit. Due to AX Rai of new notifications appeared, confirming that key conditions to Ubalar Walk 10th and Feynout floor of Key Manuel Lukat Medici Tower have been met. Do want to teleport immediately to Ike 10th floor of Ike Manuel Lukat Medici Tower. After that, Key two of them proceeded to teleport away immediately. Right then, Chester suddenly appeared and praised, I am truly impressed, I didn't expect you to beat Eat challenge on your first attempt. Adrian scratched his head in confusion and said, I thought I was going to pass all because I was O of energy. He replied, that ain't understandable, since you've been fighting like Yaorai AGN for many days straight. Chester laughed loudly and said, do know. According to Wabi data, I originally predicted this match would take more than a year to finish. Hearing this, Adrian 8 face turned pale as he thought to himself, are do making me do this crazy thing fo YP Fiant Quaid again. He summoned a giant crystal and said, P Fiant reward ID key nestled right inside this? He slowly approached, beneath the giant crystal was a calm, flat sea fay of water. Adrian placed his hand on Eat and a blinding lie immediately emitted. He stood there receiving his reward. Do have become Light Hollywood Seatim administrator and immediately received 1 quadrillion credits. A linked bank account has been integrated into your device. Do received 3 Icarus Aegis flying fortresses along quit given 5 Ara Matter class autonomous units in by Garan Hartmai Dichi staff. Adrian thought to himself that he now owned a Libe lair of Lyki Fire We Regine Kite, and money goes without saying, but Lipe Fi into rewards truly are top tier. But more importantly, Iki 9th circle ID keep beginning to form. He spat a mouthful of bright red blood. Seeing this, Arika stood outside anxiously calling Adrian 8 name. A new notification appeared, stating Yeet would take 72 hours for Medici circle to fully form. He consoled himself, thinking that this pain was a small price to pay for weeks' benefits of reaching Li Ki 9th circle, but perhaps he should try to catch some sleep before getting to work. Adrian turned to give instructions. Asia, I will be nothing more than a toy Fuki next 72 hours. He smiled sheepishly. I am counting on your protection. She nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. Lee scene shifts to Arika 8 room, where she ID keeping watch v Adrian. Arika swung the door wide to BN outside. P servants were whispering about something. Seeing her, Leet maids hurriedly greeted her, my lady, and she asked, what on earth are you all gathered here for? Catherine pointed toward key 2 people standing there and explained. They said they have an urgent letter for Ge Renduke, but I blocked their path to prevent them from disturbing him. Arika stepped past them and instructed, E.G. Key Renduke ID in a cry TC Fey and DXTG, let us move elsewhere to talk. Iniki office, IP stranger presented like message and urgent summons from Leaky Emperor of the Reinhardt Empire addressed specifically to G. Renduke Adrian L. Lauren, requiring him to appear to verify inheritance status of Manuel Lusat. Arika Rudin calculated, this summons was sent 2 days ago, and Leaky deadline ID 3 days from receipt, meaning they are forcing him to present himself by tomorrow. Leeman asked, my lady, how should we respond? She replied succinctly, first tell them Kijiki Renduke ID busy and immobile foe next 3 days. He was worried. What if they ask foe we reason? Arika said coldly, we are under no obligation to explain everything to those people. Do they think this ID a vassal state of Braham? If they knew how to speak politely, it would be different, but I refuse to entertain a notice sent lie a command. She added firmly, whoever dares to touch my husband will learn what a nightmare it from me, AGL Lauren. A notice was drafted stating that Jiki Renduke Adrian L. Lauren was busy conducting research in Iki Medici Tower and could not leave Fui next 3 days. Furthermore, it noted that B. Braham Empire 8 arbitrary issuance of orders to E. ruler of another nation was a ridiculous and unacceptable act. In another development, Abba was clutching her head in deep, agonizing thou. She lamented, I thought that GP Renduke would be easy to fiend Trun, but now, not Enlaiki Principality and Reinhardt, but dozens of letters of protest are pouring in lie a waterfall from all OP nations of Rundell. This list includes both Wyke Republic of Prius and Lai Kingdom of Roberto. Even Lai P. Alicia League and Lee authorities of Lai Ki Holy Land are not staying OAVT. She said anxiously, this IDK exactly why I never wanted to provoke G. Renduke Lauren if it wasn't necessary. One of her subordinates spoke up, she'd understandable if Lee Kingdom of Lucius O. Reinhardt interferes, but what about those other countries? She replied, they are all in debt to Gigi Renduke. He was bewildered upon hearing this. Even like Alicia League. She braced herself and stood up. They must have a guilty conscience about something to be this afraid. She ordered, continue key investigation focusing on Duchess Olivia Riverdale. We must be extremely cautious of Grand Duke Lauren. Another man shouted, this idea utterly ridiculous? He slammed his hand on the E-table. Our Reinhard Empire has never known fear because of public opinion, and this intense reaction makes everything even more suspicious. He roared, we should make him pay for daring to insult Leip Great Reinhard Empire. Pay Duce? At that moment, a spine-chilling voice echoed, perhaps I should put Du in my mouth and crush Du into 2 pieces to succeed trouble. Branquist walked in calmly. I have heard enough of your meaningless cliches. He fell backward, pointing in a panic. What kind of creature are Du? How dare Du break in here? Branquist picked at his ear, ignoring his shouting. Where are Lee guards? How did these useless people let this lunatic in here? In Enlai then did Likey Man introduce himself as Branquist, a Sikh Lu friend of Ren Duke Adrian L. Lauren. Branquist did not beat around Lipe Bush and asked directly, are Du truly special forces of Lipe Briam Empire searching for Wiki hair of Duke Lucat? Like silhouette of a B.E.L.C. Regine rose up and roared. You all must surely understand League reason for my appearance here by now, right? An Enlai then did League group realize in horror that E1 standing in their way was a Wukray AGN. They immediately bowed their heads to League ground and shouted in unison, greetings my look. He thou in a panic. This I deep madness, since when was he on such friendly terms Kuda Eid Regine? Walipi girl admitted, we were truly foolish, and we will no longer interfere in leaky affairs of Li GP Ren Duke of Laurel. Branquist grabbed Lee Loudmouth 8-hand and replied, he IDP fortunate that at least one person here knows how to use their brain. Eat reminded him to step onto Lipe balcony and said, a simple warning cannot convey lepi urgency, so I will take this one quote me. Quat that, Branquist transformed into a Rojin and flew P taking Lipe man quat him. Leapy girl stood rooted to Lee's spot, her face deathly pale. Leaky old man had snatched their adjutant. Immediately after, someone kicked a door, who be and Egan shouted, who ID leader here, stepo at once. In a completely different development, Adrian was still diligently completing 9th Madi each circle. He lay still as some sex trend sounds echoed faintly. He slowly opened his eyes and gradually regained consciousness. Seeing this, Arika happily ran VE and called Adrian 8 name. She hugged him tightly, while Adrian looked at Leaky lie on his hands and mused, power ID surging through my body, as if a small universe ID unfolding within me. He clenched his fists and marveled, so this IDE key power of E 9th circle. Adrian turned to E2 people standing there and said, than to you 2 keeping watch, I was able to stabilize my energy in peace, then do you both very much. While everyone seemed tight-lipped, Branquist hesitantly replied, that goes without saying. Seeing that expression he wondered, why are they smiling so awkwardly? I don't know why these 2 are suddenly acting so strangely. Aurika updated him on Aki's situation, saying that EP Braham Empire had been aggressively investigating him and Duchess Olivia Riverdale accusing them of being leaky heirs. During that time they had sent a forced summons, but then to Waiki intervention of many, Adrian remained oblivious, from Lee Braham Empire. They found me faster than expected. He asked directly, but what does that have to do quit due to avoiding my gaze? Branquist hesitated, Adrian eat lie this. He recounted, I was furious when I heard Asia talk about Lakey tyranny of Lakey Braham Empire. Do you inherited Lushite legacy legally, but they wanted to see ZT, so I had to go and teach them a lesson. Russo also added, I am no different. However, 3 problems have arisen from this incident, Branquist noted, and Adrian startled, asking 3 problems. Branquist explained, first, due to a time zone mix-up, we accidentally kidnapped both Wolk Chapteen and Lee Deputy Chapteen of Wool Investigation Tim. Second, instead of being afraid of Lai Jianji and Lakey Emperor went mad, mobilized Lakey army, and screamed that these bastards dared to insult Lipe Empire. Third, the hidden power of Ibrahim Empire ID truly terrifying. Ike Keen has activated Li Gingnir tactical Madiich and ordered, let that arrogant duchy taste our true power. Aurika then spoke up, Adrian, look at this, and he stared at Lipe screen in confusion. What ID, that giant crater? She explained that this place used to be Li Ki Ake Mao Teen Range. Adrian stared in amazement, not understanding where Li Pi Mao Tan had evaporated to, leaving behind in Li a gaping deep hole. Aurika replied immediately that this terrain had been blown away by E Gungnir tactical Madi Cha from Li Braham Empire. She added that Ki Braham royal army was closing in on Li Ki Lucius Kingdomate, Boki and Kixi I leading toward our duchy of Lorant, leaving Adrian bewildered as he wondered what that massive vanguard Li machine was. Aurika explained that it was a state of the art weapon called Titan from Li Braham Empire, which was reportedly equipped with 5 jet engines. Adrian thought pensively that IP name T-Tan sounded familiar. He felt as though he had caught a glimpse of 8 in GP Renduke Luke Height research documents. He remarked that Li Braham Empire was far too insidious foe hiding such a formidable weapon, and they truly seemed to be EP strongest in Li P world. However, Jiaxo warned that if they acted rashly, it would give them an excuse to unleash strategic Madi Che, so they were forced to retreat helplessly. Branquist spoke up to apologize for acting recklessly and causing trouble, but Adrian dismissed it, saying not to worry, as he fully understood they were only concerned for his safety. He smiled and reached for his glasses, noting that this situation actually seemed like a get opportunity for them. Those cryptic words left three of them looking at one another with bewildered and confused expressions. Adrian put on his glasses and concluded, since they have gone this far to throw their weight around, etidbnn lie right that we return Li T favor accordingly. At that same time in Li Ki Palace of Li Braham Kingdom, a voice spoke all respectfully, Your Majesty. Li's subordinate reported that Ren Duke Laurent had just announced a public press conference and had sent invitations to every media outlet around Key World. Li Keen burst a laughing. Finally, that kid has decided to his face after hiding away for several days. He wondered what IE boy was up to and when IE press conference would take place, when at that very moment, a large screen suddenly flashed to life. Everyone present was stunned by Li's scene unfolding before them. People everywhere simultaneously received a trend signal on their personal devices. Image was also being broadcast extensively on public screens everywhere. Every screen in Key World was now synchronized Li streaming He press conference. Many people whispered about Li devices turning on automatically, wondering if it was a cyber attack or if Duke Laurent himself was manipulating everything. From Li Center XT Gi, he calmly offered his greetings to everyone. I am Adrian L. Laurent, Iki one who holds key fate of Iki Duchy of Laurent. In Bai Hall, Li Keen was also listening intently to Li Yi, descendant of Ren Mage Manuel Lu Sat. He thought to himself that it was unbelievable IP man would reveal his identity so easily, and he immediately ordered Leaky Army to withdraw from T. Lucius Bofi to concentrate all forces on Duchy of Laurent, but a subordinate frantically reported that all communication channels had been cut. He frowned in anger. It made sense, after all, since this technological Tem was originally light work created by Jiki Renduke Lu Sat. Adrian continued, I am legal hair and be master taking RV he all legacies from Jiki Renduke Lu Seeth. From key immense wealth to be treasury of profound knowledge. He asserted confidently, even his supreme LV of cultivation. Right then, a giant Madicha circle suddenly shone brilliantly. Adrian snapped his fingers and smiled, let me see you most authentic evidence. A giant fireball suddenly rose from Leak center of key brilliant Madich circle. Leaky landing spot was perfectly accurate, hitting like the exact empty plot of land shown on Lee's screen without missing a beat. Lee earth-shattering explosion caused Lee ground to sink and deform completely under extreme pressure. This entire world-shaking spectacle ID being broadcast lie to every corner of Leapy globe. Adrian boasted that IP meteorite had just landed in a desolate wasteland 200 kilometers away. This godforsaken place that no one bothered will soon become a lucrative tourist destination than to my Madichi crater, so everyone remember to visit Ensure Siege Pat. He gave a wry smile and asserted that he was a peace lover, so other countries would surely not be foolish enough to start a war. Adrian cleverly steered a conversation toward cooperative development instead of bloodshed, making Keen turn purple rage. While everyone still busy watching drama unfold, I would lie to invite Emperor Edward Nodbriam to Ike negotiating table. He flashed his trademark smile and concluded that he was eagerly awaiting a green lie from His Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, Iki giant screen and hall flickered turning pitch yield C without a trace. Keen gripped his throne tightly and ground his teeth in a fury that surged to his head.